is changing me. It's too late for me now. I am older. There is something beneath. She's not acid, no alkaline. Caught between black and white. Not quite either day or night. She's perfectly misaligned. I'm caught up in her design and how it connects to mine. I see in a different light. The object of my desire. Ooh, let's talk about chemistry, 'cause I'm dying to melt through to the heart of her molecules, till the particles part like holy water. If anything, she's an undiscovered element, either born in hell or heaven sent. Either way, I'm into it.
Is going to be in action today, as will Optic Texas. If you're looking for stellar SMGs, look no further than the team from down south, Pred and Shotzi. So fun to watch, but Shotzi's numbers ridiculous in his day one performance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been unreal, right? And in this matchup specifically, Chris, they've loved it. Optic Texas 6-3 map count, 2-0 up against the Toronto Ultra. And this time it might be a little bit different because they're in front of that home crowd, Allie.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. My biggest thing right now is I can't stop talking about how much better this team has looked since Pred's had a really good stage. And even in their match versus Carolina yesterday, shockingly enough, they fell short in the control. But again, we talk about an Optic Texas team where their overall goal right now is to try and beat Atlanta FaZe. And where they're falling short is in that search and destroy, and they had a insane invasion S&D the other day. Ken was a first blood demon. They had 8 first bloods overall. Maybe clean up that conversion a little bit, because obviously you only need 6 to win, but if you're a Greenwall fan, they are easily looking like one of the favorites to make it to Sunday.
And I feel like Toronto, they have a chip on their shoulder in this matchup because we were robbed of a game 5 in that series. That was the Skid Row hardpoint where Shotzi went nuts, made that massive play on P2. That's no longer in the map pool. We will not be seeing that. So I'm anticipating a game 5 grueler, a banger, and Envoy is back. So we could see it.
In the hometown, could rival Optics fan base here. We'll see who is back in the Ultra, who had a phenomenal day number 1 with the return of Envoy.
Yeah.
He seems to be back on his game, and you can see a difference of the impact in those respawns, Allie.
Absolutely. That was kind of my biggest point when I was looking at that Optic Texas versus Toronto match way back during Major 2, because not only was it different maps, but Envoy was having a very tough time during Major 2. He had a .66 in that matchup, but that doesn't look like the Envoy that we're going to get today. Near the tail end of those qualifiers, it looks like the talent that Toronto Ultra was hoping to pick and add to their roster from the beginning of the season that has decided to spawn in on these maps. So I'm expecting a much longer of a banger than we got last time.
Nameless, this is our Major 1 champions. A lot of people forgot this was our number 1 team for the first 7 weeks of the season. Toronto trying to prove that they belong back on top of the throne, and Scrap, he's leading the way statistically.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is always getting it done. He's dropping bombs. I mean, just look at your screen right now, right? Where other players have a different performance, like throughout this stage, Inside and Envoy, you can count on Scrap, and that's why their respawn has still been unbelievable, like world-class 16-4 from the start of this stage until now. Their hardpoint has really never shaken. It's just this matchup versus Optic has been tough. I can't wait, honestly. It's the best match of the day for me.
We got the kindest fans in gaming up here in Canada, and we've got some stellar matches coming your way. If you're looking for trash talk, look no further than that 4:30 battle between Scrap and Pred. But we're kicking things off with the elimination fight. Who powers into the top 6? It's either Seattle Surge or Carolina Royal Ravens when we return.
Time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern. The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game. Welcome into day 3 as we head down to the elimination bracket to find out who powers into our top 6. It's the Seattle Surge taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens, and this is a rematch of a qualifier battle that happened just about 4 weeks ago. So nameless, I want to start with maps and modes because the players are ready to go at it. What happened last time, and how do you see this time working out?
Yeah, so the last series was a Game 5 victory by the Seattle Surge. They won both Search and Destroys, but for Carolina, since then, they've been 8-2 in that game most specifically, completely turned it around. This was that tipping point. 6-star was also maps 1 and 5, which Seattle won both of those, so they feel very comfortable in the first and last map of the series.
It's time to get our Scuff Pick'ems in, and Allie, I want you to start. You are 6-6 to start the weekend today. We're getting back to our winning ways. Who do you got taking the first one?
I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens in this one.
Carolina Royal Ravens. Nameless?
I think Carolina's improved so much. That energy from yesterday, if that AR duel goes off again, it ain't no way they're losing. I got Carolina in this one.
27-year-old felony hits different right now. I'm siding with the old crew. It's Carolina and Gwyn with the win today. Blaze, let's find out where the fans are going as we send it down live to the stage.
You know what, Chris? I'm excited to see where the fans are going as well. Toronto, do you want to see Seattle win? Do you want to see the Ravens win? Well, the first squad coming to the stage, don't care what y'all got to say. Ready to drown out the competition? Get get ready for Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Seattle Surge! We got Ofo, Hook, Abuza, and Brezzy. You can love them or you can hate them, but Seattle Surge ready to play.
It has been a successful stage up until this point, but they're going up against their direct competition to make it into champs. They cannot be satisfied just yet. We saw 04 go absolutely nuts on that stage yesterday. He's going to have to do it once again. They already beat Carolina, so you know they can do it. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
Yeah, they definitely got the leg up on them, Ant. But Carolina, they've been ready to soar to this stage for a minute. Toronto, get ready to make some noise, because here come those Ravens.
Right now, lining them up, or Ravens. They win the majority of these.
Clayster with 2. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home.
Phillies rallying up the side. It's gonna be a good win. Whoa, down to 64. Pistol hits. What?
Flying to the stage, it's the Carolina Royal Ravens. Here comes Clayster, Melody, Teej, and Gwen. The Ravens ready to pick apart the competition.
The Carolina Royal Ravens flying through their competition yesterday in a swift 3-1 versus LAG, and it was off of the veterans back on this squad and on this stage. The crowd is behind them, and they are ready to make another push heading into champs, but they got to get through the storm first. It's the first match of Super Saturday. Let's go, Blaze.
Yes, it is, Allie. And what a storm it is. It's electric in the venue here for Saturday. It's day number 3, and I'm ready to kick it off. So shift study, let's get the ball rolling.
Woo, it's rolling already, my guy. We've got a full day of Saturday matches, and they all look like they're primed to be absolutely marquee. This one in particular, not just a rematch from the first day of qualifiers for Major 3, but they're so tight together in the overall season standings. Placement is everything for both these two
They're right
squads.
next to each other, 8th and 9th spot, a difference of 5 CDL points. So obviously whoever wins this series is going to give themselves a little bit of a lead going forward, but we're in for one hell of a start to our Super Saturday, like Ali said, because this team, both of these squads are trying to figure out how the hell they're going to get into that top 6, because you know they did have a previous matchup. Seattle Surge got the better of them in a game 5, but that was online. Carolina are way different in this land environment.
Yeah, it was online, and it was also while 3 of the 4 members and for the Charlotte guys were moving to Charlotte. Didn't get a lot of rehearsal reps before that matchup, but still, it's a bit of a grudge match, and we're going to a 6-star hard point where Seattle, they've really stepped up their respawn game. Their hold percentage, their break percentage has been great. On the other foot, though, Carolina, which was finding so much success with respawn, all of a sudden, it has not been all that great for them here in the qualifier.
Yeah, and it definitely versus this team, because they struggled the first time around that they had to play 6-star versus Seattle. It's a very close game, but Seattle Surge, what they did great was find a lot of success on their holds and also hella success on their breaking. They had to put a lot of focus today on those fundamentals in the rotation, but Carolina, we saw what they were able to do yesterday in hard point. Let's see if they can do it again today.
We got Ravens, we got Surge. Let's get it on here on 6-star. Clayster already locking things down over through U-Haul side. Again, the patience from Carolina yesterday, exquisite, and already executing on that that early, but the difference maker for Seattle has been 0-4. So both teams finding success in both of their appropriate venues here on the opener.
So far, Carolina coming out swinging on this V1. They know that they do not have the preferred spawns over towards the next hill. So they want to kind of try to contest this all the way to the very end. But again, the routes being hit by Clayster. He did this all day yesterday. He's trying to make those fundamental plays for this roster. And even with the break coming in for Seattle for the final 15, Clayster's just thinking a step ahead.
It's just that proactivity. That's what we really saw, not just First Optic, but especially yesterday versus LAG. And it's one of those things that it's not just proactive and getting aggressive as, oh, I can't go any further. So they're drawing the line in the sand nicely. As Clayster finds the opener. Follow-up here for Carolina. They're into the pool early, but here comes Seattle with the proximal spawns.
Yeah, they have the back spawns. They're trying to set up the proper pinch to attack this as a complete unit. And Abuza gets it done with the rival and the MCW in hand. But now it turns into a one-on-one, and Hook is at least able to come out on top in that engagement. So Seattle still in current control of this HP, but Clayster hits a route, only able to take down one. It's going to at least allow a little bit of more time for his teammates to still work for this break.
Yeah, 0-4 though, off of his off spawn, hits the cutoff. That, again, provides a little bit of time and space for Seattle to get back into the hard point. Next hit attempt here for Carolina, just going to be 3 members strong. You got a player in Gwyn already on rotation. That was the big thing yesterday we noticed. He had a ton of hill time, but Carolina from the front, finding a couple eliminations. Brezzy, the last one standing though, will secure the scrap.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do if you're Carolina, because you know you already have the spawns off the rotation at P3. So if you can try to trap them on the backside of this pool hill, that's exactly what you want to do to keep them as far away as you possibly can from that next HP. But right now, Seattle taking a lot of mid-map control. They're going to chow onto TJ, not able to find the kill, but the trade is effective.
And you got the crossfire set up here for Carolina as well. Reading this hit over the middle of the map. Oh, Brezzy, 3 in a row. Impressive shots over towards Gwyn, but a Semtex from Clayster cleans up the hitter on the back. All 4 dead. Carolina reset up.
And that's the difference so far in this game. The last time that they matched up, Clayster sat at a 0.8 overall in that series. An 8-3 start on 5 in a row, cannot pick up that cruise missile. But Carolina have taken the lead by a little bit. With only 30 seconds left, Seattle are rallying the troops, trying to hit up the water steps. But this is another young man who had himself one hell of a day yesterday. Felony trying to continue that pace.
The patience is just so good for Carolina. TJ pushes the envelope forward, and that results in what will be essentially a 1v1 for scrap time. Gwyn going to take on Hook for it. There's the contest, and then Gwyn turns, finds the kill. So now the focus purely over here towards security. And once again, old man Clay got his Nikes on. He's here first, but can't tally up 0-4. Seattle win the rotation.
Yeah, Seattle going to have more bodies off the rotation, but I don't know if they're going to be ready for this aggressive play coming in from Fellow. He's able to find one, and now you keep this play very mixy. Not able to get the kill, though, but at least the break for Carolina.
Wow. I mean, Fellow just slips right by that Seattle setup, and all of a sudden will look to be a very clear-cut hard point favoring Seattle to start. Goes the way of the Ravens. Lead starting to grow. Seattle trying to set up their break. These doors are bulletproof, nade-proof, everything-proof. Gwyn holding it down, just trying to see who's going to challenge first. Who gives his offer? Not able to find the lineup, but still, Carolina hold the numbers, and the final kill goes their way.
Yeah, they get all 4 kills. Now the final 30 potentially going to be theirs, and if you are Seattle Surge, we talked about it all throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. They are always in the game, but the thing that they struggle with is simply the sling in hardpoint. You have to try to figure out how to get a couple kills, because Carolina are completely different from when they're online to on land, because everyone is shooting so damn straight. They now find themselves up by 60 points. They're going to be late off the rotation the next, but Felony finds himself on 4.
Yeah, that's the big news. The 1v1 for scrap time goes the way of Carolina, while the 1v1 for new goes the way of Seattle. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But Clayster opens things up as 0-4, cannot get to the bottom of the pool. Hoop trying to do what he can over toward the benches side, and with support from Brezzy, Seattle will get themselves a little bit early time.
Yeah, they're in the hill. Hook's just trying to swim as fast as he possibly can with that Renetti in hand. But they have withstood the pressure early on from Carolina. The spawn's now flipped, and they have to work their way back into this HP. TJ with that double, and a pinch coming in from Gwyn. This is the opportunity.
And he has got a really solid read, just waiting for contact from his teammates first before he makes his presence known, and there it goes. Gwyn gets 2 on the cutoff. 0-4, last one left. Wants to go for it, and he does clear a little bit of space. Maybe a chance to contest this back 20, but Seattle also has to worry about rotation into Carolina stepping a little bit further ahead.
And the route right there from Gwyn, he's able to get a free double with that Renetti in hand. Goes to that deep pinch through mid connector, and he prefers this weapon instead of the MCW. That's now 5 in a row, trying to make it 6. But the team finds right there from Seattle too strong. But the rotation even better now for Carolina, as they're the team initially in it. But a couple gunfights going mixy the opposing way. At least Carolina have more bodies around this side of the map.
And these last 4 lives for Gwyn, he has come off of a weird spawn and absolutely hit the perfect route as Carolina now getting it right around about double the points at a perfect time as we set up P1 to jump to a list. it in with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
One shot in the corner.
I hear you, teacher. Good.
And blue, left side, one shot.
One open, one blue. Open.
Yeah, I want B2, I want B2.
Two blue. Blue's a weak.
One more VIP.
Let's go, Isaiah. Yes, one.
Spawning P3.
I hear you.
I'll help you, DJ. DJ, I have your open.
I needed your mid. No.
I'm on new.
No, behind us, blue.
I have your blue push, dead.
I'm on new right now.
You don't have to. I spawn P4.
Blue and DJ, both sides, guys.
I'm playing this over.
One
I got one open.
Nice, good job. That was open.
I'm playing old with you.
One shot on time.
I'm wrapping deeply, cat.
One shot on time.
No,
Nice.
behind me lobby. 04 old. We're missing two. Brezzy and
I'm making sure they don't hit our blue,
One's
bro.
probably new. We're spawning P3.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit old and go around open, bro.
Yeah, nothing's hit our blue yet. I'm helping you, old. I don't know where he was at.
One open. He went down open.
I'm
Shallow. He's curved open.
Don't shot shallow.
Shallow stun.
04 stunned open. There's only two on you guys.
I didn't shallow.
He's curved. 04 hit curve, guys.
I'm trying to
Nading shallow.
Two. And on me.
Shallow. Let's do.
Yo, let's get open.
Keep shot this. Right side, one shot.
Okay,
Dead.
nice. I have a trophy.
Get this time, we win the game.
Yeah.
I have shallow. I have all shallow.
One's open the front.
I stunned him in pre-teach.
Yeah, that's
I'll
fine.
get shallow. I have shallow. Okay,
I have shallow.
No, we're good. Just team shot, play. We're good.
Keep shotting.
Behind us, you. And front, there's two. All good. Flip this huge here. Nice, bro. You got it. Nice job, bro.
Push up.
I'll get mid. I'll get our mid.
I'm gonna go deep right now.
I'm playing this, bro.
One's blue. One is blue. You got blue. The other guy's side right.
You can hear it, the chemistry for Carolina. They're calling every single player. But a moment there where Seattle do kind of catch them a little bit off guard. The scrap time going their way, but the Surge have to win this rotation.
Oh, yeah, you have to, but you're already going to be late to the party because Carolina have cut their losses. You can hear the communication, though, from Clayster. The route he was able to put himself in, taking control of that middle map, just giving all the content. This is the only angle they can apply that pressure from, and they were able to find all of those kills to lead us to some good time there at that P2, but 3 kills in favor of the Seattle Surge right up through the little map. That is one hell of a break to keep your hopes and dreams alive.
All 4 dead. You have a chance to zone out the front wall, also keeping your eyes on mid-map. A chance here for Seattle to dig into this lead and possibly get as close to about a tie game. Brezzy not sure what to look at, though, at the moment, as there is an off spawn for Seattle. Here comes the next break attempt for Carolina, but the kills are not fully there. Clayster around the back, good for the first. Trying to tally up the second, waiting for TJ to come through, and the teamwork is perfect. Over 200 points, Carolina looking to close the map out on rotation.
Oh, and Clayster's able to find another. If you're asking for the vet to make some plays, he's hitting the routes, winning some insane gunfights. And that's why Carolina fanned themselves up by currently 60 points. But now all they need is 46 to close out this map. Number 1, they are already blessed with the rotation over towards P4. Routes now have to be hit out of the Seattle Surge. You see 04 right up through the middle side, trying to catch the timing, but Felony gets a read on it. Just can't let this guy finesse a little bit more.
Absolutely the case against Seattle. They've played this map a ton in this qualification stage. Their breaking percentage has been great, even versus some of the top teams. And when they need it the most, they secure breakthrough security very cleanly on top of that. So 40 seconds to fight for. Carolina spawning close. Here comes the next hit.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quickly. Wow. And with that double coming in from Felon, that might be just enough numbers advantage in favor of Carolina. They can no longer win it at this HP, but this final 25, Seattle are not going to try to give this one up for free. They're going to go for one more break attempt.
And you have to find a way to contest at least some of this time. You cannot allow Carolina to get to that 240 mark. Teammate may help out, but it doesn't make a difference. TJ holds the front line, and Clayster cleans up the rest. It's going to get to 240 for Carolina. Seattle trying to get over towards New, but Gwyn here to meet him.
And not Gwyn, the only player here now off the rotation, at least finds one, but now the troops are here to assist them. It's going to turn into a 3v3 battle for this rotation to try to execute a break to close out this map. Number 1, kills going back and forth. You still have to locate where the hell the swimmer is in this pool hill. And Gwyn's just finessing with that Renetti, finds another kill. It's only 8 seconds till they take map 1.
But Seattle able to get the reinforcements here quickly. 3 players now surround the hard point. TJ and the rest of Carolina trying to work through the backside at Tiki. Booza, long-range shots, good for the first, but Felony able to follow up. Not enough to confirm the trades they need, though. Clayster still just trying to find Huku. Pops himself up, Booza the last one left, and Gwyn finds the kill. Now it's just down to 04, the new guy in. The nade will take him out of the hard point, and maybe a chance to see another hill, but you have to still come in here if you're Seattle.
Yeah, you have to, because Carolina only need 5 seconds. You have to put all your reinforcements on this side of the map, and so far it's working out in their favor. As now with only 10 seconds remaining here at P5, it's all about this rotation over towards next. Gwyn is going to lose that initial fight, but it's all about this one wave of kills. Whoever comes out on top will be able to execute it, and it looks like it's Carolina.
Absolutely the case. Fellow gets 2. Clayster finds Hook for the 3rd and final, and no one for Seattle able to get back a huge map win for the side of the Carolina Ravens to get the opener done.
And that's how you keep that hard point streak going. That's now 3 in a row for Carolina. They were struggling all of online, but this is something different about when they hit that main stage. Players get activated. Felony again with an insane map at 32-20. Gwyn doing what he does best. 31-19. Not a slow start to today, but everybody from Carolina go positive.
Yeah.
Seattle on their side, everyone is negative, and you only lose this game by 40 points. When we talked to Rambo yesterday, he said we're always in the game, but if we can get a couple more kills, we be a lot more dominant than what we actually are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they fall short in that map. Number 1, Carolina get the redemption and off that old series that they played.
Yeah, and that is the big point, right? I mean, for Seattle, their hard point has really turned a corner in this stage, but a lot of it has simply been off the fact that their objective focus has been better. But rotationally, they're still the last ones there almost every single time. And this map pool really does showcase the bad side of those stats. 11th and 12th in rotation percentage for both of these 2 hard points that we have. But with that told, again, their ability to get into the hill, hold, or find breaks has been very successful, and that's the reason they stay in the game throughout the large majority of map 1.
And if you think about Seattle Surge in the beginning of the season, they were perfect off the rotations. They just couldn't find any success on holds and any success on breaks. So you make a little roster change. Now we're not getting any rotations, but we're successful on the holds, and we find a lot of success also on the break percentage. But versus teams like Carolina, who play those fundamental situations correctly every single time. Clayster knows, like, I might not get the most engagements on the map, but I'm hitting the proper routes. I'm going to be at that hill nice and early to make the game a lot easier for my team. And as long as he continues to play like that, Carolina are going to find a lot of success in HP.
And they're just vibing. I mean, you could just tell the patience that comes through of, oh, I'm in a 1v2 situation. Let me get the first, stay away from the second, wait for my teammate to get here so we can teamwork something. Saw it from Clayster's POV a number of times. Gwyn was the guy often there second, and he was right there to pick up on where exactly the Seattle Surge members were. And that's what we did not see from Gwyn yesterday. So if he's playing like this, wow, watch out for these boys today.
And it's good that Gwyn has all these veterans around him, because usually when you're a player coming up from challenges, you always want to go for those challenges, those one-shot gunfights. But the more you get reps with your team, you got to understand how much of a value your life is in certain situations. So today, the difference from yesterday is that he was going out there challenging, not really getting those gunfight wins, but he was getting everybody one shot. That was setting up all the other players. But today, playing your life, allowing your ARs to simply shoot over you, it's exactly how you want to play HP.
And really, all the way throughout, you see it in the game flow. Outside of the mix in the first 2 hills, it was pretty much Carolina holding control of this map from start to finish. And here's where the better news comes out for Royal Ravens fans. You're going to a Rio Search and Destroy. You've played it a ton. And on top of that, it's looked real good. Their duel percentage is great. Their conversion percentage is great. Their retake percentage is great. I mean, they're just doing it all.
Yeah, they're 4-0 on this map, undefeated. The only undefeated Search and Destroy that they have on the bottom of their belts. And you are feeling super confident going into this Rio Search and Destroy with everything that your team does well. On the opposing side for Seattle, they have yet to play this map. It's been 2 stages that Rio has been in this in the map pool, and they have yet to even test the water. So hopefully the practice has been on their back end, because you're going to need it versus one of the top teams on the map.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, this is where things have been really baffling for this Seattle team, which we often regarded as the best Search and Destroy team in the game throughout kind of the first 2 stages, but that has not been the case, and a lot of it has come off of the lack of objective focus. You saw the stats there. Retake percentage not high, and on top of that, their post-plant win percentage is also very low, which is so baffling considering that that was one of their main sources of success when they were playing with players like Illy.
And now they just have to figure it out. And at least the good thing for us is that we had the ability to cast all throughout challenges at Major 2. And we were able to spot 0-4 a lot on Rio. He loves himself that map. He can switch between the MCW, the Rival 9, the smoke retakes on the defensive side. You have to be prepared for it if you are Carolina, because even though Seattle have yet to play it, they have 2 of the fastest players in the entire league. So they're going to try to set that pace early on.
Exactly the case. It's interesting. Just a little inside information. I was talking to Fellow about how they play this map, and he said, we don't actually have a playbook. We just say, do you want to just like 3-man hit outside bridge?
All right.
Sure, sounds good. But the thing about it is, even if they're not finding the opening duel win, they're quickly trading it, because they're playing 3v2s on the map almost every single time. So we'll see if that creativity and those mid-round adaptations continue to stay strong, or can Seattle find a way to get their first search win on the weekend. They'll start off on offense, and there's all eyes and Nate set up towards this A hit.
And Gwyn already puts himself in a great position. No attacks are going to hit him, so he's going to be able to find that free first blood. Potentially going to find the second, but he runs out of bullets. But the reinforcements are here. It's still Carolina in the man advantage.
Hook does get out of dodge, though. Gives him a chance to try to reset into a 1v2. And he has the information that, yep, both Ravens that are still alive have rotated in towards A. That late smoke maybe a bit of doubt in terms of if the Ravens knew that Hook had gotten out or not. So now it's just down to teamworking him together. No utility here. Hook trying to play this one out, and TJ, you sneaky devil. Does Hook even get a chance to take a look at it? Nope, sure won't. TJ just sticks it, and there's that post-plant win percentage that Seattle's been struggling with.
And that's just knowing personnel. Like Clayster and Hook have won a world championship together.
Yeah.
You know that Hook is most likely not going to check that instant bomb defuse. So you send TJ to complete. Bomb site to keep their teammate alive, and that leads to Carolina taking the first.
Yeah. Clean stuff so far, without question. And an aggressive hit, though. That's the thing, is this Seattle team, they've been playing with some speed and surge. Just doesn't quite work out. And I think a lot of that is, again, benefit to TJ, just kind of spamming through the smoke, getting a couple hit markers, alerts Gwyn that there is some danger nearby. Seattle setting up a bit of a 3-1 split. Lots of focus over the middle of the map for them, and they are giving a lot of space here at A. Hook will watch it from the cross, but for the Ravens, they've got Nate set up for this already.
Yeah, this is a fill-out defensive setup right here from the Surge, but with Hook getting back down from that position, you're now going to put all of Seattle Surge in the mind games where they're thinking that that pressure is going to be over towards A, and you can see it on your mini-map. Carolina have taken top mid. The bomb is going down. It's a 4v4 now on the retake.
You got 0-4 going to be the first contest towards Bridgeside. Gwyn not expecting him so quickly. Shots are good. Kills are in. 4v3 situation now for the retake. TJ trying to hold topside Eskies. Flank on the way, though, from Clayster at the same rate. They clear everything from the back, but they don't expect that Seattle's playing this largely through mid. Pinstripe goes to Killfeed, just down to Clay. 1v2 situation, and Hook beats him to the top of Eskies. Retake successful for Seattle.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Seattle. To be late to the party, but hit the proper routes, win some clutch one-on-one gunfights to successfully retake over towards that B site. Carolina are unbelievable in the post plants. They are second overall on this map, but first repetition for Seattle, they find success there.
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, the mind games looked like it was about to work out for Carolina, but there's a moment of second guessing where Seattle don't fully commit to getting onto A, and maybe that late call was enough to get them a little bit closer towards being able to contest that post-plant setup. So, wow, I mean, quick aggression coming out for both teams so far. Seattle next look. Something a little bit more standard. All four members immediately over towards this B setup. Trophy system trying to get up the top of Eskies. 0-4 going quickly, but Nade stuns, locking him in place, cooking one up. Gwyn in the corner just pre-fires him out. And first blood tallied for the Ravens. Hook trying to follow, but can't get out. Numbers still with Ravens.
Yeah, big play right there out of Clayster to put himself in a position to find that trade. Now you keep the numbers in favor of Carolina, and now you're just going to take the pace right to him. Everyone right aggressive up through the middle of the map. They're trying to isolate onto a Boozer, and I don't know if he's going to get a read on this.
This is, again, that situation where the Ravens are just playing, we got numbers, let's just use that. Isolate, play the 2v1. And now it's even better, a 1v3. Brezzy, bomb in hand, has a chance to maybe extend the play if he can find a way to plant, but there's so much question in terms of where did that push through go? He has no idea where the Ravens are.
The fellow was able to at least spot him, so he gives the comms to his teammates, and they all set themselves up for the chow. But on the back of another first blood right there out of Gwyn, you shut down your most aggressive player in 0-4. You trade effectively onto Hook as well. So the last two players in Brezzy and Abuza, you know they're not going to really be setting that pace because they both run the ARs. So you just isolate one by one, able to secure the round for Carolina.
And it's just so unpredictable. Sometimes it's three-man hit quickly on the defense. First, let's see if we can push through that. It's all worked out so far for this Carolina defense. Same can be said, though, for Seattle on their last retake. 1-2-1 split off the get-go here for Seattle. Very normal, very default. Carolina looking to go quickly. Trophy system down. Nade's out. Brezzy does get tagged by a stun, but doesn't make a difference. Hook is there for the support. And with that, they can tally not just first, but also second blood.
Oh, that's big plays right there from Hook, and he's not slowing down. He's able to find 3 through top mid. Trying to locate where the last player is in TJ to potentially pick up an ace, but TJ's able to find Brezzy. Potentially he's going to take down Hook, but that's where you have the numbers advantage in favor of the Surge. It's been all-out defenses for both of these squads. 2 first bloods for both of these squads, and that's where we're all tied up at 2.
Yeah, really good stuff from Seattle. Perfect response put together. That quick aggression working out for both sides at the moment. So what do you find a way to kind of get the offense going here? I mean, we've had 2 plants. Retakes have been successful both different times. Numbers have also been good at different moments in time as well. It's just not really finding the control around the map, it feels like. It just feels like everything is kind of very one-dimensional as a starter.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams trying to find some success over at that A site because on their attacking side, they have been shut down 2 times now at B. But now Seattle Surge showing a little bit of a different look, all out aggression over towards that bridge side. Gwyn is going to get a lot of info, and he potentially might give the call to TJ. You can start to work that flank.
Well, there's a question mark here, though, because that's an offensive smoke that gets tossed. So Gwyn maybe not confirm how many players are here. That's a bit of reinforcement, though, knowing that Brezi's playing bridge side. Clayster also sees that the plant is on towards B, so the quick rotation from the Ravens defense is here.
You have one player in Abuza watching the super deep pinch, but TJ's not going to attack that angle. 0-4 is able to take down Clay for the first blood. So now if you're Carolina, with only 30 seconds left, you have to get a move on it. But 0-4 with the route just makes plays happen, is able to take down one, and it turns somehow into a 1v1.
Hook tries to get through smoke, 20 seconds on the clock. Gwyn, has he been seen? Oh! What a set of shots from Hook. He was second to the gunfight, but snaps. Takes care of Gwyn, and there's our first offensive round win.
And this is why Seattle would love to play a little bit of real, because you have players who always set pace. 0-4 finds a double. Hook closes out the round on 2 in a row. Just great plays out of the Rival 9 players for the Surge. Securing the first attacking round of this entire map. But this one-on-one gunfight, how much HP does Hook have left? 53. He was just cleaner off the shots. Seattle in the advantage.
Wow. I mean, that looked like it was about to go awry very quickly. Hook saves the day. What a masterclass he's had, 8 and 3. And they've needed every bit of that to this point. Abuza opening shots towards Fellow. I don't know if he confirms that there are more Ravens players here, but it may not make a difference. 0-4 sees the shadow up and over. Oh! And into a double. Not able to get away with his life, but numbers still hold with Seattle.
Now Felony and Clayster left to try to clutch on up. Clay's going to work his way back through that mid doorway. Hook is waiting right in the perfect position. Now it's Felony left in a 1v3. Just too many players to account for. Seattle Surge now with a couple rounds in a row, really applying pressure out of their Rival 9 players. The fact that 0-4 is able to take 2 down, that's chef's kiss. But then you also allowed your other playmaker in Hook to take a lot of mid-map control, give the info to his teammates that they have to be trapped over towards that A side. And it works out to perfection, as now they find themselves with a 2-round lead.
And for a team that hasn't played this map yet, wow, they're looking pretty clean on it.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, and it's coming in the form of not only defensively are they finding a good resistance on one of the 2 bomb sites, but they're taking away space wherever the hit is not. So can they find a way to turn this into 3 in a row, take a 5-2 advantage here in the Surge? Carolina, no more nonsense. All 4 members looking at force the gunfight up top. But Hook is just not losing gunfights. 4 in a row, 10 and 3. First blood to Seattle.
Oh my God, it's another first blood. It's now 5 on the map for Seattle. Trying to execute in this 3v4. You're able to get Clayster absolutely one shot, but the route being hit by 0-4 actually does get read by Gwyn. Now it's all out pressure in towards boxes as a 1v2.
Oh, and Hook just wants it. Give me it. Oh, goodness. Easy work for Kyler. 7 in a row, 3 in the round, and now the cruise missile and a 5-2 tally.
Hook is just popping takeover so far in the Search and Destroy. Had a couple clutch rounds. Multiple rounds where he's just finding first blood with that Rival 9. But that now puts Seattle Surge at game point as we take a replay look at all the mixiness over towards the boxes area. He's able to find 2 and finds the final kill. That's actually the ace on the round. Great plays out of Hook. Cruise missile earned, and this is basically a bow on the top of this one because Seattle Surge have everything in their back pocket.
I think if you're Carolina, you're forced to hit with some tempo here. You just do not want to allow a chance for Hook to get this cruise missile off and just put the series away here. But a moment of reprieve as both teams will kind of get themselves set up around the middle of the map. Opening nades, not showing too much. And the more silence there is, maybe the more doubt Seattle have in terms of where is this hit actually coming from. But looks very different. So, I don't know. Interesting stuff.
It's kind of scary, though, if you're Carolina there, because this was a strong map for you. This was your map pick in that map number 2. Now, we are guaranteed going to that map number 4, but when you get to that 6-star, if we potentially get all the way to the game 5, Seattle already gotten the better you there. So even though this was a turnaround series for them online in their search to destroy, because last time they played, they lost both S&Ds, overall 8-2, but that's one that you were definitely expecting to go underneath your belt.
100%. So it kind of feels like shoes on the opposite foot. Carolina steal away map number 1. Seattle take control of map number 2. And the interesting point, high-rise control did not look particularly great for Carolina yesterday. So have to find some immediate corrections. And of course, with that, we also have the map 4 hard point, which really feels like anyone's game. So we'll step away, come back with the control, and an even series to start off our Super Saturday. Don't go far. More CDL after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
In Toronto, they turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable.
Lins goes back to the bump line. I love it. It's Felony going to get hit fast enough. Oh my goodness, Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it. Love it. Goodbye, Lins. The round is over.
It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. Nasty going to get that trade, but a 3v2 for Surge, and they are still shooting.
Oh, Nasty wins a big one. Go see. Can he get 2 as well? What a round. Thieves find the equalizer.
You are dealing with players that are running you down.
Toronto have to reset up again.
This is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, at the 12v2, Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn them out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up, and Toronto takes the round 5 offensive win.
Oh my God, Ultra.
Nero on 3 straight. He'll be holding. Get the plant down. You lost a man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big. 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. But I love this. It's all 4. Nero, a monster in that round, and he's on 7 in a row.
I mean, with the score the way it is.
Grab with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
But the last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map. Oh! It works out. One more hit coming out of Saban's. Kleenex doing his namesake. Wipes up the floor on the front side of the hard point in Toronto. Turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Toronto and our Super Saturday between Seattle and Carolina to get us kicked off. Puck has dropped, and well, I'll tell you, we have had a fiery start to this series. A very tight hard point, and then Hook took over the map number 2. leading us to a high-rise control, Jay.
Yeah, and this high-rise control is everything for both of these squads. Obviously, if you're Carolina, you played it yesterday versus the Gorillas. It was not good. You got blown on that map in 6 to 7 minutes. That's how fast it was. And it was due to the fact that they couldn't find any success in that slaying department. And then for Seattle Surge yesterday versus Minnesota, wow, they played lights out. Abuza has really been surprising me all throughout this event because online, he was sitting around a 0.8. He's also their main AR player. He wasn't really having a lot of success, but he has been the shining light all weekend long. And then you get plays from 04 with that MCW in hand, who had that takeover moment as well yesterday. So this map number 3 is simply who can outslay the opposing team.
And for now, it doesn't really feel like we can really say for certain one side or the other, especially based on the control statistics. It's not easy to find shining moments for Seattle outside of yesterday. So it's all down to, I think you're right, can Abuza lock down this map, make life a little bit easier for 04 and Hook? On the other side, what has Carolina been able to learn? Because they've played this map a ton, but when they lose it, it feels like they're just getting absolutely smoked from start to finish.
It's the same thing every single time we watch Carolina on this map. Just zero success on the attacking side. So hopefully they're able to get a better break off the rip. So all the players don't fall, then you're put into that trap early on. But you can see already in the feed, Seattle find 3. Gwyn now simply has to play his life, but he is at least able to find 1 kill onto Abuza. Cannot make it the second, and now Carolina have to work out of their base.
Oh, goodness. 04 just right through the metal piping, able to find another onto Felony in his safe, what should be his safe to hide windows. Brezzy also through mid-map, just again, no routes available at all for Carolina. And that was, I think, the worry, I think, for a lot of Carolina fans. It's like, hey, we really only have one good control map. That gets vetoed against you. What do we do?
And it's difficult because you played Seattle 4 weeks ago. You were able to play Karachi in that series, and you blew them out the water. So Seattle Surge, they didn't want to test their map pool and play an invasion. They said, no, we're going to get rid of Karachi. You're going to put the place in Carolina's hands. And now they have to try to find some success on high rise. 3 kills do go in favor of them, so they're able to work out of their base, but there's only 35 seconds left. You have to earn some segments.
This hit has to find success for Carolina. The life count really isn't as bad as you would think, and Felony taking care of Brezzy now gives an opportunity for the Ravens to possibly even stack over this direction. 04 caught with the pistol out on sprint, so first tick gone, second on the way. Hook just trying to watch over the top of this zone, but he doesn't have a look at anybody, and this 3-man stack is likely to get them an extra 60 seconds.
The time is going to get extended. This has been a great play from Carolina. The start off wasn't the best, but the mid-game adjustments worked out to perfection to at least put them in a position to extend the game clock. Now you have 1 minute and 25 to work with.
There you go.
And you find 3 kills in the feed. This is where that transition is going to come quick.
And Brezzy really can't do much besides just stay alive here. Backside Shack, you got 3 members already on the A zone. Brezzy tries to force some sort of an engagement. The timing isn't in his name, and all the nades will come out of spawn and land for Seattle. Clears off every single Raven, leaving Gwyn on 5 in the middle of the map, looking for his 6 and a cruise missile, and doesn't get it versus Abuza. Seattle back into the control of the map.
That's tough right there. Carolina had a couple trophy systems. Definitely going to help them in that situation, but the nades hit for Seattle to reinforce their way back out of their base. And now Carolina now forced to work out of their spawn once again. All the kills in the feed currently in favor of the Surge, but 49 seconds left. You completed 4 segments. You can work your way out to give yourself one more opportunity. That might be it.
We also have a 12v8 situation, so lives are starting to dwindle on both sides. Obviously more comfortable, though, for Seattle, with especially the ability for 04 to stay super close up towards the window. 7 in a row. Cruise missile had already been tallied. Looking for number 8. Not quite able to finish off Gwyn. So maybe one more chance here for the Ravens to step on towards A.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining on the game clock. It's still 10-6 in lives remaining. But you do have a couple players from Seattle Surge still contesting behind enemy lines. Brezzy just being a nuisance, at least able to find 1 kill, but with only 10 seconds left, final push here for Carolina.
And 04 just holds that front door at blue. Abuza waiting for someone to cross into his line of sight. Hook tested over at mid, though. That may turn the focus here for Seattle as the hit from Carolina starts to come from behind, but no one can get onto the zone in time. So 4 ticks of progress. Not the worst news for Carolina, but the cruise missile, the better news for Seattle.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing right there. If you're Carolina, successful on those segments when it looked to be dire, as they walk away with 4 in that first attacking round. But you said it perfectly, my friend. They now have to put a lot of focus on that cruise missile, as we're going to take a look at the nades being bombarded over towards this propane area. Thankfully that the propane didn't play any of an ounce there in that situation. It was just all the nades hitting. No trophy system for Carolina, for Seattle to take the first round.
A tally of 4 is where the bar is set in terms of tick progression. And really outside of the fact that 04 is 13-4, I mean, the rest of Seattle, I would say happy to see him dominating early. Brezzy, propane tank explosion onto TJ. Follow-up elimination good from Hook. That will get them a look over towards the B zone. Fellow trying to hold on to the alley, but shut down as Hook now steps forward into mid, taking 3 in a row. And with that, Seattle making progress on B.
And you could just see the teamwork right there on full display for Surge. Abuza putting down a couple shots. He's sending Hook to close out that kill. And then they're always having crossfires around the middle of the map. First segment already complete at that B point. All of Carolina trying to attack at least through the middle of the map and through bottom blue. Abuza, he doesn't get any info on that side of the map, so 3 kills in the feed for Carolina. They retake the map.
That's a bold call for the defensive retake for Carolina, but Seattle not stacking. They really get away with murder here, do the Ravens. 3 in a row, and now you've all of a sudden got Clayster all the way into office. Brezzy just has to sit here and wait. You can see Carolina already preparing for this. They say, hey, you can hang out back here all you want. We've got the forward defenders we need. The shutdown is good towards the spawn, but the same can be said as Seattle have an exit from theirs as well.
Yeah, they were able to find those couple of kills of the players on Carolina, push into their spawn. And now have an avenue of attack over towards that B Street side. But with only 30 seconds left, you have to make this push count. You cannot allow Carolina to slay you all the way to the very end, especially with this cruise missile getting invested. It's able to get 1 kill, but you still have to work that objective.
Yeah, that's an expensive cost to be sure, but you can feel the pressure if you're Seattle saying, we need to get more than just this 1 second. We want to have a chance, and TJ over the top. Make sure the clock continues to tick away. 13 seconds left to play. Hook, backside alley. Not a clean look over towards Clayster. Numbers are still decent, though. Seattle can stay on the zone thanks to 04. Second tick of progress about to be locked. Here comes TJ from behind, though. Able to find the first cleanly, but 04 takes him out of commission. And there's going to be an extra 60 seconds unless nades can land immediately. 1 will land, but not the second needed. So we get an extra minute of gameplay.
Yeah, you did not want that right there if you are Carolina. He played it picture perfect all the way to the final 20 seconds. But 04 again making a play happen for his team. Able to complete 3 segments so far, extend the time, but you still have 1 more to make up for. And look at the route being hit by Hook. Not a single player from Carolina are going to have a read on him.
And Abuza finding 2 from the front means that Carolina's eyes are all focused forward. There's 4 dead. Hook trying to guard off the spawn. Gwyn the next one up. Hook is starting to feel it again. 4 to
oh my!
Still ammunition if he wants to. 6, but Fellow finds the kill. But meantime, there's still a 3-man stack over towards A. 3rd tick of progress about to be worked on, and there is a trophy system to keep them safe. Seattle take the offense, go up 2-0.
And that's beautiful play. It's right there to the Surge. I guess the cruise missile got something done because they were able to work their way back into that B point with 20 seconds remaining. And then once they find all the kills in sync, they rotate completely over through the middle of the map, put themselves on that position at A. But then the play right there, the Hook, the route right there to Hook to work through that underground. And Carolina just simply not accounting for him. He finds 5 in a row, keeps them in a trap by himself, and that leads to Seattle Surge walking away with the attack.
And another couple of moments where, again, it's 04, the new guy up. That really allowed Seattle to stay alive offensively as long as they did. And now all of a sudden, Carolina can definitely feel the sweat. After what was a pretty decent opening offense, you think you have the defense locked. Now you got to win 3 rounds in a row. First blood good for Abuza. Hook already top heli. Has Fellow trapped in a corner. Follow-up. Clayster can't quite lock down Hook on the route back through, but the trades are decent. Not a full spawn trap, but still, Seattle putting out a bit of punish over to the windows of Carolina.
And it's very difficult to work out of your spawn. At least you do have 1 player in Gwyn trying to finesse through bottom pit. Finds a kill onto Abuza. Now is setting up that pinch over towards the B Street side, but the rest of the teammates still having a hard time and working out of their spawn.
It's just these solo missions that we're starting to see from Carolina are not creating the easy exits that they want. Hook, backside alley. I mean, he is shooting, and he is shooting straight, my friends. Pistol out for now. Help is on the way. Carolina just don't have much to work with. They got a player to A, that's about it.
I feel like this is the same thing every single time we watch Carolina on this map. But now it's your backs against the wall with only 29 seconds remaining. Fellow with a big one-on-one gunfight to keep the game clock paused. It at least stalls time for his teammates to work over towards that B point. First segment already going to be complete, but here come the attacks from Seattle.
Gwyn mid-map, make sure that Hook can't find the contest. Second to progress, looking to be locked. 04 also traded out. Ragdoll effect had Gwyn tweaking for a moment, but everything's all good as he finds the kill needed at mid. And now an extra 60 going to get likely added again. Brezzy gave it 1 more contest, but doesn't find much. And then 04 sacrifices his life. So here we go again. Hook the only one standing, but does find the transition kill into Gwyn. 17 plays 15.
Yeah, it's a big one-on-one gunfight. He's able to find a second as well onto TJ. So Clayster on 5 in a row. Has to be super patient in this moment, because a cruise missile can be the difference maker, especially on an attacking round. But Seattle aren't giving up anything for free. They're not giving them a free kill.
And they've gotten through Heli. Yeah, Hook is back in your spawn again. This is taking too much time for Clay to find kill number 6. Obviously, the resources needed one. 0-4, Heli stairs, lots of hit markers, no kills. Off the reload, no one looking to trade out Clay for now. With a couple of kills for Carolina through blue, they can get back onto the zone to pause the clock at 49.
Yeah, we pause the game clock, but Clayster does fall. He's playing so damn hard for that streak, is not able to earn it. But at least the teammates are shooting a little bit different at this A point. That's now 3 dead in the feed. You do have one player already contesting at that B point in Hook. He's at least able to find one. That first segment being done, second segment already complete as well.
2 trophy systems on as well, so these nades are not going to land this time. 3 players fall. Abuza would have to run and run quickly if he wants to try to contest this. He does get there in the nick of time. The rest of Seattle start to flood forward. Gwyn for 1, but they can't get the player off the zone. 7v6, and Seattle, thanks to the heroics and the slide from Abuza, will get the contest and now the depletion.
That's just great plays right there out of Abuza. He was absolutely one shot, but playing his life was more valuable in that situation. Now the time is starting to dwindle down. They have all of the map control in their favor. Only 5 lives remaining. Final push here for Carolina.
Clay getting 1 down low. Plin follows up to find Brezzy. 5v4, 24.5 on the clock. Hook trying to hit her out, but shut down by TJ. Stack now looking good. 0-4, the next man up. No trophies down here for Seattle, but he's got to find the kills to find him quickly. Pistol works out. 2v2. 20 seconds on the clock. Have to find a way to get in. Brezzy tagged. Hook tried, 0-4 tries to push, not going to work. Carolina find the kills and stay alive.
That's big plays right there from Carolina to stay alive in this map. Usually do not find any success on the attacking side, but they always keep the kills pretty close. And that's the way that they were able to find success here in this round. You're in 4 segments your first go around. You had 5 on that one.
Yep.
So you find yourself up by 3. If you are Carolina, potential shutout here is going to guarantee you defense in that round 5.
And the thing about it was, you got to remember, their defense was so close to locking in that first round until a couple, again, late heroics come out of Seattle. Can they find a way to put the map away here and avoid that round 5? 2-2 split off for the Surge on this offensive look. 0-4 trying to play from Heli. Quick contest from Hook though over towards the A zone, but he only finds 1. And meanwhile, you still have TJ locking down B alley.
But it's good trades around the middle of the map, and Gwyn simply playing his life in that scenario keeps Carolina in the man advantage. Now it's a 1 player from Seattle Surge on this B point. Stuns and nades are hitting over towards that right street. You're able to eliminate Abuza from that scenario. And now Seattle Surge just have to rally the team together to work one of these objectives.
And Gwyn's on 5, looking for kill number 6, but Brezzy, bottom side blue, shuts it down. The quick rotation back over towards it. A couple of crossfire shots also in play here for Surge. TJ, this route could potentially blow up this play wide open. First one good, second one easy. Last player left is Brezzy on the zone. Pistol will work out for TJ as Brezzy has too much to look at.
Yeah, what was he looking at right there? Because TJ just works his way out through bottom blue. Single-handedly shuts down that pressure over at that A point. And now you're just trying to be up in their face, making it way more difficult for them to work their way out of spawn. And that time is starting to get away from Seattle. You look like you were dominating this map, but Carolina had found new life.
It's been mixy. It's been tight in the first 3 rounds. Carolina starting to get a little bit further forward. Abuza shut down window side. Clay also trying to build up a little bit more success through this B lane. Hook tries to hit that same route. This time it does get shut down. 18 seconds on the clock. Seattle have to go.
It's their final push. That final push, and they're trying to rally the troops to take a little bit of that B street control. You do have a crossfire set up here from the Carolina Ravens, making sure that they cannot work their way into the objective. But here goes the Chow, TJ, and Clay combined for 2. And I don't know if it's going to be enough time for them to even get to one of these points. Carolina have brought this one all the way back, only allowing 1 segment to get away from them. They got defense in round 5.
Wow. I mean, talk about trust the process right now if you're a Carolina Royal Raven, because it looked like it was starting to get a little out of hand. A couple of really tight moments go the way of Seattle, but you trust the fact that our offense is fine, our defense is fine. 1 mistake, that's all that was, boys. Trust it. And now you got a round 5 where, again, advantage technically goes their way based on the defensive stats for both these 2 teams. But you just don't want to rule out the Surge. Not out from how their offense had looked in the first round.
Definitely not. You got to make sure you stand strong even to the final 20 seconds, because that's all it took for Seattle Surge to find an opportunity on that side of the map. But this is such a huge round for both of these teams. A big map for both of these teams to take advantage in this series. Seattle Surge rallying all the troops over towards the B Street. They find that opening kill, so now they can work their way up that side of the map.
Yeah, Quinn able to at least take down one more. Information for Clay. Easy fourth elimination in a row for him. Hook also may have been scouted bottom side pit, looking for the door to be popped. Oh, tough gunfight. Hook able to win it. Follow up from the pistol from TJ, eliminates the threat, and everything goes back to neutral.
Now you have to put your focus on Nuabuza, who did find a kill over towards that helipad side, but TJ gets the info, not able to find that kill though. And now Seattle Surge and all B Street Control have worked their way up to that B point. A route being hit by Gwyn to potentially take down Abuza, but he's going to fall. Now all of Carolina stuck in the back of their base.
Starting to get staggered as well. That's the issue here. Second tick of progress is going to be good. You've got Brezzy and 04 stacked. Abuza, meanwhile, over on the A zone. Changing the focus for Carolina to have to take care of them. Hook able to turn that into an opportunity to play through the middle of the map. Pistol good. Maybe a chance to jump back on over towards a depletion is already resets.
Yeah, it's a big kill right there from Carolina because they knew we take care of Hook. Everyone else is off the respawn. Unfortunately, right there for TJ, he wasn't planning on jumping off of the map, so a free first blood there for Brezzy. As now they work, do have a route being hit by Gwyn, but you eventually got to get in that play. First segment about to be done.
Oh, but Brezzy gets a little bit spun around. TJ extends his life, able to shut down the play through spawn, but the problem is you've got a member on in the form of Hook, plus now 04 stacking. Second tick of progress looking decent. Abuza, naded, stunned, doesn't make much of a difference. He still keeps his life. 04 still alive on the point. Brezzy trying to get there to help out. Trades are decent though. Carolina reestablished control on the zone, but 2 ticks are already gone. There's still a minute 30 on the clock.
Just got to hold strong. You're currently down by 3 lives. You don't have a lot of map control to try to keep Seattle Surge in that trap in the back of their base. But you do have a couple power positions. Just got to clutch up in a bunch of these fights. Fellow's able to find one. TJ cannot find that kill through the middle of the map. So still Seattle Surge just finessing with their life, creating opportunities.
Frag comes out. That's enough to help 04 secure the gunfight win. Gwyn trying to hold on towards bottom side at blue, but you have to worry about Abuza watching this cross from top row. Payne. Shots are decent, but the hit from now Seattle makes its way over towards the zone. Gwyn's dealing a million bits of damage, but can't find the kills. Nade does land. It keeps the clock ticking, but Seattle are coming away with the favor of the kills. 2 players on. 04 sticks him in the spawn, and that's going to be round 5 going to Seattle.
And that was 04 in that final round. Just pushing right up the middle of the map, and he's able to find 3 in the feed. It's the same exact way he was able to get it done versus Minnesota. Just pop-off moment after pop-off moment. Carolina started to show some life, but you could tell once they went 4 dead, it was very difficult for them to work out of their spawn. Because at that point, you're going 1 by 1. Seattle have a lot of map control. They were slowly picking you apart. Hook was winning some insane gunfights with that MCW in hand. And you could just not allow Carolina any breathing room to try to set up properly on that defensive side.
Wow. Seattle's offense continues to find ways to impress. Hook goes 28 and 31 with 6K damage essentially, but it's 04, 35 and 30, 14 assists, 6,800 damage. No one even holding the candle to that in the server. Another stellar performance from one of the fastest come-ups we've ever seen from a new guy turning 18 to being on the CDL main stage.
That guy is so fun to watch,
yeah,
man. He gets it done in Search and Destroy. He can run either weapon. He's super confident in his own gameplay, but he's always putting himself in a position to make the right play or to make the best play possible. And whenever he's able to shoot with the mindset that he's had, that's what makes him such a difficult player to shut down, because he had such a great start off the rip. You get into this defensive round where Abuza is able to slip right in and at least finesse a little bit longer, but Carolina still walk away on top in this round. It's just a slow start for the Ravens. Potentially a couple players were on 5 streaks here and there, could never earn that cruise missile. You saw Clayster pay for it for about 30 seconds and wasn't able to pick it up. Just Seattle Surge, we always talk about how fast they are on the map. When Hook's using that AR, he still plays with like it's a Rival 9 in hand, and it's the same thing with 04. They're just always in your face, and that was very difficult for Carolina to handle.
Yeah, that tempo switch has really allowed the Seattle team to find so much more effort and success on respawn, whether it's hardpoint or control. So again, you've got an opportunity here if you're Seattle, trying to put this series away. Not that, you know, the map 5 doesn't look too bad for you if we eventually get to the 6-star, but this Rio coming up, that's where we can really, again, continue to put the spotlight onto players like 04 and Hook. You expect them to be all over the place all the time.
Yeah, and I expect them to have a good time as well, because they've only played that map 1 time as a roster. They lost by 3 points versus LAT when they were in the lead a majority of that entire map. It just came down to the final moments, that P5 to P1 chain, where they were just going 1 by 1 by 1. You cannot allow that to happen today if you want to close out this series in 4. And if you're Carolina playing some Rio, obviously they like Rio search and destroy, but Rio Hardpoint has not treated them well all season long.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, again, rotationally they've gotten a lot better from what they were, but some of those stats get watered down off of this map pool in particular. So, yeah, it does feel like a lot of the focus here is going to go towards who can control the tempo, who can control the pace. Can those SMGs just take over completely, or do we need the ARs to lock things down, open up routes for those SMGs to really over-embellish their ability to take over?
I would think that the ARs have to play well, because you're going to know what you're going to get out of Quinn, and you know what you're going to get out of TJ. They're always going to be able to set that tone. But the difference for this Carolina roster, everything in Hardpoint has been through Felony and Clayster. So you take a look at the difference between online to LAN. Obviously for Carolina, it's worked wonders. 13 and 23 online, 6 and 6 on LAN. They are playing a lot better in this environment. And for Seattle Surge, they're kind of up in the air in both categories.
Yeah, and the thing that's doesn't really show itself in these metrics is the fact that Carolina, again, their most improved mode this stage has been their hard point.
Yeah.
And it's come by way largely, you would think, off of their ability to now have a chance to play in person in Charlotte. So that, again, is getting better. It's getting better, but there is still a bit of a disparity, especially for the Seattle camp, in terms of making sure this is a lockdown mode to get you into a position to fight for at least a top 6 spot. Lots on the line here in terms of the overall season standings as well. Both these two teams right next to each other with not much separating them. So again, a grudge match here in terms of who can hold the edge over the other, and more importantly, who can still fight for more points.
And if you are Seattle Surge, you can see it right there. The biggest thing they have to focus on is their rotations. You have to be the team early on to a lot of the money hills on this map, because that's how Carolina were able to find success in that map number 1. But here we go. Carolina backs against the wall. Have to win this map right here to force a game 5.
Opening kills will go the way of Carolina. Team kill forced out as Abuza's damage is very significant. Gunfight towards Squid, not going to work out as Clayster pushes forward, and the teamwork is decent. Brezzy working on an early route here. May get a bit behind Carolina. First one good, transfer better, and now it's just down to finding where the last one is in the form of Fella.
Yeah, that's great plays right there from Rezi to catch that timing on the pinch. He also does it with the Rival 9 in hand. So Seattle Surge are trying to get all those SMGs up close and personal through top mid, but all the kills in the feed in favor of Carolina, even when they spawned out.
Yeah.
They find all the kills at the right time to take the spawns right on back for that B2. Final 10 potentially going to be theirs, but Seattle giving it one more push.
And that was something we saw in map number 1 as well. Carolina just taking advantage. Split spawn situation. Hold your lives, wait for us to get to you. And the collapse is great. Quinn, another double just as soon as Seattle tries to open things up from this backside patio. Abuza deals with one, but can't do anything further. Has to wait for the regen, and more importantly, needs to wait for help.
Yeah, he's just got to wait for the teammates to help him in this situation. And unfortunately, he's not able to win that gunfight versus Quinn, but it allows your teammates to potentially work their way up through the front. But Clayster, the vet, is able to cut down 2. That first push gets shut down, and now with only 40 seconds left, Seattle Surge know that they cannot give up all this time, and already a step ahead is Quinn. Here comes that pinch.
It's getting slowed down, not just by Quinn on the pinch, but also the players from the front, although Clayster's now the last one left, and Seattle dealt with that absolutely perfectly. So again, their break statistics continue to bail them out of what looked to be great setups with their opponents in control, but it's Hook, the main muse for how this all comes through. 4 in a row, make it 5 for Hook after an 0-4 start.
You can see Clayster already cutting his losses, hitting the super deep route over through the bridge side to potentially win a couple gunfights off the rotation. He's able to find Abuza, and his teammates are still applying pressure towards Old, but that route is enough for Clay to spawn a couple players from Seattle Surge out. They were looking to try to chain this P2 to P3 together, but Carolina do the fundamental part correctly, and they're here first.
0-4 did that glass break signal to TJ nearby. He's on the hunt looking for it. First shots are good, and the hit from the front also gets completely canceled out. Brezzy, last one left over towards bridge side, gets one, but really it's kind of a moot point. Carolina good in firm control of this hold.
Yeah, it's just another situation where the final player gets 1 kill, but you have to wait for the rest of the troops, because you cannot try to Superman your way into the HP, and that's all the kills in the feed in favor of Carolina. Felony is usually having a lot of success with that MCW, but he can also shoot the Rival 9 pretty well. That's 5 in a row for him.
Scrap time also looking decent. Seattle working on trying to play for garage control. TJ in trouble, and although the damage is decent, he's not able to tally any kills. Fellow, knowing the pressure's on, steps away, gets kill number 6 before being traded. So Cruz now tallied, but Carolina going to be late to rotation here to 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a one-on-one, though, between Clay and Brezzy, and Clayster's able to win it. Now the reinforcements are here to at least effectively trade onto Hook. Great shots from TJ, able to find the kill. And now it's a successful break early on for Carolina. Even though Seattle Surge have those back spawns, you got to think with Felony having that cruise missile might be a potential hit to invest it here.
Yeah, you can definitely think about it, because with 40 seconds still to fight for, that would give Seattle a chance to turn the edge. 0-4 trying to hit her out. That gets shut down. Now the awareness in terms of where the rest of the Surge are positioned will be known. TJ MCW in hand, able to take down both through garage side, but Abuza cancels that with the play over through the side at boxes. He almost finds all four. Fellow stays alive, but the quick recovery from the Surge looking decent, and that will be enough to, again, flip the hard point back into their name.
Oh, and that's difficult to swallow right there if you are Carolina, because you invest a cruise missile. You've done a couple kills early on, but Abuza gives Seattle another opportunity on working their break back over towards that B4. So they're still neck and neck in this game, going to put themselves down by 20. But off the rotation again, Carolina are going to be here first. Just got to be prepared for the pressure that Seattle Surge bring to you.
A lot of it coming from the front, but there is a hit through mid. Placer can only find one. Gwyn, last one standing. Knows he's got Brezzy low in front of him. Oh, the pistol for Brezzy works out beautifully. TJ trying to follow up and force this trade. Brezzy steps away for just maybe long enough to give Hook a chance, but the follow-up kills from Carolina are great. Hardpoint will go neutral, and we're still in a pretty tight game.
Still a very close game. 0-4 finds one. Just trying to keep Carolina as much as they possibly can. This P5 HP. Abuza with the double, trying to make it a triple with great shots onto Fellow. At least he's going to put him in a position to back down. Now you can soak up this final 25 of his Surge.
Gwyn may think about this. Pistol out. Abuza sees him initially through the window, and the Renetti will put him absolutely down. So now, again, tie game essentially coming through. Clay's double allows a little bit more time to be earned here for Carolina. 0-4 also falls. So not only is the scrap time looking good, but with these numbers and these kills, Carolina will hold a little bit of an edge trying to rotate over to New, but who quick to change that opens things up for Seattle.
The fact that he's just able to walk his way up through the Eskies and win an insane gunfight like that. Great plays from Hook, but better plays out of Carolina, finding all the following kills as they get 3, make it 4 in the feed in a row. Now TJ on 5 in a row, potentially going to earn himself a cruise missile, and you have to try to pick it up in this situation. Unfortunately, not ready for that gunfight out of Brezzy, and here come the Surge.
The flank does get stalled out, though, so Seattle will have to find the break from the front. Abuza, again, the catalyst for success for the Surge. Not often you see the main AR rip it apart on Rio, but so far so good. 18-13. The SMGs trying to get themselves back into the game here if you're Seattle, but largely this has been the 2 former Robobobs members that are carrying Seattle.
And you will take that, though, because you know it's only a matter of time before 0-4 and Hook get activated, especially on a map like Rio. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And at least with them playing not the best performance so far, they are still neck and neck in this game. And now you have Brezzy, so Soul Man here off the rotation. At the same time, Hook trying to work that pitch. Brezzy at least finds one. Now you keep it scrappy here at P2.
Now Seattle can have the numbers to get onto the hard point here first. And with a chance for them to take the lead, a perfect time to go to a Seattle Surge. Listen in.
We're good. One more close. No choke. One phone, guys. Give me a second. One shot. Hop on the short. To keep this shit right there. Yes, outside. Please go. One more. Nice. We have left. On the back. Gonna be back in. One's bridge already full. On the back dead. I'm watching bridge. One more. Yeah. I don't know where bridge went. Yo, listen. I'm pitching right. Out the left now. One on that bridge. He's back left. Back left bridge. He's 1 HP, okay? I'm needing this guy. He's gonna be on left. Can you help me? Yeah, I'm here. Maybe dead. One on the left. Could be top bridge. Could be top bridge. That's you. Yeah, watch it. I'm going right. I'm gonna hold that shit. I will continue. Top bridge, please. Watch it. You wait, especially. No, fella. I'm playing up. That one. Nice. Eskies, watch out. Eskies, that's nice. I have a shirt. Yeah. No, let me use mine. I'm using mine right now. Ready. One in you, one garage, one 2p2. Okay, one in shop. I'm gonna kill the guy.
What a stretch from the Seattle Surge. 13 kills across the team in a row. Carolina backs up against the wall, but they do survive through the cruise missile. But Abuza just stopped. 5 in a row. Shut down from the cruise missile, but wow, has he taken over?
He's been taking over since the beginning of this map. You're finally getting a little bit of life out of your SMGs, but Carolina now on the back foot. You already had the cruise missile get invested, but none of the gunfights going in their favor. They have not had the preferred spawns for the last 3 hills, and that's why the scoreboard is looking the way that it is. Seattle Surge only need 35 to close out this series.
And you have to just hit everything right now after Carolina. Fellow, a decent double gives them a look at it, but Abuza is still alive, and that may be all you need. Clay eventually able to take him off, but doesn't make much of a difference. Brezzy right there, and the numbers continue to dominate for the Surge. Now you look over towards Bridge, and Seattle's going to get there first.
They already have players off the rotation. You also have players contesting through the top middle side of the map. Just right now, Carolina are on the back foot. They cannot find any breathing room. Seattle Surge holding on to the HP. The spawn's so damn far for Carolina. Tax got a hit. You have to work your way in. It's going to be all over.
Hook on the pinch, though, cutting down a lot of this Carolina reinforcement. The last kill's good. Brezzy trying to finish off on DeGuin, but he's got to go. He's got to find this kill. Not going to happen. And Seattle, behind the powerhouse performance from Abuza, will take it in 4, eliminating the Carolina Royal Ravens.
And the way that Carolina came out to play yesterday, they were picture perfect in the hard point, stellar in that search and destroy. But they're going to look back at this series and say that game 2 was everything for us. We had opportunities in the control. We forced it all the way to round 5. We were on the defensive side. We choked in that situation. But when you get to a Rio and you allow Seattle Surge to just build momentum as the series goes on. 0-4 had his moments in the control alongside Abuza, but Abuza really being that player for Surge, keeping them close in this game while the SMGs had such a slow start. It was only a matter of time for where they'd start to step up, and then the entire team was just a lot better off the rotations. That was the biggest thing.
Yes.
They played so well with that teamwork, and they led to kills, and that leads to them being victorious at the end of this one.
I mean, when Abuza's holding down scrap time in 1v3 in Carolina, yeah, rotational routes are going to be real easy for the Seattle SMGs. So he'll finish things off 31 and 18, 21 non-traded, 5,400 damage, plus a minute 27 in the hill. That is the equivalent of the COD hat trick here in the former ice arena. That is the Mattamy Athletic Center. So with that in mind, you take a look over the game flow and see the explosion that happens in the second set of hills. And I will say again, Seattle, now all of a sudden you start to find rotational success to match when you've got the hold and break percentages, plus now extra killing potential. These guys are looking for real.
That's all it comes down to. They usually play stellar when you talk about the teamwork aspect, always thinking about that objective, always trying to figure out how they can be victorious at the end of the map. But if you can find kills with that, it's going to make it very difficult for this team because you cannot understand what they like to play. They're great at hardpoint. They figured out what control map they like to play, and search and destroy, they're just catching you off guard every time.
Well, maybe there's just something in the water here in Toronto because Abuza was a Challengers champion here last year, and now he's on stage with Blaze as the post-game interview is ready to go.
Thank you so much, Study. Toronto, give it up for the Seattle Surge as the storm continues to brew, building up momentum throughout the day. Abuza, how does it feel to get this win here?
I mean, it feels good, of course. Like, it's a good feeling to be on the stage and playing good. So, yeah, it's good.
Definitely are playing good. And, you know, one thing I noticed about you guys, you've been more consistent. What is contributing to that consistency that I'm seeing here on the Seattle Surge for you to pull out these big maps?
I mean, it's pretty simple. We just, like, work so hard, like, every day. So there is no secret, you know.
And you know what? Maybe one of the secrets is you. You played absolutely phenomenal in this series, Abuza. But talk to me about your teammates, and what do you want to say about their performances here?
I mean, they're all gross. Like, my team is insane. And especially O4, like, he's his, like, first even, and he's still playing good. So it's insane for him. Yeah.
All right. And then lastly, Abuza, what do you want to say to the fans that supporting you?
I mean, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate this guy. He's always here, so thank you.
All right, yo. That's going to do it for me and Abuza on the stage, you guys. Chris, let's take it away and break it down.
First first ever professional tournament, and he's already into the top 6, 0-4, making a name for himself in the second half of this season, and he's only in his first qualifier now major. Nameless, I want to start with you. We were all wrong in predictions. No one saw the surge coming. They pulled out the win, and it didn't even go to that game 5.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable performance once again by Abuza. He's been putting up damage throughout this event, but talking about 0-4, like you said, control on high rise, like, listen, this guy, just veto it against him if you see that, because he is taking over on that map. But I want to talk about this hard point.
Okay.
It was 120 to 80, right? Carolina were leading. It ended 250 to 134. They went on a 170 to 20 point run. It
170 to what?
20. It was ridiculous on the side of the Seattle Surge, and you saw exactly how they did it. You know, they break inside of that P2, force Carolina to spawn in the back, and then just steamroll them. You know how P3 to P4 goes. Perfectly executed by these guys. You get Hook going, he finds himself like a 5 or 6 streak, and it was pretty much curtains from there. Shout out to Surge.
Ali, who was the MVP of the Surge? Because I felt like Hook was putting the team on his back during the Surge. She was popping off in the hard point game 1, and then Abuza dropping the bombs in that game 4.
I mean, I feel like you kind of already said it, Chris. There really isn't one player that took over the entirety of this series. In the map 2, it was Hook. It was a continuation of Hook in 0-4 in that map number 3. And then it was Abuza. When the SMGs were struggling to get going, it was Abuza getting the Miracle 2 pieces to at least keep them inside of the game. And then by the later half of it, Hook and 0-4 wake up. Abuza goes 31 and 18, and they hold Carolina. It's not getting a single another point at the later half of that hard point.
Yeah, and you know Hook wanted redemption from yesterday. He went 1 in 10 versus the Rocker in that Search and Destroy. Today he said, that ain't happening. I'm gonna make some better decisions, and absolutely went off. Yeah, man, this Seattle Surge team, really surprising.
Let's take a look here at the numbers. This is Surge versus Carolina this season. It is a matchup that they love, at least for Search and Destroy. 6-0. While they split the map count, they always walk away with the dub, at least 3 out of 4 times, Nameless.
Yeah, that's 2 times in this stage alone, right? And you thought Carolina had massively improved, and even when we started this series on that 6-star, it looked like they couldn't be stopped, right? But that's Seattle Surge throughout the season. They've remained so consistent in that Search and Destroy game mode. In most series, they can count on it to turn the tides back in their favor.
People forget Hook is a world champion, a multi-game champion, and he is playing with some studs on his lineup. Today, though, he earns our Scuff Play of the Game for Search and Destroy dominance. Ali, it just seemed like he was starting to catch momentum, and it kept growing and growing and growing.
He would not die during this map. And what's crazy is, like, the rest of his teammates didn't have to do anything. He was getting the first bloods. He was applying the pressure in the middle of the map. He ends up going on like a 7 or 8 streak to close this out. He doesn't even get to use his cruise. If he knew a player was weak, he was sprinting at them. And that is the Hook that we hope that we get a little bit more consistently, right? Like, we forget that he can do this sometimes.
You know what's wild? That's the first time they played Rio S&D on the season. And they went toe-to-toe with Carolina, who are 4-0 on that throughout this. So Seattle, they got to feel like they got another map in their repertoire now.
We're waiting to find out when their online performance was going to transfer to LAN. Well, it looks like they are well practiced and ready to go far. They're now locked into the top 6, and we'll find out who they will play when we come back. We go back to the winners bracket. Atlanta versus New York for the first spot in our top 3. Don't go anywhere. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Broom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
It's going on CDL TV, baby.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. I was like,
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Will, 25 seconds left. Now, there could be a timing here. If they rotate off of this, they might. But RC's just watching the cross.
Wow! The headshot. RC's absolutely deleted. Now the shoulder in the spot.
Yeah, they spotted him. They spotted him.
Oh my God! Fancy again! Again! Let him know!
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I ask? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, this is broken because I'm dead ass not lying. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I'd smoke him. Where is he?
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For something that's a talent.
Yeah?
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Jarrell said, nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah. Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this! God damn, what a round!
Difficult spot for Heretics. Training well, though, are they? So only one player on the point for now. That's it. How is he alive? I do not know.
Share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Then he just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
That's what
Now all of a sudden, half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draws is still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? They need to find a way to get them off. He's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Last chance to try to break your way in. And Atlanta continue to reap at the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top. He's not able to. And FaZe is going to hold on to the round.
A pivotal moment for Atlanta FaZe as they reclaim the throne. Our Major 2 champions have been flawless throughout our Major 3 qualifiers. They got the job done on day number 1 against Miami, and now they have their toughest opponent yet. You're running into Subliners on LAN, a team that won the 2023 World Championship.
Pre this season, though, this has been a really good matchup, except the fact that Atlanta FaZe has been literally untouchable the entirety of this qualifier.
Nameless, we got some new maps, and it looks like right, FaZe is very comfortable. Let's talk about why as we take a look at this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they've been unbelievable. You know, they're strong with their SMGs. We add some new maps, and they're going to be dominant. 3-0 on Vista, which we will see map 1. But as you take a look here at our bracket, the top 4 teams have advanced at back-to-back tournaments. It's going to create some great games, and this is a storied one, man. You think about the last major, went all the way to that Game 5, Chris.
Absolutely. As you saw, this is Atlanta taking on New York. New York was able to power through LA Thieves, but it's Atlanta who's been putting on a show, especially OBGYN in that SMG role.
I mean, they're just looking to continue to break records, right? We just saw the hardpoint land record get broken by Eamon. On the flip side of things, like, they're going for the series win record that they already hold from Cold War, and they're going on a hardpoint win record as well, as it has been literally untouchable.
Nameless, this team was looking for some extra firepower, not only in-game, but also confidence out of game. Draza has brought that for Atlanta FaZe, and he is gunning for another World Championship title. Look at his numbers so far.
Yeah, the kid's an absolute monster, and it's just been a different phase, right? Like, playing with more confidence, shooting bodies with every single match, and you can hear the crowd already letting their boos out. They don't like Draza, and you know why? Because he wins.
Are they angry at his numbers? I don't understand what's going on here, Toronto. Let's talk about our Monster Energy pregame for Atlanta to continue their amazing run. How do they get the job done tonight?
I mean, it's in the control. That's been kind of their saving grace, because weirdly enough, their search and destroy hasn't been great. They're on a 3-loss spree currently in that game mode, but that's honestly because they've been playing Invasion, and I don't know why. It's a map that costed them during Major 3 qualifiers when they did drop a map, and they're continuing to let it in some of these series. And New York will absolutely want to capitalize on that, because they've been struggling in the hard point, so they're going to have to take that battle in the game 2 and 5.
Speaking of New York, if they're going to find success, you got to think you got to steal at least one of the S&Ds. And if a guy is going to lead this team, Kismet was once the best player in this game for Search and Destroy. Yeah. Is he still in that position right now?
Not in that position right now. Him and Hydra have had a tough stage when it comes to Search and Destroy. They just haven't been able to win it. They put so much work into their hardpoint. And when you think about the series these guys had at the last major, they lost both the Search and Destroys. Super uncharacteristic out of a team like the New York Subliners. And as Ali mentioned, in that Invasion Search where Atlanta has struggled, they still bop New York in that Invasion S&D. So versus them, they feel pretty strong.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame for the Subliners. They entered the tournament with the 5th seed. They dispatched of the LA Thieves. Now to take down our #1 squad. How do they get the job done, Nameless?
Yeah, you see like the control statistic here. We just saw how Atlanta has been unbelievable in control. Well, New York in their last 2 controls has smoked them, right? So they feel comfortable there. Their control attacking has been fantastic. And they also have Invasion, where New York is 8-4.
Yeah, but on the flip side, the bad, it's the hard point like I touched on. You know, you look on the side of Atlanta FaZe, they're the #1 hardpoint team in the game right now, where for New York, they're 12th right now in hardpoint points per break. They're 11th, they're 12th, they're 10th. They're in the bottom half of the league right now when it comes to this game mode, which isn't something I ever thought I would say about New York. So we talked to Kismet a couple weeks ago. They talked about, you know, we just don't know what's going on with hardpoint. They have to fix it against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, to make it simple, like, they're 3-7 in their last 10 HPs. This is clearly the worst of the big 4 when it comes to the hardpoint game mode. Nobody's been able to figure it out on this squad. Unless somebody goes on some crazy streak, it has been a struggle.
Miami won a map against Atlanta. Anything can happen here on land. This is a special event, and we got some special new maps coming your way for games 1 and 2. Vista Hardpoint, 6-star Search and Destroy before we get to that Invasion for control.
Yeah, you know, when you think about Vista Hardpoint, like New York, they're 1-2 on it. But when they were playing Toronto, they were smoking them. It was just that wild comeback that happened. In terms of rotation percentage, they've been great there. So they're happy with that start. And we get all the way to Game 5, Invasion, Search and Destroy. You've seen some special matches out of both these teams in that. I think New York feel comfortable with the map set.
All right, Ali, I have a feeling we're all leaning the same way. But I'm going to let you do it first, so you look the smartest. It's time for our Scuff Pick'em. Who do you got winning this winner's bracket semi?
I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I think it'll still be a close battle. Blake, I'm looking at the stat sheet. You got Atlanta in like 10 first categories, and it's like, worst team stats. They're still top 5 in literally everything. So FaZe up.
Nameless, has Study blown your mind? Has he won you over for the New York side?
I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. They've been unbelievable. Best team in the league, and I don't expect it to stop now.
Toronto has won an event. Atlanta has won an event. It's New York's turn to win up here in Toronto again, right? Let's find out as we send it down to the stage with Blaze.
All right, Chris, we know you love New York. work, but will they be able to do it here on the main stage? Folks, we're back on the winner's side of the bracket with two powerhouse squads, and this is a big money matchup. The first team coming to the stage from the Big Apple, stand clear and get your voices ready, because here comes the Subliners. Toronto, show some love again to the New York Subliners. We got Skies, Sid, Kismet, and Hydra. The dog pound is loose, and the Subliners ready to go.
Oh, I can see it in their eyes. I know exactly what they're thinking. Land, this is my home. Why is everybody talking about online? Their first match on land, Hydra went crazy, 17,000 damage, and Sib had his best series of the stage. They look to continue their way through this bracket. Let's bring out their opponents.
Yeah, let's bring out their opponents. New York looking to maul these boys, but are they going to be able to do it? The boys from the South, from the ATL, get ready, because here comes FaZe.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Oh, yeah, ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Beats in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Oh.
Here come the bad boys of the league. It's Atlanta FaZe. We got Celium, Sam, Abizi, and Draza. Atlanta FaZe looking to crush the competition.
Love them or hate them, they are still the best team in the league. Atlanta FaZe, when they take the stage at this point, I'm just asking what record is going to be broken this time. This is a matchup they're used to and a matchup they're comfortable with. It's match 2 on the day. Take it away, Blaze.
Yeah, Allie, it's a matchup they comfortable in, but on this stage, I'm getting kind of uncomfortable because it's super hot, and I'm ready to get this series started. So, Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
I think we're all ready to get this one going. The crowd getting ready. Everyone at home's getting ready. I know Twitter's popping off at X.com maybe one day. But right now, we've got ourselves one hell of a winners matchup. This is going to be a treat. FaZe coming in exceptionally hot form. Subliners coming with a lot to prove chance. And I'm going to steal your joke. They don't want to play against 04. Well, Sid doesn't want to play against 04.
It could be Sid Legacy Series time against Atlanta FaZe, but this is the first true test these guys have had in this tournament, and it is going to be a scary sight. Just going to be an interesting look to see how good Atlanta FaZe are going to be, because they have been demonic. Their stats are insane. They are first in the league in basically every single category at this point. We're just interested to see if anybody can stop them. Obviously, Subliners, top of the list of teams that are capable. Obviously, they won in this venue just last year. You got MVPs like Hydra on your team who are going to have to play at their Sunday best.
Sunday best here on a Saturday. This superb Saturday so far. We said goodbye to the Ravens. With these teams, one of them will be going to the lower bracket. We're almost ready to go. Vista to start the series off. The fist bumps are out. We'll find out what our teams, how they're feeling coming into this matchup. An incredibly important one as well. First map, Vista on its way. As the temperature of the fans red hot, the temperature of our players should be red hot too. Here we go into map number 1.
And an interesting note about this series, Atlanta FaZe had the higher seed, but they also picked Team B. That means this is Subliner's pick for the first map, Hardpoint, where FaZe are still scary on it. They have a perfect 3-0 record, but this is what the New York Subliners wanted to see. I just know guys like Celium, they want to shut them down straight away because, well, FaZe talked about how they're #1 in so many categories. They have a 24-7 record on map 1s. They want to beat Subliners on their best map first.
As the opening hit, you see the perfect lands, the concussions over the rooftop here of the cafe. In towards our first hard point we go, and so far so good for the New York Subliners. Can Simp change that? Usual spot to find behind the bar. Oh my god, he checks the close pair as well. Whoa, he makes a case for the killing of Kismet. Nice workload from FaZe. They get a couple of kills, they get the breaks, so now they're in.
And Simp obviously hyper aware. I love the timing of it. Waits for his teammates to get back in the mix before he goes for the chow. So he just opens up the door for everybody in Abizi, the player that's going to try to close things shut. Good trades out and about, and a sizable little lead here for Atlanta, handling the P1 incredibly well. New York Subliners chalking up and rotating straight into the hands of Draza. He might get booed, but I assure you, this man does not care.
Hey, yep, not exactly worried. And also Kismet. As we're fighting towards the second hard point, that low courtyard area where you find the Subliners players now, where you find that name from Abizi that seemingly comes from the heavens above. Nice shots. Tyler Farris finding his next set of kills into the second hard point. Marketplace now here on Vista, and here come the Subliners right into Abizi. Any of both? No.
It is too tough and well trades out and about. Draza there to seal the deal, and Hydra, well, the next man looking his strike. But you get the one-shot call out. Draza gonna deliver. Trades all over the place, but for the moment, Subliners unable to get basically any time. 5 single seconds. They are being bullied on Vista. Again, FaZe, one of the best teams in the game in the map 1s, and they're making that statement early.
So far, brilliant. Plenty of time still to play for here on Vista. This is New York Subliners map picks what they wanted. Less than 20 seconds remaining on our second point. We go over towards the third. Not too far away. That bar on the top left-hand side of the minimap. Sim keeping Sib at bay. That's a bit of a mouthful there as a suppression. With that concussion, it's going to help out. Hydra cuts the middle of the map wide open, and this could be an opportunity here, Chance, for the Subliners to get back in. We're going to test the brakes of FaZe.
Well, you say to get back in, they could full 60, and they're still going to be behind. That was 2 just devastating hills from Atlanta FaZe, who now get to take their time and go for the break. All 4 players grouped up together, and they could just hit through the front. And BZ just sniffs it out, says, I guess if nobody's challenging me, I'll go to time, but doesn't win the gunfight. The full stack there from FaZe hasn't panned out.
Draws it down low, the only member up for FaZe right now. Sim's going to be in the back line, taken care of. Good work. Okay, from Abizi as he cuts down a few more on the way forward. Stuns, not going to help too much. No trophies here for the Subliners either. Kismet, diligent attempt there on the defense, but it's the top side of the map. That's where they're coming from. Cleanups down low. Celium wins the trades. You've still got New York in control, so it has been a good point. Will it be enough?
Dude, Celium just backing these players down, even with the pistol and FaZe eventually get the break. So it's been a halfway decent hill, you'd say, for the New York Subliners, but Atlanta FaZe, not only do they cut their losses, look at how they've been able to flip those spawns. So setting themselves up long term. Maybe Kismet and Sky trying to work together to fly on through, but both get cut down, and FaZe officially back in control of this game.
Didn't take long, did it? A brand new hard point. Low left-hand side of the minimap. FaZe are in. Big damage from Sim. That's huge work. Will he get the second? Sky's on the run. Bad timing, though. Pays off. Hard point still in the hands of FaZe. Not able to get too close. Look at that bottom side of the minimap as well. Kismet on the approach. Abizi keeping him at bay. That's a 4 spree there for him as well.
Italian, well, doing his very best just to stay alive. Needs to trade out Hydra, and well, he's one shot, so able to get it done. An easy read by Celium, who is already letting him know.
FaZe already getting things started here in the body shot category. We're going to go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Top burger dead. Zach, come out. I'm one shot. Yeah, you want shot? I don't know. Calm down. Yep. Head back. Maybe door. Mine ticket. Caesar one shot. He's still there. He's really good. He's behind his ticket. Wall bang it. Take it done. Top bridge. Yo, I spawned out deep still. Top shot. Yo, let's go P1. He went deepest right, okay? I'm down to just go front. Low P. I'll help you P1. He's top left heading. Stunning P1. Top left heading. Starting it. Stunned. P1. That guy's me. Okay, good. Let's go front. Okay. I have her long. I'll help you P1. Hurt. Alright. Hey, you play got it? I'm waiting. I'm holding bottom. Waiting. Let's go. And then I'll take P1 again. I'm in. right side. Open top, take it. Every top, chop.
Watch out.
Well, New York Subhunters are trying to stave off the pressure, but, well, you go down by 60 at the start of the game, and that is certainly still the hole they are still in, and it is the dagger early P1 rotation. You get here first, and this is where you can call games.
I'm trying to say how even the kills department looks for FaZe here. Everyone pulling their weight magnificently. Spree's now developing for a few of them. OBGYN. Oh, goodness. All four. The Terrors terrorize once again. During the listening charts, we had a 12 spree there collectively from Atlanta FaZe. We saw that it happened to the Ravens as Surge went on their tear. The same thing might be happening here. BZ, can he finally get a streak? Sims one away from it. My gosh, it is so hard to deal with these players. That's the cruise. That's 180 scored.
This is just destructive, and I think this is exactly why Atlanta FaZe picked Team B. They just wanted to get the, well, Subhunters map pick out of the way, and I think they were confident to come off to the harder start. 100-point lead already as we go in towards a P2. I mean, you're getting the entry kills, you're getting the setup, and you have both sides pushed out. So it's good news for the subliners, but they're getting picked apart just a little bit. Sim has to back down just to collect the time.
Time is what they're going to be getting now, though. Watch out for the hit. Oh, no. FaZe are all over the place, and this cruise is going to certainly hurt. It might leave a mark. Sim.
Be having a good day today.
He stays alive on the inside of the point. Skies loses his life on the top side of the map, and his teammates are gone. Here come FaZe. How many can you take with you, Sim? The answer, 2. So far, not bad whatsoever. He might be able to get streaks. Celium cuts him down. That's that. New York, though, back in the hill.
Hey, nice moment from Sid. Last player alive. He does his job to set his teammates up. So 30 seconds. That subliner still desperate to get Hydra, the man collecting, and well, Sim, the man leading the charge, and Sim gets the first kill, baits out Hydra, and the hill just collapses. FaZe break it down whenever they want, however they want.
15 to go here on the second hard point on our second set of rotations. Top left-hand side as we're going after this. As we saw before, New York may have had the time early, and once again, they seem to be winning the fights. Can they hold on, though? The breaks from FaZe, immaculate so far, and Sim just making sure Skies is dead.
Yeah, it's not just Celium. Everybody's sort of gotten bit by that bug on Atlanta FaZe, and they are playing with some confidence, and we get to test Sim's maybe movement skills, and off the map, there he goes, survives as well, and a pinch like that delivers you a free kill, and for Sim, maybe making more than that. Everybody's one shot, but hey, he gets traded. Subliners still barely holding on.
Hey, they're still holding on. As far as I'm concerned, it's still nearly anyone's game. But BZ now, his turn to hit the outside. Uh-oh.
No hops.
No hops. He's done. A little mistake that might cost them. Can Sim and Draza find all these kills? They've got a long way to go across the map. They find a few. Celium, though, causing problems. Low left-hand side of the map. That's where we're going next. A long journey again to get through these members of FaZe.
Little mistake. Yeah, it's going to cost them. No, look at where Atlanta FaZe are spawning. Simp actually went out of his way to push towards the back to get the clearance kills. And look, Atlanta FaZe are doing the little things right. Simp, not only does he have 29 kills, he's making the high IQ plays. Hydra trying to pop off in the back spawn, but he's a man on a mission right now. Has to deal with the onslaught, but so far so good.
25 seconds for the victory here in map 1 for Atlanta FaZe. Here comes the hit towards a hard point. Another break would be good. New York, send it! They only managed to get one out of it. It's so costly trying to even bring down a single member of this red team. A BZ 20 and 20. Not just perfect vision, it's a perfect KD so far. Into the hard point. Nice work from Sim, leads the charge. His 30th kill of the map.
I mean, this man is just on a mission. Subliners, I mean, they did a pretty good job of keeping this hill mixy, but there's just nothing you can do. You're just praying that you can survive towards another hill, which that just means Subliners, they're going to have to flood it just for at least 2 seconds to contest time, and they're going to be successful. They bought themselves at least a rotation, and hey, they got players over there as well, so a few good things going, but it is still just such a big hole.
Sid winning his hard point still in the hands of New York. Rotation, though, done. Draz is going to be there. Kismet's got to sniff him out and deal with this. This is to stay alive here in the map. At 2:32, you're incredibly close to the win. FaZe are in the time. FaZe looking for the win.
I mean, this is going to be it. 14 seconds left. Subliners got a nice little flood on the point, but Atlanta FaZe, these guys, it is no secret. They are just too dominant, and they are happy to let everyone know.
Here we go. Final seconds. The subliners suffocated here on Vista. Map number 1 goes to FaZe.
And that was the New York Subliners map pick. We will hammer that point home. Atlanta FaZe, they're not even making it look fun on the map for anyone to be involved.
Who did it?
They are taking turns shooting bodies, and again, it is It's
You know
not
they,
just the
you
fact
know,
that this is a
they already
squad
came out with a
that can skill
documentary of the
teams
fall
that
of
can
Diddy.
outslay you. They make the heads-up plays, man. Simp is genuinely just
That's
godlike. Might
sad
currently
that they're
have the
making
crown
money
of
off
the
of
best player in the game.
Well,
that
it's
shit.
a coveted crown, and he's had it for many players, I think, and many fans for quite some time. 0-1 though to start things off. Search and Destroy on its way forward now. As we look across our
No,
stats,
you
here,
know
Vista,
you know there's women, there's
Sim,
women to sell
huge
feet pics,
damage,
right?
34 kills, massive assists across the board there from FaZe as well. You name it,
There's
they did it all.
also
Absolutely
a
immaculate
website
teamwork
where you
and a
can
lethal
sell your
start to the
underwear.
series.
And that is a bit of a difference maker, right? Hydra and Sid, two incredible slayers, but when you go against Atlanta FaZe, well, godlike players look a little bit normal, and their assist category not nearly as involved, so tougher play when you're on an island against a squad like this, who again,
I'm gonna be at Stronghold.
Little moments like that from Simp, where he knows where the two players on the hill are, just knows he's got to wait an extra 3 seconds so his teammates can follow up on the play. It is the heads-up, high IQ plays. That is an endless onslaught from Atlanta. And if you don't play perfect, I mean, again, first two hills, they just started off the game down 80 points.
Yeah, it was like 76 to 8 at one point. I mean, there was no real easy way back into it. It takes a lot more than bullets and muscles to bring down Atlanta FaZe. Again, highlights. The vast majority of it goes towards them. We saw some nice individual runs there from Sib, a 5 spree, not able to quite close out on streaks. Some
There's
decent
3
holds.
people already sitting there waiting.
Just
They're
goes to
waiting.
show how hard it is to contend with the pace FaZe set, with the way that they handle their trades.
They're waiting
no
on you.
Easy feat
Over.
whatsoever. A good start from FaZe. We'll see if they can keep it going in the S&D.
And it has to just be so incredibly tilting to have your bodies getting shot the entire way from multiple players. It's almost disorienting. You're used to it happening once, and then you're just like, all right, I'm coming back and I'm going to kill this guy. But it's just, I mean, it's endless. It's been more than an entire full stage now at this point of FaZe, keeping everybody on notice. These guys playing with incredible confidence, and that is just not even remotely close.
Now, whether you want to see them succeed or want to see them fail, watching FaZe is always a treat. S&D on its way. As we go through the stats one last time on the game flow there, it would never close at any moment in time. 6-star S&D though, Chance. This one could be interesting.
And the biggest stain right now you could really say is on Atlanta FaZe's record. They've actually lost 3 S&Ds in a row, and they've lost them to some teams that have already been eliminated from the tournament, even on maps like 6-star. That being said, I feel like Atlanta FaZe just haven't been tipping their hand. We know New York Subliners has been a very creative team, especially in Search and Destroy. When we watched New York play on 6-star just the other day, we saw their game plan and their ideas. Even when they are in 3v1s, they are playing incredibly mistake-free Call of Duty. They are messing with the flow of the game, and they're really trying to disorient their opponents. I think Atlanta FaZe was able to kick back, watch it, and just go, okay, we know how you're going to play the game mode now, all good.
I'm
We'll
gonna
make
just
the
reset.
adjustments.
Fuck that
So
shit.
I think these stats might just be fooling us.
I'm gonna
Atlanta
set 'em
FaZe,
up.
that 3-loss streak,
Hold on, I'm gonna
doubt
set
it.
'em up.
Yeah, was this all to just lure the subliners into a full sense of security? You've already lost your #1 map pick. You wanted that Vista, you lost it badly. And now in S&D, FaZe, are they not, I'm not saying they're throwing, but they've got themselves some, you know, ample time to practice to start to condition their opponents.
down up there. There's a whole other team.
Like, again, there's a natural flow of the game. On a map
It's
like
gonna be a
6-star,
fun
if you're
day.
on offense, you make some noise at a site. If you notice there's a defense, you wrap it out and try to hit it quick and go for the bomb plants quickly. New York Subliners, a team that are going to be messing with those timings. Atlanta FaZe are going to be very willing to play that game. So, honestly, it'll be an absolute battle on 6-star of just those mid-round adjustments. And of course, the adjustments are easier if you get the first bloods. The Dust touched on it. Kismet online to land. A radically different story, and Hydra has been struggling in first bloods as well. And of course, for Atlanta FaZe, it's the little first blood Reaper.
This should be a very good test of the series. A little bit of love towards the A-bomb site. FaZe, well aggressive there. Ebezy down low towards that secret catwalk. Kismet on his bulletproof glass here on the inside of security. He'll be safe, but he'll still be able to remain watchful over that A-bomb.
And things have been a little bit too quiet on the map. Again, Subliners going to be playing with these timings, but with there's no noise at B at all, Selim is still rotating over just as that safety net. So right now, Kismet, he's distracting. These smokes are to try to mess with the timings of FaZe, who have not taken the bait. They're still playing for the swarm. It's going to be Selim and Simp working together to get the intel if this bomb goes down.
Well, you've done a great job, New York, here at combing your way through the map carefully. You've got a little bit of time left, 40 seconds to go. Onto the B-bomb site, you now have it. Selim, he's going to be the one man to cause a problem. He'll jump into this. Hydra finds a bit of concealment on the inside of that plant pot. Bomb down, here we go.
And now you get to watch FaZe just set up for the containment. And look at that patience. This is exactly what I'm saying, FaZe. They know what the game plan is going to be. They'll play the high IQ game as well. Hydra, interesting timing, though, in the middle of the map. An opportunity to make the play.
Oh, Skies, lovely shots. Levels it up. Hydra, flank, pays off. Onto the bomb you now go. And that's a couple of players there from FaZe now making it happen. Sim guesses correctly. 20 seconds on it. Sim left alone. That is a great round from the New York Subliners.
And they got first blooded, and they still executed off those adjustments. It took some interesting timing in the middle of the map. Just not turning enough, and Hydra found the route through.
Let me say,
But you see, this is the style that's going to be every single round. You're going to have to play nearly perfect. New York very happy to get that one on board, and I mean, credit to Skies.
Fucking
This guy is the
weirdo,
best
bro.
wall bangs we've seen in the league, but that just means he doesn't have to see you to kill you through a smoke. Doesn't matter. Skies is the
But I
finest
just
at
ran
it.
it in, so how am I
He's
camping?
that guy. He's been that guy since MW2.
I can show you camping loadout, though.
Attacking right now for FaZe.
Where are we?
We'll see if the New York Subliners are going to poke a little harder and faster. And see if they can't get that first blood. Selling though really helps out.
I thought
That gives
y'all said
FaZe a
y'all were
massive
at
advantage
loadout.
so early in the round.
Oh,
And
talk
then
about
checking
camping
you,
loadout.
controlled the space,
Camping
selling to watch the flank. It does not get better than this. Atlanta FaZe, a team that
pussy.
executes on these conversions. Kismet Skies, though, you trade out of BZ, there will be hope. They're going to try.
He has to camp loadout to get kills. That's
Tuck him
so
away, man.
sad.
Kismet trying to make his way forward. Sim backs him up, says you don't get to take on my friend without a little bit of help.
Stop.
A massive advantage again here from FaZe in the round. 4v2. Drives her through mid. Perfect tags, not enough for the kill. Sim's there on the cross. And this crossfire is going to sting, and that's the round.
How are we on loadout, but yet we're letting people farm us at
That's
loadout?
absolutely brutal. No trophy there from Sib, so he just starts out getting naded, and FaZe not a team willing to waste any time, get the bomb plan, get into position, and they know what the game plan is going to be. You might have 3 S&D losses in a row, but this is where they are going to button things up.
Yes, I
He's
saw
still
him,
doing
baby
his
girl.
thing in the first blood front as well, or at least after the fact. Always in the right spots.
We're seeing the trophy usage as well towards the A-bomb site. You want to make sure the other team can't get that smoke down. The smoke retake strategy, I mean, from challenges all the way to the pro level. Effective, at times random.
Not against these teams. I don't think it's against challengers. You see you throw smoke down, you're immediately getting made one shot. These players are different.
These teams are different indeed. Speaking of different, that guy right
Yeah,
there,
he knew
the
exactly
Reaper,
where I was at.
finds his first blood.
And I love how quickly he's out. A couple players stunned as well in towards you, and maybe Skies can even the odds. Tries it, trying to buy time for the Terrors to get in the mix in. Well, here are the Terrors. At least it's... And Kismet gets fried. Good luck to Sib. Playing against Simp and Selim and bombed down by the statue. He's going to have to gun them from the power positions. Not an easy feat.
Couple of tags. Back
Aurora.
up. Maybe take
If
the fight
you don't
from
let me play, I'm going to sit you on the
He has that
ground.
bomb and he's long gone.
And he's playing for
Okay?
a kill, trying to catch a
I
player
don't
off
mind if you
rotation
sit
first
with
thing.
me, but let
Will
me
he be able
play.
to catch them out?
Okay?
FaZe in tandem
Yeah, you
now,
wanna play
running through
Paw
the middle of
Patrol?
the map.
The aggression, though, from Sib, perfect. Going over, clears out the space. So
Yeah,
this
you
will be a
can play
free
Paw
bomb
Patrol on
plant.
the
So Sib,
phone.
as far as the 1v2 goes, this is as good as it gets. He's making the perfect read.
Question remains if he can give
There
himself
you
a fighting chance by
You
being
wanna
able to
sit in my lap,
isolate.
or you
No
wanna
way.
sit on the
FaZe
bed?
going to be holding hands. They are sacked to crack on the
All right,
approach
there you
towards
go.
the bomb site. Here they go.
Just a test of instinct as well for the timings, and so far, so good.
So far, absolutely
Here
outstanding.
you go.
Sib, give him a little bit of love. Bomb check clear. Here comes the ring around. More damage. Which way will he go? Stun lands. My goodness, the time's still ticking away. Here comes the play. And that was a dangerous game of ring around a Rosie. Sim with a defuse and a 5 spree for Mr. MVP.
And that's simply how difficult it is to clutch against players like Simp and Selim in that moment. Simp makes every single read.
Right,
the timings he had on, okay, the flank's
Go
not here,
there.
let's turn around. Maybe a small mistake
know
of the
what to
trigger
do
discipline
here.
or lack thereof, or the hesitation to go for the shots on Selim. But even then, after the fact, still making the perfect reads, has the good stuns. It just doesn't matter. So difficult against this team.
That was just one round, man. I mean, this is fantastic. And so far, though, perfect work. They're in the first blood category.
Yeah, 3 for 3 right now, Atlanta FaZe. First blood's the biggest struggle for the New York Subliners, and haven't made the adjustment just yet. Another A hit coming in from FaZe. They're taking their time.
2-3 in the middle of the map there for New York Subliners here on defense. Trying not to let anything get through. Bad news, though. You do manage to cause a lot of noise and disturbance there. The A-bomb site is wide open right now, but FaZe waiting for something to happen. The subliners first go around here on the defensive round. They push forward quick. They ate the nades and they died out fast. This time, nothing of the sort.
Still, though, 52 seconds is plenty of time, so FaZe don't have much to work with, but still time to suss it out. And Abizi, taking space. I think this is just going to be a straight
pretty nice in multiplayer.
You know, Sib's in the back.
I mean,
you got the
in
intel
Warzone.
on Kismet. You're expecting pressure towards you. So
multiplayer,
3
just trying to
players,
get that
no
camo.
location. It's only Hydra Atlanta FaZe haven't gotten eyes on.
Ooh. Get away with your life, quick. Sib, perfect position to cause some problems. Abizi, though, keeping his life in his hands. 25 seconds, nobody to drop just yet. Here we go.
And now time is a massive problem. They still haven't seen Hydra.
Hold it together. Oh no, they come in pairs. Selim and Abizi find their respective kills. Sib, can you bring down Draz here? 15 seconds. Bomb being planted. It's falling to pieces. Hydra now in the 1v4. And this is for streaks. You get the streaks, you get the round.
And for so many, we've seen squads in that exact same situation. If they start tweaking out, go back and forth, do we plan, do we not plan? It is so difficult with time that low to manage the clock. FaZe do it perfectly, nobody dies. These guys, again, might have lost 3 S&Ds in a row. They've tightened things up against the New York Subliners, who still have not gotten a first blood. Perfect, 4 for 4 right now for Atlanta.
4 for 4, 4 deaths for Kismet so far, 0-4. This S&D woes continue there for the Bulldog. Bomb in his hand though, will he be able to now creep into the action? Over to the B-bomb site we go. Nobody home here, FaZe have guessed towards A, and they'll soon know that that's not where anyone is going to be, so they'll hit their way through mid.
Yeah, Sim picking a different corner, by the way, so no one actually sneaks through the middle of the map. He's going to be watching the front or calling in a bomb. Sim's in an interesting spot. He actually could get hunted down by Hydra in this moment. No dice there, and there you go. Hydra finds the kill. New York Subliners final. First blood.
Into the subliners Maelstrom, and right now it's going to be Kismet still on that bomb. Draz now trying to clear every possible corner. Sees Kiz, but it's too late. Skies, perfect coverage. Abizi tries to level it up. It's 3v2, subliners advantage.
Clutch potential. BZ can't turn fast enough. Sib able to drop him in a 1v3 now for Selim with bomb down. High up on the list of players have to get this done, but Sid slams the door shut. No clutches coming through. And that is all just a bait. Simp calling a cruise missile in from a very delicate spot. Did not have any support from his teammates in the first big mistake so far of this search and destroy. And it's FaZe that make it.
What happened? That's why you're dead, right?
With the cruise
you
usage.
dumb fuck.
Kismet from inside
That's why
bar
2
there
of your
stays
teammates are
perfectly
dead.
safe with his head down. The sort of hitbox from that cruise doesn't extend past it. He might be good for another cruise, you never know.
I'm not here to doubt Simp in any way, shape, or form.
Not at all.
The one dude that kills me says you're ass, but his whole team just died.
Kiz trying to get on the board.
They're going to be running down as well. They're going to be attacking. They've left the bomb in spawn so they can play for the rotations. They want to be the first blood hungry. Sid, though, going to go for it. Does get traded. And Hydra couldn't get the trade. Draza, it'll be chirping.
The Phenom eradicated there by Draza. What a two-piece that was. Man advantage FaZe. Oh dear, and that one from Skies is going to sting. Kismet 1v3. At the very least, can he get one? He can indeed. Here come the rest of FaZe. Oh, he was lined up for the fight. He was feeling it, but Draz. 3 on the round for him. Disgusting work.
And again, they were willing to play with the aggression. Draza just makes the
And
easy
you don't
reads.
know
Hydra
what
not
you
able to
don't
trade
know.
things out, and Draza gives you 3 in the round. Pretty on point in that moment. And, well, how do FaZe respond after a round where they make a pretty big mistake? Well, it's nearly perfect.
Bite of my chicken sandwich.
4-2 for FaZe right now. No matter what the odds, no matter what the situation, you know the New York Subliners won't be down and out. They will still have the fight in them. Our current reigning world champions, they've yet to find the same success they had at MW2, but here in 3. We're at the halfway mark here. Nice nades, nice stuns, everything lands. FaZe are slowed down while the A-bomb site gets overrun.
That beautiful first blood. This is what you need. Simto's going to be working the flank, but Sid does have eyes on it. A very difficult retake. We saw Atlanta FaZe be in this spot on offense. They handled the round perfectly. New York's turn to do the exact same thing.
Such a hard gunfight to win. Simp, that nade is going to get in the position where those players once were, but they've already pushed to the end of the elbow. They've put their front line far forward right now, so FaZe is going to come around this corner. Into trouble. Here comes 2 for Hydra.
And that is exactly how you dominate the A-bomb site. You get the clearance, you use your stuns, you use your nades, and frankly, Subliners had all 4 players chucking their stuff, so even if there was a trophy, it would have been overwhelmed. That is the call, just to go for the domination, and again, the execution after the fact is absolutely perfect.
This is going to be difficult.
A little bit of momentum. There's kill number 1, and the next 2 just fall in his lap. Hydra looking to get the hot hand.
You can't hear me. I'm not on PC.
Gonna get the cruise now for the Subliners. 3 more kills, so be it. Trophies are working overtime indeed. And Hydra,
actually, wait a minute. Hold on.
There's another. Will he be able to get this? Surely not. Simp wins it. A Kismet there to try to get the trade. That's an awkward situation to be in. Simp, can he find it? He can. Superb round. The Subliners are struck while the iron is hot.
And Simp read that pressure. Left his teammate
I'm going to
die
Discord on my
he
computer.
wasn't going to be able to get those trades, so he's going to be able to take his time in 1v2. He has a minute to make something happen.
Well, my headset's Bluetooth, so everything on my PC gets played through my headset.
Kismet and Sib just around the corner.
Oh my. Hello, number 1. A straight 1v1 right now, and Kiz pumps the brakes.
Waiting for Discord to load so I could join.
And Simp is long gone.
I would be terrified if I was Kismet.
And I hope he doesn't hit that corner. Simp's going to go back to it, to the scene of the crime. He wants to be found. He wants to fight. And Kismet, if you don't check this could get ugly real quick. Look at the patience for the Bulldog.
Mute you.
This might be a tremendous error. Oh no! It really was.
All right, now talk.
They're on a lot of work.
Yo. Oh wait.
All right,
Yo. Are we good?
The true psychopaths always.
Where's it going?
The scene of the crime. Simp is
I'm gonna go to bio.
At his double-digit kills, that is a 1v2, and he knew about this place so far.
I'm here with you.
Beezy was by the statue. Sim said, "You're just dead, man. I'm sorry. I'll make the play later."
There's a lot of people here.
Why you waiting there? Why you waiting there like that, cuz?
Again, incredibly.
Just for that, now I'm going straight over there to Stronghold.
You
down there? Wait for him. They got the key. I watched him pick the key up.
He might get the cruise. He's gonna win the game.
They picked the key up already? No, we just got it. Nah. The other building.
Oh.
So I'm gonna meet y'all at Stronghold.
Bet. We there now. We got the key card. We out. We got this Mickey Flicky.
The Subliners are there as well.
Don't go left. Or right. Don't go right. Go left. Fuck, I got these directions mixed up and shit. Are you serious?
Boy, don't know his left from his right.
I'm going to the chopper.
Wait for me.
I'll pick you up over there, Dubber.
They played for the retakes, and this is such a tight setup as well from Atlanta FaZe. They're expecting maybe a flank to roll.
I'm at the
chopper. Hop in that car, drive up the hill.
Working together is this.
I'm at the chopper. Y'all coming?
Going to this A side.
Yeah, we're here. I'm at the chopper now.
FaZe have got a pinch working out here.
We got a chopper in the car.
Can get done faster than.
Oh, y'all like the other chopper. All right, let's go.
They got to get set up. And FaZe caught completely unaware. And look at his positioning from Sid. He actually had the perfect timing to get in the back spawn. Celium checks it though. That might be the mistake. Now man advantage for FaZe.
Win from Skies. He's going to read the second player. He does. He takes it. Wow. Bueno. What a round. Celium now 1v2 for the map.
Not enough time. He's got to make something happen.
Up, right up on top of the
Hey, you guys, we got our specialist in here for y'all.
He has to go and make that play. Reed Charles, even when he's one shot, you got to mess with the timings. A big moment play, because as good as Sib's position
if you want to use that
M16,
here it is right here.
Just to check it, could have been a dagger.
Is it good?
But Sky's buying you the lifeline.
It's fully auto.
Still 10 and 5 for Sim. I mean, it's been one hell of a search and destroy for him. All of his kills non-traded so far.
Fucking melts people, bro.
We'll see if the Subliners can pull off another great one.
It puts him in the booty hole.
Hey, can somebody come stand next to me while I do the eye scanner? It says that if you got your teammates around you, you get a better chance of getting some.
I mean, number of stuns and nades that just landed, but everybody survives.
I got gold, but I still good. I'll stand with y'all.
They're going to send it around this corner, and Sim, he's managed to stay out the
wow.
All over the minimap, they are singing. Here comes Sim. He finds both.
Purple. Fuck.
Find him. Hey, that's still advanced UV.
And we still right. We still good.
Subliners, though, they're making the perfect reads. The Skies is going to be here, ready for
Give
the
me my
pressure,
money.
But look at Atlanta FaZe. The second you think something, it's like these guys can see through walls.
Slowly over towards A once again. The foot race is on. Sim there fast. I'm not sure if Draza saw him. Here comes the attack.
Oh yeah, here I got 8 bands.
Jump check lands.
That's the UAV.
Bullets do as well.
I got it right here.
Trades. Not there yet. 2v2. That's great help from Skies on the cross. They can get this done. Desperate to stay alive. Draws it, just picks them off though, and Sib in a pinch can't get it done.
I'm going.
Like that.
Peace. I'm going to the blue building. There's nobody there. I'm gonna go up.
Oh, dang.
I tried to grab it, but it was too late.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it. It was like right on it, right, literally. Can I get to this one? No.
Died right here.
Go on it.
I love the looks from Atlanta as well. A 3-loss streak that was completely irrelevant.
No, bro, come on. Come on. Why is there 60 fucking people chasing me right now? Like, what is this?
For the subliners on this map, but it is really just
No, real shit. They just focus on somebody else completely when they just, like, looked at somebody. What the fuck? It's like, it's going on, man. Come on.
By clutching, I mean the 1v2 from Simp, where his instincts are just perfect.
This Renetti is still hitting too, bro.
Window, knowing a flank might be coming through. Simp truly built different.
Well, Vista done, 6-star done, Invasion up next. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. We've got 2 players with extremely high KDs in the mode on the map. We'll find out how that goes after this quick break. Our winners round 2 matchup continues on the other side of this one. Atlanta FaZe taking on the New York Subliners. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Got ammo. I'm gonna come over here to this building with the squad.
The official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The guy up here.
Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to
Okay, yeah, I see him. You landed over there.
The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more.
Can y'all buy a munitions box?
I got one. I got one.
Alright. I also have a utility box.
Enter your email. Terms and conditions.
We need to
I don't
push
want-
up though to where our bounty just got killed at. Guy landing right here.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Oh my god, no.
Somebody just jumped off.
Appreciate you, Fluffy.
What?
No, I'm talking chat.
Oh, that's a nice butt.
Hey, y'all.
I want to see that butt. Ah! What?
What?
Really? Oh no. Hey, they're pushing us. They're pushing us.
It's only one. It was only one. I got shots. Another one right here. Cracked him.
You left me. You
I
left.
can't let nobody run up on me.
I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with them. I'm fucking with the guys. I was just fucking with the guys. So they thought that I was alone.
I like that tactic. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Squad wipe. Let's go death. I don't have no smoke.
Yup. Thanks a lot there, fellas. That's a big tan boy.
Oh, they got everything already at the fire cell.
No, go ahead. I got one.
Buy one UAV where y'all at if you can.
Um,
Just one.
I don't
And
know.
then we can get it advanced.
Yeah, hold on. I got you.
You doing it for a challenge? Bet. Yep. Jib, hi, S. Appreciate you, fam.
You know it. I got another loadie for us too.
You got people pushing down. Yes.
Tell War Dog I said no.
No.
Butter
needs one. Butter needs
doesn't
one.
have one. He needs one. He's coming.
Enemies over there. Enemies right here.
Yeah, I see him. They're down at the boat? No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. All of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, to our winners round 2 matchup here at the major. The New York Southern Lions taking on
Wait. Which one is War Dog? War Dog's blue. War Dog's blue.
Nothing chance, and it's looking real good. And one of the real reasons why
What's
it's
this
looking
guy
good is
doing?
that man on your screen there. Salium,
Am I tripping?
seemingly unkillable.
Yeah, he gets his own index. This is
What
the
the hell?
number of series he's had where he just goes positive. Literally, 30 out of his 31 series this year, he's gone
They
positive.
buy that boat, bro.
Thinking, when did he get absolutely tucked to bed and go
No
negative
fucking way,
down
bro.
this
Anybody got another UAV?
Appreciate you, Ferg. Well, baby.
Okay, good luck.
They still won. Yeah. So
Right here, and right here.
But he goes positive all the time. He is the toughest player
Emo.
to kill. I mean, literally every single game.
I need 2 bands. I need 2 bands for UAV.
Here.
Margin. If you hate
Here.
him, it won't make
2 bands UAV.
kill him anyway.
I ain't got
Well,
none.
we'll see if anyone can kill him here on this invasion game. We're going to play control. These are our records so far. And
Fluffy, give me 1
what
second.
do you know? On the right-hand side, great stats for FaZe.
I popped UAV. Did you pop one too?
For the subline, is that one
No, I got it popped right now though.
What's going on there?
That is the entire story. They are the best team on the attack. Hydra is the exact.
I still got a loadout for us.
7 KD overall is insane, but we keep bringing up.
Load over here in circle.
In the game. I believe
All right.
If we come back. If we come back.
that have a positive
Go like right here.
on attacking rounds on invasion, and that's 7 out of 60 something players.
Oh, you do? I need that, John.
1.2. So he is God. Hydra has a 1.4.
Thank you.
So that's the player that needs to pop off and sell him. He's shooting his body already.
Yeah, bad news. B, first segment cleaned up.
What the
My
hell?
thing is, why do
3
you need
segments
2?
to work with there before the zone goes, and you get an additional minute to attack with. So far, so good. A now being hit, and a BZ aggression there.
Facts.
Stops him out in the twins.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's how you got it? What the hell?
Just drags so much pressure on the defensive end and forces you to respond. So FaZe, plenty of
Oh,
space.
nice.
They're able to take
Yo,
it over towards
hey,
the
get roof
B
control,
side.
y'all. Come on,
Actually
come on.
capturing it
We're on the roof. We're on the roof.
But a nice
On the roof?
win. Draws a 2 HP.
I need help. He's right there, man. 1
I
shot.
assure you, he does not care.
He's looking fine so far, 4 and 2.
On the roof.
Just about a minute to go. A single
Oh, I'm
second
gonna
to
die.
captured, but right now for the New York Southern
Oh,
Lions.
butter. Let's go.
Okay,
There.
Hydra.
Watch out, there's more behind
I
you.
should have.
Skies tried to hit the old Halo 2 sword lunge there on a Celium.
Watch out for the precision.
He lost the gunfight. Straza,
They're coming up the
he wins
stairs.
the big gunfight against Kismet. Now you can get 2 bodies on the zone.
Look at
Yep.
2 bodies in there. Here comes that. Is it double A?
I'm watching.
It's gonna be a big battery hit now. Kismet flying in. Oh, they
Oh,
find this one.
yeah, I'm
Straza
watching.
stays alive. The capture still continuing. Celium.
Behind me. I just got looked at behind me.
Hydra looking for streaks, but you
On
have
the
to
roof.
get
Yep, on the roof.
I'm right
With
here.
us.
I got people coming up the stairs right here on me.
Yep. I'm smoking.
Oh, that one down. One's downstairs. One's downstairs.
For subliners to be in as a BZ flirting with the idea of going towards
Oh, butter. Wait, I just picked up a flare. Oh, he got you back. I got a flare as well.
Look at where Celium's at.
Good
I got
stuff,
another
good
flare
stuff.
too.
Spot to be in.
And he's just gonna sit.
You
and
pick
wait.
this boy up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's
They're
really
right
annoying.
here.
And
They're
now he's
coming
on
right
it
here.
as well. So B's getting captured. They managed to soften that up and make it safe. Now on
Live ping.
Him versus Sib in
So as I give you the intel, Dev Dealer, you can give it to War Dog.
Yeah, in the house.
Maybe. Yep, live pings in the house.
Yeah, they're in the house.
Another one just falling in. Somebody's just falling in.
Okay, folks, one more segment at B.
Circle's gonna be sliding over towards us. I mean, towards the left.
He's flying forward.
He just brought somebody else back.
Subliners, though, they're making it in, and the timing might be great for Skies.
I mean, this is desperation.
Down him.
Live ping.
Over.
Draza can't get killed. Able to shut down
Right here,
Sib,
right here, right
get you the B zone. And you might hate Draza, but he wins you that round. And honestly, it might have just won you the map.
Oh, they're behind us. They're behind us. What?
You can land on. Get help. If somebody can land on the roof, I can be revived.
That is 10 kills.
I'm dead, bro. I'm dead.
Electrifying round from FaZe. And they're feeling very good. Again, the confidence rising.
No! God damn it, man. Can't do nothing.
For the subliners.
Good game, good game.
couple of big attacks chance. It
You
just
say?
The insanity of
No, not Bikini Bottom.
tick on B. They're like getting spawn trapped, and he's still shooting your body.
But not Bikini Bottom.
Has a 1.4 KD on this map on attacking rounds. This man has literally been guided. Well, he's gonna have to ascend, but it is of course Draza there to shut him down. Kismet though looking for the opening. The Bulldog trying to pounce
Fluffy, you
him.
saw him or what?
He gets shut down as well.
Close set of kills. Well, a single segment of B complete. And now for the subliners all over the top side of the map. Skies, lovely awareness there, dealing with a BZ. The flank is safe. Draza managing to sniff out Sib and remove him. And somehow Sim gets that. So you managed to save the B zone at great range. Push up, try to take control of the map.
Yeah, Selling, by the way, busy spawn trapping in this moment. Gets an extra one before he falls as well, so a couple players gonna end up back in Palace. And Skies, the front man for the team right now. Lead singer gets chopped down. There are no open avenues of attack. Number 2 trying to find some time to make something happen. Gets world starred by Sim. That's a pistol kill, and again back in Palace.
No.
Appreciate the follow, or not the follow, the shout out. The hell. I'm coming. But I'm gonna go play with Fluffy for a little bit. I'll be back on. Whatever.
Are starting to just become untouchable here in Invasion.
You just leave mid-game like that.
Right now,
I was about to say, this motherfucker really just dipped halfway. Motherfucker, bro.
Draza on a 6-3. It's
He
just
lost his game card, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna see
That's
that
game
target.
card.
I'm telling you,
The ground, it's got a cruise.
he left for some pom pom.
New York subliners, and they are currently targeting
Dang sellout.
Around.
And he ain't even hitting it.
Phase.
I can understand if he hit it at least.
Successfully, they defend successfully. Can they do it again? And right now, the subliners are beaten and bruised.
Those are the days he'll hit it, Wednesday and Thursdays.
Ahead of myself on this, I'm aware, but like Cold War phase in the mix, top team of all time with the likes of Complexity and Optic Gaming.
I don't have
this
you on
version
Instagram
of
or
them
I'd send it
might
to you.
be like the cream of the crop.
I'm gonna
We got a
text
long
it.
way to go, but I
Jeez.
assure you, we are just witnessing greatness and
Hey,
subliners
just make
on
sure
the
it's
not
for your
so
eyes
fun
only.
end of it. Kismet 5 and 16, Sib only has 5 kills as well. They are getting bullied as Draza feeding off the hate has
Not
19
that.
kills in 2 rounds.
Papa got it.
13 uncontested. Here comes the cruise.
About to hit somebody with this chopper real quick.
Hey,
They get to
you're
push
the
forward
you're
their
the
own
leader, right,
record
Butter?
of series wins
Yes,
in a
we
row.
about to start up.
It has been a
No, I was
sensational
gonna say
set.
we're gonna back out so we can get a
Can
fourth.
Draws find any more than the 8? It's unbelievable work so far.
I think we could do it without one.
I mean,
Big moves
possibly.
there from Sib. Back over to B we go.
That's how annoying it is. That's like 3 deaths there for FaZe.
We just got to remember we got one. We down one.
On a 10 spree, looking to set a record on a difficult map on attacking rounds, and it's Hydra almost scared to chow. Does take down Draza, so the spree is over. Now FaZe forced to work this B zone. They've yet to get a single tick.
And this is the same situation we saw previously.
I gotta remember how to turn up sound. Oh, turn down for what? Oh look, we got a 4-foot up, kid up.
And now all of a sudden
I'm doing a pretty good
So
day.
much
I
time
got
to play with
6
because it's only a
motherfuckers
single
watching me.
player capturing the B zone, so it is a very
Kid up in here with some shooting. What up, kid up?
Who's that?
Sib and Hydra both win
Are
their
you
ones,
streaming
and now
right now?
Subliners the
I didn't get a
opportunity to try to shut them down.
We got kid up. I'm not streaming. I'm in yours, but I'm looking at the homie kid on our team. I don't know what you're streaming. It's like you're showing the battle games or something.
I'm showing the tournament that's live right now. The only reason why I'm not streaming it is because I don't want people to think I'm only going to stream it just when my team plays. So I'm streaming the whole tournament, and then the tournament, once it ends, I'm going to switch over to this.
They know. Final moments.
If that makes sense.
Yep. Hey, I got you, Pink. You go there, you do that. I'm gonna grab this loadout for us real quick.
Yeah, what he said.
A strong sign of life here.
I'm gonna go.
Hey.
I'm gonna go kick the booty holes down at Stronghold.
Not impossible, but far from easy.
After I crack this brewski. Hold on.
Best case scenario for New York.
What was wrong with you, bro? Why? Why would you do that?
Progress that rolls through. That is a dominant round on defense. Still, though, the bigger problem, they got bullied on the first round. They need to find a way to win this attacking round. They are the best in the game on attacking rounds, on invasion control. This is when they need it the most.
Here we go, New York.
Why? Because your boy took it? Mind your business.
Sim is still on the hunt for that cruise missile,
and now I'm gonna take your car.
On the defense perfectly.
This is just an inches moment. Sim gets called out as well, so nice first blood. Gonna open up the map just a touch, and again for some hunters, they have a little bit of time to try to break.
Meet me at the spot. Meet me at the spot.
I'm already at the spot.
Also on a 4,
so
two potential.
Yeah, I had to fight those two people, get the car, you know, like they at the office.
Mugs, I know you're in the chat. Join up, motherfucker. We need a fourth.
I'm going to finish that kill, so for now that's going to be
join Butter's Discord.
And you have to finish him.
Hey, can I get a clip? Can I get a clip?
Just go get the shit.
I'm not even streaming. I'm not streaming. Oh crap.
You can save it.
2 minutes and 11 seconds to work with to capture the A zone.
I don't know how.
Skies win this.
Oh, I did him dirty. I rolled in here with the car and ran him over.
They jumped out.
Oh shoot, I need help. Hurry up.
He's right here. There's 2 more. Wow, he can't hit me.
Hurry. Fudge. He's picking him up. Damn, he's up. Yo, I had a purple card.
He's still moving. He gets the kill. He resets dead silence now.
I had a purple card and the loadout.
It's easy reset from Abizi. He's on the zone.
I'm coming back right now too. Purple card and loadout. It's right here. It's in here.
He's got Sid to work with as well. They can jump on this zone.
I need all that.
But if nobody's challenging, go straight to the point. You know, Abizi is nearby, and you're able to shut him down. 2 in the feed for New York.
2 in the feed. Selim's got to make a big run through the middle of the street. Trophies now at the ready. This is a big moment. Are you going to get the stack, or are you going to go for the kills? You have to bring down Selim.
That's okay. You're gonna feel the heat.
Try to stay alive. Here comes Sim. Sim can't get the second. Subliners, a sign of life. They don't finish A.
Yeah, Sim moves a little bit.
They got claymores on the second floor. Bouncing Betty's on the second floor.
I mean, one gunfight to win it potentially. He could do
Bouncing Betty's sitting there patient on the second floor.
It's Abizi, that lone defender.
A lot of time still. Nice shots from Kismet. Reinforcements showing up. Nice nade from Cell. Sim finds his also. Simp down. Sib back onto the point.
Man, boy.
So as the crews to go, Sky soften up the defending a team. On the attack they go, and back at it with Draza. Another huge 2.
These trades are on point right now for FaZe, and well, you've lost so much of that map pressure. Now laundry control, or past it rather, Cafe in the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Easy and Cell grouped up together. Draza watching the cross.
Investment. It feels like a necessity. Towards the backside of the map, and there we go. We clean up, draws up on the A zone.
Mind your business, motherfucker.
Easy finds 2 in the middle of the map. He cuts the play down entirely. 30 seconds. This could be game.
That is going to be a game, and it's not just the terrors. Draza, while that cruise missile is rolling through, he over-chows, gets himself killed by the cruise missile.
Yeah. Perfect.
He can get to the zone. Heads up plays. Draza.
Did you see the card up there?
I don't know.
He probably grabbed it.
Even lower. 15 seconds to go.
It's alright.
Subliners have got a soar, send it across the map. Sim and a hail of gunfire alongside Abizi, bringing them down. 2 members of the Subliners can't even get close to outside of their spawn. The writing firmly on the wall. FaZe, it's a stamp in the series. It's a 3-0 in winners round 2.
And I tell you, that looked absolutely hopeless from start to finish. We opened up the series on New York.
They tried to do it on me, but I did it on them.
No diddy. Did it on him. Yeah.
So I'm saying, what was the money for?
Yes, indeed. To kick things off.
What money?
4 first bloods in a row.
Oh, somebody else gave you money.
From Simp, and even that control, Draza just popping off from start to finish. New York Subliner certainly showed some fight there in the final rounds of Invasion, but even Draza, again, when that cruise missile was coming in, makes the heads-up play, keeps Kismet off the point. FaZe, they literally do everything right.
More than enough fight there from the Subliners, but not enough to get a map win. FaZe march on happily in towards the remainder of the winners matchup. For the Subliners, man, we'll see how they go. They're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. We'll see them play later on today for one more chance here in this tournament. Quick look at the stats, and it was very good for the boys of FaZe, their chance. I had a conversation with a FaZe fan recently who he said, hey, we're in such good form right now. Everything's working out so good. I almost want us to lose a tournament here, or maybe we should lose
and
the
you're
next
still
major so
dying.
we're
That's
strong
crazy.
for champs, because you know we have a bounce back. And I thought if that is the sort of temperament of the FaZe fan right now, how confident is, the vast majority?
Dude, yeah, no, incredibly confident. Maybe their favorite sound is the silence of the crowd after they win a dominant series like that.
Hey, yo, don't run. Don't run.
Rolling into this tournament, and thus far they have provided a 3-0 against a dominant team as well. Things are looking good. They've leveled up their game.
They're looking real good indeed. Well, a man who has got no sort of
my man took off. You getting shot him out.
Hold on, let me see if I can get my budget.
Thank you so much, guys, for the awesome cast. I mean, wow, we love it here. We love it here, Toronto. Show some love to Atlanta FaZe as they come out on top. Draza, how does it feel to give us our first 3-0 of the weekend against the Subliners?
Yeah, it feels great. We love the crowd's energy both ways. And, yeah, we're just playing lights out. I love it.
Lights out indeed. Now, coming into this series, like I said, it's a 3-0, but you guys had lost a few S&Ds before this. What was the S&D game plan going into the series for you guys to get that win?
Honestly, just playing together. Online, we definitely lost a few, and we lost the one yesterday, but that wasn't us, in my opinion. We showed out today and did what we do.
Yep, and definitely did what you do. Now, my next question is, how awesome would it be to win back-to-back here in Toronto for these fans? Because it's been a while since we had a back-to-back champion.
Yeah, I mean, I did it in Vanguard. I'm trying to do it once more, and a back-to-back would be amazing. I'm hoping to get Toronto next round.
Okay.
I want them here.
He wants you to run.
I want them here. I want the chance. I want everything. I love this shit.
He loves it, okay? You know what? Draza, you said everything you had to say. You want to say anything else to these fans here before I let you go?
Shout out to the fans. I love you guys. FaZe the fuck up. Let's get it. Come on.
FaZe up, everybody.
3-0.
That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, let's break it down.
He loves this shit, and we love watching it. Draza taking on all of the haters in the venue and smiling while he drops 29 kills on the Subliners' heads for that game number 4. Alley Cat Nameless, let's break down the dominance from Atlanta. Miles and Chance touched on it, but they're now looking to break records. This ties what they did back in Cold War.
And it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon, right? Because this is the first 3-0 that we have seen on this weekend, and Simp is simply God right now. 34 and 22 in that map number 1, and what's crazy is a lot of these maps kind of went the same way as it did last time. Rio was the opening map 1 versus New York a couple of weeks ago, and it was the same thing. Over an 100-point win for Atlanta, absolute dominance, and then again you roll into that 6-star search and destroy. It was around 11 last time, but this time again it is Simp, an absolute takeover mode, going 13 and 5.
Just a historic run by Atlanta FaZe. I mean, up until
What
this
up?
point, this is one of the best, teams of all time.
Oh,
if not
shit,
the
I can
best
tell
can
you
make a
too.
case for over the last few
The
years.
VA
And, what they're
does
doing right now is just
chiropractor
unreal. 12 straight hard point wins.
Especially.
And, the average differential's 90 points. So they're blowing everybody out. And then you talk about them like expanding their map pool for this point in time specifically, like the 6-star S&D. They're 2-1 on it with their one loss being in round 11. They say, you know what, let's just play it again. We'll get so much better. Simp goes takeover mode. And then when you talk about control, they got 4 players in the top 10 in terms of overall.
Cool. Got one, maybe 2. I gotta run to the store for my wife. Start cooking. Feed my dogs. I probably be live like 7.
On the flip side of things, New York was on a 4-win
Some
streak.
chicken.
They got the map that they preferred in 6-star. They end that streak for both sides. And then
Did fried chicken yesterday, so we're gonna bake it today.
Strong defense team attack is where they are lacking. New York on the flip side, the best control attacking team we have right now. Round number 1 opener. Atlanta FaZe win the attack and set themselves up for success.
I wouldn't say it if it was
Atlanta is looking like the team to beat here in Toronto, and the man to beat. Well, he's still the top dog in my book for Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at your
he's been there since day 1. He met me at the bus station and gave me and the family food.
I mean, Study was talking about it in the
going
he was talking about their offensive pushes are just so good. It's like they can adapt so quick. You saw versus Miami, the retakes were coming in a lot. Well, they were just playing slow and waiting until that smoke blooms, and then they would start to make their plays. So almost playing reactive when needed, and Simp capitalizes in those types of environments. When he gets mixy and the trades are coming in, he can find a kill, get out with his life, and be the impact player. And it's exactly what happened throughout all of 6-star Search and Destroy.
We made an official request to the devs over there at Activision to include
Yeah. And I told people about this years ahead.
Bro, he gave off that vibe then.
I mean, every single
Yeah, I told you he was all up on me like, yo, spit some Playboy in my ear. I said, yo, back up, cuz. I mean, it was like, yo, that's Diddy. I don't care who it is. I don't want no grown man like this in my ear. My father don't even talk like this. Like he was on my ear, lips. Yo, back up, cuz.
Yeah, I'd be outstrode.
And I'm sure this is years ago, so you can only imagine how much worse he got and how much bolder he got.
Oh yeah.
All right, we right here. I'm going bio.
We'll see if we get another. It's been a great weekend so far, and we have our third matchup of the day underway. When we return, you are going to see the hometown squad.
Poor dog hasn't been talking.
Taking on the fan favorites, Optic Texas, looking for glory once again.
Oh. Gotcha.
Oh Lord, what you shot me with? There's two of them downstairs.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty.
They going for the key card.
Hey, I'm gonna sit up at Stronghold and wait for the ass.
That's what I'm about to do. That's exactly what I'm about to do.
Hey, grab that key card, Wardo. There's a key card behind you. All the way at the wall, on that desk.
Use these items in both Call of
I
Duty
might have to mute my mic so they don't know I'm over here. Yeah.
on store now using Call of Duty points.
One's over here. One's over here. I see a red line.
Let them come. I got the key card, bitch.
Specialist perks right here too.
You really thought that was gonna work, huh?
Yes, he did. Did he have a card on him?
I don't know. Maybe next time they shouldn't try and take our shit. We won't fucking wait on them.
And make sure you get your perks.
Do I need to? Okay, all right, I can. Okay, here we go. Am I strong enough to open this? Yeah. You can open it for me. I'm not strong enough. Are you serious?
Yeah, body's flopping.
You're my work husband.
Somebody's opening up crates.
Oh, that helped. Now can I do it? Yeah, probably.
Yep, they're coming around.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted bar. I need to chug the syrup. Is this guy serious right now? Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it? Not the headset, please. Yeah! Woo! Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh. That was way too much. We've got insight on stage. That's delicious. Okay. Would you rather stack a point and just get that extension? Because they don't even have 2 ticks done yet. Now they will, as Formal, he gets pushed up into wood, and they're just playing around these spawn kills. They're looking everywhere. Only 1 death in this round for Optic. Oh, yeah, this has been a clinic. An absolute
I got a purple card. I got a purple card. Oh my God, I got a purple card. Oh my God, I got a purple card.
They went red, Clay.
I gotta get to that damn.
Give me a minute. 1 second.
Nah, do your thing.
Got one. One's behind. Yeah.
They didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay! Yes, sir.
Shotzi, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so
His boy's coming. His boy's coming.
There's a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast.
That's fine.
Well, he's going to call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits the speed boost. And he may be the most entertaining player in the CDL.
Smoke coming.
Biggest numbers.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blooded in round 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf. Oh no! Oh no! He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry!
Yeah.
Oh my God! Finally takes him out, but it's dog on dog warfare. No!
Hey, I got a purple card.
Round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
I'm gonna attempt to go here. Let War Dog know that.
All right, he's going somewhere.
Wait, I just marked. I marked.
Come on, bro.
I got a purple card, so I can get UAVs. I can get free loadouts.
Going over there. Either Seth or Damon Karma. Of all time? Me. Oh, wait, Porter or Clay? Porter or Clay, yeah.
Very valid. You're trapped on an island. What 2 COD players are you bringing with you?
I'm bringing Grim. And then I don't know.
Let's make a vibey squad.
Let me give me Shotzi, give me Ant. He's some weird, like, he'll be cracked out. He'll be cracked out.
You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're gonna get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is gonna
he died.
LA Thieves. Let's see how quick they do realize this. Dashy
Your ass
just fell off the map.
My best memory competing is probably last year with the Florida Mutineers, playing Optic in the main stage in the first event. We lost against them 3-2, but then we had the opportunity to play them again the day after.
You still trying to hold us up there?
3-2 was a really good memory for me.
I got another loadout. I got an airstrike. Enemies right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got one right here and one right here.
Coming.
Alex too. We missed it. Welcome back to the biggest battle of the night. It's number 2 versus number 3 in our Major 3 qualifier rankings. Toronto Ultra, the hometown squad, taking on fan favorites Optic Texas, and we know this one is going to be a banger. There are always exciting matchups. The last time we saw this on land, it was pretty one-sided. One player from Ultra had a very off series. That was Envoy, 0.5 in the hard points for that series. Today,
hey, I got a loadout for us over here.
Oh, I'm getting melted by this thing.
I have to agree with you in that stance because really you call it wasn't close, but it kind of was. It was only about a hill differential in the hard points, and it was around 5 control. So with Envoy dropping a 0.6, I doubt we see that again today. Maybe we see a change in result.
Nameless, let's take a look at how it all broke down last time these two teams met up. Scrap had a pretty solid game, but it was Pred leading the lobby with 86 kills across these 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Pred had himself a great series. He loves this matchup. And when you talk about these HPs, as Ali mentioned, like they were extremely close. And when you look at the series layout, Toronto got outslayed by about 30 kills throughout this one, which is something that doesn't usually happen. You're talking about a team that's 37-8 in hardpoint on the season and have only gotten better throughout this split, despite players like Insight and Envoy starting off slow in hardpoint. Scrap has gotten even better.
Atlanta just locked in their 13th win in a row, but it was Toronto who started the season with an 11-match streak. Will they be able to get back to their winning ways like they were at Major 1? That's the question for a lot of people here in their hometown. As you take a look at their land performance, though, you gotta feel good about it. Can they replicate what they did a few majors ago?
The biggest problem right now for Toronto Ultra is they're pulling a card against Optic Texas that they have been seriously struggling in the search and destroy department. 0-3 overall in the season. They have not been able to beat Optic Texas in that game mode, and that's been their focus the entirety of this stage. All of the top 4 teams have been focusing on search and destroy, and it's been in the attack. They haven't been able to figure out. They are last when it comes to post plant. They're 10th when it comes to attack overall. Even last when it comes to the opening duel win rate. So that's going to be their main focus in the series.
Sum it up, they're the underdogs. Is that safe to say?
I don't know if they're technically the underdogs because they're the hometown team.
All right, let's take a look here at our Monster Energy pregame. The good, Nameless, Hardpoint.
Yeah, the good is Hardpoint. They've been graded it on the season, and as I mentioned, it doesn't even matter if individual players are dropping the ball because their teamwork is so good. You can see their first
good stuff.
Second in break.
Yeah, hit the fire right. Hit the fire cell. Hit the fire cell still.
Who's also number 1 in rotation percentage, right? So the fundamentals, both these teams have refined and gotten better at throughout the stage.
Sometimes it all comes down to matchups, and Optic, well, they match up really well against everyone except Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at some
one
of the
more UAV
for
us, baby.
Texas against the other 10 teams in the league. 24-2, 71%.
Still got that loadout right there.
Win the game you are watching.
Yeah, Optic has just been disgusting.
I didn't know we had our loadout.
I love what they've been doing. You know,
yeah, man, I had the purple card. I'm what, like 3 UAVs loadout. I meant to get a counter.
Focusing on to get that championship, and they've made strides forward in terms of their map pool and individual play.
Ali, Optic is looking to be the 3rd team to win a major on the year. How do they take a
I
step
got the
further
utility
today?
box.
I mean, they're feeling great in their S&D defense. Again, they're going up against a team in Toronto Ultra that has been terrible on the attack, where this is where Optic Texas had shined. But on the flip
I
side,
got utility box as well.
Hardpoint team. What's funny is in the last 30 days, they're 11-1 in Hardpoint, but they aren't really top 5 in any category specifically, which is just a testament to how good the players on Optic Texas are and how clutch they can be in these moments and make these game-breaking plays.
Good war.
It might come down to the maps.
I see.
Let's see what the coaches decide to do. Your map bans. Well, Vista is out. They don't want to play Optic on it. Optic says we're not going to play you on Karachi. Yep. Smart moves in the hard point. How do the rest of these maps break?
I got a gas mask. If anybody needs one, here's the gas mask.
We're talking about the two best sub-base hardpoint teams in the game. 7-0
still got
for
my
both of them.
dirty.
We'll see who is actually the best, and then Search and Destroys.
I got a UAV still.
That we have in this series. So truly, who's better will reign supreme.
Ali, you are leading this week when it comes to predictions, so it's time for your first scuff pick. Where are you going with?
No way I'm going against the purple crowd. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra in this series.
Going Toronto Ultra. Didn't see that one coming. Nameless.
Where you guys at? In the person downstairs?
They've been looking so much better. I think they take it here on the stage.
Draza wants Scrap. Scrap wants Draza. The world wants Toronto versus Atlanta. I'm going Toronto.
You got somebody right on top of the person. He's about to control his almighty.
Send it down to Guy Blaze to figure this one out once and for all.
They on my cheeks. Gee whiz.
Chris, we're about to figure this one out for sure, as this stage is about to be set ablaze for this electric matchup here. And I want to see you all at home blow it up in the chat.
Live pings.
I want to hear your voices throughout the whole intro, because this first squad coming from the south looking to get another win. Brick by brick, here comes Optic.
That's the cue. Look, I come from a city, you hear signs when we sleep.
Alright. I'm trying to not get killed by this third. Okay. I got you. You're good. Sounds like, watch the backside. Watch the backside.
Toronto, make some noise for Optic Texas.
Should be right here.
We got Katie, Shatsy, Brad, and Dashy. It don't matter who they play, they ready for whatever.
This team has been battle-tested throughout this split. Some tough matches, but they still reign supreme. They're looking to get that championship, and players are improved. Pred has been frying. Dashy has been the clutchest player in the league statistically. Can they get it done against the hometown crowd? It seems like the crowd is split. Let's bring them out.
I need to pick up right here. Enemy right here. Enemy.
I can't.
Enemy, he's down. I'm about to die. Fuck. Yeah. Is there a pizza box over there? Hey, did he have a pizza box on him or anything? Nah, almighty.
It's us
Oh, good.
2 dudes. There's 3 dudes. 3v3.
3v3. Big dubs.
Where are you? Oh no. No, I can't get up there. Jump down.
Watch your back with him. Fudge. Death dealer. Boy dog was fighting somebody to the right.
All right.
Watch those doors to your right, war. Yep, good. Stem up if you can. Stem up. I would throw a bouncing Betty either way in case they run in there on you. Smoke.
Matchup of the day is about to go down. This is going to be the truest test for Toronto Ultra to make it into the
Good stuff, war.
Championship Sunday. We're over halfway through the weekend and almost halfway through the day. Let's go, Blaze.
Dubs are us. Yeah. Dubs are us.
Yeah, we got ourselves an old-fashioned square-up, a banger, a shootout, whatever you want to call it. When we saw the maps, we're like, all right, these guys are going to war. We're fired up and ready to go, and this is one of the first times.
Hey, run it back with us. Run it back with us, homie.
The crowd's going to sound like that. Both teams getting booed, cheered, whatever. It's a party. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's 50-50 just shows you we're in Toronto, right? But yeah, obviously a big matchup here for Toronto Ultra. I mean, for Optic, we saw the stats. They have taken care of business with everyone outside of the phase. They have owned
I think like 12.
This matchup, beating Ultra twice on the year. They just did it the last major, but really, they are owning in the Search and Destroys. 3-0 there. Respawns 50-50 across the board. Listen, with the form that Atlanta FaZe has been in, the tear they went on, it's like the path to them for both these teams. But you have to know I was free ball.
Mark, man. You know what I'm saying? Mark me. Assist. Point them out. Team objectives. We go left, we go right. That's my real job. I was an IS. Oh, I hit it right on there. Yeah, 12. Hey, play again, Almighty. Almighty, play again. Play again. My guy. I was going to talk about you if you ain't pushed the button. You little piece of crap. You motherfucker. We got a dub and you don't want to know with us again. Yeah, I was going to talk about it. Jojo. I was going to let him have it all. Jojo.
After this first map. 7-0, 7-0, and into the battle we go. Toronto Ultra, Optic, Texas, ready to...
This butter do more than butter the bread.
And we'll see if Big Ken, the boys, can get it going, or will it be? The sensation, that is Kleenex, so far, so good. It's Kenny on the wall. Kenny obviously lives for these matchups, but another man, potential MVP of the year. Scrap has been so consistent in the respawns. He looks forward to these matchups. He wants gunfights. He wants to take it to the best players in the world, and this is his opportunity.
I need 3 more for the Champions
So what both
quest.
teams are trying to do on this map, and a map like Sub-Base, a bit unique in our rotation. Players maybe you're looking at on both sides that have to be super for these teams in this one. Well, I think for me it's insight, right?
Like, oh my god, I'm playing with the world's famous mortal.
Long-range gunfights.
Oh my god.
Has struggled, but if he plays consistent, it feels like that's when Ultra is at their
Hey,
best.
stop shooting me, dude. It's only warm up.
These are when he just goes nuclear. He looks forward to this. Yeah, no, when you're playing against the
back up and hit you in your face with the car.
From the point, nobody for now yet. Early setup, maybe if you were Optic, Texas, 3 in a row there for Shotzi before he drops, but we'll see what's
I don't know why you feel so insane.
To get his third. As he pops off the 6-2, gets control here now.
My name is Death Dealer, and I'm gonna give you all the death.
Lead change here with a solid hold. Yeah, now Shotzi's starting to work this pinch, but Scrap 5 in a row would love number 6 and the Cruise. Didn't have to take the gunfight versus Dashy with a big one. And now if you're Ultra, you want this time, but number 1 does spawn out in Scrap, so a big rotation here. 1 versus 4.
Let's go. Big dubs, big dubs. I'm going here to get that key card again, or I'm gonna attempt to. Almighty.
So now I'm drinking a brewski.
Boy, Dunk, that's one of my new slogans right there. It's deeply heartfelt, yes.
Here comes the onslaught from Optic Texas 3, flying on forward. Pred, Shotzi with the openers. It's going to be the one man here to replace you with this. Finds someone on top, some tags in, but into the hard point. Go Optic Texas. It's another break and just disrupting any positive flow for Ultra, any positive momentum early in this game. And you've got what, Kleenex 3 and 7, Envoy 2 and 8. Look at both are struggling. Good luck. Granted, it's early. Yeah, again, we just saw this match.
We got drama. On mamas, we got drama. Look, come on, y'all.
You left me. You bitch.
This is how they do it. This is how they got their run going versus the Ravens. It was sort of keeping them trapped on the right side of the map, winning this rotation over to P4, combining P4 and P5. They're setting it up here, but Ultra.
Boy, you see the driving I had to do?
Boy, you see he almost had me.
Yeah, but you're a shooter. Oh my gosh. Through the window. Go.
He's just going to go up top for now.
enjoy the setup. He'll be lurking on one side of the map. The movement there, the play there. 3 straight, the gunny, not quite enough. Maybe one more bullet, he got that.
But look where you're taking these gunfights, right? It's nowhere near the hill. Now you're finally get there, but Optic's still owning the time. Here comes Ultra, though. 3 players pushing the hill. Couple of players spawning out in front of Dashy. Ultra have to go. They at least keep it white for now.
It turns out when you have multiple gunfights happening, it folds 20 seconds into the next hard point.
Heck yeah.
For the team that's in the hard point, but now as you push through and find some kills.
I've been like some new booty.
Sorry, Wardog, we're over here fighting for our lives.
You get up inside, and in a moment that looks like maybe things fall apart, you at least disrupt some of this time. You still got only 40 on the board right now if you're Ultra.
And the ankles, not even the ankles. Yeah, that's gangster.
Now a chance here for them to earn time again. They set up this P5 hold. So they're putting pressure on Ultra with their slaying ability, controlling top snow, that bottom side of the map. Back over to Envoy. He's going to have to make a play, but a team shot is in out of Shotzi and Dashy.
I thought Dashy.
No.
I was about
shot in the back.
I was about to lose my mind until I saw who came through on the kill feed. But more time to rack it up right now for Optic.
And I can't even get up there. Look, I'm right here. I can't get him. Almighty. Oh, they're good.
We will go damage in, but he'll get swarmed. 3 will drop, but it's Dashy by himself in this moment. And a couple of these spots, he's been able to get big multi-kills. Not going to happen there as he's caught trying to mantle up. So you get a healthy chunk of time, and again, just enough to like stay in the fight right now if you're Ultra. It's been a slow start for a couple of your players.
I gotta go get my key card. I have no plates.
I gotta get mine.
Well, he was running a rival there for a bit too, so I imagine that Envoy switches out over towards that MCW. Shots.
I got a silver one. Over.
Let's see what I get.
I got silver.
Shoot, I got silver.
They're gonna need a play here, maybe from number 1 on the minimap to set them up on this push. Dashy just putting shots in, and there we go. There is Scrap and Envoy onto the hill.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, you're
there's guys over there.
The map. The spawns came in for Optic Tex with a bit of a split when you had 2 by it. You had like a square set up around mid-map.
Somebody's running this way. Watch out, War. Somebody's coming to see War Dog.
Looking to make the play. We'll see if he's going to be able to disrupt this.
I think they start to turn though. Insight picks it up. He gives the call out. They know. All right, we haven't seen Shotzi for a while. This is a map he can get lost on. So heads up play. Out of Insight to track him down. Now you're controlling the middle of the map. Controlling the power positions. You can see this is going to set up Ultra for this
P2.
Lining him up once again.
There's somebody upstairs. I shot him.
A flurry of purple there on the kill feed. And with this remaining time, you're basically looking
run as fast as you can. He hasn't been talking. I got him back from behind.
Oh shoot.
It was a tie game, then it wasn't. They ran away with it, but the hometown team
run, rabbit, run.
To Ultra, we go with a listen in.
He's not crossed yet, I don't think. We can take them. He's not crossed, I don't think. Still there. Do you have mid? Top side, one's looking. Already outside door. Top god.
Alright, hold on, I'm coming. Hold on.
Top god, one tunnel, 110. Takes me in the back. Last one tunnel, 110. Top, nice.
He's also cheating. No, he's also cheating. He's also 100% cheating.
Hey, as soon as you say he's cheating, I got up out of there.
Yep. 100% cheating.
Oh, I downed him right here. I downed him. I got one down right here. Can you see him yellow? Yes, kill confirmed. One landed with you over here. Watch out, purple, death, watch out, death. You got played up. I gotta play that.
I don't have any plates.
I just played it up. Sheesh.
He's right there,
On the rooftop,
He just jumped behind you.
Envoy with some absolute long range.
Falling in.
But cooler than a cucumber is the comms from Ultra.
I marked him live ping. Moving around. He's inside. It's only one.
He's up to 24, but they are controlling the map.
Live ping here.
Penny was the one player they had to find. Pred now
in
position, right? But you don't allow Optic to
Another one falling.
At this P4, you've controlled
Live ping, he just fell in.
P3 now, great plays from Envoy. The power
Can someone come help me? Or...
But Insight, you were waiting on him, staying patient. Now he's going to have the help of Scrap to break this setup here for Optic.
Power of the moment. That is disgusting. But it's set up inside and trying to hold. Now is Texas working all the way around. Is he going to expect this, though? Spawning right in behind him. No way you're reading that.
Wow.
The shots come in.
I'm disgusted.
He's going to drop. That is a painful one. You think you worked the whole way to the back. Yeah, that one gets past him in the time. Racking up now Optic Texas looking for a lead change.
Yeah, I mean,
Jenny.
because of that early lead that you have held on to, Optic, they're going to take the lead. There's going to be a lead change.
Jenny.
But if all the skirmishes starting to go down low,
when did I start running like Warthog?
Hey, look. Load over here.
Going to find Scrap.
I'll see if you can find any more behind this position. Giving up. Going to have to win some tough ones. And not going to happen there. Inside comes popping on forward, I believe, with the pistol. They would pop his head clean off. Into the point now, or Ultra. Their turn to
I got
They're getting the roadie right here.
Who's going to be coming
X if he needs ammo. X if he needs ammo. I got ammo crate.
Shotzi and Kin that break the point wide open. Also pick up the big kill towards mid. You are set up for success.
This was the moment they had versus Carolina, right? It was
Enemies right there where I'm at.
this score line, and now you are in this trap. If you are Ultra, you were trying to get out. But this is what they do. Look at the top right. You are on 10 kills in a row. If you are on Optic Texas, the pressure now over to Ultra to find a break.
Yeah, chance to get some
There's a lot of pings. These are a lot of pings.
Texas. Preds POV here for a moment as he's hunting and lurking. Point man might be Kenny then on the other side of it.
You're gonna die. I'm coming back to you.
Kenny will fall as well. Is the entire team going big now?
Oh my god, we're no longer playing with Almighty because we need someone that's gonna at least fucking talk.
So the comp's gotta be on for Ultra, trying to get that kill. Make sure no streak coming in. The one-on-one is looming. What will the timing be like? I think it's Insight that was wrapping the whole way around. This could be good or this could be great, but inside the point and looking to close this one out is Optic Texas. There's the cruise. You pick it up as Big Bruce able to go clutch.
And again, just the one kill that he did. You were in a 3 dead scenario. So much pressure now on Ultra again because the map has flipped. You're just trying to find any second that you can if you are Optic. That is going to be a 3 dead, but you do have that extra cruise now. That utility to work with is Pred hitting the headshots.
Lead around 50.
That's good stuff, boy. That's good stuff. Hey, good stuff. You see how I stayed alive?
Kenny able to get 2 though, and the comms will come through on player positions. Right over to a tough gunfight with Ken, able to take that first one. 20 away from the victory. Now our Optic
Yep, he just took all my stuff though.
His target, Ultra. Try to rally back. You don't have enough juice in the tank of this hard point to win it here. So we'll see another rotation, but you're just gonna be 5-6.
I'm gonna do it. Kill me. It's alright.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to it, right?
I'm making my own guns as I go along.
Have to rotate over towards P3. Close spawns in
I'm that tight.
for Optic. Ken didn't win the first one. Shotzi waiting for his teammates. The nades, the stunts, starting to fly on in. Unfortunately, it's a team nade, but he's able to find the first. Now, if you're Ultra, you have to control top barrels, this power position.
The fact he even gets that kill with what 50 HP, whatever he had, is Pred trying to not pop off in the tail end of this one as he dials up a triple and he's roaring on the jam. It's a victory in map 1 for Optic Texas.
I attempted to get him. And with a pistol?
Well, and everybody in the venue knows what that
Mojo Jojo. He's swimming out right now. He's swimming out the water.
I think you highlighted the big moment similar to their win versus Carolina where they kind of turn on the Jets.
Well, I'll be back in 15 seconds. 12.
They run away with it. Take me through one more time.
I mean, obviously it's that
7.
P5. I think you had the chance if you were Ultra. Unfortunately, this map is what it is, and that P4 spawn comes in.
Yeah, that was rough.
No, it's horrendous.
Yeah,
however, that sort of sets them up for a good scenario at P5. But Ultra were there, but then it was that break. Couple of more chances maybe to get out of that trap, but Dashi was able to find one more. He goes on that 6 free. The fact that he gets one, because there was a chance it was a clean 4 dead for Optic. True. The map flips, but he finds one. He puts pressure on, hey, we have to find Dashi. While that happens, his teammates come off spawn.
Well, it feels like he is the last line of defense at times. I mean, just to play on his play style with this current team, and when he needs it.
No, I wish I did.
Yes.
Butter does.
Yes. Right here.
Get one big gunfight win when he's last alive. He has been able to do it. Scrap, who was maybe shooting a little bit too much on the tail end of that one, is not able to walk away with the W, but he puts up, what, 6K damage, 34 kills. He was shooting.
And this is what you wanted, right? Right here in this game, you're controlling this P3. You've chained two hills together, starts to get this, lead build on up where you're controlling the map, but what, Kenny's able to win one on the other side. That is when that spawn comes in. Then just early in this P5, you have this setup if you are Ultra, but it's Shotzzy and Kenny with 3 in the feed that lead to the break, and now you have this decision if you are Ultra. How do we get out of this? If we go to the top side of the map, we're going to give up 30 to 40 seconds. If we flood down low, we might just enter the blender.
Well, that's the trouble when, a team needs 20 sub points and, you're back like 50. It changes your playstyle, changes your decision. You can't take long rounds. You can't set things up maybe like you want to. You got to scramble. You got to fly at the hard point. You start getting caught. And that's what a team like Optic's going to punish you, right? When the game plan maybe unravels. But that was something fierce there. The boys are up.
I got 9 plates.
Fist bumps out and feeling good after the first. A look through the game flow now for our map 1 sub base. And dude, it feels so much like the Carolina one.
No, it does. I mean, but honestly, it's that second P4, right? Did you go from 126 to 174 behind that spawn? Behind that spawn, it is what it is. Have to deal with it, and then on that P5, they're able to get into a better position and find the early break. But as we said, this is a square up all the way through. Karachi, the map, both of these teams have played a ton of
back.
All of our maps, there are certain hills where you have those spawns where
someone's
spawning up right behind them. We see it all over the place. That particular one in that moment, though, yes, absolutely painful. You're not able to rebound if you are Ultra, and Optic Texas, they capitalize. They run through the rest of it, get the victory in map 1, and now take the edge. So you're probably a little flustered on the other side of the stage. Gonna need the Vinny to rally behind you and get going back into the search and destroy, but where the search was so good early on in the year, when you talk about maybe having Skid Row in the rotation and what you're able to do on the map if you were this Ultra team, hasn't quite been the same level.
Where the heck is he?
And then on the other side for Optic,
he left.
He has gotten going. He has the most clutches. He's up by 4.
Right behind you, 2 Pink, right behind you. Right behind you, Pink, right behind you, Pink, right behind you.
Well, he's always had instinct for search and destroy. His background, we know how good he was when he first came into the Optic organization ages ago. Was putting up numbers with TJ. Like they had like a 1.6 both their first search.
Leave match with party. Leave match with party.
That had always struggled in search and destroy. That was usually the bane for like an Optic team for years. He came in, sort of changed what they were able to do there. But like, listen, it's part the pedigree of the player in search, and also.
All right, this is gonna be my last one. Then I'm go to the star.
Clutches like the one that Asian the other day, like through the railing. He just makes it look so easy. It's like a 4-bullet headshot. Oh, okay.
No, his beams are insane. Yeah, he shoots real straight and
kills people faster than others do, I swear.
And then again, I mean, for Ultra, 50-50 in respawns versus Optic, but you were 0-3 in search and destroy. When you won that major, it was through the search versus phase in the final. Like, they did not lose a search to phase throughout major 1, but you'd see Scrap what he's done. Well, what he did on the man popped off.
Yeah, it's just about the major. Some Thursday action.
They got 1 match.
So, yeah, you have 1 match. Maybe it's a lesser team. You're putting up some absolute stats.
This the one, War Dog. This the one.
What they can do the rest of the way.
We look like we trios against 4s, but
not able to finish either, but
shit.
Surely in. But we'll still
we look like we know what we're doing.
Versus 4s. The Optic Texas guys
I'm saying.
full HP.
Shaggy.
But it's offense for Ultra, and they are looking for the opening. To Kleenex's POV for now is.
It's really on the Pred.
Over and see how they set up towards B.
Yeah, it's really 2 lurkers here. It's Kleenex on one side, Pred on the other. Kind of relying on them. Both teams just sort of feeling out the round. Half the round is done.
Change
the
one
smoke is
of
out, but
these.
it's kind of a fake. I think they're going to have the info, the rotate. No one should move here if you are Optic. Dashy maybe just going to cheat on over for a moment.
The smoke didn't even cut off like the angle on the cross. So he's just like, boys, no one actually crossed. Obviously, they could be waiting and baiting out the other way.
You have a lot to check.
Here we go. They start to go. The first check going to be there. Envoy able to get the kill. Okay. Time is dwindling. Insight with another nice shot from Dashy, though, through on the cross. At least able to drop 1. We just talked about the ice. Does he have another one here? Him and Pred. 2 versus 3.
I'm whipping helmets.
He's looking at the flick of the wrist.
Look at the flick of the wrist. Hey, I like this class, boy. Hold up. Hey, stop shooting at me. It's only warm up.
Hey, wait a minute. How's Diddy playing? I just got killed by someone saying that he's Diddy. He said,
hey, man, it's only warm up. Oh, I'm gonna bust his helmet. You want to be Diddy? Yeah, take that. Take that.
It's a 3 in the round for him. It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between.
Aww.
With all 4 and the defuse. Talk about the ice.
Did he get it? miscomm.
Nah, you ain't getting that. You ain't getting that. Nah, certified hater. Ain't no assassinations going on here. Certified hater.
I don't know what that was. I literally turned to look at the crowd, sort of
And that man was assassinating him. With his helmet. Certified hater.
I don't know where Pred was. Somebody blacked out throughout this. Yeah, look, they both kind of go for
Hey, we 3 against 4. We 3 against 4.
I mean, maybe I felt like there was a couple of seconds there, though. I thought he got to kill like 9. I thought he did. No, he did. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I'd have to watch it back. Honestly, I was just getting fired up because Dash got all 4. I'm screaming, and then things.
Fast work. I'm gonna keep my mic open so they can hear me. It's whatever.
You got 1-0 now if you're Ultra. So we'll get deeper into this one. It's round 2 and a wild start to this search and destroy and a wild fight at close range. Dashy's got all 5 as he's showing he can get done with a fist. The mid-range.
I'm out. I got it.
For scrap. We'll bring it to 3-3.
I'll tell you what, though, I like seeing that from Envoy. He's had a much better stage in search and destroy, specifically, but taking chances, finding those openings. And now Scrap gonna try to bring it back into a 2-on-2. Sorry, 3-on-1. But there is a quick trade. Now it's down to Dashy again.
Why not? Not this time.
Better go in that
not
window.
Last time either, I suppose. Toronto, they now go up 2-0 in the search and destroy, but some wild timing, some crazy moments in a round 1 that I already like. I just need to watch it back and see how it all played out.
Well, it's just one of those rounds, right? Like we've had this in, I mean, a long time ago, but like that Vanguard round, right, where
hey, put this joint right in front of it.
There was sort of a mental collapse at that moment.
Not even splashing out right now.
But like, I'm just saying, this is
Nice.
an early.
Hold on, let me go get this real quick, and then I'll get my card.
He's been leading the charge, surely, but is Toronto leading on the map? What will they do this time? Offensively, last time, kind of a smoke fake over towards B. The presence is going to be here towards
Got a
B.
silver.
If you're Optic Texas, you have very easy transition over.
Oh, dang, wall.
Tries to get across. Shotzi gonna shut it down, and he's dancing with getting the smoke out of it. Swan dive, trying to get around, finally able to track it. He gets to a 2 versus 2. Pred Dashy, though, able to stabilize and take care of the round is. Well, you know as well as I do. Smoke out, things get wacky.
Well, and I think that's just a miscomm similar to round 1. I think between Envoy and Kleenex there, Kleenex is obviously sliding, but I think he's hoping the smoke has already popped.
Oh, it bloomed like right after he like went out. Yeah.
A daddy's job.
In past titles, sort of get caught in the bomb. I don't know if that happened, but it just felt like the
extra skip and roll or something. Yeah.
But it's just sort of the timing off there.
Hey, you heard Dev Dilla?
They get caught as Shotzi able to find the double and then play his leg for so long.
Try to have timing be a little bit too picture perfect on the fast side.
Hey, Dev Dilla.
Don't quite work out. So another kind of crazy moment here as we get to round number 4. All the utility over the top stuns definitely connect the multiple Texas player. Smoke is
Nah, you said get off of mommy. I said yes. That's only for daddy to do. That's how you got here.
That was my ex. I don't want to get on her.
Hey. You know, anything is possible, man.
So hopefully he doesn't die from that position or through mid. And that
what if I want to live?
Yeah, pretty much. Just sort of pressure on me, but he gets to his spot. Shotzi
You need one of those. You see what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. UAV. Boom. UAV. Now we see.
Down here for a moment as everybody takes a breath from the venue.
See. Bonjour, mon.
Oui.
Vivi para vous.
Tickled from what
You
seems
mojo
like
jojo.
Shotzi through him and through Kleenex as he gets the first blow, but a quick trade is there, and Bomb will be down in a precarious position. Now Kenny trying to get eyes, damage is there.
You back here eating, bro.
Kenny tacks another one to a 3-2. We go. Pred, Kenny, end it.
Well, and I just don't think Kleenex expects a dolphin through the window.
No.
That's what happens.
What sound does a dolphin make, Joe?
I don't know if I could. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, no, I don't.
Yeah, it's very good, but no, that was. Yeah, you just don't expect that. He hits the one player weak, and then Shotzi just flies on through with the little trade. The bomb does get dropped, but they get caught inside a fountain.
Taking a look kind of at the data sheet. Anyone like pop it off for you outside of Dashy, right? He's got Dashy at 1,300 damage in 6 and 2. I mean, obviously back to that first round, but kind of scrapped the one going toe for toe with him, at least on a damage standpoint. A little quicker now, over towards A. If you are Ultra, kind of sitting over there by himself will be Kenny backside Diner as he's looking.
But y'all over there fighting.
Probably calming his
They haven't
Didn't you
seen
say
anything
you
on the other
needed that
side. You see
ward
the
up?
position there, number 7 from Pred. So you're saying, boys, this looks like it's likely going to be pressure towards A. Kenny
Ward
tries
up.
to go. Find
Yeah,
the
buy
time,
station.
nearly able to
Throw
get
it.
2, which would have disrupted everything, but buys his team some time and he stops the
The
plan.
portable buy. I got one over
Dash
here.
to rotate on over. However, they do not have cafe control, and Scrap almost able to take him down. One player is in though. Shotzi top red. Scrap maybe sees him. He does. Tries to put some shots in. You have a tight setup right now if you are Ultra. You see number 7 just making sure there's no late flank, but Shotzi gonna be the point man. Nice little pre-fire there. Has the smoke, and this is just where he thrives.
Oh God.
Yep.
Where is he? Where did he go? Shots in. Tags for both. Repositioning. His envoy.
What's something that you usually want
Nearly able to get the
that
2.
we
Pop
can't have when the kids are
through.
here?
Now Pred in a clutch position.
Booty.
15 to go. Checks ticket. Nobody home. Around
I had
and around
booty
we
this
go.
morning.
As the circle continues, it's inside with the flow.
And quiet.
And Ultra with a round.
That's a great round out of inside. He wastes so much time with the pistol there for the
Here's
trade on the
pizza box.
Shotzi.
Over.
Then knows
Grab
Pred's
the
going to
pizza
be on
box.
the chase.
Over.
Not
Oh, I'm
known
coming
his
for it. I'm
movement,
coming.
but he was quick
Oh, did he?
throughout that round, leading the team now with 6 kills.
Picking it up big time as you get another on the board if you're Ultra. I mean, anytime a smoke is out in those positions.
What's the enemies up there? I need a sniper rifle.
Absolute chaos ensues, but I kind of like after the first
Still cracking shots on a boy.
I don't know, you get calm if your envoy's kind of back out of that.
I down 2.
Center, try to simplify things for yourself. Thankfully gets aim assist and is able to get the kill, but back up in front, go Ultra. But a tear right now from inside as he's on 3 straight. Shotzi getting across. Kleenex, well, no longer getting across is Kleenex clotheslines him.
Yeah, Ryder, somebody help him.
Envoy just in a really tough spot. The nades, the stuns were onto him, so that just lets the team know, hey, there's going to be some mid pressure. Somebody look mid. Make sure Shotzi doesn't climb up on this ladder. Getting a top red, able to shut him down.
I need to cut my hand, my finger more often.
Here's him like jump, spots him. Just gets the shots through. Now Kleenex looking to reposition. It's tough. You have the rival there. You get caught to 3v3. What do you see, Joe?
Pred gets under all the timing for Pred. I swear the ladders sometimes are like magnetic. You just climb on top of them. And well, he tries to get off of it quickly, but he was behind enemy lines. The timing, though, does not go his way.
Plantho is in. 2 versus 3 now for Kenny and Dashy. Make it another clutch scenario for Dashy as Scrap gets another. Not gonna happen. Envoy sniffs him out. Ultra, tons of time. The retake of the 3v2 is on, and they will take a 4-2 edge now in the map. So far, the sauce here in the search.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Ultra, a great round from them. A nice recovery. You get the first blood from Kleenex, but honestly, it's a Pred play, right? It's just sort of, if that works out better
Air movement,
Pred, maybe
like loud movement. I don't know if that's y'all. That's enemy.
At least have a 2-on-2.
Enemy around y'all.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a quick trade, but instead
Somebody else falling right in front of this building.
Why did y'all leave me? That's crazy.
And deeper we go as the fans now try to rally behind the optic side and get them back
No,
into
I'm
this
talking
down
about
2
butter.
rounds.
He dipped.
I didn't leave you. No, I didn't. I'm right here. See?
So many opportunities in the clutch, but
Actually, as your back started shooting at both of them. That's how you got back up.
There's another dude.
See, that's how I died to get you back, sucker.
Sometimes the respawn may be not there,
He said, why did I leave you? I'm shooting and got his back. That's how he was able to stay in the fight.
Hasn't quite had the impact as of late, but right now he's doing it. It's 7-3.
I mean, when they
Hey, fight me with the hands, fight me with the hands. Fight me with the hands, fight me with the hands.
Insane numbers, especially in the final.
He is different when he is in his bag and search, that's for sure.
Alright.
So might find the first blood here on the Kleenex. The smoke is out, and there we go. Pred Shotzi, the SMG duo take over.
Yeah, you see the whirlwind there as players losing aim assist. It is a tough fight through the smoke.
Hold on!
2 left, but Trap it inside.
He said, I'll take that all day.
I literally just came back in. I'm sorry.
Hey, just step. That's all right, step. I'll be back in 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Oh, he spotted him. He spotted
9, 7,
See it on the other side of it, though.
5, 4. Don't do it. Don't do it. 3, watch your back. Watch your back. We're coming. Perfect.
I just needed to play.
He's just going for it. Maybe
I seen it, but he was looking down at you.
And crowd, we are going to take our time here.
I gotta reset. They got a whole bunch of enemies. I mean, a whole bunch of drama over there.
Literally, his teammates die and says, I am going to run out of this archway
Alright.
and chow whatever the
I'm
hell
on
I
comms.
want.
I'm still here. I'm just you know the vibes.
I mean, he is one of the most confident shooters we have seen in the history of the league. Scrap does not.
Yo, showing like that War Dog. Then he can't hear me. Ask War Dog to mute his mic for a minute. Say comms.
Advantage now for Ultra.
Bubba
It
said
felt like you had
comps.
that one in your hands and it
I don't know
slipped
what
away. A couple
says.
rounds. I still gotta watch round one.
He's
back and
fucking
see
chewing and
exactly
eating
what
like a cow.
happened. A couple rounds where you feel like you should have had him if you're Optic Texas.
All right, I'm
It was
coming.
4 straight for inside.
I
He
was
drops
stuck
now.
down.
4 straight for Scrap as he explodes.
Now, this is the position we saw Kenny playing, so Kleenex at least going to find one. Now, time to finesse if he can. At least buy time for his teammates to get there, and that is what he does. He is still alive. Kleenex inside the bus. You see Pred middle of the
I have to
map,
fucking
so
mute War
all the
Dog.
focus is really on the Big Ten, and he's going to get shut down as Scrap on 5 in a row. Ultra have not won a Surge versus Optic team. Looking to close it out here.
Scrap is dishing out buzz cuts, and he almost wants to chow this one as well. Pred, all the hopes lie in his hands. He's got to bring it in the 1 versus 3. 45 seconds to go, but yeah, in the opening moments, Kleenex gets caught back striking one time. Not going to happen this time. You catch one if you're Pred. 1v3 to a 1 versus 2. Got to hit the reload. Think about the re-engagement, but still time to go. 30. Now on the clock. You see on the minimap, stacked up diner side is Ultra. They have bomb down towards Dumpster. You might get a one-on-one, but it's a one-on-one against Scrap, and he has had the absolute beamer. Ultra taking dives up 1-1.
I mean, he tries to reposition for a second, but the urge to just take the gunfight is too much for Scrap, and he's able to win it. Envoy, or sorry, Kleenex was right there. But Scrap and inside the AR duo take over on this map, tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, and on the scoreboard, you know, it doesn't look all that close in 6-2, but you had a bunch of clutch opportunities if you're Optic. You had man numbers that disappeared, but, you know, when you have teams of this caliber and you have players of this caliber, sometimes somebody like Scrap's going to take over. Or like Dashi in round 1, I know you ran out of time, but like you can fry everybody. These guys are incredible. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, 2,300 damage there for Scrap, leading the lobby. On the other side, I mean, yeah, if you're Optic, you're in this round 1. You then had that Pred play right where he gets under Ultra, and then that 4-on-2. You know, maybe it's a 3-on-2, but you had the numbers advantage. There's 3 rounds. You could probably circle, go back, rewatch, figure out what the hell happened.
We're probably going to around 11 or something like that. Like, or we're going a little bit deeper in this, so it could be the case, but. You tied up at 1-1. I mean, even the map 1, you know, we're tight throughout the subbase until really the final moments, the last couple of hard points. As we get ready now to head forward in control, just be on that mode before we go to break. What are your big thoughts for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to Invasion, which these two teams have a ton of reps on, right?
It gets busy. It gets busy.
Well, we hope this one will be an absolute banger. We have the top 4 matching up. I mean, the FaZe New York one, that goes pretty quick. It's a 3-0. This one, we want a banger. The fans deserve it. The place.
Oh, dang, Def, what you doing?
Moments have been tremendous. Tied up 1-1 in Toronto in front of the home crowd.
Dang.
Yeah. I tried to jump out the tower and got sniped.
I give him
something.
Give him. Oh.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year.
2 VIP tickets to COD Champs, 2 CDL Scuff controllers, 2 Scuff loadout gaming backpacks, and 2 CDL team jerseys, plus traveling expenses.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Operators,
Who called
welcome
me first?
aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat
I said
to the
spaghetti's
upright
fine.
position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first. Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance.
It keeps giving us freaking
And that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the
we need more players than this.
prize pool. Thank you for
She
flying
putting us
Citizen
on
Standard
threes.
Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
We got 3 or 4, 3 or 4. Oh, we got 4. There we go. There we go. Let's get this money. I'm going to bio. I'm gonna get this key card at bio. What up? What up? You with us? You? Nah, I ain't gonna play with this random. He ain't even got a mic. That joint is no joke. Everybody on the map comes looking for you.
But he said he's gonna diddy it, put it in your booty cheeks. I had to get at least one of those. Right.
Yeah, I got the key card. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I got the key card. I'm out. Right. Can you let War Dog know, please? Let's meet at Stronghold. Stronghold.
He's out. Meet him at Stronghold.
Man, his background is so loud. But you can't tell him nothing because then he'll get a little emotional.
Yep. All 4 just not able to get on bomb in time to close out the round. A couple of frustrating.
But let you be the one talking and be loud and watch his reaction. It's funny how that works.
Let's continue the battle.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played on land, this goes all the way over round 5. Ultra were able to win. That's when Scrap, I think, just went nuclear, right?
Yeah.
That invasion control.
Someone's already at Stronghold with their loadout.
Everyone had like
20, I'm right here.
4K damage, and he had like 40 and 7 something. You know, it was unbelievable.
And the way he was shooting
Down.
I mean, obviously, there's only a couple of seconds left for them to hop on that.
He's getting reported for saying the N-word.
Pred's going back cafe. Dashy's going one way. Just milliseconds away from winning that round.
When you get a chance, land back right here with me. What up? What up? Okay, you go ahead, walk ahead.
To the control we go as Optic try to answer back after the search and destroy loss where Scrap goes to nuclear. Envoy, who's been looking to step it up across this major, been very critical of himself at the last one. Oh, he's basically stomping on a player. Pred is going to drop. Able to get a rival to work with as well, and he's shooting straight right now. As he gets 2, though, everybody else basically drops. Dashy able to get second there, and now everything's wide open. You've got Ultra on the back rope.
And then just, watch number 6, right? Just Shotzi right off a B into the spawn, just trying to find some kills.
Call me the N-word again, see what happens. That's why I just fucking murdered your ass.
Time as much as he can, and while you're still worried about this man, this is what he does time and time again. Now pressure over towards this A site with the help of Big Ken, trying to avoid him, but takes a wrong angle. Envoy Scrap able to win the gunfights. Envoy with another one. That'll calm things down for Ultra.
And what goes okay for you here for your Ultra is like they were kind of caught between committing day and getting on both. I think they were crossing, you get all 3, so not a lot of progress was done. You just have 1 ticket B, because they were thinking about sending that at A, depending if you got another kill or 2. So you're actually in a good spot considering the
Sure, you come get your stuff. Come get your stuff.
But now with only 35 seconds on the clock, it's like we got a tick.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy is shooting, by the way. He's doing very well with the MCW. And I think maybe this is what he needed, right? On some of these maps, just pull out the 4th MCW, do it. It can be tough with your timings. As Insight somehow hits those hip fire shots. Now pressure on the bottom street side. Dashy gonna lose that one to Scrap. Kenny
yes.
spawn. And
he said yes.
You try to transition. And Envoy with 5 in a row. Only 1 tick done at B.
Huge just starts
Discord.
slaying them.
Yeah.
Closing the door does Toronto Ultra. It looks so good. You had what, a 3 or 4
Why am I
down
getting
on
aimed
the
at
Ultra
from
side.
behind?
Optic
Freaking
looking good.
so
They get into good position.
He's on the
Starts
tower.
playing around the slang and setting stuff up. You're finally able to get across to A. And I think there were 2 players over by B. I was like, are they going to put this
2
on
minutes.
B and progress it, or are they going to try and cut over and help? And they were
Oh.
kind of like they were caught in between it. They decide to go towards A. Both players end up dropping. Then you haven't got any progress at B. And suddenly it's like, that's the risk of A sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's the risk of taking that transition.
That's the risk of it, is that happens. Then you get pinned in. And it's more likely when you're playing against another top 4 opponent that you're just going to get punished.
Yeah, now Envoy on 5 in a row. We'll see if you can find that cruise. Not the best map for it, but doesn't hurt to have it. Seems to be lurking around this mid-tank area. Pretty much a 2-2 split here for Optic. You see Scraps going to stay patient on the A street. Maybe put some pressure on that side of the map here in a moment. But Envoy gets cut down by Ken.
And that's why we are in Discord.
Not getting that cruise to use. Still looking good though right now. The slide, the pop, the shot's not there though. As Dashy will win that one. Scrap able to trade that effectively, and if he gets across to A, maybe you create a little bit of madness. But Pred able to stop that from happening. So good vision across that cut is Pred.
Well, it really just makes this easier, right? If Scrap is there, then maybe 2 players go. But now you have a retake attempt out of Optic through mid. A huge win for Pred now. You can see what this does. Insight's just going to have to sit here alongside of his teammates and pressure on. So that starts with that one gunfight towards the A side. It's now
He's down up there if you land up there.
Maybe to only allow 2 ticks through.
Which is insane. That's still advantage for Ultra. Just because he did such a good job the first time through. 40 seconds still to work with though. Working to get that minute extension.
One shot on the bottom
tower. From the backside, and he's able to hit it. Now back onto the point. They've got 2-3 here to stack, so you should be getting that done. You get the 3 ticks, you'll get the minute extension, and you'll pick up the player bridge side. So that's an open to make the transition a little bit easier for now. Get rid of that pressure on the street. Scrap just shooting straight as ever.
Yeah, and I mean, you're pinned back here, right? You have nobody up the A street, so your furthest player's on the A point. Now Envoy with the rival trying to put any shots that he can in through that stun. The slide was able to hit out of Shotzi. But you see number 3, Inside is just making sure no one crosses. So we have continuous pressure on A. On the spawn of the defenders.
I mean, similar like the early going in that round 1 where you had to deal with being on the back foot right away if you're Ultra. Granted, you've got B done so a little bit different, but you have to deal with some pressure early on A if you were Optic Texas. So far you've been dealing with it. Now it's the A street aggression. Can they find an opening? 3 players there though, but now that's the only presence. Everything is basically between A and back gas. Now Deddy going to be out for Envoy as he's going to try to maybe play spoiler. Look for some kind of opening, but the comp's coming through. The one spawning on that side will be Shotzi. He's just going to wait there. Patience is here, but the gunfight getting a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, Shotzi's just wasting his time. And he's able to win both one-on-ones. Great play out of Shotzi. Great movement, finding all of the info. His teammates can now work up the middle of the map as Pred able to take down Kleenex with some crisp shots.
So far, both teams, when you get pinned back, they've done a good job fighting out and dealing with that. Just obviously a little more success offensively for Toronto Ultra, but barring some kind of miracle in these final 10 seconds, you feel good about the A hold if you are Optic.
Got enemies landing in on tower to tower over here.
To get deeper in this with those gunfights, that will end it. Tied up 1-1. Advantage in the ticks though.
Or no, shooting at somebody down that way too. There's 2 in front of you. Watch out. Watch out. There's 2 in front of you.
Earn another streak. We'll see how he plays it.
It's just like whenever you get like goosed, like you get no ticks on offense or like 1, like it's just it makes, does it change your whole mindset? It just makes it so difficult to get that defense in round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it changes their mind. I think they're a team very capable of winning a round 5
well,
offense.
Do you think about being maybe, well, yes, offense, or do you get a little bit greedy or take a risk on defense to try and really just nullify that and hold somebody to nothing? You just kind of play your game.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how this offense goes because that'll probably dictate their pace, right? Yeah, I mean, if they get 5 ticks here, yeah, that changes everything.
Offense is what it is. I'm worried on defense. You maybe take a gamble to try and force the issue and get around 5 defense with just like a perfect hold to get advantage. But yeah, as you said, all depends on how this goes. 5 in a row now for Shotzi as he looks to try and earn a cruise.
Can you talk to Mom?
The other end of it will be Insight. No cruise going to be coming through either for Shotzi. Pred though, maybe he'll have a chance. 3, dancing for 4, finessing away as he'll live to see another day.
And the problem is, again, it's like Pred is through, Shotzi's through, but
your son
look at
wants
the
to
big
talk
point.
to
It's
you.
just surrounded by purple arrows. Kenny just literally gets triple teamed on the objective.
On
They
the
are
phone?
literally just ignoring these players that are pushing through the spot. Envoy is going to die. Now you go to A. It looks like the green arrow is starting to work over towards A.
Yeah, some big gunfights upcoming because there might be an opening now to get a presence on A, maybe lead to an offensive round victory if you can get that done. But as you lose Pred, you lose a bit of an option there. Dashy will die on, so it'll fall apart. Now we're in a somewhat similar position to what we were the first time through. 6 straight for Insight, though, and that is a cruise. More utility added on to already having the tick advantage if you are Ultra.
And because they're controlling the middle of the map, they can go for this again if they want to. Now they're probably going to try to back down. Kleenex trying to work the pinch. He is so weak, though. Getting a little help from a teammate. The wall bangs.
Gotcha,
trying to
word
come on through. On the opposite side of the map, Shotzi trying to push towards blue. He might get a
He
double.
knows. Gotcha, right. Hold on.
Well, his teammate is going to help him, but B is done.
Come
Now
on,
all the
bro.
pressure
Come on.
over towards A.
Yeah, you lose 3 players there. If you're Ultra, will it be at a costly enough time? I don't think it'll be that big of a deal because you don't have that much forward momentum on the map if you're Optic. So you should be able to spawn up and get to some good positions. You have 90 seconds to work with. We are dead even in live.
Hold on, Ruff. Hold on. Please.
Nice shots there to stagger this setup and push. And now what are you trying to do? What do you see on the map here for Optic? How they trying to build
This is what they want, right? Similar to Ultra last round. You're controlling the street, so that is where the buildup will be through
now?
Cafe. You're going to have Shotzi on one side of the map, and now it is go
Why?
time. Green
Rock,
light.
hold on.
Green wall over towards A.
Here we go. Some massive moments here. Now you can't quite finish the one kill, and then Shotzi will come in gas side. It's chaos. Is Shotzi able to get another scrap, though, with his own double, which might be the difference. You got the closer spot if you're on defense, but the stun will hit. Dashing will stay up. The big thing here is just pausing this clock. How much progress will you get will remain to be seen, but just pausing the clock up to get your team here, have time to battle, may be enough. They'll deal with them, but yeah, that's still, you still got a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 14 versus 13, so I think maybe you need to play a little TDM here. You have Shotzi through once
Rock,
again. He has been
wait a minute.
so good through these flanks.
Wait.
Man up.
Game is on the line. It's too much time. Hold on.
Pinned back. Nobody up the A street.
Hey, it's 2 teams over there. Pull back. Tell them to pull back. 2 teams.
Should have a train.
We got any money?
I got a little nervous with the movement. Dashy now is able to win it, so he's gonna hold this pressure.
Just having one person up.
I was gonna get him back.
So much pressure added to it. He goes
Wait till we start moving again.
Preg gonna follow it up. Numbers here, 26.1 on the clock, and that's why Dashy pausing all this time has been so massive. It gives you extra opportunities for the push. Preg now watching the cross, able to shut one down. Progress continuing on towards A. Preg gets another 2 wanted, ripping and roaring. Third tier is going, nearly done. No respawns left for Ultra. An Optic strike. Okay, so stretch everything I said about defense.
Yeah, there are the ticks you want. There is the round that you want. Now pressure over to Ultra to have to win one. But it's just this build-up constantly. As we said, there was always one more player for Optic. This time, it was Dashy.
I just brought somebody back, too.
From Shotzi, the amount of chaos that man causes in the base of Ultra. He wins multiple gunfights from back gas.
4v2.
Gets his team there.
Yeah, and then Dashy just a couple tough one-on-ones on the point where he is MCW, and they can be difficult. He only has 6 kills.
They right around me up here.
On the objective for the most part.
18.
Oh, 18.
No, it just bugged out.
I just saw for a second. I was like, how does he only have 6? I think I watched him get 6 there for a second. Okay, Codcaster, thanks a lot for that one.
But now you're going to see what.
Straight for Pred, too.
Yeah, Ultra, they're going to go for this. So they have 2 players on A. The teammates, though, do get picked. It's just, yeah, the progress is going to go. Ken is trying to get here, but nice little crossfire. Insight, he's up next, and Dashy is weak. Just going to wait for his health. Now here comes the chow.
You got 2 ticks through, though. Some
He's
nice
one shot right
done
here.
There, but again,
why are we so fucking spread out in a 4v2?
Of a risk anytime you're sending it towards A. It's nearly a minute now off the clock. You find a sequence of kills.
Where is he?
Over
They're
towards
both inside.
B. Trying to delay this is the entire team. Now sitting it forward if you are Ultra. You need an offensive round to push this to a round 5. The great defense from Ultra 2 rounds ago not going to matter at all. Is now they've got to do it on offense, but you deal with shots. You're really the lone guy here, so now you get some progress. But look, starting to move up the A side of the map.
in the window.
Texas, try and take a little room.
Yeah, and because you lose a couple of players middle of the map, you leave Shotzi there. Optic don't know if Ultra are just going to go for him one more time, right? They only need 1 tick, so you play very aggressively on towards A.
He got lucky off of that.
Working to pinch that, get them off of B. The intake not through. They're able to retake. Now pressure on.
Yes, sir. I was in Discord, so I couldn't chop it up. But yeah. Top dog. Top dog. Top dog, what you doing? Hey, baby. Just got the dub. About to get off right now. Literally. I clutched it. I got the dub. We got it. I had to show Deaf Dealer how to do it. Giggity. I'll be down in like 2 minutes, babe. The game's ending right now. Alright. Yeah. I gotta talk trash to you, Deaf. We taking over. Machinist. Hey, look, Deaf Dealer, how you gonna sit there and say after you die, we just lost the game? Oh, ye of little faith. Hey, you know me. Look, I was bringing people back, still busting guns in the air. Pop.
Slow down for a moment here, but you don't have a lot of time. Yes, you get that done. Yes, you only need 1 tick, but you
3-11-1-4. Let's go. Alright, I gotta go, so I'm leave match with party. I gotta go. Leave match without party. I'll be back on a little later though. Okay, we going outside now, guys. I got you. Okay.
40 seconds. 2 life advantage for Ultra.
Yeah, now you can see Optic members trying to just hunt down Insight. Where much as they can. Great teamwork out of Shotzi and Pred. 30 seconds. It would only take 1 push. Maybe only 1 player to get done with this point. Get us to around 5. Envoy's been shooting well, but he's going to lose that first bullet and the gunfight to Dashy.
I was worried that might be your only chance. If you are Ultra, you had so little time. But you have maybe your last opportunity here. 10 seconds to go.
Watch number 1. Watch
Desperation. Trying to make a play. It'll be Scrap. Making a play through gas. Kleenex. 1 in front. 5 straight for Pred. A double for Kleenex. Scrap now here. The 2-on-1 shell. Onto the point we go with 1.9 seconds. They just need a tick. And it's done.
You kind of just turtled up. I mean, you obviously find Insight, and then after that, you double up inside a cafe. You have 1 player watch the pinch, 1 player on the site. They just waltz up the A street. Both of these teams have not allowed the defense to get up over towards Bridge. That middle tank setup, we have not seen that whatsoever. Maybe that is just props to both of them on their offenses.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Even though you've been in like a bad spot and so little time to work with, I got worried at first with Cleus missed like the first 4 bullets there, but it turns into 2 with the teamwork. You get the 2-on-1 shot on the point, and this is all due to the progress you got early. Like beginning of the round, you got the 2 ticks. It pays dividends there as you close it out. And now all the defensive work has been nullified behind 2 offensive round victories, 1 for either side. It's all down to around 5. As this is where the playmakers to make the big time plays. Who's going to go huge?
That's Fordet.
It's Kleenex. It's Fordet, and he's got 4 in a row. So getting to great positions here might allow him to earn a cruise.
Yeah, but Shotzi, he's going to try to do as much as he can to get his teammates out of this. But I'll tell you what, in that last round, it was really Envoy and Kleenex that stepped up massively, had multi-kills to get them through the middle of the map. Scrap's going to have a big one-on-one versus Pret. You see all the green arrows working the A street. Insight there to help him out, but here comes Optic towards A.
Yeah, this could be an insane sequence. You take that 1 minute 3 are going to
drop. He said he had to go to the store to
Mr. Mid-map, but you'll stop the clock at 54 seconds. You'll slowly work this progress as another headshot comes on through.
Dude, he's been great.
Guessing, where is he at? Is he left? Is he right? Is he back? Is he front?
He said he might.
He can't drop it. It's 50 to go and no progress yet for Optic Texas. We got to restart.
We're having a pretty good day.
Envoy has really just been, I mean, he's 27-26 leading the way, but some individual one-on-ones that have bought his team some space, some room to work with.
For Major 2, he was costing the squad in those moments, not costing here. Scrap with some help.
We want to go war down
to finish. It is Dashy will stay up, but the trade will be through for Envoy. Other side of it's Kleenex trying to deal with the A side pressure, and now you're scrambling if you're Optic Texas. All 4 off a spawn, 30 seconds to go, final round of map 3, and you've got to make a play. Kenny will start things off.
Yeah, they're just right down the middle. They're just right down the middle. Where are they going to go off this play? They do a good job getting out of the trap, and they know they have to go to B. They only have 12 lives remaining, so Ultra, they just need to calm down here. They can go for this if they want to. Maybe if they hit a nade, hit a certain position, but no need to, no rush. Looks like they're going to wait on number 4 in Kleenex to hit the pitch.
Yeah, I do anything but doing a little too overzealous to maybe throw this away, fumble it. Like he lost 3 there now. Let's take a breath. Minute 13 to go, minute added on. Optic Texas now with the extension. 14v11 in the lives. Kleenex has been so good in the late moments of this one. Keep it going. This is a nice reposition. Avoids dropping in. At the same time, inside able to get a double. The centering wasn't there at first, but he's able to retrack and get one. 4 straight now, working towards streaks. Shotzi and Kitty do lockdown 2. To scrap, we will go now, and Joe will see what he can find.
Yeah, again, guess who it is? It's Shotzi in your base. Look how much time he is wasting. Ultra need to hunt him down, and quickly. The last 2 players in front of Dashy, maybe they think they have to go. They have to go for this, but guess who? It is Envoy again able to win another one. Dashy's on the point. 4 lives remaining here for Optic.
What are you supposed to do? It is just you. You're hoping to pause it as long as you can. It won't be long. Just Kenny, just Pred. They drop. Ultra take it. Up 2-1. Woo!
Yeah, I am on a boat. I'm
T-Pain. Control is, all the pressure on Optic early to have to come up with an offense. They do that. Shifts completely. Like, the shifts you have on Invasion Control are not just based on one offensive victory. Somehow you answer with 1.9 on the clock. If you are Ultra, we go the distance in just like last time. Goes to around 5, Ultra have defense, and they're able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just props to both of these teams. They're showing
Pussy can't get no kill
the
otherwise.
way they built these up. You obviously see here, 30 bombs out of Envoy and Kleenex. Something you'd love to see. Damage leader, yeah, of course, it's going to be Scrap on the other side. It's a tough map for Ken, but you can see the damage he was putting in there. It's right there with his teammates. He had 30 bombs out of Shotzi and Pred. The pressure they were putting on the map. But yeah, Ultra, I don't know, there were just some key one-on-ones that you saw from Kleenex, from Envoy, time and time again. And maybe they don't win you the game, but it stops like multiple members from, getting on an objective, from losing map control that allows their team to reinforce. This is what they were losing last major.
Yeah, one-on-one may not win a game, but it puts you in a position to then win the game. Like, it allows you to get to your spots. It slows down a push. It sets up a push. There were some key ones. I think you were nailing it with Envoy. Yes, there were MCWs all over the place, and these are some of the 8 best players in the world. Everyone was beaming, but there was a lot of criticism of Envoy. Those shots, he was not winning those fights. He wasn't winning those against non-top 4 teams at some times through Major 2. Here, though, he had his bright spots.
Well, and I think again,
he's
really
one shot up there.
That's true.
That Convoy is fucking stupid.
It just feels like on some of these maps, everyone's like, we can do it all with both of these weapons. Obviously, over towards that AA objective, you can still catch everyone off guard. Now, there were a couple of chances throughout that round 5 for Optic, but Ultra able to hold on. That cruise was massive to get Ultra out of the trap that Optic had them in, right? To get Kenny out of that back tractor spot, get them up that B street, extend the game, and that got them to this round 5.
I mean, you've just seen moments of brilliance and ice from both squads with the last laugh there.
Fucking weirdos.
It's gonna be for Ultras. The late game ice, the map 1 for Optic. Ultras turn their advantage to them. We now get ready to head to a 6-star for these 2 teams and their hard point. What are you thinking going into map 4?
Obviously, this is 2 maps you were undefeated on throughout stage 2, or sorry, throughout the year.
That looks pretty good for you.
You were 11-0 on both sub-base and 6-star. Now, not a bad map at all for Toronto Ultra, sitting at 2-1. Again, a new map into this stage, something you're constantly working on, but yeah, it should be another banger.
Well, we've had, a month and a half of 6-star. What has stood out for you? What do the good teams do well? What separates them?
Well, I think sort of chaining P2 and P3. I think that is a big moment. I think what Optic does so well is, over towards P5, Shotzi, just his ability to swim, honestly, just waste time. As simple as it is in some of these maps, like, you see what he does. We just saw it on that invasion.
No, he is elusive. That is for sure. We'll take a look at the holding in the hard point through stage 3 and how these teams have done. Anything that really stands out to you big time?
Well, I think obviously you see how close it is, right? Points per hold. We're looking at first and fifth. You're looking at 2-point difference there, but I think these are just two elite respawn teams.
Yes, they absolutely are.
Can you get us out of here? Our teammates are fucking ass.
So good.
They're not staying with us. They're not doing anything.
An advantage for Ultra in this series, probably the control at his base, but you're like 4-3 over your last 7. I think if you're Optic in that, but the hard point has been there. You try to now bring it back. Get this to 2-2. Get it to a game 5 because the Search and Destroy has been good this series. You still have a chance to take this series. It's a massive one here on a Saturday as we look to set up our top 4 for Championship Sunday. We take a look at the 6-star hardpoint overall on this season. Just as you broke down, yeah, Optic, you have not lost subbase, you have not lost 6-star. Typically, when you get 2 hardpoints you've never lost before, it's boding pretty well for you to take some hardpoints. If you go down to map 4 and they try to get us the entire way to map 5 over the hometown heroes, and Ultra shut it down now.
Well, a nice start here for Ultra. Some early time, but Shotzzy is shooting.
Right as you said that, like they all just get smoked. That's how it goes as a caster, Joe. That's how it goes.
Fucking
seriously, literally just got absolutely just pissed on.
Dashy and Fred then follow it up as you'll look to rack up some of this objective time early, and you can't quite track him if you're Fred. He's shaking his head, maybe frustrated with that gunfight, but now over to Kenny. He's between a rock and a hard place. He slides out right between 2 players.
Yeah, and Optic, they get a little overzealous over towards this P1 setup, and what opens up, it's that P2 sort of vent spawn, and Ultra will take that. But you do get 35 points here if you are Optic Texas, but on rotation, Ultra going to be in a spot to get on to this P2.
Yeah, so great opening hardpoint. Now can you get a crazy break maybe and shift this into your favor even more if you are Optic Texas? Well, backside a little too thick. Is Pred able to see 1? Dashy with a second. Kenny can't fall with a third. It's already Kleenex on 5 straight. At 5-2, working towards a cruise. He'll drop the Shotzzy though, so no cruise earned. Shotzzy getting tag teamed to the Aqueducts.
Yeah, I mean, this pressure is still here, though, from down low. It can be so difficult if you really don't get pushed out here on this hill. And what Optic's trying to do is just keep them trapped on the right side of the map, set up. You see number 5, Kenny, he's just going to rotate for this P3. And this is kind of what Optic did on the sub-base. Like, they kept it messy, won some of these key rotations. So Ultra, they're going to take this scrap time, but now need to break themselves.
A 5-point lead here, yep.
Now, does Dashy spawn out? He does.
Yep. So number 8 and Dashy all the way out. What will the tracking back look like for him? Because you'll have numbers right now if you're Ultra to try and push forward, or maybe you just need a scrap on the map as he's got 4 straight.
And there we go, able to just chain this, and this could be a key moment. So you rotate, but you get picked apart due to Scrap's play, but Shotzzy right on back with another double. There is 3 in the feed. Envoy, yeah. Trying to hold on, but good luck with that one.
Yeah, how often do we see it though? You get a great break, but the break comes right back the other way. So much talent between these 2 squads, and another nail biter early on, 51-51. And now the score line is Kenny has got everybody in front. It's Envoy though that's able to get 2. Envoy 6 and 8 right now. As it looks to continue what's been a terrific series. You got 1 HP if you're Dashy, but now it's a rotation thing. Going outside all the way will be Shotzzy. I think he gets hurt or spotted though.
Yeah, inside knows that the glass was broken, but you gotta deal with him. Yeah, obviously when you're popping Deddy, that's gonna work, and now he's gonna win a second one. It's gonna take 3 players to take down Shotzzy, but you do have spawn control.
Yeah, that's all they're doing.
Trying to go on a pinch, and Dashy maybe should have waited a second.
It's like if Shotzzy got those kills like 2 seconds later, like you've got the reinforcements from Optic Texas, but they can't get there in time, so you have the close spawn. You reinforce this so quickly. If you are Ultra, and as you say that, it's 3 through for Optic Texas. Another break moment is everybody struggling to get clean time right now.
What's really the subs? I mean, it was Envoy and Kleenex over towards the P2 or P3. Now it's Pred and Shotzzy again fighting on back. Shotzzy up to 14. The nades are connecting. 20 seconds left on this P4. Optic gonna have to rotate.
It's like you get into a hard point, you get a setup, and then you're 3 dead. Like it just seems to be happening so quickly.
And time again, it's just these rivals that are connecting, and a spawn gonna come over towards that P2 for Optic. It's gonna be difficult for Ultra to read that, and that's gonna allow Optic to get set up.
Well, now we get to Shotzi's water world as he'll try to get wet and nasty on this upcoming hard point. He'll be the one racking up the time. Left side spawn now for Toronto Ultras. They'll try to get in and maybe get a break. You've got over a minute off the clock, and you're tied up at 84-84, just battling tooth and nail. Blood, sweat, and tears for every single second. 3 through though for Optic Texas. You know, Shotzi's going to be in the water, and there he's able to get the kill. So
well, when I start the game and don't know that they're muted, what do they want me to do?
He's got something better than everybody else in this scenario.
I didn't know they were muted.
Some flippies? Maybe. Maybe he's got like a water
They were
attachment
both
on his
muted.
grenade.
I didn't know they were muted.
I'm sure
The
that
fuck?
probably exists with all 4,000 of them.
Hey, I can down for that.
He definitely just superior when it comes to the water battles, because you take a big advantage now here.
I'm gonna go back to muting them again.
But considering number of lead changes and how tight it's been, it's
they're muted again.
Like a large one. Struggle for Kenny, maybe
I
after
can't
that
say
free,
what I
but
want.
as I say, he's been struggling. He's able to get 2, 5 and 12 right before that. Multi-kills traded back and forth, and now into our second set of rotations. And I mean, we thought this would be a straight-up war. Any adjustments, or that's what this map is?
Who's going to hold and who's going to maybe just stack these hard points together? But Optic down 2-1 in this series, trying to get us to a game 5. Let's go to an Optic listening.
Another one right there.
One push left for me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to set up. Top plat, no time. One more. One's pull steps. I'm telling you. Inside. One pull steps. Nice, boys. Last two. There's two. He has to be close right. Close right, time, Two tails, bros. Everyone give me bed. Chow together. Nice, kid.
I'm one, you got a chow, I'm one.
I'm getting a mid. I have all blue. They can't go bed. I got one blue. One more can be blue on me. Black can be blue.
Hold on, there's a guy shooting right here.
They can't pinch. I want blue. Blue, get clean, it's absolute. He's going bed. Two towels. Three. Inside. I'm on the front of push.
I got one down, one right here.
I'm trying to right. I got one white. One more white. In the water. I'm all right. You're trying to out. It's really weak wood steps. They're going to go mid. I'm all right. Up in that front.
The sequence you talked about earlier, the ability to hold it from the front, set up for next, exactly the opportunity now for Optic Texas. A chance to maybe blow this one wide open. The kills are there. Kenny, who struggled early, another multi-kill. You heard Pride getting fired up in the comps, gassing the boys.
I mean, obviously the games is going to be a little bit easier for Ken when his team starts to win these rotations, but the comms were beautiful. What are we watching? I got dropped down. Let's rotate. It was just on point there for Optic. Now a 30-point lead, but yes, you're starting to just combine these two together. You see the lead grow. Ultra going to need something crazy here towards this P4.
Yeah, I mean, you heard that plan developing from the very beginning of your last hard points. They were just trying to set this up, and set it up they do. You'll take a 50-point advantage now over into next.
The fuck out of here, bro.
Exactly as you said, now the opportunity here for Toronto Ultra to bring it back. A game that has had an absurd number of lead changes. Will there be another one? Or did Optic Texas run away and close this out and get us to a map 5? It's time for Ultra now to try and rally. Bring it here in the hard point, down 50 on the point.
Dashy's going to get the first, but that will be a 3 dead. On
and then your homie leaves. Get the fuck out of here. You want to talk shit about?
Every time he's in the feed, it's a double. Yep. The first push, the first hold, so far so good here for Ultra.
It's just funny how that guy wants to sit there and talk shit, and then his own boy leaves, and I almost clutched the game for us.
Here comes the pressure,
though.
29 seconds still here on the hill.
Oh, you're glad he's weak. I was like,
you got more kills than his boy.
Before he chows, but the call comes in, he's weak. He's able to get number 6, and you are roaring
that guy was the male version of a Karen.
Just under 20 to go here, so you'll have a slight deficit going into next unless you get this scrap time if you're Optic, which they are desperately fighting for. Slow the momentum from Ultra. You know a streak might be upcoming, but you got a rotation across to the other side as well. You've got Kenny there. You've got Shotzi for a bit of crossfire. Shotzi gonna drop, Kenny gonna drop, that crossfire's gone.
Yeah, a little unlucky there for Ken. He's hoping to take him down and then maybe snap onto the second, but on this rotation, that will be a 3 dead. Now Ultra into their setup.
Appreciate it.
Shotzi gonna find the first. Again, you still have that cruise on Envoy if they need. You needed that P4 and you got it from Ultra. It was beautiful from that setup. You can see what this is doing. 7 in a row here for Ultra. They're controlling the middle of the map. Scrap's position. They know they're pushing through P2.
You tried to wrap all the way around the flank and his Scrap spawns. He's just able to get position to shoot one in the back and continue this hold. Scrap shot another. I thought it looked clean burst to the face as another lead change comes through. Ultra back in front. They are clicking in the prime time moments late in these last couple of respawns. It's not connecting. It's Shotzi.
I'm telling you!
Magic. He's got some sort of water magic. I swear to God. As he gets another one, but the trade will be there the second he's out of his water upgrade. And the timeout runs out. 10-point lead to another point. Opening kills here for Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you pull 2 towards you, does Shotzi, but your teammates die on this rotation. They have P1 control. Now Shotzi with the double. He's able to slide on in. So you have to slow this down if you are Ultra. Do not forget you have that cruise. 15 more seconds is in sight. The rival, the MCW,
How you doing tonight, Retro? How you
They're
doing,
getting the big kills. They're
Jordan?
positioned to close it out. 10 more now needed. It just seems a matter of time. The hometown boys are holding and rolling.
Oh yeah, beat me in the butt.
Shut it down, but you do enough. You fight enough to get him out for now and battle back through on the point. You're still alive in this if you're Optic Tactics and you survive long enough. I don't know if you can, because inside dials up a triple and it's over. There has been nobody that has been able to stop Optic Texas outside of phase for months, but here in front of the hometown crowd, Ultra get it done in 3-1 fashion in a fun and remarkable series.
No, it really was. Obviously, there is just so much attention on this man on our screen, what Scrap does, the shit that he talks, the energy that he brings, but I just think the other 3 step up in such a big way.
Absolutely.
There were so many question marks after stage 2, after major 2. Everyone, though, having moments, and just what we saw from inside there towards the end. Envoy with the multi-kills throughout that control, throughout that game 4. This is the Ultra we expect.
The mullet and the multi-kills, Envoy bringing it.
It needs to cut that. But it's working. Maybe not. It's working.
No, it's magical. Leave that
It's
thing.
working.
Leave that thing there. Don't touch a thing as you will move on to a top 3 guarantee. A winner's bracket final against FaZe. One of those matches for the ages. They have gone toe-to-toe since the inception of the CDL. But you look at the game flow here and where things maybe fall apart. I mean, where it's been like the map 1, kind of the late magic for Optic. It was not here this time.
No, it wasn't. I mean, you had your chances, right? The second P2 and P3 you chain together. You build your lead up, but then it is responded at P4 and P5. It's a 10-point difference as we go into our final P1.
I don't know.
Shotzi pushes, the pool hill one more time. It pulls 2 players, but your teammates die inside a P1 setup. Then Ultra just flood on through. Put so much pressure on when you're up to, 240.
And listen, those are plays that Shotzi is going to do all the time. Like, where he's going to kind of, I don't want to say go rogue, but like, he's going to make a play, maybe make a gamble. And like, when the rest of the teammates clutch up, when their gunfights, like, it's fine. It turns out really well. You get a lot of points. When it doesn't go well, things can fall apart, and they fall apart in a late moment there. But
and he's very fine.
Absolutely shooting Scrap. We got him on the main stage, ready to break it down.
I got a verified channel hanging out. That's amazing.
Toronto, show some love
I love it. Thank you, brother. I didn't realize that till just now. I realized your message, but I just got noticed you were verified.
Scrap, you and your squad play phenomenal. How does it
Appreciate it,
feel to
brother.
win in this crowd in your home state?
I mean, listen to this, bro. This is insane, man. This is fucking insane. I appreciate it.
Uh-oh. like
people
this.
who didn't break down was your teammates, man. Talk to me about how proud you are playing with this Ultra squad and how they came through.
Yeah, no, I can't say more
They
words
said all these
for
cats
them.
been playing too
we've
good.
been through a lot this past couple weeks. You know,
What the
we've
fuck is
had a rough
Warzone boot
stage,
camp?
and some maps from HP, S&D has not been our strong suit. But obviously we're showing it here, and that's all that matters. So we're excited.
All right. Now, lastly, coming up tomorrow, you're going up against Atlanta FaZe in the winners finals. How does it feel to go play up against them in Draza again?
Yeah, no, I'm always down to play them. Come on now. I was shitting on them at Major 1. They didn't get a chance at Major 2, so I'm fucking coming for Major 3.
He said he coming Toronto, okay?
So it's for
Show
new
some
people.
love to the Ultra one more time, as that's going to do it for me and Scrap on the stage. Chris, let's break all this down.
Shut the show down right now. It doesn't get better than that. Scrap getting the hometown crowd fired up as they claim they're here to take them the trophy. We got Allie Cat, we got Nameless, and I want to start with you, Allie.
Yes.
You guys all called Atlanta FaZe.
No, I didn't.
You guys got that right. Then you guys all called this Texas squad. What happened here?
Well, I didn't call Texas. I called
did.
the hometown team, but he did call Texas. What happened was the search and destroy. Last time they went up, that was the biggest blunder in the series. The respawns were kept really close, but Toronto wasn't able to keep that game number 2. And while they handed back in full in this round 7 specifically as well, Scrap finding 2 and winning the 1v1 due to COD timing. It was just great plays overall by the individuals, and Scrap is still putting up MVP numbers throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Scrap has some enormous damage throughout this series as well. For Optic, where were they playing well? Where did things fall apart, Nameless?
I mean, well, I'm going to go all the way back to the veto process. You know, when you look back at it in Search and Destroy, Optic banned 6-star, and, like, I get Toronto have, like, a couple of wins on 6-star, but, like, it's just this stage. This is a map that they've been great at in Karachi Search and Destroy. Like, Optic tried to square up with them. I just don't agree with that decision whatsoever. But when you talk about the series as a whole, like, Envoy turned up, and that's what happens when he plays well. You saw the control, some big breakdowns, as Scrap mentioned, like, things that just should not be happening to an Optic Texas team, it was happening. Breakdowns in communication that we saw in the Search and Destroy round number 1. You could see the confidence start to get stripped away from them throughout the last few maps of the series.
I think for me, the fact that they let Karachi through in Search and Destroy was a big blunder for Optic Texas. They haven't played it in their last 10. Toronto Ultra is actually 1 and 2 on that map, so I guess they were taking the risk. But for me, again, you talk about the play of the game. Well, that's going to have to be the clutch in the end of this hard point. It was inside. He was kind of starting off slow in this map number 4, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, Chris.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation that led to these last couple of hills. You know, on security, Optic got 4 wiped, and it put them in that situation. There's 30 seconds left. They're like, okay, I guess we kind of have to re-hit this, which they do, and they're successful, but it gives up the rotations, and you can see at the end the nasty 4-piece.
Can we run it again? Was it 4 or 5?
It was disgusting.
The man is popping off, and you can see Toronto celebrating the 3-1 as they take down Optic Texas, setting themselves up for a rematch against Atlanta. Something that Scrap has been hungry for. He and Draza finally get to settle it on the main stage, Allie.
Yeah, we heard it from Draza earlier. He said if he wanted to meet anybody in the winners final, it was going to be Toronto, and they go ahead and make his dreams come true.
Nameless, it's been an interesting weekend. What's the biggest surprise so far? I'm looking at our schedule, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches left in this tournament.
I think some people forgot Miami Heretics have been making a run. We're going to get to see them later today. It's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see if the miracle continues.
We're going to break. When we come back, New York Subliners are looking to stay alive. They got to get through Seattle, who has been surging into the top 6, now looking for a move into your Final 4.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm operator skin, Dystopia weapon blueprint, Iron Lung charm, Vroom animated calling card, Alpha vinyl guiding light emblem, and Scratch Tally weapon sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
I'm doing anything for you.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BG at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point
game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2. Envoy the front line.
Yeah, the key card at bio gives you a loadout and the special switch. Yeah. At the very bottom. Yeah. You turn the shower on, and there'll be 2 sets of money that drop, and then the key card. Something like that. And then there's also a key card right here that gives you a loadout. It's on the cabinet. Yeah. There's 2 or 3 right here. I thought that was y'all. They're behind you, War Dog.
It certainly makes the big play. And now you're on offense flanking. You've taken the bomb straight through the middle of the map. Hook, he's everywhere. You're getting flanked on defense, but Abizi gives him the ish, and Methods wins his one as well. I don't care if he gets traded. It's a 3v2, and Abizi's still alive. That's a GG.
They're going for it, they're going to be in as well! It is not the Ravens! It is a Phoenix that has risen from the ashes here at the Major! They take flight! They break the curse! And London can finally weep tears of joy and not despair!
To make the play, it's been all about him all tournament long. It could come down to a 1v1.
A little bit, but composure still there for Gorillas as rotations continue to be the talking point. A little bit of a scary spot as Draza turns on to App off the ground. I don't know how that gunfight was even possible.
Red dot, and he's going to chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. Go! Son. You cannot ask for more than that. The 3rd kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
Yeah.
Stops the clock. You have to do a selling on the top side of the flat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap! Mac stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause.
1 clean break. 1 set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
All you gotta do is drop the threshold.
On the flank, he's able to find, but criminally, the
Or
Cranes,
drop
they're
the
able to use 2
threshold.
headshots. They know that 4
Yeah.
was gone. Vivid. Ooh, I think that's a bit of
It
an
just gives away. It just lets people know that they're around.
Side. Nobody able to check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots.
are criminally now going to find all 4 kills.
This is formal for the ace. Third. 4. Illy wraps back, and it's formal with the ace.
We started the weekend with 12 teams. We are down to our final 6, and you can see we've got a whole nother room packed full of gamers as the Challengers Passion Pit powers on Nameless. It is crazy to see how many games we have going on here in Toronto. This is the 3rd year, and this house is sold out tonight.
Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. And you talk about the Passion Pit, you know, we got players like Arstee's down there, world champion, who's been doing his thing. Afro as well, seen him loading on in. So it's been exciting getting some former pros in there and also people on their come up.
And Ali, of course,
Where
we
is
see
this
Challengers
guy?
players rising to the top here this year. So many rookies. And if you're looking at Seattle Surge, you got what, Abuza, who was in Challengers last year. You got Brezzy from Challengers. Now you have 0-4 from Challengers. And here at his first LAN, he's playing for top 4.
Yeah, his first big stage LAN, right? He's only attended maybe 3 so far already in his career, and his 3rd one is on this main stage, and he's already placed in top 6. And right now, they are playing unreal. No team has shocked me more this weekend than the Seattle Surge and their composure in these series. You can see it on your screen right now. Series 5 and 5, their hardpoint all across the board has been extremely solid.
Yeah, they fixed a lot of things. You know, they're 3rd overall in holding throughout this split when it comes to HP.
There's always
the
another
series have
one.
gone particularly long, game 4 and game 5s, which is why they have 18 hard points so
killed
far.
one,
And at
another
9 and
one
9,
popped out. I
that's a
killed him,
massive
another one
improvement for a
popped
team
out.
that can only win Search and Destroy at the beginning of the year. And for our Monster Energy pregame, the good high-rise control, 2-0 at the major, 3-1 on attack. They're actually the best team at control attacking throughout the split entirely.
And it honestly doesn't even matter what map either. It says
Yeah.
high-rise control in there, but they did it on Invasion versus Toronto Ultra. It was the one map they were able to take them off, and on Karachi as well.
Can Surge keep it going, though? That's what the chat is saying.
I can
People
get
say
to the
they shouldn't
second
even
one, but
be
what's that
here.
3rd one I'm telling?
0-4 versus Sim. It's a showdown of the ages. They're going at it again.
I'm going
Yeah, I
back
mean,
to
they beat
loading.
him before, right? They're super confident, and everybody saw the tweets that were on the timeline. 0-4 calling Sib looming. He said, "I own you in this
There's
matchup,"
no loading.
and he did
Damn.
win, man. They did it by winning
It's a
all
fake
3 of the
loading.
respawns online. So for New York, they have a chip on their shoulder, and particularly, it's time for Sib to have a takeover series. He has had some improvements in the respawn the last couple games, but it's time for a takeover.
Ali, can Sib bounce back mentally here from being called
you're
a little
down there.
man on Twitter?
Yes,
trying
absolutely.
to
I
make
think
sure where y'all are
a
at.
lot of players in the league, he's definitely one of the more confident ones. And New York Subliners is a confident team, right? The good right now for them is the high-rise control for the Monster Energy pregame. It's 2-0 record. They're comfortable to go up against Seattle in this situation. But the problem for New York right now is the slang surprisingly has not been there for a team that's traditionally good at respawn.
Yeah, and in this series, we won't be having high-rise control. We're going to have invasion.
Let's take a look here.
That's a replay.
We've got our maps and modes brought to you by Scuff Gaming. And shout out to our friends at Scuff. Their booth has been packed and, well, supplies are running low. Let's take a look here, though, Nameless. We got 6-star hardpoint, invasion for search and destroy, and control before Karachi, and 6-star again.
Yeah, you know, similar map set that they played last time. The invasion control obviously went towards Seattle. The Karachi hardpoint went towards Seattle. They won it by over 100 points, so they feel very confident in this one, especially with New York declining in search and destroy. Seattle has to be licking their chops.
Ali, you've got the best prediction so far. You just nailed another one with Toronto. Who are you calling to move into the top 4? Can Surge get it done?
Maybe they've been surprising me all weekend, but I'm not officially going to go with them. I have too much faith in New York Subliners.
All right, safe call.
Yeah, I'm going to go with New York Subliners as well. I think they bounce back. Just better on land.
I really want to go with 0-4 and just see a guy
Camping
like
pussy.
Miracle on his first land, making the way. You know what? My record can't get worse. Let's go Seattle Surge in this one. And like 35 other people are here with me, Toronto. Let's get it done as we send it down to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I'm excited to see
I
who's
only
going
got
to
3.
come out on this next matchup. Seattle, New York, it's time to find out. In the first squad coming to the stage, a lot of haters thought this storm was going to die down a long time ago. But we've seen they are still here. Get ready for Seattle.
run right now. They're trying to make it all the way to the top. This team has been struggling stages 1 and 2. They've had a lot of roster turnover, but they found their guy in 04. They brought him in, and it's been lights out since. Can a Boozer repeat that last performance? Let's see if the duo gets it done.
Let's see, because they're definitely looking like they're in their flow state. But the next squad coming to the stage is looking to curb stomp them out into oblivion. Get ready, Toronto, because here comes the Subliners. Ready to leave it all on the stage. Here comes the New York Subliners. Skies, Sib, Kismet, and Hydra. The New York Subliners ready to make it to Championship Sunday.
The New York Subliners find themselves in an unexpected place here down in the elimination bracket, going up against the Seattle Surge team that placed top 12 at the last event. This is a top 3 team in the New York Subliners from our previous event, looking to maybe make it into that top 4 and push for Championship Sunday. And I know if anybody's going to get the vibes up and get it done, it's going to be Caesar Skies. I can't wait to see him spawn in this matchup, Blaze.
I'm ready to start it, Allie, okay? With Hooded Skies on the stage, anything can happen. Toronto, are you guys ready to get this one going? Miles, Chance, let's roll.
Ready to roll, man. Ready to drown these two teams out. This has been a personal one. It's a lot of fun and games. There's some memes. There's a lot on the line. But what actually is going to happen is we're going to have a great series.
Yes, I mean, well, a lot on the line. Manhood is on the line, quite literally. Sib's words, not mine, but they've been going at it, and it is done to perfection. Shout out to the script writers for this one. It has been a very fun tournament, and I hope they save just a little bit of that juice for this series as well.
We're nowhere near the end. It's a very exciting season finale ahead of us, folks. But yeah, Seattle Surge, New York Subliners, boy howdy, have we had ourselves a tournament so far. We say goodbye to one of these two teams here, right here and now in this matchup. I don't know who it's going to be, man. I really don't. I think the scriptwriters, you know, kudos to them. I'm patting myself on the back hard here, but it's going to be a great match.
And keep in mind as well, it is also about breaking into the top 4. That has been the problem for the rest of the league this entire year. And currently, well, the top 4 gatekeepers are the New York Subliners. They have suffered a couple losses in the Major 3 qualifier, including 2 Seattle Surge. But you have to get it done on land. So Subliners trying to hold that down, make sure the top 4 stays intact. And guys like 04 want to be the ones to break it down. Surge, they've had a fantastic tournament run. And there's one thing about beating the rest. Now it's about beating the best. We are playing a different ball game.
Overall season, 6 star for our first map. Subliners, not as many reps.
See what happened
Seattle
was.
Surge have definitely got a few more goes on it, but so far, good looks. We'll see if our teams can keep things going. We've seen so many incredible moments here on this map. I'm going to add another one to the pile here. Here we go, folks. Elim, round 3 starts now.
And you already know, I mean, against certain teams, Hydra, when we say pop-off series, like absolutely godlike. So that is about the containment process. How well who can 04 actually perform? So much pressure going to be coming into this map. And, well, Hydra already just looking for that opening salvo of kills. And it's the dynamic duo of Seattle that strike first. That is a clean 4 down in time collected.
Beautiful teal of Seattle Surge on the minimap. The white will be the New York Subliners. Trying to get over towards that second hard point and nobody home there whatsoever. Sib's going to find one there on the point. A couple of sweet kills here from Seattle. Should be able to net a few more seconds. Hydra nearly picked up on the pinch there. Brezzy, lovely shots. And Hydra's played so sneakily, but well done from 04 there. Not to let the composure slip away for them. Not to let the advantage that they've worked hard for get away either, because they've got P2 as well.
Big moment for Brad. She is, well, aggressive, but Skies wins the gunfight there to drop him, and New York Subliners will be at the new time. First and early, but Hydra's going to die before the hill actually pops, so he's going to be out of the play. And Hook, well, the question is, can they count to 4? Skies was nearby, but they forgot about him. Meanwhile, Hook, as is tradition, he is Challen.
Challen. Oh, for Challen. They're on the point. It's going to be a bit of an open field for a second. Oh, man, all 4 corners. It's a bang out, and it's a boozer. Gets 2.
And think about that lethal threat, right? Hook's going to be flying at you like a psychopath the entire game. And meanwhile, the French duo with the AR is playing at a much different pace. So it is a different situation for Subliners playing against a team like this. You got to make the adjustments, and for the moment, on point. Nice little break as Subliners a little bit desperate to collect some time.
Desperate is the word early on here. This is only the second hard point of 5 in the rotation on 6-star. And 04. Oh, he's looking very smooth on the approach towards Old. New hard point will be up soon. That's good news for the Subliners. They've got a very long line of players in between Seattle and that new point. Bad news. 04 and the boys cut you down. 1 more to go.
Yeah, Subliners just looking the wrong direction. 2 players looking at that old time, but hey, Sky, Sib, and Hydra all contributing in the feed, and a big shutdown kill by Sib. Could have been a spicy moment for Surge to go for a break, but New York nice and stable. But Hook going on a long pinch. He's got to wait for his teammates to make the play.
Sib's going to post up, trying to find something here. Abuza once again through the middle. 4 now in a row for Sib. Beautiful shots. Spawns in the backside now for Seattle. That's good for now, but you want to start to push out and try to escape this position. 04 flies in, finds his. Hydra back at it with a big kills. Gets 2. Here comes number 3. Hydra cleans the point.
That is the beauty of the nade smoke. Hydra able to see through it first, and that is the moment of invisibility where now sort of an interesting spot. Abuza actually trying to late hit the time for 15 seconds. Who could be doing the exact same thing, but the battle towards that new rotation. Seattle win it, and who gets a 2-piece at the old time, so a little bit of scrap, making sure maybe 10 extra seconds Subliners don't have, so a very small lead as the new hill pops.
To security we now go, folks. Quick check in on the scores, and again, it's Seattle Surge with a bit of a lead. Lovely work so far. We're not done yet, though. We've got 1 more hard point after this. Everybody's favorite, the pool. But for now, good looks out of Surge. They're in first.
Yeah, New York taking the deepest route you possibly can to work this flank. And, well, Hoop getting caught looking the wrong direction. And outside of a team kill, that is a beautiful break there from the New York Subliners. Seattle caught off guard. Brezzy attempting for the bailout, but a clean break. A good time to collect it. Hydra, well, he is a slayer. Opportunity to get a couple extra kills. Brezzy off spawn there to shut him down.
Abuza from top.
Take a break.
Gets his as well. The breaks are good, and Abuza wins his. That's another solid 20 seconds for Seattle Surge. Hydra brought down again as the French on French action continues here on 6-star.
Yeah, it's been a quick back and forth battle between these 2 teams, and now the pinch over towards that time. Subliners, they have complete clearance on this rotation. They'll be here early. I don't think they have any trophies near the point just yet, and Skies
Alright, I will right after this game. This game's about over.
New York getting here first. Surge now storming around the time. Kismet, big
I gotta make our spaghetti meat.
Just enough ammo in the clip to make sure you keep
so
that.
I guess that's good timing,
a huge kill. Sib, nice shots onto the second. 14 and 7. Sib playing like his life depends on it.
Life more than that, future of his bloodline as well. And now Surge, well, storming over towards the pool. Kind of surprising they're able to waltz on in, and well, now Hydra trying to recollect. Seattle Surge, again, a bit of a cakewalk in that moment. 04 killing himself with a Semtex, and maybe the open door from New York Subliners to get back inside. As is typical, a pool hill that is very mixy. And Seattle still, I mean, sizably so on top.
I was going to say, as much as it has been crazy for Seattle, they're very much enjoying themselves here by the pool. Sib, he's a couple on the way out, and he's still managing to find that time. Old hard point is going to be done in a moment. Seattle Surge walking away with the final few seconds. Love that. Who's going to get it? Now towards the middle of the map again. New York, they will be first in, best dressed to the bar in our second set.
And I will say, just to acknowledge it, Hook is like 10 and 13, a little bit negative, but he's had quite a few gunfights where he's just winning the battle for strat time. So he's been giving his team a little extra, and now for Seattle, you have stability. A nice clean 4 down, everybody set up around the zone, and a P1 where you are looking to punish, but 04 going to meet his early demise by the name of Hydra. New York looking good for the break.
Trying to get in there, but you've still got a couple of players to deal with. The Buzo on the flank as well. Sib from the stairs picks him off. Pressure still on. This play is not over yet. Reinforcements are so close. Brezzy gets his. The Sky is now desperately alone, trying to keep the fight alive. Get his boys in there. There's 20 seconds to be had.
And this is an interesting moment. New York
York Subliners actually tied for the team that has in hardpoint at least the most losses even when you outslay. New York Subliners currently doing very well in the slaying category, but down by 70. Surge playing the game just a little bit better for the moment, and again, it's guys like Kook getting a lot of those key gunfights.
Yeah, it's inefficient kills, I think, is one way of putting it for the New York Subliners. They don't have the time or the presence on the map. This is good looks, though. Oh, wow, hardpoint time was great. 0-4 somehow cuts underneath Hydra. Trades are going to be there. Kismet trying to push him out.
And look at the spawns as well. Seattle just going to spawn in the back. Kismet, by the time you react, it's just a little bit too late. New York Subliners just a little bit too slow on the jump, but Sib right now, the bailout, he's got 20 kills. Question, will it be enough?
Will it be enough? Well, we'll see how the boys are feeling in a moment as the New York Subliners trailing. Let's go for a listen in with YSL.
Challenge spot. Somebody pick up shot. That's what I say. They like going mid. I'm playing the back on you. I send your lobby right now.
Alright.
Lobby cross, okay? Watch the back. Have your lobby cross, okay? Weak. Lobby dead. Let's go.
Oh yeah, he pushed.
Two water steps. Two mid lobby. I'm looking deep. I need up then. I'm two shot with you. I have the deep.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm waiting on lobby. Yeah, my front. Kiss. Heard you. I have your lobby. Hold the back. Lobby got me. He's weak lobby. Right side. On the bar. Spawning in the back. Deep long. They're gonna go lobby. Fuck. I'm leaving you. I don't see him. Lobby 2 and bar. I'm coming down. One shot. One top. Hop. One shot. Peek on the bar. Barn outer. Barn.
He's in the gas.
Go.
Oh. What? What? Right now, it's the last 9 people. I'm saying there's only one dude on my team left.
Lovely clean comms from the Subliners there. A very, very solid hold of the map so far. But Chance, once again, they do not have the time. They have the kills and the streaks right now.
They just need to pop off hill. That is all you're looking for New York, and they got to set up for the moment. Hydra right now is going to be dealing with the entire team. There's one, there's two, and this might be all 4.
Don't tell mommy I'm about to start it right now.
Last man standing, but Subliners for the moment have done enough.
0-4, last man standing.
That doesn't mean you gotta come home from mom and just wanted to play Call of Duty.
Wow, what a set of kills. And that pop-up hard point, you do not get it. Hook guns you to bed. Hook finds the time, and the Surge boys are in control.
Oh, what a bailout moment for 0-4. Look at it. Cruise missile gets it as well. In a moment, Subliners looking for the comeback. 0-4 shutting you down.
What an unbelievable run. A 6-3 from him from seemingly nowhere. 20 now for the win. Seattle Surge. Map 1 will be yours.
This is insanity, man. This is this guy's 3rd LAN event ever. Not even in the pro scene, just ever. Going against world champions, and he is picking them apart. Got a 70-point gap in the game. He got the rotation towards New, and he got 0-4, the unstoppable man, taking a dip in the pool.
Taking a dip. Teammates are there to cover it. 10 seconds now for the win, Skies. Oh my goodness, been brought down. It all comes down to Hydra. He's got to get the break.
On the main stage, the rookie with basically no LAN experience at all, or the other side of the stage with a handful of world champs, because that is not a guy that looks stressed out to me.
He's having a fantastic time here in Toronto. And with damn good reason as well. An opener there that you can be very proud of, Seattle. Wow, what a come up this team has had. Is that a 6-point or 6-star hardpoint?
Nice.
Not a lot of folks would have given Seattle the win. And we've got some good-looking stats as well.
Oh, this is incredible, man. Those guys having a grand old time. It's not even just like 0-4 with the lack of experience. I saw a tweet earlier. I think Hook's had 30-some-odd tournaments. The rest of his teammates combined don't even get to double digits. So Hook is the vet on the squad. And again, he had some high-impact kills this game, but it is down the line for Seattle. Everybody there to provide great assists, great kills, the damage output, everybody the same. And I know on the slang front, for the most part, Subliners were keeping it even. That scoreline, 100-point gap. They just could not find the proper coordination.
Highlights, folks, to be very mixed, though. We saw some tremendous kills from the Subliners, but again, not able to capitalize. And that's been a recurring theme, Chance, for this team. They're able to slay you out and keep you off the map. They don't necessarily do a lot of time in that hill. It's really, really difficult for the Subliners Subliners fans. They don't quite know what's going wrong with the team right now, but I'll tell you what's going right. Seattle Surge.
Yeah, and of course in the hard points as well. That's the third straight loss New York Subliners have suffered to the hands of Seattle. And I mean, a score like that from Kismet, if you were paying attention last year, that is atypical. Used to be Mr. Do-It-All, but they have switched up the dynamic of the team, and Kismet, well, finds himself in a different spot. And that was a beautiful moment, by the way, from 04, basically where he's able to call a game, because that was a 4-man hit through the top. New York Subliners get the first 3 kills, and then he just bails you out. That is how he ends the game on a 7 spree. Young guy popping off, and not even really a back and forth game. Seattle got the lead literally from the opening break, and they never looked back.
No, not even close. Wow, well done. And that third hard point, the slight bulge there, we always see it on 6-star. It's that top bar, P3. After that, no going back. Well, Seattle, good job there. You managed to walk away with a strong map 1 win. S&D on the way chance.
And I will say, by the way, just to touch on the hard point again, we mentioned how New York Subliners has actually been pretty common. They've had 6 or 7 maps where they've outslayed and still lost. Seattle actually is on the other side of that coin, where they get outslayed and still find ways to win. More than one of those have actually been against the New York Subliners. So high impact kills for Seattle, and the fact that as rookies, these guys just know ball.
Yeah, they really do. And they're looking confident, they're looking calm. Doesn't seem to be, too much to lose here for Seattle Surge. They've come into this series the clearest cut underdog. And they are turning heads, and they are winning hearts and minds one map at a time. S&D's on its way, Chance. And again, for the Subliners, you just won a World Championship. You were the MW2 overall champions. You make a single team change, and since then, it hasn't been all roses compared to last season.
Well, at the same time, though, last season, they also struggled at the start of the year. They hit their form right at the very end, and there were specific things to look to. But as we're looking at the S&T, very balanced. You literally could not pick between the two of who is going to have the advantage. Incredibly even across the board. But even if you want to stay for the S&D specifically, guys like Hydra at the start of last season, his first blood rate wasn't out of control. He had a decent KD, but nothing crazy. Final 2 tournaments, he turned into God himself and figured out his gameplay. Well, both Hydra and Kismet have struggled in this game mode, especially with the First Bloods. We're just waiting for them to find that form, but so far from what we've seen in Stage 3 and this major, they haven't found it just yet.
No, not yet. There's a lot of criticism towards Kismet at the moment in his S&D gameplay. It's lower KDs when it comes to the respawns as well. We'll see if he can't find some success here, because Subliners sorely need it.
And I know the way that New York have been playing S&D in this tournament so far, very few number of maps, but they actually have sort of the perfect strategy and game plan for a team like Seattle. It is, even when we have the man advantages, we're playing it nice and slow, we're playing incredibly safe Call of Duty, and we're allowing the other teams to make the mistakes. And obviously on Seattle, they have hyper-aggressive players that you can punish their mistakes, but I know Hook is an absolute wild card. This is actually the map where he set the record for most First Bloods in a game, but this time it's 04, taking down Sib.
Got him already. Wow, look, Subliners, a team that want to play patient. This is the map where you can do it, especially if you have defense, which they don't. Right now, Seattle Surge, they're on defense. They've got a lovely spread across the map. Numbers everywhere. An 04, oh, he's got a corner. If anyone sends it around there, he's in trouble.
And you have Seattle, again, not making any mistakes. 04, not chasing that red dot. Wants to play for positioning, so trying to keep them as nice as possible. That bomb leaning towards the A site. 04 has the intel. A couple players are by Cafe.
He's patient. He's basically holding the same position you see all the time, which is that side tank. And no, that's not what you wanted. Hook, the trades are done. It's a 2v2, and it should not be.
And you better clutch this if you're Breji and Abuza. You can't let your teammate down in that moment. Skies, though, S&D Wizard able to win his one. Breji, you might have costed your team this round. Opportunity to bail him out. It doesn't have the kill on Skies, and now Hydra there to protect his boy.
Here he goes. That's going to be the plant. No problem. Extra points there go towards Skies. The Subliners gifted around after what was a lovely first blood. 04, good work. Brezi's nade, we're not sure exactly where it came from, but that connected perfectly when it didn't want to.
And that might end up being an incredibly painful moment for Seattle fans and the team alike. That is a little bit of momentum that the Subliners needed, especially for the bounce back after that 6-star.
Again, first round, get the jitters out of the way. And it's so interesting, just the side-by-side here. Almost no small talk there from Seattle Surge at all in between the rounds.
Well, they do grind through this map, so they know what the play is going to be. Leaning over towards this B side as well, but I know for the New York Subliners, winning that first round offense feels incredibly nice.
Does help. Aggression here. New York, they've pushed far forward on the defense.
You can do it. There we go.
He's done it. Hooks through the window. Spots Kismet out. Whoa! That's the nuke, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he does. Abuza trying to pick up Hydra on the quick rotation to kill Hook. Brezzy moving forward. Can he catch Sib? Gets it. 2v1. The round is done.
Yeah, and Skies had great positioning over towards Showers or the A control zone. So I'm assuming he got the cleanup kill on Abuza towards the end. And that is why that first round is especially painful. Now you're dealing with a situation where Hydra is 4-0. Thinking about a cruise missile. You gave him an offensive round as well. One mistake of a frag grenade. Long-term impact.
2-0 so far for the subliners. 2-0 for Hydra in the kills department. Seattle right back at it. We're going to see them on defense this time round again. First blood was good. Highly doubt we're getting the exact same situation again. But crazier things have happened here in the CDL. We are pushed far forward, New York.
This is a full stack up down the B Street. Bomb, by the way, over towards A, and Brezzy for the first blood. Sib has been active in every single first blood fight thus far. But subliners again on offense. Man disadvantage, and well, that is going to continue. A 2 versus 4 for Hydra and Skies.
Brezzy seems to be this variable they cannot account for. The subliners now trying to get in the mix. They managed to get at least one. Abuza finds Hydra. No ace for Brezzy, but it's been a lovely round either way. All down to Skies, eradicated. So now you go. Seattle get on the board.
Yeah, 0-4 challenge as well, right? Has the intel on Skies, no wasted time, flying in the back, ready to take the gunfight. Seattle Surge, they will absolutely play with pace, and 0-4 easy read towards the end. And again, Sib has been involved in every first blood. He's been naded once, won a gunfight, and gotten picked by Brezzy. Brezzy.
Yeah. He managed to turn that around brilliantly. Can they get another one? They keep that momentum going. Look at the trophy systems now, happily able to throw those down, keep your boys safe. We're already hearing the nades getting cooked early on, so here come a couple of bangs across the map. They land, they do their job, but they don't necessarily get the kills. Kismet is soaring forward under the coverage of Brezzy there. That could be a big piece of information for Seattle to play with in a moment.
Yeah, an interesting situation on the minimap as well. Abuza hanging out over by Showers, and well, Hydra could strike at any moment. Stack over towards DVD, though. You're working on the cross back. Looks like the A hit's going to be the call, but you get picked. Hydra, he had his hiding spot for quite some time. Who gets cut down as well. Great crossfire being set up by the subliners as now Hydra pushing pace. Brezzy takes the freebie, and Sib gets baited into death. 1v2 and a possible 1v4. Brezzy not quite able to get it. Oh, what could have been.
Brezzy, that turn on the second play was immaculate timing, but not really able to get it done. Next was Kismet's POV. Chasing down a wild Brezzy with that storm of Seattle Surge. And they read the forecast. They saw it coming a mile away. Again, no small talk there from Seattle. They really do have a game plan. And they execute almost sort of round by round. Very, very little chat in between rounds. I find it fascinating.
Well, you might need a small talk a little bit more because Hydra just plays a typical corner inside a cafe. Nothing crazy about that, but getting caught completely off guard. Not ideal. Hydra 7-2 so far. This game has been a cakewalk.
Hydra's work so far at 7-2. Yeah, man, that's ideal. Only a few rounds in. Gonna run into some trouble here. Oh, quite a bit of work there on the door from 0-4, but Kismet and Hydra team up for the fight just in case. The trades are going to be there. Hook, out like a light. Immediate bomb recovery from Hydra, though, means that one kill, while it could have been a devastating moment, it allows the subliners to keep moving.
You got a battle as well between Skies and Abuza down A Street, but you're just sort of playing with the idea. The call almost certainly going to be to hit over towards B. Brezzy by himself for the moment as well. Hook hasn't repositioned to come back and help it up. Meanwhile, Skies going to be grouped up with his teammates. And Brezzy feels the pressure, just completely gives the side up.
Yeah, he's going to back on up. We're going to hang out for a moment. You can do that if you're Surge, but if you let them cross that tank, it gets a lot of damage in. There's Sib as well. Slow hits. Here on land, you got to be very careful. Reinforcements now from Surge. The flank. There's a big old fight between Hook and Skies. Clock's ticking, bomb's getting planted.
And this time it could be interesting for Hook on the flank or Brezzy just with the angle. Hydra a little bit off, shoes too big, and now a 2v3 for New York, and Hook has just ran through the team.
I love this. He just lays prone, wins the fight against Sib as well. Hook trying to take down Skies, and that is the round. Skies can't get close to anyone unless he makes it 1v1. Hello. Can't get the last kill though. That's that's going to be it. And Surge, that smoke play from Hook, they stopped the bomb plant. Brezi's kill was a fraction of a second away from allowing that to happen. A huge round there from Seattle.
Yeah, Hook's reaction time, by the way, absolutely different. Nice little snap in an awkward sort of gunfight, but either way, we are tied up 1-1 on the mistakes front, right? Brezi, round one, nades his boys, and well, Hydra a little bit off with the angle for the bomb plant. So Seattle, they needed to have a little alleviation moment. Still, though, down a round.
Yeah, 1-1 in the mistakes front, but still a one-round advantage here from the subliners. A couple of them beelining over towards the B street. That's where the bomb's going to be for Seattle Surge. And right now, you're looking for a couple of sneaky moments here. Kismet closed the door, has Deddy to work with. He could pounce. Sib absolutely sends it and gets himself blooded.
It's just so aggressive. I mean, Sib's aggressive because Kismet's in the spot. You don't expect Hook just to fly through. In the meantime, well, Hydra fully capitalized on the flank, but forced to make a play. Easy trade here. She got a 3v3 Hydra, both guns in hand.
It's perfect timing there from Hydra now as he makes his way forward. That's going to be the bomb down as well. So 40 seconds, the round goes to Surge, unless you can get involved. Sky's lovely tags. You've got some information. There is a pinch here. And Kismet, oh, he guesses slightly wrong. Doesn't matter. Hydra is there for it. Onwards towards the site. 0-4. Wow, big win from him. Traded out immediately now, all down to Hook in a 1v1 against Hydra. Oh, big win! As the Nuke strikes again.
Strikes again and doesn't react yet. Kyler, he is terrifying. This man has been perma-locked in the game for the past 5 years.
You brought up a really good point. At the start of the walkouts, right, when the teams all walk out, who's the person at the front row that gets the death stare from Hook? What does that feel like? Please, tweet us your answers. 3-3.
Yeah, police interrogators could learn a thing or two. I confess all my crimes to Hook. But right now, we are tied up 3-3. And a defensive round as well for Seattle. It's been a little bit of a bounce back, down by a few, but all tied up again. Hydra 10 kills, by the way, already. He's been fantastic in this game, and Hook dead to the first blood. 0-4 can't get the trade. Hydra number 11.
Yeah, Hook was trying to get the smoke out as well. Lovely shots there from Abuza. Manages to get away without taking any damage. So good luck on the next battle. That's going to be Skies. Good damage, and the nade might land close enough towards the bomb. No, Skies is long gone.
Yeah, Skies too smart, gets out of sight, and well, now Brezi trying to make the play, but easily watched there by the subliners. It was the perfect play call. You play off the aggression of Hook in 0-4, and now for Abuza, there's nothing you could possibly do. That is a lightning fast offensive round there by the subliners. And again, that Hook containment process, not an easy feat, but getting it done in that round.
Yeah, once you manage to defuse the bomb, defuse the Hook, there's that one less thing to worry about there on the map. Kyler Garland, been around the block a few times, a world champion there in MW 2019. Multi-FPS champion as well. Dangerous, dangerous player. Back to that one-round advantage here for the subliners. They're on defense this time round. The old 3-1 split, which will blossom into a full map spread.
New angle chosen to watch the flank from Abuza, and so much map space already taken. Hydra, it looks like he might gear up to go for a quick pinch. He got all the way to back spawn pretty quickly the previous defensive rounds. And now Sib just trying to keep this pressure at bay. Seattle not making moves just yet, but with that bomb near broken, they will strike at any moment.
We call this the dozo. This is the back corner of the map here by that B-bomb site. An incredibly important power position. Sib's role here, immense. The pressure he's about to face, equally as immense. The smoke, and they've got real close. He is totally surrounded, not able to get a kill out of it. That's a first blood. And a bit of a pinch now on. Hydra managing to get in towards the site, finds 1 of 3.
And you know the bomb's not getting planted. Skies also wins the flank battle, so the island fight. Subliners come out on top, and Hydra perfect positioning, but has to get away. The trophy is not quite near the bomber. Well, they're close enough. A 2 versus 2, and right now for Seattle, you're running out of time.
You're running out of time, and you're running out of space to play with as well. It's now all down to 0-4. Can he gun Hydra? He's tagged. He's in trouble. And the Phenom in a place like this is going to be a happy man. You've got to find both players. That's going to be it. Map point for the New York subliners.
And that is a sort of mid-round mixy adjustment that Surge were not able to handle at all. Feeling the pressure of the moment, and their small talk is struggling in between rounds, and those moments even more difficult. Just no thought of a game plan. And Skies, again, the gunfight win he had on Abuza might be the one to seal the deal. I know Hydra into double digits, but Sky's 9-2 as well. He has been feasting on Invasion.
The subliners have just had a couple of rounds that could not have gone any worse for Seattle. We'll see if they can close it out here. 3 straight for Seattle to take a decisive lead in the series, but unlikely at this moment in time. We'll find out how the New York subliners look here in this attacking round, because they've not managed to push too far forward. It's slow hits here on Invasion.
As spread the map, play for picks play as well. Try to get the information on Hook and see if you can find a way to isolate him. Makes a bit of noise over towards the A site, so Hydra knows Cafe might be open, checks the corners anyway, but all the sneaky spots have been cleared.
I mean, that's so nice to watch. Just every single possible position a player could be in, clear. The boys can now move across the map. All the usual spots. 04, this is for you. It doesn't land either, so a little bit of information gained. Some good, some bad.
And 04 just in a standoff battle right now with Kismet, who has the bomb over towards Broken. Hook and Hydra having their standoff as well, but the question is, when do you want to cross, and can you get the double child going? Sid moving into position, so going to be doubled up just on the cross. Kismet has got out over towards the bomb as well. Site control.
Is there a trophy system for him? That's going to be Sib, yeah, by the tank. So here's the plant, a little closer towards Sib. Hopefully within range of that trophy. Sib laying in wait. Anyone coming down that street is going to meet him.
Hook on the flank, though. Hook on the flank is going to be behind 2. Chasing him in this moment, but Seattle, they've made it out. The chase not going to pan off just yet. Hook's got to fly, and 04 is going to fall. Hydra gives you 2 as well. Out here calling game. Seattle Surge gave up the bomb plant. Bit off more than they could chew.
It's a battle now. The clock ticking, and Hook has been taken care of. A decisive bit of work there in the final round from the subliners. You saw the plan didn't quite work out for Seattle. They find themselves now at 1-1 in this series.
And that was a very sloppy game for Seattle as well. Still locked in as they're processing those previous rounds, but literally from the jump, how perfect things could have been. 04 gets the nade on Sib. You get the first blood, but, well, John Wick picks up your trade. An Invasion where, again, Hydra and Sky's absolutely dominant from through to through. Get the double-digit achievement there from Hydra. Really capitalize in the final round as well. Make sure you get the bounce back. Nice little battle of a series in 15-4. Not much more to talk about than that.
Now, he only gets a 5 spree, though. That's not quite good enough, but the sweet 2k damage there as well. Also from Skies. So both of them really putting in the work. Lovely looks there from the New York subliners. Seattle Surge. A little lost on Invasion, I think, here, as the subliners gave them nearly nothing to play with. Great stuff there. We're all tied up here in our series. We're staying on Invasion, though, for our game of Control. And that Karachi hardpoint, we will definitely be seeing that. My goodness. Excited to see how this one goes. Chance again. Seattle have not been the best team when it comes to Control.
Not at all. They've been a little bit better than previous as well. It used to be they almost started series down 0-1, but since they've added 0-4, they've had a lot more strength in the category. Obviously, though, Invasion Control is a very dangerous map. Subliners still have the #1 attacking rate in the game.
Well, that's going to be a very, very important statistic coming into our next matchup. We're almost ready to get into that one, folks. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break. Allow you folks in the venue to go to the restrooms, get a drink, maybe get something to eat, and you at home, do the same thing. It's just not as loud or as fun. We'll see you after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
ladies and gentlemen. Almost ready to get into our invasion control. Here, map number 3, the Toronto Major. It's just been a delight so far, Chance. We've had some good games. We've had some bad games. We've had some ugly games. We've had it all.
Yes, and we are going to continue to deliver in this series as well. The control, the separation map between these two teams. Last time Seattle won it, got the 3-1 victory over Subliners, and that hand delivered them the series shortly thereafter. Now, maybe a moment of confusion for the Subliners as they're about to get locked in, but fist bumps out and about. Hook, the Terminator, that look in his eye. He is ready to hunt these players down.
From a microwave seas when I'm waiting for my popcorn. Into invasion control we go, folks. Overall record not ideal there for Seattle Surge. It hasn't been fantastic for them for a while.
Better as of recent, though. That is the main thing. Control has been a massive problem for Surge on the year, but much stronger because, again, 0-4, dropping a 1.3 in the game mode thus far this major. Certainly lean towards Subliners, almost expecting them to win, but make no mistake, Surge, a very lethal threat.
We're on the B zone right now. New York Subliners on the attack. 0-4, completely removed there from the play. Skies is going to get his as well. And now you just want to sit in that little B zone. You've stopped the clock at 1 minute 20. Let's get that capture.
And this is worst case scenario, by the way. Kismet wins the extra one, and you got a Hydra behind you. Hydra, the best KD in the game on offense, on invasion control. Now he's got Skies as the support. If Hydra's behind you, you're going to have an awful time.
Yeah, real bad. Hydra in front of you, not great either. Nice nade. Forces Brezzy out, but doesn't get the kill. So the second segment long gone here at B. And Hydra is still on a run. It's a 3 spree. The fourth was not going to be there for him. Over towards A we go for a moment, and it's only Kiz getting the capture.
And that is the impact of Hydra, though. Nice win, though, by Brezzy, just to shut down that funny business. But either way, B zone secured. No one had to break a sweat. Sid does not even have to play. He just gets to hang out on the objective.
Yeah, Spy's hanging out of the back spawn once again, though. So this is such an uncomfortable moment for Surge. Actually, I say moment. It's been a few minutes now. The Sky's there, picking these players off before they can even get into the action. They're entirely ineffective until they get him out of position here.
Can't even clear them out. Right now, they're just being outclassed. Surge do not have a response. They have died so many times, and Surge will push the pace. They do it on a few different maps. You could, at some point, potentially run out of lives. Surge, got to make sure you're careful right from the jump.
It's a slim lead in the life count right now for the New York Sublines, the 22 to the 19. Hydra. Oh, you better finish him. You better call him out. That's a problem. Hook manages to get a trade there. And 0-4 finishes what he started. And now, lovely shots there on the Skies at range, but not enough for the kills.
Weird moments, but nice shots there from Brezzy. Able to stabilize and set up. A lot of players rolling through, trying to deal with the street. Hook, though, Slate Reflector or not, able to get at least one. 0-4, maybe just the next man in line. He's got to boost it for the cutoff, but they've kind of abandoned one another. 0-4 gets out of the mix, and, well, at least he'll get you the trade. A nice gunfight win. Sid shuts him down, but 0-4 does give you 2. Brezzy, by the way, just looking for a cruise missile in the meantime.
Big chill on the other side of the map, trying to get himself a cruise. One more kill will get the job done. He's very loud, though. There's a player above him. This should be it. Unless the guess is bad, and it might not be. Skies didn't hear him.
Brezzy heard him.
He heard him, so this could get very spicy in a moment. And there it is, done. The spree complete. You're safe for now. Over to A with only 35 seconds on the clock.
And here comes Hydra. Can't kill him on the cross. A little too fast. This is the gunfight to win. Potentially for the round as well. And Hook getting stunned. Nades out and about. But Subliners, so many players are here. Group up together. Hydra's still alive. And now you got 3 players for the Subliners attempting to soar in. One more gunfight by the point. And Hydra and Kismet come out on top. Hydra on a 4.
Brezzy doesn't win the fight. What an aid. Kismet gets his. 4 lives remaining for the Subliners. We'll see what happens first. The 2-man capture or the 3 lives remaining. Send it, Surge. This is it. Your last chance in the round. Onto the point. Brezzy down. The pinch done. Hydra with the cruise.
And you almost don't even want to kill this man. You'd rather get the tick, but that is a dominant round. It does not matter. Seattle Surge, they will find Asian defense. And there was 30 seconds left on the clock. That's insanity.
That's a really, really decisive round there from New York. Good stuff out of them. It's an electrifying way to start off this game of invasion. Good work there from the kills column in Hydra once again. 12 and 5 as expected. One of the few in that superb positive KDs on the attack.
Yeah, Hydra just taking over. Might just be calling game. You had 19 deaths between Hook and 0-4 in a single round.
Here comes Hydra forward. Ooh, and he's shooting ghosts. super aggressive, cut down, but no problem. You still have that streak to play with. Slow capture here from B. And that tiny little sliver of wall, that's where Sib's going to find some damage to keep those boys back. But you've still got a lot of numbers here for Surge. Plenty of presence.
Not an easy spot, though. Sib, well, jumping out, tagged up, one shot, and he does get traded. 3 down there from Surge, make it all 4. What can you do? Capitalize on the space. 0-4 pushing up for a little bit of map control, and Brezzy, well, working the A street, looking for this high-impact play.
We're looking for these fast kills as well. I mean, they've managed to isolate 0-4, but you can't deal with Hook. Hook's a problem now as well. Gets himself 2 in the life. Forward he goes, guns at the ready, Sib, a little bit of damage. Going to capture the point of B. You lose the war on the A side of the map, so consolation, an additional minute to go, a 3-life lead.
Brezzy maybe just playing his life because he knows he has to, so
I can't turn that off. You can hear both, but that is for the
Solid
stream.
start for the moment. Surge, though, need a few trades because you might be dealing with the spawn trap. 3 players going to be spawning back in Palace, and Skies is already in position. New York Subliners potentially with the stranglehold on the map, but the main AR, the SMG in hand, Abuza can do it all.
Had such an annoying fight. You get plenty of that in COD ever since the slide was introduced. Big kills here. Able to get 0-4 onto the point. Has to win this next one against Hydra. Can't get it done. The Renetti of that young phenom simply too much. Abuza turns this 3 into a 4 spree. Can he get number 5? Keeping space for the boys to get him in there. Go, Brezzy, go. No. Kiz is there. Trade's done. That's the A-zone safe.
Yeah, what a moment from Kismet as well. There to pop off and pick up the 2 to make sure Hydra stays alive, who then kills Abuza and shuts down the spree. So that SMG duo right now for Subliners making plays, but you don't have a ton of space on the map. Sib looking to take it from you and might just get it. 0-4 sprinting as well. Another 3 down. Hook last man standing. Surge, you are back to square one.
You've still got loads of time. That's the good news. The bad news, Kismet's finding kills like that. And your players coming out of spawn, so you're not even able to get anyone into the fight. Sky staying alive still on this corner. Holds it for as long as humanly possible. Sib now. Again, just slowing down the stem of reinforcements. Outstanding work there with both the Renette and the MCW.
Here's pressure on the point. Hydra, he's by himself in this moment. Sky's the backup, but he's a little far away. He gets hit by everything. On a 5-0-4 with the cruise. You need this offensive round.
There's no trophies, though. You're getting hit by everything that's getting thrown in there. So here we go. First segment gone. Second segment on the way. Brezzy holding it together. That might be it. Abuza's got him locked in the back. That is going to be the round. No way can you get close enough to stop the capture. Seattle Surge. What a late round resurgence.
Dude, these guys can be electric when they find that pop-off potential. The round just flips on its head. We watched Sid pick up the 2-piece. Gun 0-4 down on this street. It felt like 5 seconds later, the dude is on a 6 spree and inside of the hill. Lightning speed, it hurts you when you lose a round on lives, but that is the moment where they capitalize and come out on top. Cruise missile being secured could be incredibly beneficial, but I think we're tied up on the cruise front. Hydra went on a 7 spree earlier.
And this is the wildest sort of series of stats we've got. Only, in the round 3 right now. Hydra.
They're broken. They're just bunted.
Are they?
Yes,
that's such a shame.
Yeah.
That's such a shame.
Agreed.
Shows how much attention I'm paying. 0-4, spree done. Gets that cruise zone. Who's now hop, skip, and a jump over towards the other side of the map here on defense. It's Renetti's all over the place. The pistol duels come to a close. Sib finds his out of spawn. Who managing to stay alive somehow, but I mean, look at that POV. He is moving.
And I tell you, anytime you kill Hydra when he's basically inside of your base, those kills are just worth extra. Hook, nice spot as well. Trying to keep the pace nice and slow. Ready for the chow and gonna get it. Kismet gets shut down. Trades. He found Hook. Kill's almost falling in his lap.
But what is this? He nearly picked up Hydra as well. Shenanigans come to a close. It's a single life advantage right now for the Subliners on the attack. And slow capture on B. Only one man for it right now. 0-4 battling out the bottom side of blue. Sits on a bit of a spree of his own. Can he get a cruise? Nope. Brezzy there cuts him down. Halfway through B.
Surge, though, they just can't play comfortable. Guys struggling for the moment. 2 ticks, nice win by 0-4. You want to have it dominant rounds on defense. You don't want them to capture either zone. Surge handling the pressure on the bottom side of the map and over towards the zone. 0-4 caught while lying. Hydra, easy 2 kills. Man's got 22 as well. You got to be on point to slow him down.
No way did he find that last one. Now Sib pushing forward. Sib, another. Now flying forward. Brezzy, though, in a great spot to cause some problems here, but you are going to be able to get on towards the A zone. B is going to be captured. A, you've got bodies on there now. Totally and utterly surrounded. Sib finds one. Abuza gets the second. Wow, what a kill.
Yes, it was dead to rights anyway, but that is a hell of a gunfight win by the Renetti of Abuza. An off spawn. 0-4 finally gets off the death spree, wins one. Maybe able to restabilize. Meantime, Brezzy, he's been living all the way down bridge. He's playing a hiding spot. Able to win his one, trying to clear outside of Cafe. Surge, plenty of space on the map. This is the setup they want to have.
Again, very happy to get at least one there. You've got to respawn, run up that street, and get involved. Cruz hoping to help out.
That's a decision.
He lands, he doesn't a whole lot, forces the boys on the inside of that large yellow building. That's exactly where Cafe is. And now, a little bit of space to move forward for the subliners, but really not a lot.
That's an interesting call to use the Cruz in that moment. Honestly, could have been an accident or someone called out something to try to set it up. And 0-4 says, anything you can do, I can do equally. Skies is going to fall. You at least get one extra kill in the intel. Surge clearly want this round.
Well, they want the round, but they got 3 down now. Okay, subliners, you've got your opportunity to go forward. If you bring down 0-4, that helps. Trade's done. Huge win from Abuza. Ooh, big damage as well. Kismet gets into the point, but he's taken some hits. 29 seconds paused. Surge still scrambling on the defense here. Big cleanup kill. No! Kismet wins! The capture continues.
Oh, that's going to be it as well. That's a 3 down. Everybody spawning out of Abuza Falls as well. The offensive shootout of Invasion. And that was with the cruise missile being utilized.
And that's the round, boys and girls. Close, but no cigar for Surge. And my goodness, the life count as well. 5 to 10. So subliners are winning the battle of attrition, as well as those offensive rounds.
And now Subliner's not going to break a sweat. I mean, you're 2 for 2 winning the attacking rounds. A cruise missile gets called in, Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subliners slid on through. This is certainly a game of Call of Duty.
Oh, man. What? Laser focus still from both teams. Getting a little later in tonight here into Toronto. Big spree there from Kismet. That was a sensational win with the Renetti to keep the capture going. He's on a 4 spree for now. Looking for one more. 22 and 18 from Hydro. Classic work from him. Moves like that, but reads like that from Hook means that that B zone keeps going.
Just a nice stack from Seattle. Not doing anything crazy. No cheeky A hits. They want to make sure they can take their time with this round. That tick not yet through on the B zone. And Hook, well, he's dancing around. Sid, great damage output and really just a nuisance. The thorn in Seattle's side. Him and Kismet, nice shots together, but a couple trades out and about. And maybe an open route from 0-4 to get to this A zone.
Ow.
And 0-4 is reading it, so Surge a lot of pressure on B, but now 0-4, the opportunity to make a play potentially for the round.
Well, okay, we're going to be swinging. The second seg done at B. A looking dangerous as well. Skies off spawn will deal with that. But in the meantime, I mean, this is one hell of a protracted gunfight. You've been going on for a while here, boys. The battle for Broken done. Oh dear, and a team kill. You do manage to save the A zone. Hydra's going to drain it as well. Very, very important to do so.
Yeah, not quite able to get that tick as well. And a nice find there from Abuza hunting him down. That's 2 in the feed. 1 man on point. It's going to be Hydra playing on the defensive end.
Oh, here we go. Brizzy wins a big fight onto the zone. Oh my good God. Multiple man stack. Trophies at the ready. There's 2 trophies. This round could be done. Kismet finds a kill. Hook on the coverage. Damage in. Not enough to stop these players. Now the wind-up punch from the subliners going for the break. No good. It's Abuza with 2. The capture continues. Skies.
Hey.
Oh, he's down as well. The second set gone. Last chance.
Hey.
And 0-4's got the help on the
After
trough.
that,
The comms have to be
after that,
perfect.
we're
What
gonna
direction
eat dinner,
Brezzy to
and then
look?
when we're done with dinner, we can play
forward.
a couple more
All
games,
eyes, but
okay?
eventually the nade there to take him down. 2 ticks of progress, and 0-4. Plenty of space down A street. Wants a kill to fall into his lap.
Still,
That was
after
a
dinner,
very, very
you can
spicy
play
hit.
some more.
Surge, good
I
job.
don't
Subliners with the resolve.
watch something while I
But a
eat.
single segment remains. Life count, get a bit naughty. Naughty like those shots from 0-4.
Bax Kismet down as well, doing a great job of playing his life because he's got Hook. The reinforcements are in fact here.
Again, you want to get 3 clean kills. 0-4 staying alive. Somehow staying alive. Skies finds 1. 0-4 staying alive. Somehow. Big hits in a Hydra as well. Pressure now on. Can Brezzy pick up the pieces?
This man's fresh to respawn, but 0-4 is out here making absurd plays. They just need some help. Surge need that little bit extra. This guy's picking you apart towards the middle of the map, and the decision from Seattle, what do you want to do? Well, Abuza on an island on one side of the map, everybody else down A Street. 55 seconds is a good chunk of time, but you need the kills to start flowing.
Yeah, this is such a stalemate right now. 0-4 looking to cut the middle of the map wide open. Unbelievable shots. He is having one hell of a match so far.
You still got 27
Not
views.
able to make it through. Kismet brings down another, and this is great looks. Hook's in. Brezzy, no reinforcement. Hook's doing it alone.
No help. It's an absolute dream. Yeah, nothing you can do in that moment. Hydra able to pick up 2. Seattle back to square one. It is a 9v7 now, by the way. So subliners, the lives are dwindling. Time could be a factor. Pressure still, though, heavily on Seattle.
You're still winning the map presence, but you're not winning the kills. It's so close. Subliners in a little bit of trouble. Kismet. Wow, what a two-piece that was. That really helps. 15 seconds. Hook might be able to get another point.
He's not going to be able to. It's 2 players on the back to watch the cross. Kismet, well, he's got the fire set up as well. Impossible to read. He trades for the subliners. They should be able to go up 3-1, or 2-1, excuse me, in the series, making amends for that invasion loss.
Yeah, 3-1 in control.
God,
not without a pound of flesh, though. It cost the subliners a lot. What a brilliant look from Seattle in a few of those rounds. The offensive shootout comes to a close there.
Come here. Understand why you can't just use the same damn gun.
That did not look easy whatsoever for the subliners.
What do you want to use?
They're having a good time. But we are far from done here.
That's a ridiculous game of invasion, by the way. The most success we've seen on offense probably the entire year. 3 rounds of attack actually won, and Seattle surged so close to making that a 4th. They're making great plays towards the tail end, but I know a lot of subliners, clutch kills coming through. Skies was just racking them up on defense. Kismet as well, putting in the overtime work. See there on the defensive end. Yeah, Kismet had 18 on defense, absolutely setting himself apart. So many big kills coming through.
Yeah, you could ignore the kills death column, but the rest of the stats should be legit. Lovely work there from the subliners. 3-1 in that game of control again. Coming into this one, Seattle Surge, not the best record overall. Recent form, definitely better, but no, I'm already close out there. So that is the invasion control done. That is our 3rd map in this series complete. The New York subliners will take the lead. That is going to be match point going into the next hard point. And chance, again, for many, Seattle Surge, no one saw them making it this far.
Well, making it this far is one thing. It is like the Reaper. The worst stigma you could have in this league is the, quote, 5th best team. Every time you get up to the top 4, well, bad things happen. Surge, again, the opportunity to be the first team to really break that mold, get past the top 4, introduce themselves towards the top, but still down in the series, back against the wall. It's one thing to be close. It's another thing to actually get there.
My goodness, wow, what a brilliant set of highlights this was. The battle for the A zones. They were something fierce. 0-4 with sensational shots. His 1v1 game is very, very strong right now. He was good for a few. Kismet again, moments like that, getting caught sprinting, which we saw a few times from both sides. Really, really makes a difference there. The life count towards the end as well was a major factor. But the battles that the New York subliners were winning, where they were winning, they made a big difference. Karachi hardpoint on its way. And that 6-star search and destroy, if game 5 is what the scriptwriters have got in order for this one. But here we go. A very, very important game of hardpoint now. This is your tournament life for the line, Seattle Surge.
And Karachi hardpoint is a run-it-back map as well. New York subliners sticking the same old game plan into picking bans, but they fell on Karachi to Seattle just a few weeks ago. But if they've made up for the invasion, looking to make up for the Karachi as well. Surge, though, again, we've seen how lethal these guys can be. I mean, they picked them apart on the first map. 6-star, 100-point gap. Hardpoint, certainly, they have been thriving.
Kismet, a guy who's, again, we've put at the start of the series how he's been criticized recently for his performances, but in that one was 29 and 24 in that entire game of control. So he's definitely pulled out some special stuff here in the respawn.
And I know he's been criticized for just things like KD. Yeah. A poor series overall against Atlanta FaZe, but the new dynamic I think plays a part. And I still think that bulldog dynamic has been shining through as well. Because think about their series they had FaZe online. Getting their body shot, things were looking horrible. They're getting picked apart. Kismet started barking back, try to energize the team. And again, 18 kills on the defensive end while a lot of pressure is being poured on. Kismet's still a very tough man. He is impossible to bully.
Is our Karachi hardpoint so far in the season. Not bad looks whatsoever. And again for Surge, recent form far better than it has been. So this should be a shootout. Can the subliners close out the series? Again, there's more than just CDL points on the line in this one. Sib's really come to play.
And I'm looking for a strong performance here from Hook. Occasionally has been struggling in the respawns in this tournament, but when he is on point, he also, he looks like one of the best players in the world when he hits that flow state. He's going to be dialed in on Karachi, a map that they have a ton of reps on. And App and Surge, when they look good on this map, they look great, but Subliners might just have a little bit extra on that local area network.
Let's see how we go. 3-1 split right off the rip here towards that P1 as these boys are going to be singing. Seattle Surge, that certain special level of unpredictability. These boys are wildly dynamic on the map. Let's see if they can't find something good here. So far, it is not ideal. Big wins out of New York Subliners.
Enough tags on a Boozer that he's not looking for the chow, but over towards the time, as soon as he heals up, well, you get the guys off time. But the ARs right now looking kind of dominant from New York. Nice cleanup in the feed. 2 for Skies, 2 for Sib, and welcome back to your spawn. This is a difficult setup to break down, Surge. This is worst case scenario as far as the start goes.
Oh, there you go. One opening here from Hook. Over the top, 0-4 finds his. Hydra now trying to get backed up, stay alive. Could be a bit of time here going the way of the Surge team. However, Hydra still in position here. Not going to let them get through red. They have to fight for it indeed. 7 seconds remaining on this hard point. Top left-hand side of the minimap. That's where we're going next.
Yeah, completely on point as well. Surge happy just to stabilize and get this time back, but certainly going to be playing off the back foot. Good win by 0-4, but easy trades there from Kismet. Double red is the 2 French players up top, but still a long way to go. Sim, he's got the entire cross covered, at least feeds the information. Easy wins from Hydra and Surge, flooding into death. Everybody on New York winning their ones.
Absolutely no problem. And again, this is great time. All of this going the way of the Subliners.
And now because Kismet's pushed so far up, look at what happens in the spawns. 0-4 already spawning out towards Old. You think Subliners aren't aware? Well, Skies has it covered. New York right now playing this map flawlessly. Almost everybody getting streaked out. And this is the moment Subliners might just obliterate them. Seattle stuck in spawn. Hydra already in cutoff position on the map. And you flood over a dumpster. You get gunned down. This is a dagger moment. Surge gonna have to dig deep.
A disgusting set of kills there from 0-4, but you've got the run. Hydra, what a sweet spot to be in. Catches massive damage, no kill though, so the reinforcements there from Surge, able to get towards the new hard point with full health and full weapons. Here we go, Sib's backed up, Skies on the time. New York Subliners, it's looking not bad, but that could be 3 down there for Surge.
That is just the Hook insanity effect. That is 2 teammates rolling through. It might honestly not make a bit of difference. Guys, well, he's got Coop under lock and key. He's got Hydra there from the help and a nice pinch from Kismet. This is perfection right now of a Karachi. Surge, they can't orchestrate anything. You got the AR duo currently 2 and 14 combined. Surge are struggling just to shoot back.
Here comes the hit. Kiz. Stuns and nades, all good. No trophies to be found yet. Bracey's there. 0-4. Oh, sneaks in, but it's not after Kismet gets 2 of them. My goodness, again, it's so disgusting. The work we're seeing out of the Subliners so far. Electric stuff as 0-4 still battling for his life there on the point. It comes to a close. Over the street we go in 5.
And Surge are going to have to triple hit Old with, what, 3 seconds left on the old clock there. So now Subliner is going to be free and clear on this rotation. Skies, well, gives up the timing to get a trophy out for his teammate, and that might be the open door for 0-4. Never mind, Hydra's got it. Subliners, this is flawless gameplay.
It's very, very good. Over 100 to the 32 of Surge. They are life support soon. 11-4 for Kiz. No one in the time just yet, but again, you're dealing with a lot of different angles, and again, a lot of verticality here on Karachi as well. Hydra brought down. Space now for Surge to get back into this. You get Sib off this top position, and you might be able to get some time.
And this is the first time the entire game Surge have had a nice series of gunfights. They didn't even get all 4, only 3, but you'll take what you can get. You're looking for a turnaround right now for the ARs. It is still 6 and 20 combined. Working on the comeback, and they're going to have a long way to go.
Still roaring. And it's not bad whatsoever. You've managed to secure a very significant portion of that street hard point. Over to the junk hill now, though. Top right of the minimap. It's all on a Kismet. As Surge looking to overwhelm him. Reinforcements now arrive in the form of nades. 0-4 finds a couple.
That's a big 3 down in the feed. And while Sib, last man standing, a little too far away. So as far as down as they were, a good hold here. You're right back in the game. 0-4 on the time. Hook the overseer. And Bresci's got the coverage as well, so Seattle finally able to stabilize, and now some of the kills starting to flow their way.
Hydra managed to catch a good one there, but brought down again. It's Bresci dancing around. 3 spree from him. You've got great time out of now 2 hard points Seattle Surge. No out of this yet. 0-4 with another huge win Individually, an absolute demon. Stays alive. All down, Subliners.
And that is the first 4 in the feed we have seen this team able to get. 20 seconds collected and a nice string of moments able to stabilize. And Brezzy was struggling. Well, was just on a 4 spree. Might get shut down, but nice to get that gun flowing. Kismet, though, anytime you needed a bark, well, is keeping these players at bay. Hook 6 and 13. Nowhere near this new time.
No, at all. Well, the first set of hardpoints complete, and they've been very fun indeed. Not a tremendous amount separating our teams. The Seattle Surge, they started slow, but they've finished it very nicely indeed. Here we go, into P1 again.
And 04 just runs straight at it. I mean, Kismet from up top, Red not quite able to protect, but look at the retake. There's a 4 down in Seattle, spawning in the worst place possible. Skies, well, he's turning to read. I don't know if you can read these splits. A weird moment for Surge, and New York going to have a tough time to stabilize. They've got arrows looking every direction.
Managing to contain it for now. Kiz again. Finding it. Again, Hydra can't look everywhere at once. Brezzy down. Kismet no more in the spree. Brilliant work there as they've got a 39-point game.
Everybody spawning on the same side of the map, by the way. And I think, honestly, Hydra might be heads up to it, and Surge not even trying to rotate over towards New. With 15 seconds left on P1, everybody on Surge just hit around the right side.
They're in. Final 10 are going to go to P1. Over to P2 now. There's only 2 members of the New York Subliners in position. Not a problem, though. They're fighting good. Kismet, what a 2 spree. Not anymore. Hydra now steps up to the plate. Can he bring down 04? No, he cannot. 04 traded out. Hard point, New York.
And they're going to be able to read these spawns. This is the P2 blender the Subliners had set up before. Easy intel there on Abuza. Hydra for the kill. Great comms out of Skies. And honestly, virtually nowhere to go. Brezzy picks up 2, but Skies, he's been hanging out, waiting for a gunfight. Just gets shredded. Surge finally able to get that break.
Oh, big wins from Sib. But again, non-stop attack towards this point. 30 seconds remaining on it. That's fantastic time for Surge. Brezzy on the transition, gets his. Hydra's tagged, has to stay alive. If they can get all 30 of this, Surge will be smiling.
This is an interesting game right now. Subliners still outslaying by a massive margin. And that's a big gunfight win for 15 seconds, too. Kismet, nice little 2-piece, and it's a distraction for Hook. It's baiting him back in for the 10 seconds to scrap, and while he gets it, Subliners free and clear on this P3 rotation. Hydra mixing up the angles where he wants to watch this push from.
Yeah, everyone there from New York. Cut the map in half. They let a lot of that time go. Abuza with a win, but is it going to be enough? You've still got to fight your way through this hard point. It was so strong from the Subliners in the first set. This time round, it's got to be better on the break, Seattle.
I mean, this is still just like a blender situation. Seattle and the subs. And Hydra, by the way, flanking mid. It's the exact same play, but this time Hydra, not Kiz. And Kiz in the back gets killed by a flying Hook. A bunch of trades out in the bow. 04, the only player on the back line.
Gone. He's been eradicated, and that's going to be Sib now pushing forward. So, yeah, good look there from Seattle. You weren't quite able to get the break, and you got sweet shots from Sib. 4 spree now. Maybe able to get another. Hook has now slipped around. That's going to be one angle of attack. Not able to get another out of that life. Reinforcements nowhere to be seen, and it's a very strong New York kill feed.
Yeah, Sid, 22 and 10, by the way. Manhood on the line, and this guy is providing, absolutely slaying in the hard points, and another comfortable P3 here for the New York Subliners. Front half of the rotations, New York has been on point. Seattle, the back half, they've been thriving, but still, it is down. It's a 90-point gap. 30 seconds away, and Subliners call game.
Yeah, call a game when you send Seattle Surge home. New hard points up. Back to the street we go. Skies finds a couple. Trophies are in position now. You should be able to soak this away. But New York haven't been that successful on this hard point. It's been a little bit more Seattle, but right now, they've got the map absolutely in their hands.
And Hydra, he just gets the weight of the wings. He's on a 4 spree. Kismet, as soon as he gives him the comm, Hydra, well, he's going to be able to go on a nice and easy flank. 30 seconds left on this time, and they just get a 2-piece here. Hydra, it could be devastating for Seattle. There's number 1. And he just wants this cruise as well. He'll take his time for it.
We'll orchestrate a couple of trades here, waiting for the teamwork. Oh, that's Abuza winning it and getting away with his life. Problem. That's going to be Skies to deal with that one. No one in the hard point just yet. We're going to say goodbye to this in a moment. Say hello to the junk hill once again. And who is it chance? It's the Subliners again in first.
Yeah, Sib has been posted up for the past like 20 seconds, just waiting for a gunfight. But Surge not able to rotate and breaking down this hill. Not an easy feat. Sib just playing for the kills in this moment, able to take down Abuza. Brezzy making the impact, but just a nuisance right now. Subliners got the close spawn. You expect him to strike.
You would. Skies gets himself to barrels. It's going to be red because the amount of Hydra's there. Pushing the front line forward. 20 for the win. Can he get another? He does. That's 3 for the Phenom. Plenty of space to work with now. Holding it down. on. The final moments of Seattle Surge's tournament now on the line. 10 to go.
And just nothing you can do, nothing you can do, and nowhere to go. Skies gives you 5. It is a comfort victory here for the New York Subliners. 3-1, not even close.
Surge, we say goodbye. The Subliners will live to fight another day. The New York fans not too far from home. And they've got to be feeling good about that. And a sigh of relief from Sib, of course. The Seattle, your tournament run was not bad whatsoever. You turned a lot of heads. But the 5th best team in the league. We'll see how well they can translate. We'll see them again at Major 4.
And talking the talk on the old Twitter timeline and backing it up in the LAN environment. Very strong performance from the Subliners. A little bit mixedness. It was a chaotic game, especially that invasion control, but they remained on point in the search and destroy, and then that Karachi again. We were watching like perfection for the first few hills where you just build such a massive lead. Subliners never have to look back. So Surge, they look great. Had a hell of a tournament run. Nice impact for the younger faces that they have on this team. Not the most experienced just yet in the Pro League. An incredible performance. They get the CDL points they were looking for. Opportunity to make champs.
Absolutely etched in stone. Look at the series there again. A wonderful start. But after that, very, very not get to go back to 6 starts. Troy, we say GG's. We say thank you very much for the wildly entertaining run, Seattle Surge. We'll see you guys in the next one. Subliners, though, you now have to go up against the gauntlet. You get another shot at Atlanta FaZe if you're really lucky and if you battle your way back through the lower bracket. But man, what a tournament this has been, Chance.
Yeah, and we're just gearing up for sort of that final stage. The top 4 teams going at it together, of course. More losers bracket matches to be decided. I know Optic get to play the Heretics, but I know Subliners very happy and comfortable for their position that they're in, at least now. All eyes going to be forward.
Well, we think they're happy and comfortable. We'll find out from the horse's mouth, though. We've got Kismet on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Toronto, show some love to the New York Subliners as they come out on top with another win. Man, Kismet, manhood was on the line, and you guys showed that you are still the big dogs there in this matchup. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, that match against FaZe was a tough one, but we just had to go in the back and just forget about it. And I'm glad we came out and showed resilience against them because they're a good team. Just feels good to go to a Sunday. So
there you go. Feels good for you guys to make it back to a Sunday. Now, for a very long time, you know, Subliners, y'all been gatekeeping that 4th position here this season. What do you want to accomplish tomorrow going to Championship Sunday so that you can go back-to-back here in Toronto and get back in those top spots?
I mean, for us, it's just getting over the hump of us just not beating like the top teams. So just trying to get over that hump and just getting that delusional confidence we had last year. That's the plan.
And there you go, okay? And I can see that you locked in. You know that the tournament's not over, and you still got one more day for you guys to prepare. But how do you want the fans to prepare going tomorrow as they get ready to cheer on Subliners for Championship Sunday?
I mean, I appreciate all you guys. I love all of you. Let's just get this dub. Let's go back to back.
All right, yo, show some love to the New York Subliners one more time, everybody. We'll see them tomorrow, but Chris, it's not over yet.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to New York, who powers through. I always knew the Subliners were going to get it done here. But, Namus, I want to talk to you a little bit about energy and trying to manage it across the tournament, because Kismet's not crazy hype. He's not talking mad smack down there in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, well, because they were humbled earlier on today. And, you know, they've had to dig deep throughout this stage. They've not been the same team that they were last year at the end of the year, and they've had to figure out their hard point, which they've done for the most part, right? Like, as long as they can win one and be dominant as search and destroy in a series, they will take it home, and that's kind of exactly what we just saw.
New York are part of the Power Four. They were expected to win tonight, but we also want to give some flowers to Seattle Surge. This is now 2 top 6 finishes and a top 12, which was at Major 2 before you brought in these new players, Allie.
And they're taking these respawns off these top teams, and I think that's going to spell some great stuff for Seattle Surge moving forward. I will say, though, on the flip side for New York, I'm just very happy they were able to take that invasion, search, and destroy.
Right.
That's been a huge difference maker between all of the top 4 teams, and it was kind of a question mark with New York because they lost 2 of their S&D superstars in Kismet and Hydra along the way, and then Hydra comes out in an absolute unreal map, too. 15 and 4 goes on a spree, and he made some of the biggest plays in that map as as well to push them then to that game number 3 to tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about all stage, Allie. It was like the search and destroy. Kismet and Hydra were not the same throughout this stage, but we kind of hoped when we got to land it would be a different story, and that's what it's been. Hydra's been going off in that game mode, finds himself 2 first bloods, also 2,000 damage. You need playmakers, right? And if New York, when they're going to win championships, it's going to be through that mode. So for them to take down Toronto, to take down Optic, that's where they have to be strong, and they look like it in this one.
New York officially into the top 4 here in Toronto, and they are playing for gold as they continue to fight in the elimination bracket. They will find out who they face off next, as it'll either be Miami or Optic Texas. As we take a look at our updated bracket, we also have that FaZe versus Ultra matchup. Scrap versus Draws is still to come this weekend.
This bracket is cooking and the script is scripting. I cannot believe Optic Texas pulled a Florida card once again at major number 3.
And of course, Nameless, we talked about the Surge's exit. They accomplished a major goal, though. They jumped over the Royal Ravens in that head-to-head, and look at them now. They're back onto the left side of our screen in the top 6.
Yeah, and they were solid online, right? So they just need to replicate what they did in this stage in the next one to make it to champs, but that's got to feel good to sort of, get some separation from those teams like Thieves, Ravens, and Rocker.
It's the Subliners trying to catch the big 3, and they can do it with plays like this. It's your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it one more time. Hydra's just so good.
I mean, the fact that this invasion control was 3 attack rounds back to back was absurd in itself, but it's New York that strikes first with it, and it's just them playing their lives over on this A site. You can tell there's 29 seconds on that clock, and not a lot of time to work with, but it is gonna be on the back of Kismet. We were wondering where the Bull had gone, and this is where he spawned in.
Yeah, it's just beautiful plays, right? Like Kismet gets inside by Hydra. Also, he was making plays, finding kills for that push. He ends up getting a ridiculous, like, 2-piece turnaround World Star. But listen, the team shots came in from Kismet. That's what he does on the back end. But the highlight reel himself, Hydra, gets it done.
Hydra and Kismet, it's all about those two. If they can get it going, once again, you might see New York Subliners holding a trophy at the end of our Toronto tournament. We got to go to a break. When we come back, we have one more team to power through to the top 4. Is it Miami and the Heretics? Or will Optic shut their dreams down? Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm operator skin, Dystopia weapon blueprint, Iron Lung charm, Broom animated calling card, Alpha vinyl guiding light emblem, and Scratch Tally weapon sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Bro, this thick as hell.
walked up to her, she's like, can you jam us? I was like, ma'am, I refuse to get dressed to bring you dinner. Walk
I have no aim assist on this kid.
I was like, I don't want to be in here any more than you do. She was like, she looked at me, and she looked at the people she was talking to. I was like, ma'am, I refuse to get dressed to bring you dinner. She got out.
What is he doing? Pale and sweaty and shit.
When I come
Get
by
him off of me! Get him off of me! Yo! Get him off of me! Who are you?
Yeah. Is there nothing for more?
Fans roaring early in Kenny.
What is this route?
Finding pick, Shotzi. Look, guys, Michael Phelps on. He's going for a deep swim around the flag. Shotzi. Or is it Aquaman? Coming up from the depths.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I gotta think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
Is he going to be Octane?
Yeah,
he was decent, so he was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless, just because he can probably hear me right now. He's going to choke big time. Priest is trying to get the push up. Major is actually able to get a kill. Major, how does he get 2? How does Major get 3? I've got no goddamn idea. But once again, they clutch up. What in the hell did Major just do?
That man's got ice in his veins.
Bickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
I think this might be too slow. Either way.
He got it.
Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. Oh! Whoa! For the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they're a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v1000 doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Here come the thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1. And it's placed up. Looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Halfway you will ever see.
It's time to get hype. It is the final fight of our third evening. Welcome in, everybody. We are live in Toronto, and we are getting ready to find out, can the Miami Heretics Cinderella run continue up here in Canada? Or is it Optic Texas finishing our Final Four to join Atlanta, Toronto, and New York, who just caught the dub? Welcome in, Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Nameless, I want to start with you. Miami catching a lot of people off guard, and it's that young man, the rookie with a 1v2, has been powering up his team.
Yeah, some great gameplay out of him, man. You know, since they picked him up onto the roster, they're able to make winners bracket, and they go down the losers after losing to FaZe, and they beat Vegas and LA Thieves, where he has looked absolutely incredible. Looking to do it up against Optic, their toughest opponent yet.
Now, we just saw the Seattle Surge exit with a top 6. Miami is trying to avoid that. Allie, how'd they get to this position so far?
It's been a lot of clutching, to be honest. A lot of individual plays from Real and Lucky, and even Meadows having his moments throughout the entirety of this weekend. We just watched a Real 1v2. There was a round 11 where Lucky got one of the most insane 2v1s down and out of the position to shut down the LA Thieves and go on to push themselves further into this series.
Yeah, if you look at their road to the Major 3, like, they played all the top teams, right? Everybody besides FaZe, and then they had to go up against FaZe in round 1, where they did steal a search and destroy. And that's kind of what I want to talk about here in the Monster Energy pregame, is they've won 6 straight S&Ds. Now have the best search record throughout this entire stage, and they've been phenomenal at opening duels, as you can see, first in win percentage there, and then also on attacking rounds, they've been unbelievable at getting that first blood, and Metals also leads the league in opening duel win rate. So a lot of things are going right in Search and Destroy. Can they continue versus Optic? I think so in that game mode.
Bad news is Control Game 3 might cause some issues, so that puts some pressure on you for game number 1. Can you hang in a hard point here if you're Miami against Optic?
I don't think you can. That's probably my biggest worry when it comes to this series, because you talk about the slaying and the clutch ability on the side of Optic Texas, and it has been unreal throughout the entirety of this weekend. And even historically, Optic is 4-1 when it comes to hardpoint versus Miami Heretics.
Nameless, we got to talk about the chat's discussion right now. Optic was floundering in the top half. In the winner's bracket, they got beat up by Toronto. Kenny was to blame, according to some folks. The man who has some of the best comms that we have seen in the game doesn't have the best stats come land.
Listen, whatever chat's saying, I completely disagree with that. I'm going to just be honest. Like, Kenny's making plays on the map. It's never going to be a straight-up individual's fault with this team. They have so much gun skill. At any moment, any of them can go off. And when you look back at that in the hard point on 6-star, they lost by like 30-some points. And it's because they got 4 wiped at the exact same time on security. We will see that map featured once again in Game 4, so they're not shying away from going back to play.
Look out for Championship Sunday, Quavo Ken. If they make it there, this is their final battle of the night. It'll be a 5-game series, and if they want to walk away with the dub, what is our Monster Energy pregame key?
First and foremost, no Kenny disrespect in the building. He does amazing on land. You forget that is a world champ on that main stage. But for the Monster Energy pregame, the good is the rotating. Hardpoint has been really strong for Optic Texas the entirety of this whole weekend. The bad, though, is that their control map pool isn't very large. They have no maps with a winning record, and they're 1-4 in their last 5 controls. Granted, though, they're going up against teams like Toronto, Carolina, LAC, where Miami hasn't had to go up against such competition.
Let's take a look at your maps and modes. It's a best of 5, and Miami, well, they do some of their best work up close and personal. Will they get a chance? They get sub-base, 6-star for the first Search and Destroy. 6-star is back in action for the second hardpoint, and if we get to a game 5, it'll be on Invasion Alley.
Optic is salivating at the mouth with this lineup. They have one of their best hardpoints to open up the series, and then Miami's on a 3 high-rise loss spree. They get that for the map number 3, and they also get 6-star, which they're incredibly comfortable on that map. So I think, honestly, Optic Texas definitely have the edge.
Yeah, that's your Scuff maps and modes, Nameless. All right, we got to make this quick because the players want to get to this stage. It's our Scuff pick'em. I'll let you get to your point now. Who do you got taking it?
I got Optic 3-0. Miami's only way to win this series if they win that game 2. They have potential for that 6-star hardpoint.
Going for 119. Allie, you're up right behind him at 115. What do you got?
I'm a big fan of Miami's run thus far, but unfortunately, I think it stops here. I'm going to go with Optic Texas.
I just called the surge. Didn't work out. One way to catch up is to be weird. We're going Miami tonight. We got Papa Vico and Mama Vico in the crowd. That's going to be enough to power their son in a game number 5. Blaze, I just got booed. Let's get this party started.
All right, Chris, we'll see if you're right. Toronto, one more series left today. We got to send another team home. In the first squad coming to the stage, Greenwall, get ready, because here come your heroes.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
One more time today, get loud for Optic Texas. Here comes Kenny, Shotzi, Fred, and Dashy. Ready to hit that flow state and make it to Championship Sunday.
Look at how locked these guys are. There's just no way that they don't make it to Sunday. The rest of the top 4 teams are waiting on them to join them to try to make that run at a championship. They got to go through Miami. Let's bring them out, guy.
I'm ready, and the Cinderella story continues. But who's going to make it to the ball on Sunday? It's time to find out. Here comes Miami Heretics. Give it up for Meadows, Lucky, Vickle, ready. Vamos.
Their first time getting booed all weekend, and it's time to see what the rookie Unreal can do under this pressure, under the pressure of the green wall. I've done it for the past 2 Miami matches, and it's worked out in their favor. And there's one more to close the night. Vamos, Miami! Let's go, Blaze!
Let's get it, Allie. Toronto, I know you ready to roll. It's the last matchup of the night, and it's time to send somebody home. Shift, study, let's get it going.
Truly feels like a David and Goliath story, or David and Goliath story, you might say. As Miami, yeah, the run has been great for them. This is going to be a really solid placement for them when it comes to overall. But again, this is one of those matchups that it just feels like it might be a little bit out of reach, especially considering the respawn map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is the respawns, because the way that Optic Texas fell short to Toronto, you can think about that search and destroy. A couple rounds they simply let slip, and obviously in that control, 1.9 seconds, you would have been able to at least force a game number 5. So they have to be able to release that aggression and all that anger that they have built up of choking that series and bring it into this one versus Miami.
And the history between these two teams outside of the first ever time they matched up has been very convincing in favor of Optic. So you would think just based off of that, also just kind of with the eye test of what's happened so far this weekend, that of course the green wall is favored here. But maybe there's something in the mix here, because let's be honest, you've got Optic who's been flawless on sub-base. It's not a bad map necessarily for Miami. The 6-star search is good for them. They have a lot of reps in the high-rise control, so maybe they can wiggle away a map steal here or there.
Potentially, but I know guaranteed that map number 2 and 6-star S&D, they have to be able to take that one in this series, because that's been a bread and butter all season long for Miami Heretics. But when you're spawning in on a map like Subbase, we just watched Optic play this versus Toronto. That was the 2 best Subbase teams we had in the game, and Optic were able to edge out Toronto by a little bit. So they're still sitting flawless on this map. Rotations are basically perfect. Hold percentage and break percentage are not really needed when you're that team early on.
And that's the case. And I think importantly, even though you see second in rotation, 5th and hold, they were great at holding the money hills. Talk about that P4 that they had versus Toronto, not once but twice. They looked great on it. So a lot of focus here for Miami to make sure they keep up with what Optic want to do on the map. So jump on into Subbase, map number 1. And while Shotzi, we often expect him to pull out the 4th MCW. This time it's just a rival 9 with Pred to start, and Miami have dealt with the initial push well.
And Miami, they have been sitting around all day just waiting to play this last match. I was hoping that they came out swinging and finding every single kill in the feed is the perfect answer. But I don't know if they were going to be able to read those spawns being flipped right there from Optic Texas. You were way too aggressive up through calm side. You had such a perfect start, but just being on that aggressive on that side of the map gives Optic those spawns over towards next, so they can set up off that rotation to that new HP.
Decent read though for Miami. It's all about now knowing, of course, we lost on the P2 side, but can we find a lot of time here on the first? And so far so good. 27 seconds is nothing to sneeze at. And an opportunity with Nico actually pushing forward to maybe create a bit of a disturbance in the spawns, but the quick trade from Dashy will keep things stable for Optic moving over to second.
Yeah, good start so far from Miami. Find a lot of time at that P1 HP. But now you need to show your prowess in that break percentage on this map, where you are second overall in this stage. You have found a lot of success in that category. You can see the setup from Optic Texas is so far spread. You got players watching the backside. You also have Shotzi already pushed up in towards Warehouse, making sure he's keeping the front side of this HP covered. And Miami have yet to get close to this hill.
Yeah, Lucky around the back, though, does take down Kenny, so a break does come through. 33 seconds to fight for, and good awareness from Metals. Gets a read that Optic are still spawning a couple of players backside subs, so they really stave off this split hit that Optic are trying to set up very nicely. 47 plays 20, and this is what I was kind of wondering about. You know, Miami's gotten a lot of recent reps in this map, and so far they are. We're keeping lockstep here with the Optic rotations.
Yeah, this used to be one of their bread and butter maps, and so far coming out swinging out the gates, but all the kills in the feed are going to be green, and the spawns now flip, so this is the perfect case scenario for Optic Texas to start to run up in this scoreboard. As now you're going to find yourself off the rotation over towards P3. Great snap right there out of Pred. He also finds that kill on the Metals, so he's on 5 in a row.
And he's got to read. That Lucky's up top. Yeah, 6 in a row for Pred. Oh, for number 7. And here come the green wall in full force. And now Pred, he can just hang out here as long as he wants, trying to make life difficult for Miami. But as the first 20 seconds come and go, there is an immediate spawn out here. Miami moving with some speed over towards P3.
Oh, and this is going to catch them off guard, because you're thinking Optic Texas, we had all of mid-map control. We were trying to play the cutoff kills, but someone simply just has to put themselves in a position to block that back spawn. You gift it to Miami, and they're taking full advantage of it. Only 25 seconds remaining here.
And this should be all of their time. Now Optic Texas forced to try to keep them trapped on this side of the map and win that rotation over to that P4, which was a money hill versus Toronto.
And it's just, again, this has been the staple of how Miami have won hard points. They find their way through the mixy moments to still secure breaks. And on that, it's usually coming through pretty convincingly. Pissed a lot lucky was predicting the drop down. Doesn't fully come true. And so Optic will get themselves set up as the P4 will open. Real going to get tested down low. A little snap almost gives Pred a workout, but not really much concern there as Pred continues to keep a hot map going for him.
Yeah, and all the kills that they're finding in the feed. The good thing is that not a single player from Miami are going to get that good spawn behind P4. So great map control so far from Optic Texas. This was a money hill that they found a lot of success on every single time that they get to this position. Because look at just how far they are pushed out through the middle of the map. Yeah. They know when they are applying pressure, how the spawns are going to be. And as long as they're finding all those kills through the middle of the map, no one from Miami are going to get that last spawn towards the backside to lead to a break.
That's a free 40 seconds right there for Optic. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, they are not just right back into the game. They have a chance to take the lead pretty convincingly. And now Pred is going to get to top warehouse. And again, the rotations from Optic, these players that find themselves mid-map are so quick to take more ground once they feel like there's security behind them. And Pred has really been the ideal exhibit of that. 17 and 8, 3 in a row again, still holding on to that cruise missile.
He's just finessing. I'm pretty sure he's the best sub-base player we have in the entire league. His KD's at like a 1.8 overall. So he has fun whenever he's using this MCW in hand. And he already has that cruise missile in the back pocket. He's just relying on the teammates to win those gunfights through the map so he can keep them trapped toward the backside of this warehouse. But now you know you have to work your way back over towards this HP, try to fill that gap for someone to at least hop on that hill.
Yeah, awareness on this warehouse push is good. Pred going to calm out that there are two Heretics members trying to make this play over towards that backside of P5. Real sliding forward, allows Metals and a look over to the gunfight, but it doesn't make a difference. Pred is not losing his ones right now. You can call him his twos because he's in his 1v2s time and time again. Another one down low. Kenny will finish things off, and the Thunder from down under is letting Miami know about it.
And this is where it gets scary because Pred, when he's on a terror like this, you got to imagine the comms will be firing in as well. So let's step aside and go to listening with Optic.
Long and low server. I only have server. I have long. I'll get time. I'll get time. Top server. Top server. Look at that. I go top. Right, bros. One be server right. Left server. Right middle. One top. Bobby. What's open? Long. Got through me right. I have long. I hear you. Two bottom server. I have long, Brandon. No one come right. I hear you. Okay, I have long. Top server. Where's the long? Let the long. I help. I push it down. Two lockers. What's the lockers? I have the right. Karen, watch out. Karen ran through. Watch out. AG live. I'm in. Top three. Yeah. Alright, 2-0. Front server in submarine. All good. One top server, maybe not. Top server guys are out. Hey, live that guy. What is backloading? He's on the back fences. I'm holding back on you. Alright, top two. They got back for sure. Loading, one shot. There's two back He did the jump. One shot front, two front. I got a streak by the way. So you got a streak? No. Work a break. What is it? Watch out. I need time. I need it. Look to me. I stand one. I need it. Watch out for two. Light hitching loading. Loading lucky. Lucky on time. Real money with top.
You the one.
I mean, a career map right now for Pred, 27 and 12, but Miami, their break percentages continue to make life difficult, and their P1 has really carried the score to this point.
Yeah, they have had 70 points at that P1 HP, but finally they find themselves in a situation where they can chain it over to the P2. Optic Texas, they find the break at this moment with only 15 seconds left, and this is the ideal thing, because now you have the rotation over towards the next HP. You have Kenny watching the overextension on that side of the map, and Pred killing everything in front of him. So he's going to find himself in another one-on-one versus Real. He's just going to apply the pressure. He's trying to hit the shots with the Renetti and a 31 and 12 start. The Predator is fried.
Hard point open, though, and Miami have made their way around the block again, and here we go. It's just, man, every single time you start to see this Miami team and you think that they're out of the picture, someone pops off for a two-piece, and all of a sudden Miami are the ones to actually win rotation over with spawns coming in.
And Optic, they are outslaying the hell out of Miami right now. They're just not doing the fundamental parts correctly. But Pred somehow, some way, works his way all the way from P2, late off the rotation to new. He's able to find a double, make it a triple, and now the teammates are here to help him. But you still do not have these spawns, so Miami are just staying in this game.
Just barely, hanging on by a thread. A chance, though, for them to get this thing right back to level terms. And the exit kills are looking pretty decent. Kenny trying to contest the exit as well, the least lockdown warehouse side, but the route over towards water becomes wide open. That's where the next fight's going to come through.
All tied up at 177 apiece. But now Miami have to find a break in towards P4 where they couldn't find any success the first go around. And if you're looking at the kill feed, it's all green. Kenny now finds himself on 5 in a row. Pred already has himself a cruise missile, but how patient is he now going to play this play?
He has to stay here until some success from the front starts to come through. Shotzzy watching the ladder the whole way. The pistol shots are decent, but doesn't beat the MCW. Locked in on the ladder. Over 200 points goes the green wall. Miami still finding ways to create opportunities from the front. Shotzzy steps in to block it all out. Pistol out. Looking for the bot beat down. Not going to happen, but Optic still with the proximal spawns. Find more time here. 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, this is big time as well. You want to fight for every second that you potentially can. But the break is here for Miami. Now the spawns for Optic Texas all around the map. You're going to have 2 players at that warehouse side. They're going to hit that early rotation. But Miami finding this break with the final 20 is still keeping them in this game. But now, at this P5 HP, this is where Pred, he's been felt with his weapon. But off the rotation, you have to make sure this is probably the hill that you invest that cruise missile.
Dashy down low. A couple different Heretics members trying to isolate. Not able to do so. To this point, Dashy will make good on the information he self-gained. But still, Lucky from behind keeps the hard point neutral. And as much as Optic are playing all around the map, they're not able to stay inside the hill, at least not to be contested. So Dashy looking for Lucky, able to help tally that up with Kenny, and now the kills will allow Optic to get on the point.
Yeah, and this is perfect because Optic Texas have put themselves in a winning position. You already have all the control that you want, but just one more set of kills is going to get the job done. Pred on the hill, unfortunately loses that fight to Vico. Kenny there for the trade. Optic still need 10 points to close out map 1.
Kenny gets a second metal thread over towards the top side at P2, and now it's just down to finding the last player into Lucky. No worries there, and this could be the nail meat in the coffin. Kenny still staying alive, gets himself on a 6 in a row. No second cruise missile needed, though. Optic stay undefeated in the sub base, and Pred letting them know about it with the career map number 1.
Yeah, Pred takes off in that map number 1. But if you're Optic Texas, you're definitely going to go back in the VOD review and say that should have been a lot easier. We're finding all the kills on the map, but everyone at a point in the game was playing all cutoffs. No one was blocking certain spawns. That's why Miami were able to stay in the game the way they were. They basically only found success on that P1 HP. Yeah, chain it a little bit to P2. Every single time at P3, Optic was just way too aggressive up to the little map, and Miami took advantage of that blessed back spawn. But the closing moments, Optic Texas just got it done.
It's one of those things, too, like as much as you can give credit for Miami finding success in their breaks, you're often not going to win hard points by just breaking kills, especially not in this game, especially not on this map. You have to be able to rotate better. So even though the objective focus in those mixy moments was decent, again, the outslaying potential of Optic, allowing them a little bit more freedom on the rotation, led to what you're going to see the game flow, which is a pretty wide gap that stayed, at least in their favor, throughout the majority of this match.
Yeah, and you got to take it with a grain of salt as well if you're Miami, because you found a lot of successful breaks due to the blessed spawns that you were able to get. It's not like you were out rotating. Them in certain situations, just Optic were making mistakes and you were taking full advantage of it. Unfortunately, they could not clutch up in the very end like they were doing all throughout yesterday. So now they find themselves down 0-1, but at least for them, they have that 6-star search and destroy, which has been a bread and butter for them all throughout this major qualifiers.
And kind of harkening back to what you're saying, you know, Miami punishing teams for the mistakes that they make. Yeah. That has been how they found the majority of their either map wins or in particular series wins. We saw it a lot versus the Thieves earlier in this tournament.
Daddy, come here. What's this? What's that little thing?
stats.
You can even say the same thing versus Vegas in a really tough opener that they had. But ultimately speaking, once you start to get to the top 4 overall squads in the standings, these are teams that don't make mistakes all that often. So you have to be able to create your own opportunities, not take the ones your opponents are giving you.
Yeah, and now going into the Search and Destroy, you have players who love to set the tone on a map like 6-star, in Real and Metals, and also Lucky, who's always phenomenal on that defensive side. Optic Texas only had 1 rep on the 6-star Search and Destroy, and it was versus LAG. They were able to close it out in the 6-4 with a lot of their success happening on that attacking side, so just got to stay strong in that suit.
Yeah, 3 straight wins here for the side of Miami. Yeah, you mentioned the LAT, LV, but also in the regular group stage, they beat Atlanta on this map. So, and the thing that's really, I think, fun about the Miami Search and Destroy is that I'm sure the observers don't love this, but anyone can provide for first blood.
Yes.
They play as a full concentrated 4-man squad in the first 45 seconds of every round, looking to overwhelm. And it doesn't have to be an SMG forward hit. It could be ARs trying to lock things down. It's just so dynamic of how they want to approach you as soon as they're able to get out of spawn.
And they usually have their same go-to strategy on 6-star. The player who's going over towards that B side most likely have to be prepared for that, because that's where the Miami Heretics tend to dominate, is on that defensive side. They're great on their retake situations. They're great in their opening first bloods. So if you are Optic Texas, you just got to try to work that objective, which they do really well in this map.
Yeah, very, very well. Rounds with plants, they rank #1, but again, they've only played it one time. Yeah. So, the sample size is not exactly what I would call scientifically valid. But that told, that has not just been the case on 6-star. It has been that way throughout just about every single map we've seen in the most recent stretch through this Major 3 qualifiers. But for Miami, it's really interesting because it's hard, I think, to put a finger on what do you look at in terms of what is their main identity. They've done well to kind of find their way some respawn wins, but their Search and Destroy has kind of sneakily so been great for them.
Yeah, they've been taking over in this mode, and the majority of that success has been through High Rise, has been through 6-star, so that's why they're happy as hell. They have in this 6-star, which is their map pick in this map #2. You can see the defensive records, those stands out. Opening dual win percentage, 55% of the time. That's fantastic. That means that you are at least better than the half the team.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, 6 in a row, like Nameless mentioned, dating back in towards the regular qualifying stage. So trying to keep that streak alive, and like you said, at the top of this one, you have to have it. If you want to have a chance in this series, you have to pull map 2. And honestly, I was kind of looking at this series saying you have to win map 1, map 2, and map 4. The high-rise control doesn't feel all that great, and you just don't want to square up against Optic on Invasion Search. So it feels like the lifeline here is you have to win 2, 3, 4 now.
This is a guaranteed map, because you're going into that map #3, which is guaranteed in high-rise control, where Miami are 0-3 at this major, but they're actually 0-5 in the last 5 times they played it. They just simply haven't found any success in the slaying department. And you're going up against Optic Texas, who are one of the best, if not the best, slaying team in the game. So we will worry about that as we go forward. But this Search and Destroy is going to be so big for Miami. You got to be able to talk out strategies, fill out what you're trying to do, make sure you're accounting for shots, because you know how much ground he's able to cover with this movement. But one thing that truly does scare me now is the performance out of Pred in that map #1. Because if you remember that Search and Destroy that they played versus Toronto, they had a 4v2 round where Pred finds an opening kill, but then instantly goes for that ego chow, and then they lose that 2v4. So you played fantastic in map #1, but you have to keep the teamwork as the dream work in this map #2.
I love the call. On the same front, a lot of the strengths of Miami come off of their ability to also be aware of their number situation, especially in offense. Get a plant, hold it. Their post-plant success rate is amongst the top in the league. So it feels like that's kind of a focus point for both of our 2 teams, making sure that we're using our numbers to best play around the objective. Small sound issue on stage there, Freds, but we're getting close here for the 6-star search. And, I guess just kind of overall, does this recent run for Miami kind of breathe new life to them potentially being not just a top 8 team, but maybe even someone battling for a top 6, top 5 in your mind?
Oh yeah, without question, because Real just joined the squad for this qualifiers, and obviously you've played a lot of tough competition all throughout that. But when you get to LAN, you were able to clutch up in a lot of these moments. A Game 5 versus the Vegas Legion, a clutch up series versus LAT, insane comeback in map #1, and a 1v2 out of Lucky to take that Search and Destroy. But now you have to find some ice here versus Optic Texas, who have been great in Search and Destroy. But Miami, they're no pushover either.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And Metals has been that guy for the side of Miami. His opening dual win percentage amongst the rest of his teammates is at the top. But it really could come from anyone at any given moment in time. Optic, no trophies obviously here in round #1, are still looking to go pretty darn quickly. A look over the top, seeing Metals at range, and they also have cleared up at least a look over towards that bottom bridge, just down to does Vico actually pop up and check this, and yeah, they sure do. Lucky also assisting. Follow-up from Kenny, though, nearly finding the double, not quite, and it's just down to Dashy for a 1v3.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Miami knew where the pressure was coming in. They had a 2-2 split, and at least you're able to eliminate that bomb carrier. So now you know the bomb is going to be in the hands of Dashy. Left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2 with 45 seconds.
Yeah, and Miami are just making sure they can re-clear out this bottom side of the map. Try to isolate, at least in some regard, where Dashy can go. But they're quickly going to realize that he has gone to B. Bomb's going to be planted, and now everything resets as Dashy will try to play this over from the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, he's the most clutch player that we have in Search and Destroy. Can Dashy start us off with a 1v3? Time starting to tick down, but gives himself an angle to at least peep the bomb. Once he gets that info, and now he knows he can potentially hit a route.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is all about down to does he check it again as Real has hopped on. And Lucky is not watching over the top from the right angle, so now it's just down to the 1v1. Lucky right back over towards the bomb, looking to see when the next challenge from Dash is going to come through. There's the shoulder, but Lucky holds down the trigger, finds the shots, and with that, plenty of time for the defuse.
I thought Dashy was going to spot him when he threw that initial shoulder, but I guess Lucky wasn't easy to be spotted. He's able to hold his irons through the middle of the map, not allow Dashy to gain all the momentum from Optic Texas in a 1v3 and start this one off. Plays it patient, knows that he eventually has to come back and check the bomb, and he's able to find that kill, secure the defuse for Miami not to let a 1v3 happen.
That would have been an immensely poor start to this map after what was a great opening duel over the top of the statue. Really well done by Miami to get their first blood percentages again, up and up and up and up. But what do you have here on offense? This has been the side of the map that they've really struggled on, comparatively at least to their defense. So what's the first offer? It looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split. A couple of nades, a couple of shots over to the B side of the map, but Shotzi still pushing forward, and he's going to be left on an island here towards this A side.
Yeah, he's going to be a sole man over towards A. You do have Kenny watching over the top side of the statue, trying to go back and forth between that and middle map, but Shotzi finds that first blood. Whoop. Smoke grenade is going to get popped to potentially work his way on out, and that might play right into the hands because Miami thinking that he left already.
Yeah, well, although Equal was seen by Shotzi, and he did force the gunfight, punished for it. So we get down to a 2v3, still manageable, considering Miami have held on to the bomb the whole way, and Lucky has cleared out more of the map over towards this backside patio.
Now in the 3v2, though, Dashy has gained a little bit of info onto Lucky. He's going to throw that shoulder and simply play his life. That time is continuously ticking down, and they know that Miami eventually have to work the objective. It's a buddy system from Optic Texas through the middle side. Vico is going to get spotted. He's going to fall. Now it's Lucky in the 1v3. Easy work right there from Optic to tie the game.
Yeah, there's really no option right there for Vico. You can't just stick to plant knowing that Optic is very well in the middle of the map. You got to try to find some damage or a kill to give yourself enough separation for the bomb plant. But once Lucky commits over towards that top patio, you know you're also doing it by yourself. So really tough situation. Good backup from Optic, and on top of that, never dropping a kill afterwards. Good numbers collection coming through.
And now they're back to the attacking side with a couple trophy systems to assist them over at this A site. So what is going to be play call here for the green wall? As the bomb is going to get recovered. It was Pred being the island man over on that B site by himself. He did get picked off, but this time he's going to switch it up. He's going to work through mid.
Oh, stuns are landing. Shotzi responsible for watching this pop up. Be cool, little pogo stick push, trying to get some damage done, but a late trophy system keeps everything safe. But Real in the same breath moves forward. Everyone's so focused on Be cool. Real can just push right on forward. Assistance from Metals over the top of the statue works out for team shots, and now it's down to Pred again for another 1v3 attempt.
And this is not going to be easy because Metals already gains the info. And Miami, what they do so well to avoid these scenarios is run around together, play the trade. As you can see, they're already applying pressure over towards A. Great positioning right there out of Real to find that final kill. But if you are Optic Texas and you're trying to get aggressive over towards A, you at least got to put someone in towards top security so you can watch over that statue side, because you're giving up that complete vision on that side of the map. And then when you're forcing yourself to push in, then at that point, you're not checking your corners. Real and Metals have a perfect crossfire set up. That's just what Miami do on this map on their defensive side.
Yeah, that's all it is. Equals bait. Double setup over the top of the statue works out nicely. And Miami continued to build on what has been a great defensive half for them on this map in particular. 3 in a row for Real in the round. Keep that in mind. As this time, a very similar break-off here from Miami. Another 2-2 split, same players going to the same places. This time, though, Optic focus on the middle of the map here, so they're not going to have at least any early ideas of what's hitting this A site.
Yeah, they're trying to watch the crosses so they can earn the info and then make those mid-round adjustments. As I'm pretty sure Kenny's at least able to spot one, but the team fire right there from Miami finds that first blood. Now you can work that plant.
Yeah, that's all on Beagle's comms. He sees that initial cross being watched. Yeah, but there's still questions on what else is at mid-map, and Vehicle's thinking maybe someone's going to like pop a head over just to see if they're actually hitting over towards A. But the noise being made by the Heretics towards B in this moment of silence has created some doubt here for Optic, although a player rotates right into the waiting arms of Pred, and now we're doing 3v3, and still the bomb can't be planted yet.
Yeah, you're allowing Optic Texas to take a lot of map control away from you. So now you have no idea where they're going to apply the pressure over at this A site. Players working through mid, players working through their spawn, and now one player in Shotzzy working on that deep pinch. He is going to get caught by Lucky. It's a great first kill.
A little bit of clearance coming out. Lucky also staying safe behind the glass. Dashy gets a good enough look at him to eventually tally the kill. Metals responds with one deeper though, so now the problem becomes a little bit more multifolded here for Dashy. 1v2 situation, stuck at mid-map, not a lot of time. He's gonna have to go and go quickly. Metals, first one up, dealt with swiftly, but where's Vehicle? That's the other question. Not a lot of time remaining, and Vehicle's just gonna run around and say, hey, how you doing? Miami take the round.
Off the back of another first blood. Even though it turns into a 3v3, when Real dies in his position, he now knows that we already saw Shotzzy over towards water side. Fred just killed me on the middle of the map, so we can start to work that objective because they have to be setting up a pinch. So they take advantage of that moment, and then Lucky finding that first kill onto Shotzzy, shutting down the playmaker on that side of the map. Just makes it a lot easier for Miami to keep the numbers in their favor. 2 rounds in a row now for the Heretics.
Clean stuff. And the all-defensive train has now been ended. So onus towards Optic to see if they can find a way to respond with offense of their own. Different look here for Optic. A lot of focus over towards B off the get-go. And more so, it's not even just towards B, it's a lot of focus towards the outside end.
Yo, it's the Servant King. Appreciate the follow, man. Much love.
Bomb looking to kind of get up and early. I mean, this is something that Optic loves to do. Try to get on it. Hey, you're going to let us plan. We're going to plan.
Try to work that objective down, but you can see how much space Miami have been able to take. Lucky finds another first blood. Now Dashy is not ready for 2 players to be on the pinch. Instant 4v2. Shotzzy Ped, let's try to clutch up.
Oh, but the timing here. Oh, Real, a little Spidey sense. Looked like he was giving up on the flank, but instead turns around at the right moment. Shotzzy only able to find one in the midst of what was a full collection of Heretics members. And that's going to be a 4-1 tally here. Miami looking really good in their search still.
Whenever I watch Miami play 6-star S&D, whenever you're the team on the opposing side and you try to work that objective over towards B, they're basically 100% on their retakes at that bomb site. Every single time they're always finding success, and it makes it a lot easier when you find that initial kill, because now the team in their post-plant setup are forced to change it around because an angle is not being watched, and unfortunately Dashy, when he tries to pick up that pinch, was just not ready for 2 players to turn that corner. So Miami Heretics have been unbelievable in Search and Destroy as of recent, trying to make it 7 in a row here.
Huge cushion. A chance to possibly do something wild if you want to here with the rounds to play with for Miami. But still, this has been, again, very predictive in terms of what Miami are doing off the break-off. 2 players one way, 2 the other.
We'll get right back to the game in a second.
And a little bit more of a long-range battle with Pred. Shotzzy still snuck up, but of course, Miami are very aware that this is a potential play. So they're taking their time, and while they have, they've actually cleared out mid-map completely.
And this can catch Optic off guard because you have 2 players watching that mid angle. The trade is effective for Miami to keep them in the man advantage. But still Shotzzy, potential playmaker here for Optic.
Oh, but clearing out their corners. Metals now up to 6 and 3. Although Dashy takes the player off the bomb. Good shots from Real over the top. Stun also lands. Dashy holding at 50 HP. His second attempt at a 1v3. Miami committing now for the plant. Metals seen at mid. A little bounce pass with the frag. Does that get all the way around the corner? It does. Damage tallied, but the problem here is the bomb is planted and the post-plant setup is perfect. Miami now up 5-1 on the surge.
That's another first blood in their back pocket. And even when they find that first kill, Optic Texas effectively trade, but it's an instant response right there from Miami. Keep the numbers in their favor. Just right now, Miami are full-out team working every single round. Optic Texas, they're relying on Pred to make island plays across the map. Shotzzy to make one-on-one plays through the on-the-ground side. And it's just simply not working out. So let's drop all strategies here. Let's run 4-way together.
Oh, yeah.
Beat
try
it.
something different for sure.
I'm one away from Michael. Beat it.
Optic, maybe listening to you, Jay.
Bro, I don't even see that.
I'm the dad.
Arm, bro. What the fudge?
What's up?
You lying mother.
Hey, Mamba, what you doing, cuzzo? What you doing, Dr. Mamba?
He ain't even on, bro.
He out there giving that Mamba toasting. They better pray for me.
No.
I remember. Syrup sandwiches is crazy.
He said this food is offline. What a liar.
Playing.
You liar.
Hey, yo, I don't know what I was reading just now. But, okay, Assassin's Creed. Are you winning? Sounds like a moment of Rocky. Sounds like you getting your A whipped. Now, I'm just saying, it sounds like you getting whipped. Somebody should throw the towel in.
Search and destroy wins 4 of them.
We talking about him getting whipped. Just went viral. Right stroke, put little baby in the spiral. Mojo.
Which is very helpful.
You, Dr. Mo, you, Mojo Jojo. Get on fucking card.
Mojo Jojo, first of all. I'm playing on the PS5. You talking about joining the Discord. But you know, it's alright. It's alright. I'm not even on my computer, but it's alright.
You don't need to be on the computer to be on Discord, son. On that PS5, you can get it.
I want to play Warzone with you, y'all.
Get on here. Come on.
No, I heard somebody else's voice. Now look, appreciate you, niece. And then it's Dr. Mamba. I saw that hot pink. This man turned Cameron on us. Killer.
Turn who?
Cameron. You know Cam used to walk around with the hot pink all day.
Oh wait.
Killer. Yeah, Cameron was on another level. Cameron on his own level.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Yeah, I'm coming.
Whoa, whoa, no Diddy. We don't need to know that.
10 minutes. I gotta beat this mission.
Hey.
What's going on with you, nephew?
Sean.
Alright, free the prisoner. Okay, am I good? Please say I'm good.
I can hear you. No, you don't have to keep saying it.
Woo, boy.
Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Without waves. Without waves. Watch waves in the building. Be humble. Yeah.
Okay.
Watch waves. One of the OGs from day one. Watch waves.
Alright, I'm set on the PC now.
Bro, if I was a DJ, I'd be on a whole new level.
You should be a DJ.
It could be, for sure.
Yeah. They got a DJ voice.
For sure.
No, that's not.
Tuned in.
That's pretty for sure.
The butter brown.
Oh, you sound like they ain't going Cookie Monster at this point.
Cool smoke.
Wait, what that say?
No.
Tyson. No.
Don't you do it.
I had money on him.
Who?
Brand new?
Tyson Fury.
Did he lose?
Yeah, he lost.
Usyk gonna win.
Yeah, how much
Wait,
money
did
you
they
have on
fight
that
already?
2 cents.
2 cents.
Hey, did they fight already?
Y'all think I'm playing? Huh.
No, I'm being serious. I'm asking a question. Did they fight already?
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Did Usyk win by knockout?
Yeah. Let me hold on. Give me 1 second.
I got Usyk knockout by round 8 or 7 to 8. Let me look it up. Hold up.
Yeah,
you got money on that too? Sheesh.
I lost 2 cents, man. That's some DS, bro.
Usyk versus Tyson Fury.
Yo, I'm back to back.
Alright, let me join Pokey Squad.
Come on.
Alright.
Brand new.
Brand new account?
No. I think it's on Butter's stream.
On Butter's stream?
Man, this is a damn weigh-in, bro. I want to know who won.
Nah, they just... It says
They
break-in.
didn't fight yet, man.
That's what it said on ESPN.
Oh wait, they did fight already, I think, earlier.
It says Tyson Fury versus Olakashati.
They don't say no.
Olakashati. What the fuck is that?
I don't know. It's Olakashati.
I don't know.
This is bull crap.
Bro, I can seen the screenshot. I seen the screenshot. You think I'm joking? I got ESPN app.
Usyk won?
Yeah, Usyk won. That's what I'm saying.
What round? That's what I'm saying. Did he knock him out?
I don't know. Like, I don't know, but I just got on. I didn't watch the fight.
It just says he won.
Join Butter's Discord. I'm about to put it in your chat.
Hey, this boy crazy.
There you go. Send it to you. All right, I'm joining up. Be
Well, you said you're joining up, but you're not even on Call of Duty yet.
I am on Call of Duty, sir. I am on Call of Duty. It says
loaded players.
Hello to my little friend.
I'm online, sir. I'm online.
That's a cat.
Wow. All right, where are you at? I see Carlos. I don't. Oh, there you are. See, look at you, you little mojo Jojo.
Welcome back to Toronto as we're trying to figure out which of these two teams will be the last to join us on Sunday, where the prize pool starts to get heavy. Lots on the line, not just for standings, but of course to pad the pockets. That is also part of the equation here at these.
Bro, mute yourself and
Nah, hey yo, this said the fight is off, bro. It says the fight was past tense. The fight was scheduled. Hold on, let me turn this down. The fight was scheduled for February before Fury suffered a bad cut over his right eye during a sparring session. Usyk last fought in August and had a 9th round KO win over Dan Udubos in a fight where he seemingly dropped him in the 5th round by a body shot. What up, H? Of course, of course. To the mother effing bone. You hear me? To the bone, boy. Hey, to the bone. Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, I see that TT. Yeah, I see that TT.
No, those don't sound bad.
You join the call.
Why go on with you though, Bridget? How you feel? You from the islands? Where you from? Talk to me. Welcome to the broadcast.
Hold up. Nah, you know what's funny? I can actually hear you now. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, last time...
Here, brethren, big thing going.
What I gonna do, man?
I said dinner club, what go on?
Bomber Cloud.
Bonjour, Bomber Cloud.
What's good, rude boy?
Hey, I want everybody who hasn't done this yet. Oh, respect, shout outs to Turkish in the building. If you haven't done this yet, I want you to go watch the movie Shots Us. Shots Us. It's like the Jamaican. What up, Jay? It's like the Jamaican version of what's that movie with Tony Montana?
Scarface?
Yeah, it's like the Jamaican version of that.
Where is it, on Netflix?
And I don't think it's on Netflix no more. You gotta look this one up, but it's well worth it, trust me. Trust me.
I have ways that I can, watch movies, but you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I own it. I got it on DVD, but yo, Shots is one of them ones.
I will look it up tonight then.
Yeah. That's one of them ones, bro.
Is it PG-13 or is it super explicit?
Oh nah, it's super explicit, bro.
He likes that. Good.
Good. Are we playing the game, boom?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I'm about to be over there with y'all.
About time. We're making. Damn. Appreciate you too, Hucky. Much love.
It's taking too long. I go play Assassin's Creed. I came for you.
They've given themselves chances to win this map almost every single time they've been on it.
How was your footage, Strain?
I was fucking banging. I still got a whole shitload left.
That's good.
I was gonna take a picture, but I was like,
What up, Spam?
I don't want.
Why is there somebody? Why is there somebody doing a T-pose on my screen?
Spam in the building.
What the hell?
Does drop to a little bit of friendly fire, so you've got Pred in the spawn.
Oh man.
The rest of Optic stopping the clock with major
Yo,
focus
chat, look at
over
this.
towards B.
What the
Miami
fuck?
very aware that this could be a
Man, actually doing the T-pose.
pops up, says hello, shakes hands with a couple of heretics, and with that, now progress
Hey,
being
yo.
made on the B zone. What is this?
Dr. Mamba, is that you with the shirt and 539 followers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Guess what? You just gotta follow.
Yo, much love, bro. You ain't had to. I'm gonna follow you back. You Mojo
Hey,
Jojo.
make sure you send the stuff for that follow, Mamba. We're making connections.
Hermes was good.
Mr. Butter Brown. All donations.
Why was there only one pistol out? Yo, what the fuck?
Said all donations.
I got you. We say cereal for exchange.
EBT. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we like to eat over here until we get it all. We go get the steaks.
Oh, that sounds good.
Now, you know what I mean? Don't it?
I had the triple special.
That's a filet mignon.
Hey, hold on. Wait a minute. No Diddy. What's the triple special?
I don't know. I don't want to ask that
Special
question.
Chinese food. I got pepper chicken, black pepper chicken with emperor chicken, and I forgot the fucking third one.
Emperor chicken.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Emperor chicken, that sounds good as fuck.
Together with an egg roll and pork fried rice, $20.69. That's included.
Rice?
You want egg roll? You want egg roll?
Pork fried rice.
Oh, pork egg
I
roll.
didn't know where you was going with that.
The only thing I didn't like is that it didn't come with a drink, but that's okay. I got drinks at the crib, so I'm good.
Facts.
It do sound good though. I ain't gonna lie.
Let's go, nephew.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mama's in the building.
How you feeling today, huh?
I don't care if I'm AFK.
And we about to go crazy.
There you go. The shout out.
You a normie?
We about to go crazy.
That's crazy.
It feels weird playing on. Oh god. Whole team.
Oh my god. That was a late ass call, dude.
It wasn't my fault. I saw one and I couldn't see the other one.
You know what's funny?
Shout out to my dog. Watch waves work.
You know what?
Shout out to Prime Time.
You obviously know that you have to win a couple of
You know what?
I want some Trini
Yeah,
stuff.
hush up. You want some what?
Uh-oh. My game's lagging.
Oh, no bueno.
Uh-oh.
No bueno.
What the heck?
Run. When you say no bueno, something's bad.
Update your PC, bro. You're missing an update.
I'm missing an update? No, I just updated yesterday.
You gotta update your breath.
Yeah. I just updated it. Don't do that.
Hey, yo.
You know what? I'm gonna get you back. Don't worry.
Hey, yo, no, chill.
I got you. No. Y'all wanna play these type of games with me, okay?
Hey, wait, what happened, dog?
Nah. Say less. See, I wasn't even.
Second less.
I didn't know I'm not supposed to laugh. I just messed with you today. We only got on bad terms in like 15 seconds. My bad.
You know what I'm saying? What's going on? Chill.
Normally people take about 2 seconds. But you know what? You lasted 15 seconds. I'm proud of you.
Hey, you know what? I think that's a compliment.
There's a guy laying on top of the roof.
I know.
Chemical. I'm sorry.
I lit his ass up. Now,
I can't.
I owe you shit. Depends on where he's at. Right there. Go to sleep.
Nice. No pity.
I was saying nice, no pity. What the fuck? Well, everybody goes call fucking no pity on everything. Hey, I brushed
Bro,
my
he's
teeth.
laying down on the fucking ground.
It just goes from bad to worse that fast if you're a Heretics fan.
Yeah, this is probably GG already. With only 30 seconds left.
I just killed somebody.
Hey, yo, y'all got me over here crying, you Mojo Jojo.
I need some help.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he died. Yes.
What up, big dog?
20 seconds and Miami have yet to find.
You need help?
He got me.
Yes, we do, my nigga. We need help.
Oh, this gun ain't it, bro. This
No,
gun
it
ain't
is
it.
not. No, it is not.
It's not it. That's.
Yo, he's fucking with you. You talking about me.
Hey, don't do that.
I saved you. Oh, shoot him. Yo, you died by that dude. Oh, I was about to say, boom, I would never speak to you again, bro. You almost made me stutter.
Who can teach me how to play the game? I'm kind of pissed off about this. He's supposed to teach me. But it's alright.
You know, not for nothing. You have
How
to
am I
learn
supposed to
how
teach
play
you, my
players.
dude?
Somebody took my guns.
The guy backside, bro.
Got you. Got you. You supposed to teach me how to play
You
the
over here
game?
taking my guns and shit.
No, y'all took my guns. You know what? I'm sick of this. I done had guns.
Or Jojo.
Y'all little sneaky little. Oh, y'all little sneaky little fox. That's alright.
Why'd you say it like that?
Little sneaky. No, you little sneaky little foxes. Always taking my stuff, gang. You never have nothing.
Gang. I never heard you say gang before.
I say gang. Look at you.
You said gang. Stop that.
No, I ain't say that.
Stop that. Stop that.
Hey, guys,
I got it quick. Stop that.
I dropped it all back on the floor.
No, I don't want your guns now. I got it. I'm good.
Oh, I got my own.
Oh, that's good.
I'm Gucci right now. And I got the striker too. Oh, it's a wrap. Oh, it's a wrap. I'm about to fuck shit up.
Right here? I don't know if you can.
I'm right here.
Most of the teams are besides one. Sure. You have to try to
He's probably landed towards prison. The guy, I tried to beat that guy.
I ain't even gonna lie. I'm surprised tax evasion still in the game.
Stop. Leave him alone.
Why, is that your peoples?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Oh, okay.
That's
Just
the
making
cat,
sure.
bro. God, man, you be lying too much.
Right there,
Man,
right
move. Move. Move.
That ain't your cousin,
Nephew.
son.
Nephew.
Alright, I'm going to him. I don't give a fuck. I'm not scared.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
He went in the water like a business. Hey, go right there.
Don't run. Come here.
He hurt.
I'm on his ass. No diddy.
Hey, yo, balls.
I said no diddy. You heard me.
Where is he? Where is he? I'm
Right
telling
here.
you, he's right there.
Here, right there, right in front of you, right in front of you.
You swimming for his motherfucking
How
life.
the fuck is a pistola not fucking reaching that far? When they shoot me, they shoot me from like 30 meters.
Sirs, we got a problem.
You kill him?
We have a problem.
We have a problem.
Yeah, Houston, this is not looking good, Houston. Yeah. I'll let y'all
Appreciate
Learn
you,
how to
fam.
shoot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate for the follow. Appreciate you.
Campers was good. Appreciate you.
The good thing is they've been sitting around all day, so they were watching every.
Is he coming back?
They just watched
Is he coming back over here? No?
Yo, Stream, you gotta follow the podcast as well.
That's fine. When I get a chance.
Is that what you follow?
You follow? Or
I followed him.
Him? Okay.
no, boom. You, nephew. I'm so proud of you, nephew. So proud of you.
What?
They're always the team finding themselves early
What'd I
off
do?
the rotation to get great
He told
holds,
me to
but
come
when
on the game.
they are forced to break into
8
hills,
hours,
it's
and
everyone
no,
scattered.
I'm on
Everyone
top.
trying to go for one-on-one
Got
gunfights.
that right, Freddie?
Miami are strong
Yep.
on their setups. They
I
should
mean,
be
I don't know
able to
about on
withstand
time
that.
because we already won the
Great in
game.
holds, great on
Wow.
breaks. That kept Miami in the mix, so over the sub base. But
I'ma go up
can
top.
they stop that guy? Fred has had a
Shot him in the back.
masterclass respawn series.
Alright, there's a
Looking
guy
to
on
follow up with the back four here.
Got him?
Got him. You're not him, buddy. Stop that shit. You're not him.
People on top of
Trying to wait out the stuns and
You're not that guy, pal.
because they know they're going to raid heavy.
people on top of factory.
Alright. Yep.
Yep, I'm waiting for him to drop down. Waiting for him to drop down.
You're not gonna drop it. Looking right at
It
me.
is a 2-2 split.
Yeah, well, at least
Got
off the
one.
rip.
Down. I'm going.
Go ahead. Push it.
Above me?
Good. And like we saw in
One
Subway,
above me.
good
Damn it.
focus over the
He's
top
just
of the
looking
first
down.
hard point. Only benefit here on top
He's
of that
weak,
is
he's
that you
weak.
also
Yo,
have
my
P2
gun's
over
shooting like
towards your side of the map, at least for now. Optic working on that,
My
but
gun.
still need to put together a bit of a contest here on P1.
I found the guy who took my gun.
Fred's able to win that one-on-one gunfight as well versus Real. So
Damn.
still
One
the
guy was
spawns on
right
the
over here.
backside for
Oh,
Miami are
Mike
gonna
shot
be
with the
there, but
fucking
you at least
gifted.
put the focus
Buddy.
now onto Optic Texas. Everyone trying to apply
I don't know
pressure
what
to
that
the
team
middle of the
is
map.
now.
They find the break. Real fast. They are off the rotation. Miami going to be late to the party.
I don't see him.
Inside the fence, though,
I'm
it's become
going
a
up.
bit of a problem
Go
here
ahead,
for
I got you.
Optic. Shotzi tries to jump
Be careful,
on in.
though. We'll find
Can he
you.
get
I'm
the
grabbing my
cover?
loot, bro. I'm
That's
grabbing
good
my
enough for the
loot,
shutdown,
bro.
but
Oh,
Miami
never
with
mind.
numbers
Don't
trying to
go
move
up
their way
there.
around
They're
this side
holding their hands.
staircase.
Don't go up there. Don't go up there.
Forced out
Don't go
the
up
hard
there.
point, and with that, they've
They're
earned
holding their
spawns
hands.
back. So now it's just
They're
down to
holding
can
their
you find
hands.
the kills. This is
They're
where it
holding their
matters the
hands.
most,
Yep,
though.
they're holding
And
their
well, for
hands.
Optic, they have collected to this point. First two are go their way.
They say they
L'Oreal gets
kumbaya.
red. Semtex takes care of them.
They can have the guns.
Away
I don't
to
want
find the fifth kill on Demico.
I love how you didn't commit on that gunfight. No
Why
second
is
stinger was
your
going to hit
finger
him.
hurting?
And he
Yeah,
plays
talk
for
to
the
me.
second
Why-
kill.
why's
He's
your finger
already
hurting?
on
What
six
was you
in a row.
doing?
Cruise
Alright,
missile
I
from the
gotta
back
finish the class.
pocket. But you will take
Going
this if
up
you
right
were
now.
Miami. At least you were able to flip your way out for that
What kind of
P2
freaky
rotation.
stuff was you doing?
Can't go all this time as Optic Texas. You have to try to
Mine
contest in the
is full
front
loadout.
because with
Screen
Fred having that cruise
projector
missile,
is
it can
shattered.
lead to an easy break
And
for
I
Optic.
Oh my god, now there's fucking
All
three
of a
people
sudden,
seeking
you
me.
start to get a couple
And-
kills
I'm
early
here,
in the
nephew.
scrap time.
That's what we
Stop
doing.
being scared. I'm getting tricked by three niggas.
Man, stop, man. Stop being scared, man.
And isolate
Shut
on
your
towards
ass
Nico,
up.
but Miami still holds strong.
I want to see you know what?
Through,
Me
but Miami
extreme
pick it up
wants
at
to
the perfect time. And as the hard point opens, the Heretics are
I
running some
just
time.
was pushing the whole team. Fuck you talking about?
Uncontested seconds.
Because those are trying to
more kills,
Fred
nigga.
does get red out of vehicle.
I can't say that word. I'm
On the
white.
respawn, you're going to call in this cruise missile. Going to try to back players from their position. He's not going to be able to connect on anything. So all you have to do is just climb up in these fights. And Miami are able to find the initial two.
Now 4 in a row for Real playing backside bar, but now it's Dashy on 4. That all stops the streak. There's
No, not you, King.
for
I'm
the Heretics.
talking
But
over
Optic
here.
have a chance to set up multiple points of interest on this next break attempt. Still 30 seconds to fight for. Bright stun just as he tries to hit forward. And Real follows up off his respawn with more, leaving Dashy by himself. And well, he may give this one more try, but Miami have gotten the read and they deal with it and have the scrap.
That's beautiful plays right there out of Miami. They withstood that cruise missile coming in. They were able to hold their guns. Everyone preeming to the front side. Because not a single player from Optic Texas decided to hit a route. Like if Pred is going to call in that cruise, we have to put someone in a position to block that back spawn. You can't allow them to initially just flood their way back on in.
You told me to come to Discord. You said
to take the lead by a little bit. And at least if you're Optic, you cut your losses. You win a rotation.
No, that's what you said. I was chilling. I was minding my business. You talking about coming to Discord?
Trying to follow up on mid-map, but everyone stays alive, at least largely so.
Even in your
Optic
own
hold down to the
fucking
backside
stream,
spawns.
bro.
Miami has to find a way to break this thing from the front. Battles up and over.
You didn't tell me how to
1-for-1's not bad, but it all falls onto Lucky, and a late Septex for Pred stops the push.
Nice. Which one?
Look at that spawn coming in from Meadows. His shot's going to get a read on it. He does, but he's not able to win the gunfight. So now the pressure is going to be here for Miami. It's going to fall into the hands of Kenny and Dashy, and Lucky's able to get the better of them both. That leads to the back for Miami. Still a very tight game that we have on our hands, but Optic Texas still trying to reinforce with their numbers on their side.
The breaking stats continue to keep Miami in the mix. Real also having a great map number 4, 14 to 8. Lots of time at the hard point.
initial, you know, opening stages of the live, saying what's up.
To retake the gunfight. So now we take our focus
Getting
back
room for
over
everybody to pull in. I need to post it on Twitter
and
or X, whatever they want to call it. I got the drinking and going back to back.
Help from Real actually allows Miami a chance to win this rotation.
That's perfect plays right there for Miami. Great teamwork, great crossfire to find all those kills off of the rotation. So they're going to be the team initially in towards this HP. How will Optic Texas deciding to work their break on in? They're trying to have at least a couple players work their way through the middle of the map. That angle gets cut off, and now you have to
that was my cat.
It's just where does this Real come from? I'll tell you first-handedly, watching him play Challengers last year, moments where he tries to make plays like this happen, doesn't work out, but he's pulling it off versus one of the team's best hardpoint teams. He has been unbelievable. 16 and 11, shut down. Texas still inside the hardpoint, 23 seconds to play.
There you go.
Finding a double. That's another great play out of him. Single-handedly shutting down the pressure from Optic Texas at this P5. You're going to execute the break. Final 15 potentially going to be yours because now Optic Texas are forced to cut their losses. Back over to the P1 we go where this is going to be an absolute battle to start it off.
He gets the first, but Lucky goes
untallied over towards the top side of DJ Booth. That's enough for a double. Dashy staying alive over towards Nest, but doesn't have a chance to contest. Has to wait for help. Right over the back.
I'm about to show you why I call me the best.
Also watching a bit of a cross through mid. As Optic Texas hit a right
what the fuck?
Pred from the pitch. All working out. Cool shots it down. Real follows up. They're just done to finding Kenny, and it's a 4-for-1 exchange. Miami in the hill.
Miami are making it so difficult for Optic Texas to work their way in towards this HP. Every time they're getting a couple kills, Miami pulls a point out of every single quarter and trading effectively. And they are still holding on to this
fact. That's a fact. That you was on it. You was on it. No Diddy. You had that.
You don't want to be too aggressive and potentially spawn your way out, but all the kills go in your favor. You just got to be able to read the route out of vehicle that allows the Miami Heretics to get that back spawn.
And they're all about trying to play for this whole time here as well. Kenny steps away, trying to find some sort of an anchor. Shotzi will spawn. Oh, into the waiting arms of vehicle. The pistol works out. Great response. Optic still trying to hold on to the back spawns, but it's split. And with this, Miami, their full focus around the back is looking good as they jump to a Heretics. Listen in.
Come on, little Diddy.
I think he went in the water.
Where'd this guy go, man?
He went in the water, I think. Cause I'm up here with you, and I don't see him at all either.
Nah, this Joker hiding. Joker hiding. One guy.
I'm glad he's all over the place, so let him hide.
You can switch to third person too.
Oh, okay. This guy's talking back.
Oh, he's in the water.
Oh, nah. Come on.
Here on top of factory.
There, right there. I told you, he's in the water. My man is in the water.
Yeah, when I get that multiplayer, I'm grinding for camos. I'm down. You down? Actually?
Yeah, go down. We can do it tonight. You want to do it tonight?
Man, I don't got multiplayer right now, nigga. I said at the end of the month.
No. Listen. You asked me that you want to grind cameras, and I said, yeah. You better take advantage, because let me tell you something. Next month, I will not play this game. You hear me? There's no My Little Pony.
Oh, hell no.
See, I don't like you disrespecting My Little Pony like that. Like,
it's not in the water.
I know.
He's running right here.
The world stars come through for Optic Texas, right back in the game. Another rotation win, and this time not getting broken in the first 30. Lucky trying to force the play. Metals trying to follow up.
I'm about to get down.
Okay, decent scrap time here for Lucky, but Optic putting full focus on rotation.
Yeah, that was beautiful play right there out of Optic Texas. They knew that there was at least a couple players from Miami through that backside, but if you were Miami in that situation, you won the initial gunfights to put yourself in that position, but then you were just way too aggressive, not allowing your teammates to pinch to the front before you decided to apply that pressure at that hill. Now Optic Texas find themselves in a little bit of a lead. They win the rotation over towards B4, and the backstones from Miami are getting easily read out of shots.
You just have to get something set up right here if you're Miami. You cannot allow Optic to take this back 45 shots. Undeniable inside of security. Trades, though, decent. Miami going to have an opportunity to try to hit this pretty darn quickly. Kenny, the last one standing, and he only gets one. So again, another break comes through. Miami still in the game, and they've got numbers on the hill.
And this is big time as well. Basically tie the game up and grow yourself a little bit of a lead. So Optic Texas do not want to give this one up for free. But that decision might just be made for them, as all the kills in the feed are in favor of the Heretics. Now with only 18 seconds, someone else going to have to hit that rotation. He's going to fall into the hands of Dash. They try to attempt one more break and at least call success. So Miami are going to have a little bit of a lead over towards this next HP. But Optic have to now make this one count.
The cutoff gets hit. Dashy cannot really jump into the hard point, not for right now. Needs supplying support from the middle. Miami gets two. A chance to jump to the hard point early, but the trophy system does not get played successfully.
So you try to hit me with that shit.
Absolutely pop it off 26 and 20 times right into the hard point, but can't quite find the swimmer. Shotzi so slippery, but eventually dealt with Real now. Possibly a chance to stay alive,
There's no way you had
not here with numbers, and Optic are in the hill.
Optic are in the hill. Now they have full control of it. They know exactly where the Heretics are going to be spawning. Fred just trying to be a nuisance, be right up in their face, up close and personal with this.
Seriously, it really is multiplayer.
Dick was good. No, it's not.
Teammates with his final couple of kills. With Renetti, he usually finds a lot of success, but it's very difficult out towards the water. Optic Texas can no longer win it at this HP.
I'm sucking right now because I'm having too much fun just laughing at y'all. Y'all hilarious.
15 seconds. Shotzi just over the entryway into the pool. Finds another kill. Scrap time to go to Optic.
I ain't played this game.
Do not have numbers.
I missed one PS5.
This is just down to do
oh my God, he's right there.
Lucky's actually able to tally the first.
The whole team. Wow.
Giving him a little bit of
You say about 8 seconds. Nah, never mind.
I'm dead. Look, this nigga right here.
Brett on the pitch. First one good. Second one no.
I can't
this ball's flip as well. So if you are Optic Texas, is the same exact situation they had versus Toronto. They were just going one by one. You cannot afford to do that here. Shotzi and Kenny combined for two. They start off the trade fights. They find three in the feed. Optic Texas will be able to move on to Championship Sunday.
Oh, he really had to do the clap. Wow.
Moments of nerves for sure.
I'm waiting for somebody else. I'm waiting for the celebrity to get here, but you ain't taking this whole ass time.
Finding the ice, finding the clutch. Fred, another huge star.
Smoke in the building. Hey, I'm about to load up the game now.
No, it's just
by far the best we've seen from him to this point. And it comes at a hell of a time, just not quite enough to get to a map number 5.
It was just that turning point in the game. At that P3, they were finding a lot of success in the time at P2. Then they sent a couple players with
so when you go up those jump things, right?
Lucky wins the
you don't have to use your parachute when you land. You can just fucking go down to the back. You won't go down.
Pull that back.
I'm out near.
Miami just rushed it. That was all it simply came
Don't
down to.
stop. Get it.
Optic have to spawn all the way across the map with all the kills that you get, but you also allow your teammates to the front side to set up that pinch to lead to the break. But they don't find it. You allow Optic chance to get a full 60 there. Keep it scrappy all the way to the very end, but just one set of kills is all they need to close it out at that P1.
It almost felt like at a moment there, as you were going from 4 to 5, it's like Miami felt like they could win the game, and they were trying to forcing themselves into 2v4 situations, 1v2 situations, not what you want to see, especially against a team that, again, has been one of the most fun we've seen in title games. So, heck of a run for Miami, but it does come to an end after a 4-map stretch here, and they will finish top 6. Search and Destroy, though, has been great for them. Two, I would say, winnable maps out of the hard point. Decent stuff for Miami overall.
Yeah, you would definitely take that, because Search and Destroy is the one mode that you can love to build upon, because that's very difficult with a new squad to try to figure out. So now that you've found yourself in the top 6 place, and you can go back home, work on your hard points, work on your controls to try to expand your map. Be the case, but Optic find themselves into another Sunday, and Fred is standing by with Blaze to give us his thoughts. Thank you so much, Shift and Stay. Toronto and Call of Duty fans all
none of us
around the
really
world,
can't, bro, because we all movement, but it's like still that one circle, you're like, oh, I gotta stay right here.
Nah, I be camping sometimes.
At least you're honest.
The first part is done. The job is not over. But
Yeah,
how
I
you
just want to be honest, though.
want to be in a lower
You're different from all of us, but you're the same when it
how
comes
did
to
you bounce
shooting
back
a
from
gun,
Toronto?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You know, obviously, I think we just honestly today we played really sloppy. I feel like there were so many winning situations.
I just ready like this chef.
We had a defense over danger control. We had like a 60-point lead, 6-star, and you know we just threw the game away. Honestly, so we're playing sloppy COD today.
You know what I just
and I'm
realized?
just glad to get
Butter
the Sunday so
never
we can
called me
relock
back.
in
After he called
and
me
try to get the job done.
Wow, you put him on blast.
I just realized that. I said, Eastside called
Don't
you
do me
back.
like that. Don't do me like that, dog.
Talk to me about how you guys tried to create that separation with them towards the end of that map 4, because it was neck and neck, and it was looking like, you know, it was maybe game 5. But
I mean, honestly, man, when
Hey,
I look to my left
Hokie,
and to
I
my right,
appreciate
just see,
you,
like,
my
three
brother.
teammates that I know that we can win any game, any moment. You know, the utmost confidence in my teammates. I knew we were going to get it done, man. We just had the time and diff. We were going to get it done, man.
And you did, okay? Now, lastly, what do you
Nah, I
want
be,
to
hey,
tell
look,
all the
I get caught up with the dogs or something else to go on, and I'll be like, dang it. And then before I realize it, that's all she wrote.
No, you
You know, Green Wall, man, it's another Sunday.
I'm
We need
telling
you guys
you,
here. I want you guys to support
but I
us,
be
go
on
crazy
to
every
the
time we get a
next.
kill, even if it's in the back,
We
whatever
know.
it may be. I just
My
want to
bad,
support
dog.
the team
My
and
bad,
help us out,
dog.
and hopefully we
I
can get it done.
apologize.
All right,
He
Green
basically
Wall,
told you
you
you are
heard
the
it from
past,
Fred.
and I'm moving on
About
to
to
the
let him go
present.
so they can get ready for championship
Don't do me
Sunday.
like that, man.
Let's close out today.
Thank you, guys.
That is a perfect finish for a lot of fans that lined up at 12:30 a.m. trying to get in the door first to watch their team, Optic Texas. And there's one very special guest in the building for the first time ever.
Hey,
Mama
send the friend
Pred
request
is at
again.
a LAN event. She got a chance
Hold
to
on.
watch those
I'm doing
final
24
moments. I
hour
was
stream right
standing next to her,
You ain't
jumping
even
up
on.
and down with
You talking about you
elation. So
fucking
proud
on.
that her son will be
Girl,
playing
I am on.
championship
did I
Sunday.
ask you?
That is so
Did I say
sweet.
that?
The moms
Did
always
you
make
have
me
to
so
say that?
emotional at these events
Did you
because
have to
not
say
all
that?
gamers get, you know, the life experience of their parents
Did you
accepting
have
them
to
in
say
gaming.
that?
I was like,
She got to see
yeah,
her
I'm
son
like, I'm
absolutely
on.
take over on this
I'm always
series.
on.
What
I'm
are
on
we
with y'all.
talking about
That
here?
ain't
Fred has been the guy that we've been waiting for to leave his mark on this team, and he went 36-17 map
At least
1.
I'm giving
The
y'all
guy
my
dropped
time.
a 30 bomb here
Assassin's
in map number
Creed
4 and
Odyssey
also
is
dominated
calling my name,
in the
and I'm giving
control.
y'all
Fred
jumpers
was a
my
man
time.
on a
But
mission
y'all
throughout the
Destiny
series.
2 is
No
calling me
way he
too,
wasn't
and
making
Man,
it to
fuck
Sunday.
Destiny
That
2.
stuff added up
Fuck that
so
little
much
free,
that his mom
free
was here
to
because we were like, Fred
win
came to
game.
play this event
Oh,
since
no,
the very first day we
some
saw
type of
Optic Texas
rip-off
spawn
Halo.
in, and it
I'm
was
not giving
Fred
no
near the
Destiny
end of
2,
the Major
man.
3
That's a
qualifiers
real
that was
Destiny
finding
2.
that
Go ahead
success
and load
and
in,
finding his
though.
role within this
I
team.
mean,
I will
Assassin's
say on the
Creed
flip
is
side
the
though for
same
Miami,
fucking
it was
game
an incredible
every
run
year.
with very,
Okay,
very
no, it's
low
not. First of all,
expectations on
we
the
could
floor.
jump on
To
walls.
make it to a Saturday and even
You
be
can
able to
shoot
steal
fire.
maps
Don't do
off
that.
of our top
Don't
team in
come
Atlanta
for
FaZe,
free.
and even in Optic Texas, their search and destroy is something to be scared of moving forward.
Yeah, it's been a little bit scary, almost similar to the last series. You saw they did a good job on P3 rotation over to here. They're able to break in on the initial roto, and then Optic, they just had to calm down at the end. They're within striking distance of winning the game. Heretics have a setup, and they got 4 down on that P1. But Optic still now get that first blood, and then Swarm. That's the Optic that we're used to seeing.
I'm ready for me.
Can we give a shout out to Quick to Real?
I'm in the lobby.
39 kills
It's
for the
extreme,
L. The man
boom,
played his heart out
and
here
Mamba.
as a rookie. This man is not only near the top of the leaderboard, but also
See, I just joined. I don't know.
superstars in this league. He has been the MVP for them since the start of this
Hey, no,
tournament.
look, I was ready.
Player on their team for sure.
I didn't know they had a star
They
ready.
know exactly what they need to work on when they get home. It it is that control game mode, but they know they can rely on this guy in the
I
big
like
moments.
most
That's what
players.
this tournament has has proved, and I'm excited to see Real's progression throughout stage 1.
We've seen some incredible rookies come through
What
the
up,
CDL,
little
and one of
sis?
those, well, he's the former
Baby girl
Rookie
in the
of the
bed.
Year. He goes by the name of Pred, and he earns your scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at this one, Alley Cat. The Game 1 performance earns the honors tonight.
It was unreal. He had 30 kills before Maturity had even broken double digits.
Damn,
This
it's
guy
taking me
was a
like
man on a
30
mission.
years.
And
Y'all
it's
still
scary how
playing.
close the game was, considering he was the only one in the lobby that broke
It's
30.
been
but
like
Optic Texas
18
able to
months.
clutch up and get it done. That is a
like
Pred
it
that I
ain't
feel
that
like we
long, but
have
y'all been
not
playing
seen
for a
since last
minute.
year. So certainly a map for the year.
Yeah, so every time he goes in his crazy streak is when he's up here. Like
What we
Top Stone just
doing?
making plays on the rotation over towards P4. He just
Metro,
counts a ton of kills and he puts the game away.
Oh.
But for this guy, man, that's perfect for their confidence going
All
forward.
I'm
Because
saying,
you know on Sunday, Shotzi has those spectacular performances. If you get both of them going at the same time, they can get that chip.
Bro, you
need that
changing up
confidence
your
going into
class
hard points. It's
forever.
every map one in a
Hey,
best
don't
of
rush
5,
him.
and of
He
course
needs to,
that grand
you know.
final.
That's
We
true.
can
You gotta
see
have it
Seattle. Let's take a
exactly
look
like he
here at
needs
the
it to
best
do shot.
moments of the day. Going back to the very beginning.
Wow.
Where Seattle took on the Royal Ravens, the Lanimals. Both sides so good when playing in person. Hoop was dropping some serious numbers as he carried the squad through search, but everyone chimed in throughout the series for Seattle.
Absolutely. This was a series that kind of reminded me of the type of player that he can be sometimes and kind of the ceiling that he has. He went 15 and 4 on an 8 streak in that Rio search and destroy, and that's where Seattle has been kind of a little bit back and forth. It's been their respawn that's been really impressive throughout the entirety of the stage. They're able to take 2 of them in this series, and Obuza having an insane map number 4 going 31 and 18, reminding that he's still in the runner for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, you put him on his correct role, man, it's going to absolutely fry, right? Like Abuza finally showed what he deserved to be in this league, had an incredible tournament, and definitely a great series. They ran off 3 straight matches after losing that map 1 6-star, where it seemed like Carolina was going to run away with it. Seattle said, no, we can bounce back.
Issue for search right now is which player do you want to be your candidate for Rookie of the Year? If you had to
How many
pick
people
one,
didn't call you back? You must not be a
congratulations,
point.
a top 6
Oh, I'm
finish. We'll
important.
talk
They
about
know
how
I'm
he did
important.
that a little bit
I
later.
don't know, but they didn't call
Let's
you
talk
back. You
about
must
the
not be a
fastest
point.
series
Oh,
on
trust
the
and
day. It was
believe me. If I put my phone
unexpected.
out to start
Number
mode all
1,
day, they gonna have a
taking
field show.
on number 5 in our major
trust and believe me,
standings. The
I'm
Subliners, our 4th
important.
best team overall, ran into the juggernauts of COD. The best team in CDL history. Atlanta FaZe breaking records.
I mean, we have a new opening now.
I'm
Clearly,
staying humble.
Jaws
I'm
had
staying
a
humble.
plan, and it was winning Major 2,
Is that
and
my
now it
yeah,
seems
little
maybe
back,
to
yeah,
go
little
back
joker?
to
You
back.
supposed to call me
This
back.
series was
Talking about
insane
your
out of Atlanta
son,
FaZe. I think it was a
graduation little
statement
thing.
series as well. Again, doing it against one of the top teams that could contend them for that title, and just simply being the best player in the game across all 3 game modes.
Yeah, the only 3 of our tournament so far. Atlanta FaZe is showing like, yo, man, this is another day's
man,
work.
jump
Like, get us
shot.
to Sunday. It's time for us to rip, and everybody has their
Hey, yo,
moments
how you
throughout
doing,
this
Paul?
series.
Hey, mama,
And it's just
somebody talk
crazy
about
because
your
that's another
boys.
top
I know.
4 team
I
that
know
is
his-
dismantling people on our stage.
You know what,
Atlanta's
Dolly?
making them look
You know what? I'm not gonna say what it was.
Straight, that is the
right
record
now.
they set
I'm
back
not
in
gonna say
Cold
that.
War.
That's
That is
messed
the
up.
record they have
I'm playing right now.
and they
I
will
just
be
got
playing
killed.
against
Just
this
get
team
killed.
tomorrow
You got
in the
killed?
winners
No, I'm
bracket.
saying who's
lineup
playing by
against
themselves right now?
Phenomenal-
Besides me.
Optic Texas matched up
me.
against
I'm playing
Toronto
right now.
Ultra.
By myself.
It was scrap having
Oh,
last
let's run it, bro.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra had a great series
I'm in the
up
game
against
right now.
Optic. You know, they dropped that first map to see who is the best sub-base hardpoint team in the
If
game.
you like
Optic
that.
reigned supreme, but then the search and destroy. The game of that has been
Hey, Mamba, you better watch out, Mamba.
I ain't scared, dog.
And, you know, they lose, man. They lose 6-2,
Well,
and they
4-2,
use that
11.
momentum into that amazing
Yeah,
control.
I think
where
you
it was some
are.
crazy rounds that scrapped
I think
took
you
over,
are. I
and
don't want to
ultimately
start no
Toronto get
trouble.
it done.
And that's
No,
going to
no,
be the
don't
biggest
do it,
point on the
don't do it,
weekend
buddy.
is what
I'll
are these
handle her
top
later,
teams
don't
are
worry.
stealing these
I'll call
search and
back.
destroys off of each other. The fact that Toronto is able to win that map
You know
number
what?
2
I just
spells
realized
really good thing for the
Appreciate
home
you,
crowd
brother.
because that's been their
Dang, I
biggest
jumped
struggle
way too
throughout the
early.
entirety of stage 3
I'm going to buy
qualifiers.
it. We gotta go.
Pulling that out
From
to
the
clutch factor, right? You're
Bronx.
getting Envoy
Say
coming back
Latino
to
Oh my God, look at all these-
team, and then
all
that
these
6-star.
pots.
It was the final
I
4
don't know
hills,
if,
right? It was a neck
Dr.
and neck game
Lumber,
until
but I
Toronto
don't
was
know the
able to
numbers.
take this final 4 and run with the dub.
Oh, I gotta ask.
Toronto powers into the winners bracket. New York, though, is
should be Dr.
alive
Lumber.
in our elimination
Hey, I can't even
bracket.
turn my mic on.
Against Optic Texas.
I'm always blessed.
No dot, no dot,
Subliners
no
looking
dot.
pretty
I
clean
joined
in
the
the
Hog
matchup against the
clan.
Surge. Who was shining
So-
for this team that you can look at coming into Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, Hydra had
Yeah,
himself
you
a great
did actually.
series,
I
but
saw
also to end it, I think Sib going nuts on that game for a hard point.
TOG, not
100
tall.
points, and obviously Sib had that masterful three-piece
Nephew.
P3. Like, that is
Right.
good news.
Nephew.
You also
I need
see
help,
take it to
nephew.
the
What you
timeline,
doing?
Where are
sort of
you? I'm
relishing
where
in
you
their
at,
victory. Like, if they start to get that confidence and that swagger back,
Yeah, they on the rooftop over there. I just got shut up.
Subliners, the only one on the top four that has
Oh,
broken
Lord
300 points.
Jesus.
They are
Help me,
coming for a top
Lord.
3 spot.
She good, she
Their
good.
first trophy the
She was working on her work earlier. She working on her masters.
We got to tune
Oh
in
my God.
tomorrow,
Oh,
and if you're
hold on.
just tuning in, don't worry, we're on YouTube.
So it's a
you can
blessing.
rewind to the very beginning, but this is how we
I thought
end
this guy
the
was down
day.
here. What the hell?
Allie, let's
He's
take a
on
look
top.
at
One
these
guy's on top.
standings. Only top 8 make it to college
And
champs
then,
after Major Four.
There's been a lot of shift throughout this entirety
Did
of
they
this
get the card?
weekend
Did they
with
get the
that
card?
top
Y'all get
8,
the
right?
card.
But the only thing that hasn't changed is our top 4 in the overall season. We are now at back-to-back events that our top 4 has made it to Championship Sunday. The question is if we're going to try and crown a different
Who
champion.
got the card? Who got the card?
400 points in the Atlanta phase after today's
So we got
performance.
it?
We'll see them back in
No,
action tomorrow.
I'm getting it now.
Let's take a look at this bracket. It has been a phenomenal
Yeah.
time.
She got. So she got.
Man, it would just be so awesome if
She got
all
one
four majors,
associate.
one of the top 4 teams
There's
won
two,
each
there's two,
one
there's two.
going into
Hold on.
college.
I got one. I got one. I got one.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. She has one associate. She has two bachelors, and she's working on her masters right now. Hey, yo, come on, y'all. Come on, I'm out.
Are they on the stairs? Where'd they
To
get?
get even more interesting with tournaments on the line. The New York City face off against Optic Texas at 1:30
Here, bro.
before we send our first team to the championship
I'm grabbing
match
my
with
right here,
Atlanta
down the
face
stairs.
Oh,
taking
dog,
on
I'm trying to help you
Toronto
out,
Ultra. On behalf of everyone
Thank you,
behind the
appreciate
scenes,
you.
I want to thank you for
Hey, yo, look
tuning
at
in.
this, look at
Shout
this,
out to
look
the
at this.
fans
Look at
who
this.
were lined up
What?
bright and early, and for everyone who's
my
still in
God.
the venue
Okay.
collecting some merch.
I
I
know
got
this is
final
what?
thoughts
Yeah,
here.
we
on
got
this
it. I
first
need
one.
y'all.
I
I
can't
need
believe
y'all.
it's already the end of
Yeah,
day
we
3,
got
but I can't wait for tomorrow.
How did he
Nameless?
get there?
Listen, Toronto Ultra said they were
Hey,
going
where
to
y'all
deliver
at?
in front of their home crowd. So
Killing
far, so
people.
good. Can
Hey,
they do it
where
tomorrow?
you at?
Let us know who is in
What
that
up,
grand
man?
finals in the chat. We'll be
I'm
reading
out.
off some of the
I'm
best
out.
tweets as well.
He's not
Use the
trying to shoot
hashtag
nobody.
CBL2024.
I got
We'll
Bogey
see you
behind me,
tomorrow.
boo.
Hey, behind me. Hey, right here, right here.
Oh, yeah, me
Hey,
too.
no,
But I got
boom,
shot in the
right here.
back.
Oh my God.
I got shot in the back.
Nephew, what you doing over here, nephew?
Hey,
I'm
like,
trying to
I'm
kill
working
him.
on y'all getting clean. Come
Oh,
on.
I'm talking about butter. I'm talking about butter.
Yeah, he's trying to be a pacifist right now.
What the butter? Butter, you
Thank you.
over here. You got to shoot people, Joe. We need you.
Hold on.
I like
Yo,
how
thank
I like
you.
how he says that, but I'm
Hey, come on.
Hey, mind your business. Mind your business. I was keeping it for a while. Mind your business.
I was getting full up close to person. I appreciate
Y'all call me
you.
petty towards you, little Joker.
No, cuz.
Shit, it got me messed up. See, I'm helping
Mama,
you
get
out.
on the blade.
Nah, I ain't gonna play with you, little Joker. Nah, remember last time? Nah, I'm good.
Nah.
You ain't seen the movie? You ain't seen the movie? I would not be on the plane with butter.
Blood, Jesus. Trying to blow us up.
Okay, I may
Let's go certified.
I may want to take that trip.
Hop out, P3.
I'm trying to. There you go.
Oh my Jesus.
You said what now?
I'm out.
Oh yeah. Talking about
Hey, you gotta run in there quick. You gotta run in there quick and get your you gotta run in there quick and get your perk.
No, I don't know if you know who that is.
They got all the perks in there.
Oh, because my mama didn't let me watch stuff like that when I was little. So I mean.
Let's go now.
You talking about
Oh, you got lucky. You got that before I did, brother.
Dude, this thing is nice, brother.
You talking about?
Hey, you can see how that hit. You can see how that hit.
Nah, I don't want to know.
Right here, this
I
one.
got it.
You got no blood stain on it, so I don't know if it hits.
Oh, nah, that joint vicious.
Okay, it's vicious. All right, let me go up there and kill some people. It's vicious.
Where that load at?
I don't know where it went. Somebody took it.
Oh, I got it. My bad. I'm bugging out, yo. I'm bugging out. Yeah.
But you hot. But I swear.
Nah, I was on the move, bro. I was getting to the bag. Baby girl in the building.
Here, grab your specialist, bro.
Where's my
Why don't get the
specialist?
specialist?
Where's that?
I'm taking
Right here. I just got all 3 of them from the inside of the thing.
Oh, boom. Why
I
you
was
didn't say
really
that, boo? You
trying
should
to
have
keep
said
it
that.
PG.
I didn't
Damn,
have
you
the
went
teeth. That was
from
better.
nephew to son to
Like, boom.
Kobe that to damn.
Like, he
Hey, yo, I lost all my... Look, it's the specials right here. Specials right here.
I already got one.
Now, Strange, look, Strange.
Somebody ain't got no damn specialist.
We gotta be
I know that.
on it, bro.
Dale!
40 kills, bro. 40 kills each. You know what I'm saying?
I got 2 right now. How many you got?
Don't worry about
Nah,
that.
you
Don't worry about
good.
I got 1.
It gets better and better the more you play. Yo, what happened to all my game secondaries? That's Mojo Jojo.
We got 1 landing.
Yep, yeah, you see him? Let's see him. Let's be sweat. Let's be a sweat. I'm gonna snipe him.
Stand right on top over here.
Oh, somebody's on the right.
These call outs.
I'm throwing smoke, throwing smoke.
He's coming in.
No, worry about it.
Oh, I'm somebody else back.
I don't even see. How he see me through the smoke? How about what is that?
Came right through the window. Jennifer was good.
It's getting serious.
Oh, I came right towards him. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, he was chilling. He was
I
chilling.
only play this game. I would have
He's
to
right in
check
that
it out.
building. And he's right
Yo,
in the window.
somebody told y'all.
I'm addicted to
Somebody told
Marvel
y'all.
Rivals too, bro. That's a good game. I'm addicted.
What is it?
To it. Marvel's Rivals.
He landed right in the rooftop.
Marvel's Rivals?
Yeah, I've been playing like for 16 hours straight.
Oh, that should have hit him.
Oh, he's still over there.
All right, now.
I gotta go around and get my stuff.
No, don't go around. Go
Bro, what the fuck, dude?
Yo, somebody came in the loadout. Are you serious? Oh my lord.
I mean, that's the name of the game, ain't it? That's what they like.
Let's go, Ghost!
He saw me.
He did. You know what? There you go, buddy. You just shoot at him. Keep shooting at him like that.
Don't miss.
He gonna miss a
Right
couple
now.
shots.
Don't miss.
He gonna miss a couple shots, but it's all right.
On top of this rooftop.
Don't miss.
I'm keeping y'all alive.
What I got? 20.
I'm keeping y'all alive.
Wait. Ooh.
Some ghosts. Send him out my way. I gotta leave.
I can't believe she really takes
no
it back.
action.
I'm so shocked. I'm really shocked right now. Hey, yo, pause. Hey, yo, what's up with it? What movie you watching over there, nephew?
I'm not. That's not me.
Oh, somebody watching some type of
That's probably fucking certified.
certified.
Yeah,
That's a movie.
never met his midnight.
Oh, they jumped me.
Man, look.
What happened? What about certified?
Right here, they jumped me. Hey, let's box, yo.
Hold on, I gotta pause that. What about certified?
Hey, yo, let's box.
I said what I said.
Let's
said
box,
what
yo.
I said.
Let's
I
box.
didn't hear what you said.
Well, you should have paid attention, sir. I said what I said.
Hey, pick me up. Pick
Oh
me
yeah,
up.
nephew. My fault, nephew. I got you.
Well, sir, I was.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. What
Oh,
up,
no, you-
she?
Is that she? That ain't she. Nephew, I got something for you.
Hey,
Nephew.
I appreciate you, Hoagie. What is it, the braids?
Wait,
What
that's
up,
not the
she?
dude. Wait, that's
She
not the
fly
dude with
high.
the,
That's 420.
Yo, what happened to the guy with the pistols?
He's probably still over there.
Yeah, they are. The whole team is.
Oh yeah, I see you, little joker. Right in front of you.
That's the dude I was just looking for.
Right in front of you, Extreme. Nice.
Fly kite, bro.
The freak is going on? Y'all need
Yeah,
to place
whip your
anything, nephew?
feet.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
I'm
dead.
good. I got 10
Alright.
grand.
Oh no.
Okay.
I can buy a loadout.
Okay, I got you.
Let's go
Appreciate
there.
you, Hokey. So I got you up, buddy.
Mamba, meet me over there. Oh shit, I'm getting shot in the back.
Oh, come on, come on.
Don't Diddy. Oh, get shot. Oh god.
I'll buy you back. I got your money.
I got money.
No.
Yeah, get the money.
I know, I got the money. I had to buy you back. Bundle loadout.
No. Don't buy me back. I'm coming in.
got-
Oh yeah. Somebody.
No.
got me. No, I appreciate it.
You didn't see. You must didn't see. It says disabled, but it's okay. It's all right. I'm not mad at you.
Yo, this Bama got a
Oh, my
shot.
man see me from that building. Did you throw the loadout? No. I got 7 grand on me.
Blood clot.
You did again? Hold on.
I'm crawling around the corner. I'm crawling. Another
hold on.
smoke. Anybody?
I got you. Well, I don't have another smoke.
Oh,
I got a
shoot.
recon flare on me.
Come on. Damn, I need plates.
I got
Come up
plates.
to the top of the roof.
Come up here.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing.
There's people
Come
on
on,
top of the
brother.
prison.
Here's UAV.
Thank you.
Buddy,
I
here's
appreciate
plates.
that.
Come up here.
There's someone
Yeah,
on top of the
brother.
tower. Is he on tower or am I tripping?
Let's go, Ghost. Let's go, Spam. All right, that's where all the packages
Grab
is
this
at.
right here. Here you go.
I got my guns back. Let's go.
You did? Nice.
Today, I'm going to share
what are you doing?
progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each
believe
of
it.
them,
They're
I will
two
show you a
badges.
photo that is famously associated
Hold on,
with
look.
that
You
story.
said drop what?
But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered
Oh
in
my
story
God.
format, then you've come to the
They
right
just
place.
dropped,
Just
Okay,
that's all we
here.
do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you,
I got
please
no, I don't
offer
have no
the like button
Good luck.
acupuncture. But then, after you put in all the needles
You
in
asked
their
for plates
back
and I
and
cannot even
you
give you
stick
plates.
the
Yeah,
box
good
up
luck.
to the end of the needles and you light those,
You know it.
just leave. Also,
Hey, we
please
getting this
subscribe
dub.
to the channel
We getting
and
this
turn on
dub.
all notifications so you don't
I'm
miss
about to move
any of
the
our
circle
weekly
early.
uploads.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
let's get into
I died.
today's stories.
Right in front of us.
Dirty there.
I put a precision on him. Put a precision on him. He better die. He better die. Got him. Oh wait, no, I didn't get him. I did get him. Let's go, baby.
Good luck. I got him with the smoke.
Just after
All right,
6
give me-
p.m.
and I
on
can smoke
December
this out. I can
27th,
smoke
this out. Watch my back.
a woman
Smoke this
named
out.
Sarah
Smoke this out.
Robinson
We
was
good.
getting
Smoke this out.
ready
Smoke this out.
inside of
Smoke
her
this out.
cabin on the 7th floor of a
I'm
massive
here.
cruise ship.
Oh, what the?
She and her
Yo, what
boyfriend
type
were
of?
going to dinner that
Oh,
night with Sarah's
Lord
parents
Come
at
on,
the restaurants
man.
on board the ship.
That was
And in
time.
fact, this entire
That thing
trip,
is
this whole
ridiculous,
vacation,
man.
was
That gun
actually
I
a
had
big
was
gift
whack.
from
What
is
Sarah's
that? What gun
parents
is that?
to
Is that the
Sarah
Lost
and her
Nine?
boyfriend. And so far, the trip had been totally amazing. I mean, all
I'm
four
about
of
to use
them,
that
Sarah,
gun.
her boyfriend, and Sarah's parents, had got to go swimming and drink great drinks and have great food, and it was just like a total dream. But now they only had one night left.
Who told
tonight,
you you could
and they
block
wanted
me?
to make the most of
Oh,
it. And their plan
you
was
little
to go
bitch.
to the big buffet that the ship
That was a good
offered,
move, though. He made the
and
other
just
guy
totally
famous.
indulge on
Second
the
place
food
out
and
the
have some
gate.
laughs, share stories,
Yeah,
and then
and we
the
had
next
Mr.
day they'd
Butter
wake up
Brown,
in the
aka
Florida
the
port that they
pacifist.
left from,
You
and the
know
trip
what I
would
mean?
be over. But for now, they had this one day
Yeah.
left. And so
Damn.
after Sarah and
He
her
said, I'm
boyfriend
going
were
into
all
war
ready,
with no
they
gun,
left their
no
cabin
knife,
and
no
they met
nothing.
Sarah's
I'm saying
parents out in the
nothing.
hallway, and then Sarah led the way towards the stairwell
Cougar
that would bring
is
them up
back
to
in
the 10th
business at
floor
this
where
point.
the restaurant
Yes,
was
someone's
that
about
they
to
were going
smash
to.
a cougar at this
Once
point.
they reached the
Okay,
10th
Kruger.
floor, Sarah could see right
Freddy
in
in
front
the
of her
building.
the entrance to
That's
the
That's what you
restaurant.
gotta do, bro.
And so she, her
Shoot, she
boyfriend,
said,
and
"Who
her
told you to
parents
block
all
me?"
behind her
Well,
began walking towards the restaurant. And to
Oh.
get
Looks like
there, they would have to walk past the sort of
Well, this
lobby
is
right in
interesting.
front of the restaurant where there was this
This
elevator
is
bank
interesting.
that
I
would
was
go
not
down to the
expecting that.
lobby and all the
I
other
thought she
floors.
would've got it.
And so, you know, Sarah and her
See,
family,
women
they
are
walked
very
past
interesting.
these elevators,
Women are
and as they
interesting.
did,
You gotta love
Sarah began to hear what sounded like rain
I
hitting
told
the
Boom how to,
outside of the
talk to
ship.
women.
But
you
that
know.
didn't make any sense because that whole day the weather had been beautiful
Ain't the
and
right bone.
clear, and Sarah, when she heard this sound, she instinctively kind of looked around the corner out one of the windows.
What up, Dad?
and
How
she
you
looked
feeling
out
today?
into the night, and it was still clear and beautiful out.
Guess my
So this
nephew's
could
not
not be rain.
Oh, man.
And so Sarah, she turned around and she looked at her
I don't think
boyfriend
he
and
loved
her
you anymore.
parents with a sort of quizzical look, being like, "Do you hear this? Like, what is
Yes.
that sound?" And they
I'm used to
clearly
it.
had heard it too, and were looking back at her like, "I
I'm
don't
sorry to
know."
hear that.
But
No,
before
no,
they
no,
could
no,
even
no,
start
no,
to
no, no, no,
discuss whatever this was, a woman who they didn't know, who was standing near these elevators as well, began to scream. It would turn out just a few minutes before this woman began to scream, the cruise ship's chief electrician, 66-year-old
No, no.
Jose Sandoval Opazo, had begun doing
Yep.
routine maintenance on the elevators that were located
That
a
woman
few
feisty
floors
said, "Who
below the
told you
10th
you could
floor,
block
but still
me?"
within that
I
same
ain't never heard
elevator
a woman
bank
say that to me
that could bring
before.
you up
I
to the
kinda
10th
feel
floor
some
where
way.
that restaurant was. And while Jose was performing this very routine and quick maintenance
Alright,
on
hit
the
walk
elevator,
with a sniper
something
rifle is
strange happened.
retarded.
But to understand why this happened, you need to
coming up.
understand a little bit about Jose and the other electricians on
Get it
board
back.
the
There he
cruise
goes, boom.
So there was oftentimes a
I
lot of
hit
very
Marco
quick
with a
and
sniper
easy
rifle
maintenance
is
that would need to get
retarded.
done
I
on
don't
these
care how
elevators,
many
which would
times I
involve
have
going
to
into
say
the
it.
elevator shaft
No,
to
it's
do
not.
it.
Is it
But
retarded
again,
for real?
these are
You lying.
very
Yeah,
short
man, you
bursts,
should
in
at
and
least
out,
get
you know,
to
very
get
easy to
dropped.
do. All the electricians
Especially
know
a
how to do
headshot.
it.
Pow!
And
Your
the
shield should come off.
procedure was to
Like,
actually
fam,
fully
I got the
shut
right
down
setup, 'cause
that
mine don't do
elevator
that.
like
Mine's droppable.
completely.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
then
trying to
go
figure out.
inside and do
then my
maintenance,
sniper
and then
rifle
go
is
through the
racist.
process of starting the elevator all over again. But that was so disruptive to the flow of traffic on the ship each day, and it was just kind of a hassle. And so Jose and the other electricians had come up with this sort of workaround
you
that
deserve
didn't
a
require them
clap for that.
to shut down the elevator, because again, that was just a huge pain.
He
and they didn't
does,
want
but
to do it. And so what they would do is they would wait until the elevator car car within
It's not
the
my
shaft
fault.
needed to do
It's my
his
double
sprint
obligata.
was at some
Something
other
wrong
level,
with it.
like on floor
Yo,
2.
let me know.
They would go into the elevator on like floor 8.
Yo,
and
what?
then
Last time I
quickly
ate
do the
filet
maintenance on
mignon,
the
something
inside of the
happened.
shaft or whatever
You
it is
can't
they have
even
to
spell
do.
your
Or
medulla
sometimes they would
oblongata,
actually
bro.
have to do
Yo,
repairs
this
on the
shit like
elevator
it went
car
though.
itself.
Is that
You know,
Spanish?
in which
Hey,
case
don't
they
take
would
my
just kind
stuff.
of go in real
Nancy,
quick,
what you
do the
doing?
repairs, get out again.
Y'all be
But all of it was predicated
you know
on
what? I
just
can't
kind
even
of
take nothing.
knowing
I can't
where
even
the
have
elevator
this
car
at
was
this
in the
point.
shaft and being really
You gonna
quick,
take all this
in and
stuff.
out. And so
I didn't
Jose
take
and the
anything.
other
Yes,
electricians
you
have
did.
done this many
You
times,
took my,
and there was no
you took my
issues.
soul with
But on this
my
day,
box. But
Jose,
it's all right.
who
Negative
got
Ghost
into the
Rider. I
elevator
don't do that.
shaft to make these
Car.
simple repairs,
UAVs
and so he
up.
actually was
Are
standing
they
Got the
inside
car
of the
better?
shaft on
No,
top
like the
of the
guy
elevator
took it,
car
but
that was down, you know, a few
You need
levels
help,
down
brother?
from 10.
nah, I
And began
took it.
making these
I don't
repairs,
see it.
and
You don't see
suddenly
it?
the
Okay,
car
I'm coming towards
lurched
you.
into action because
He's
the
about to say,
guest
I'm about to tell you,
unknowingly
I
had
see it.
walked
I
into
see
the
it.
elevator car and
Yo, his
pressed
body's
floor
right
8.
here.
And so Jose is on this elevator car that starts moving, and before he can even figure out what's going on, the little opening that he used to
scared,
get
boy.
service
I ain't
entrance
scared,
into
boy.
the shaft
Hey, somebody
had
hit
been
clip.
covered up by
Somebody
the
hit clip
elevator
for me,
car.
please.
And so his exit was now gone, and he was now
Oh,
relatively
somebody clip this for me.
moving up.
They better recognize.
Now, Jose would have no idea when this car was going to stop. And if it went to the top, he'd get crushed.
He took it.
And so in kind of a moment of panic, Jose attempted to step
they come and
to
they
the
want this
side
car, but the
to
car ain't
somehow
here.
go between the wall and the elevator. It was like he had nowhere to go, and he knew it, and he
was gonna
just took
smack
that
him.
path. But there was like an inch of space between the wall and the car, and so the second he did that,
I'm trying to go wide, trying to go wide.
Sucked him
I'm
down
about to catch that man with slipping, boy.
just destroyed it. And so by the time this elevator car reached its destination, the 10th floor, and that guest got off the elevator car, by this point, Jose's body had been totally destroyed, and all of his blood was dripping down the elevator
He got
shaft,
swarmed.
splattering
He got
all
swarmed.
over the ground, and it sounded like rain hitting the outside of the ship. And so that's what Sarah and her family were hearing, and then the reason that woman stopped screaming,
I pinged it, even Butter said it.
and saw all the blood coming down the front.
No, that guy ain't crazy.
Medics would arrive quickly on the scene.
Oh, you player hater. Why would you say that? And I had 3 kills here. Hater, y'all.
I'm not a hater. I
Thank you
stated
to
facts.
BetterHelp for sponsoring today's
He did say facts. Nah, you could have been like Butter about to smack him, and then I would have really smacked him.
I had just left the military
I would have been
after
lying
almost
if
a
you would have
decade of
died.
service, and I was just really struggling to integrate into
I'm
society.
gonna go over
I was
here.
feeling totally depressed. Now, I had a great support system around me. I had my
And
wife,
everybody's dying. I'm going right to the spot now. They're going, oh, they're already over here, too. I'm about to write the whole team. Oh, God, I'm about to write this squad.
People I
Go
loved.
ahead.
I was
Go
worried
ahead.
it would kind of
But I got
upset
anything you
them, and they'd
want.
also view me
I
differently
am.
in a negative
Watch.
way.
I
Which,
need a
by the way,
gun.
this
Okay,
is
I
a
got a gun.
very
I'm gonna
common
snipe.
train of thought amongst people who are feeling depressed.
Snipe him,
So I
man,
didn't
huh?
realize
Stop
how common it
talking,
was,
get to
but there you
sniping.
go.
Oh,
God, bro.
You gonna see
And I did
something?
too. However,
Let me see now.
even though I didn't
Alright.
tell my family or friends anything, they eventually picked up that something was wrong with me, and they actually approached me and said, "Look, I really think you need to see someone. I think you need to see a therapist." And honestly, I was ready for that help,
Didn't I
and
tell
so
you?
I did.
Didn't I
seek out
tell
a
you?
therapist.
Didn't I tell you? You the one you don't believe.
That's one. That's one. That's one.
Okay, that's fine.
I want to see 5 from me. 5.
Okay, say less.
To a trained,
You gotta understand this is
neutral
easy
third
for me to
party
snipe.
was so cathartic.
All right, come on
And
now.
of course, you know, therapy is
I got
not
bogey on
a
me.
one-size-fits-all
I got bogey on
solution.
me too.
But if you're
Any hope?
really struggling right now and you're kind of holding it all in, you really ought to give
Oh, they about to run about
Here
here.
on top, here on
really
top, here on
easy
top.
entry into therapy.
Yeah, but smoke coming, so they about to run about
Highly
here.
reviewed
Yeah, what big
online
smoke at? We
therapy
need big
platform,
smoke. Where
which
he at?
means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. All you have to do is fill out a short
Ooh,
survey
good
online,
stuff.
and
Boy,
then
this
within
back
about
for your
48
boy.
hours, you get paired up
Oh
with a
my
licensed
God.
therapist, and then it's up to you how you communicate and how often. Also, you can change your therapist
Oh, no,
at any
no.
time for no additional cost. Let
no.
BetterHelp connect you with a
Stand alive,
therapist
stand
who can
alive.
support
Oh, that
you
was a
all
second
from the
team.
comfort of your
Okay,
home.
okay.
Visit BetterHelp.com/Mr. Ballin or select
I'm the
Mr.
only one
Ballin
doing it?
during
Yes,
sign
sir.
up and enjoy a special discount on your first one.
That's great.
Hey, you doing a good job, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it. You know what they say, number one haters always
At around
support.
2 p.m. on September
You hold
24th,
it, you hold it,
2017,
you hold it.
a 17-year-old
Yeah, I am.
college
I'm a
student
sponsor
named
for Duncan.
Sanjay
Hey,
climbed
no,
up
if
onto
y'all
this
land at
boulder
loadout's a
that
team
was
right
right
here.
off to the side
By the
of
way.
this
I'm
hiking
a
trail
sponsor
that
for
he was on.
Duncan.
Sanjay was on a day trip with
No
about
way,
20 of his
dog.
friends from college.
Yeah,
No
They
way.
were
shit.
in this part of southern India that was really famous for its long, winding trails.
I don't know
and
if y'all
these
saw
boulders
that,
that kind of
but-
sat off to the side of the trails.
What?
And then
You
at
missed
the
all your
end
shots?
of these trails,
There's a
that are
team
part
over
of
there at
India,
loadout.
is this beautiful
It's a whole team,
temple
yeah.
that a lot of
What
people
up,
take
Vice?
pictures in front of and go inside of. And so that
Okay,
was where
no,
Sanjay
these are
and his
sweaty
friends
players
were
today.
ultimately
They
headed,
wanted
was
today.
this temple.
Killing
And
me,
from
bro.
the boulder that
Get off my
Sanjay had just climbed up
nutsack,
on,
bro.
he looked
Yo,
up
they
the
need-
trail
they need to join
and from
Charles,
his
bro.
view now, which was nationally higher, he could actually see just
I'm after
barely the top of this temple. And so he was really
Turn
excited about
everybody
going
down
to
just
see
a
it,
little
and
bit.
he couldn't believe how
Alright.
close they were. But as he
Damn,
was
Punk,
standing
you
on
got
this
a whole
boulder, staring at the top of the temple,
I have a whole team
he
on me,
also
bro. That's all I'm
realized
be
that kind
fighting.
of off to the side of
This
the
is
temple,
crazy.
basically right next to it,
Is
was
everybody
a
and mama
beautiful
sweating
pool of
today?
water with a big wall around
Yep,
it and
you
some
know it.
steps leading
Good.
into it.
And they're
I
watching
mean, it
Lodi,
kind of
too.
looked like a swimming pool.
Man,
And
bump
so
that. They
because
forgot who we are,
Sanjay
bro.
and his
What
friends
a
had been
tall,
hiking
man.
all day to this
It's
point,
not
I got
talk,
you.
it's
I'm
Sanjay really liked the idea of going swimming, and so he actually jumped off the board and just started running towards the temple and the pool, and he was yelling to his friends as he did, like, "Hey, I'm gonna go swimming." And so he ran
Oh,
to the
they all
temple,
up there.
but to this
Okay.
random pool of
I don't
water
like
that was
this.
next to it.
Mojo,
And he got to
Jojo.
the steps,
I
and
don't
he
like this
immediately
right here.
took off his shirt,
being
and
mean to
pulled his
me.
phone out of his pocket,
They're
and
being
he climbed
mean
the
to you,
steps,
bro. No
and then
way.
he walked his
I
way
agree.
into the water and turned around, hoping to see his friends
They just
come
camping
after him.
loaded like
And sure
bitches.
enough, all of his friends
As
were
they
smiling
always
and
do.
laughing and running
Hey,
after
what you
him,
mean,
ripping
man?
their shirts off, putting their
Nah, I'ma
phones
catch
down,
you
and
slipping.
jumping
Look.
in too. And so pretty
Let's
soon,
reload
this very
real quick.
quiet, peaceful pool next
I'ma go
to
right
the
here.
temple was packed
Mama, you
full of
scared?
very rowdy and crazy college kids. Now, to be
Oh,
clear,
oh
this
my
pool
God,
of
what
water
the
was not
Are you
intended to be
serious,
swimming.
bro?
What
It was
just
dug about
happened?
300
Yo,
years
yo,
earlier
he
for
shot
this
both of us.
temple,
Both
and
of
many
us.
people began to view
What
this
the-
pool of water as
What?
sacred
He
because
cheated.
they believed it could cure diseases.
Read
And
the
so what
point.
Sanjay
Let's
and
go.
his friends were doing was
Brother,
totally
if you lay
taboo
down
and
under
not
that thing and look
allowed.
up at
But
it,
I can promise
then
you,
hit
Sanjay and his
square,
friends
you get
did
two
not
of them.
care.
Watch
They
it,
were
buddy,
having
there you
a
go.
great
What-
time.
what-
And in
I don't
fact,
even know what
Sanjay was having such a great
You hear
time
me?
that when he
Yeah,
turned
yeah,
around
you get
and
two
looked
of 'em.
back up the steps
Yep,
they
by
all
laying
charged
down,
in
yep.
on, he saw
Laying
one
down,
of his
look
friends,
at
his
it.
name was
Three of 'em, bro.
Vishwas, was standing up out of the
And then
water,
he can't get-
reading
I
what
don't know.
looked like a plaque about this pool of water.
Somebody
And
else is
Sanjay
drinking
hated
water.
the idea of one of their buddies
Yes,
not
they
getting
did.
to experience this fun.
You got
And
people
so
coming to y'all.
Sanjay,
Bro,
pulled out a
this
pocket,
Deagle
and yelled out
underwater
to
is not
Vishwas,
it, my
like, hey,
dude.
stop
Oh,
reading that and get in the
Lord.
water. Let's go. What are you doing?
Down there,
And
watch out.
Vishwas was obviously
him.
kind
There's
of
another one.
embarrassed to be
I got him.
called out so
Yeah, he got
publicly
me.
in front of the 19 other kids that were there. They're all looking up at him,
Fuck him up,
expecting
Mamba.
him. Like,
Yeah.
get
I
in
know,
here,
I know.
man. And Vishwas, he's like, okay,
I
fine.
got this,
And so
I
he
got
took off his
this.
shirt,
I
and his
got
phone down
this.
as well, and he got in the
Y'all
water.
forgot
with
what a
them.
freak I am.
And
You
very
said 5
shortly
kills,
after
right,
he
nephew?
did that,
No, fine,
Nah,
Sanjay
man,
kind of
sniper,
decided
I'm
about
a
it
sniper.
and decided,
nah,
hey,
nephew.
this would be a
Sniper.
great
God,
time
hold on.
to take a photo of everybody here, memorialize this amazing trip. And so Sanjay, he waded over to the steps,
Yo,
he
can y'all
grabbed his
stop
phone,
jumping in the
he
water?
came back towards the group,
Can y'all-
and
can
he's
y'all
looking
stop
at this
jumping?
big rowdy crowd of his friends
I
who
gotta
are
get up.
totally
Go
not
ahead, go.
paying
You be
attention
the
to
bait.
him.
You be the bait.
And he's saying, hey guys, come over here. I want to take your photo. Gather up. I'll take a photo of all of us.
No, I
So
got
in a
no
couple
kids.
of minutes,
I
but
keep it stuck in
eventually,
fucking
all
things,
these
bro.
kids got in frame, and Sanjay, he held the phone out, made sure
Yeah,
everybody
Daddy's
was there.
here. Don't
And they
run.
all smiled.
You said
and he took a
Daddy's
picture.
showing.
And then after he took the
What?
picture, Sanjay put his phone
Come
back
on,
on the
man.
steps
There's no
and
way.
returned to just
Daddy's here.
splashing and
Daddy
goofing
is
around
here.
with his friends. About an hour later,
It's a game.
Sanjay and his
Don't
friends had left the pool
Yeah,
and were
what's
now in the
Come on,
temple.
Tall. We got
And
to
we're
do
just
this.
walking around
that
exploring.
skin right
But
there
eventually, Sanjay just got tired of looking inside the temple.
killing me,
It was
bro.
not very
I got
interesting to him.
nightmares 'cause of that
And
fucking
so he
skin.
eventually just went
Why you
outside
got
again
nightmares, bro?
and sat down on this low wall.
Guys,
that was
man, every
right
time they
outside
wear
the
that skin,
temple.
it's-
And
they
because he knew
cheating.
his friends would not be done for at least 15 or 20 minutes or so,
Shoot the dude.
he just pulled out his
I'm
phone
gonna
and
snake
began
air
to
strike
scroll
me,
through
let go
social
in the
media,
water.
I'm about to
That's
shit.
doing what we all do
Is-
on
am
our
I a cheater
phones.
now?
But eventually, Sanjay
I don't know,
opened
it
up his
depends.
photo
Are you
album
nice?
to look at all the photos he
It
had taken during
depends.
the hike
If I'm
in,
taking
and
the
then
game
also
serious.
that picture
But right
of
now,
the
I'm not taking the
pool,
game
and
serious.
then also some pictures he took from
Well,
the
you
temple.
know,
And
that's
so he
very
pulls up
good
his
news.
pictures
Yep.
and just
I
kind
keep
of
what y'all
starts
saying.
scrolling
You
through
know what that
them, and
means?
he
That
eventually
means I
reached
gotta
out a
be
photo that he
serious
took
next
selfie
game.
style
You
in
gotta
the
be
pool
serious.
with all of his
Because
friends
next
together.
game,
And
I
so
got
he
a
opens that
donut right
picture
now.
up, he
You're
looks
right.
at
I
it,
told
and
you.
he smiles.
Every
and
time I
yes,
get a
it
donut, I
definitely
get
was the
10%
best
off.
picture he took. He got all his buddies
Dunkin'
in
Donuts,
frame.
baby.
Everybody seemed so happy.
Be a
But
cop.
as Sanjay was looking at this photo,
There's somebody in
he
your mama,
realized
mama.
there was
Come
something
here,
else.
Stop being
There was
scared.
something in
Come
this
here, come here.
photo that just seemed
Come
like
here,
it
come here.
shouldn't be.
Right here.
And as he looked more
I don't
closely
know.
at it, the smile
I
on
like
his
right
face
here.
I like
faded.
donuts.
And he
So
began
stop
to
being
panic
scared and you
just a
die.
little bit.
That's
He didn't
crazy.
know
I had a
if what he was
shotgun.
looking at was real or not.
I mean, you guys have fire rain down here. That's fire rain down up in here.
And he looked up and began looking around outside the temple at all the other people who had left, and many of them included his friends. And they were walking around, talking in groups or whatever. And Sanjay, he began looking at all of his friends and he would stare at their faces. He was looking for something, but he didn't see what he was looking for. And so after scanning the entire outside
he
and
goes,
not feeling
who threw the smoke? Was that you?
Sanjay got up and speed walked back into the temple and began going into each and every room, looking at every single person he encountered. And when he would find one of his friends, he would stare at their face. And when he didn't find what he was looking for, he just kept on going to every single room until finally he reached the last room of the temple, and he found the last of his friends, and he looked at their faces, and still he did not see what he was looking for. And so now Sanjay is truly panicked. He's actually horrified at this point.
Bam, big drama right there.
Come get this right. Come get this right here.
Who would come along?
Box, top roof.
Right outside.
Pulled out his phone. He opened up that photo of the and he showed the professor what he had found. And Sanjay pointed out the strange thing about this photo. And so the professor, he began looking at the photo too. And right away, he also could see this very strange thing that was very out of place. And so the professor asked Sanjay a follow-up question about what Sanjay had done since discovering this. Sanjay said, I've been all over the temple, I still can't figure it out. And so the professor knew this was enough to get involved. And so the professor got in touch
Which way are we
with
going?
police, and so
Right,
the police
left?
came
Gotta go
out
top.
to
We gotta go
not
right.
long
I'll
after
go right.
that. And the students, so Sanjay and all his friends, had been instructed to stay right by the temple. Do not go down to the pool. Stay up here. Let the police handle it. And so when the police came in, they came running by the group, and Sanjay and his friends were just kind of watching anxiously, waiting to see what happens.
Not even looking at that dude.
And as the officers went down to the pool, from where Sanjay and his friends were standing, they actually did not have a clear view. The temple itself blocked their view, so they could not see the pool. But they could hear what the officers were doing. And at first, as Sanjay and his friends were standing nervously, they don't hear anything down at the pool.
Where's he at?
But then they hear the officer shout something out, like he's found something.
Buddy.
And then Sanjay and his friends heard all this splashing as clearly officers were jumping into the pool. At this moment, when Sanjay heard that splashing, that he knew the thing he saw in this photo, it had to be real. As horrible as that was,
you know what?
It had to be.
I got 2 kills though.
The reason why Sanjay's friend Vishwas was not in the water with everybody else, you know, why he was reading that plaque about the history of this pool, was because Vishwas did not know how to swim.
You know what? First of all,
he didn't tell anyone.
Man, come on, what is this fucking soccer
about it? And so maybe he was reading this plaque as sort of a way to, you know, distracted, he's not swimming. But then when Sanjay, who meant no harm by this, he yelled out to Vishwas, "Hey, come on, dude, come swim with us."
I had one. I
Because he did it so publicly in front of all the other friends, it seems like Vishwas felt very pressured into getting into the water. And that's what he did. Instead of telling anybody that he could not swim, he just kind of shrugged, took off his shirt, pulled his phone out of his pocket, put it on the ground, and waded into the water. And as soon as he did, the entire group just kind of went back to goofing around and splashing and being totally chaotic. And then when Sanjay was like, "Hey, let's take that photo," he really did manage to get all of his friends in the frame somehow.
Dang, 4 kills, Dr. Mamba at the bottom.
Actually, no. Look at it again. Look at it again.
Because he was drowning.
Dr. Mamba at the bottom.
Never that, sir. And so obviously,
you at the bottom. I'm looking at it.
Who small? I ain't never on the bottom, sir.
Head, and he's like, "Wait a minute, is he goofing
I can't say that
around,
scan.
or
What the
is
fuck
he
is that
drowning?"
sound, dog? It's
And then
hey,
he ran
come on,
all around the temple
Get a better
looking
horn.
for Vishwas. He wanted to prove
Hey,
that he
play
was not
again,
looking
dog.
still, that he was up here. But then after searching the entire area and not finding Vishwas,
Play
he
again,
went to the professor.
It was good playing with y'all.
Who's the party leader?
And unfortunately, by the time police
God, I
got
can use this on board. Holy
he was
fuck.
already deceased.
My bad, bro. My bad.
Thank God I can turn these damn things off.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't hit it, but it won't let me right now.
I was
Nah, leave game.
It won't let me. I
Late on the
gotta
morning
wait.
of June 22nd,
I gotta wait.
1957,
You wanted to watch him.
mountain
You
climber
wanted to lead him.
plunged his
What?
ice axe
You
into the
op.
snow ahead of him, and then
You
used
op.
the axe to
Crazy.
pull himself up and over a big ice clump. Kurt was totally physically and mentally exhausted by this point, and only wanted to stop for like 2 seconds just to catch his breath. But he knew that was just not enough.
We lost
Kurt
one.
and his
Hold
climbing
on,
partner, a
we lost Dead
30-year-old
Dilla.
man named
I
Herman
never
Buell,
was
was
in.
climbing one of the
I was
tallest mountains
never
in the
in.
world, called Chogalisa, which is located in northern Pakistan. And
Y'all ne-
they were doing this
y'all
climb
never
all
invited
alone.
me.
It was just those two,
Shut
and
up,
they had
oh,
virtually
shut
no
up.
safety equipment.
Hey, you
Now,
we playing
for
Battle
reference,
Royal?
This was
Yeah,
not
we
normal.
playing Battle
Anybody who
Royal.
climbed Chogalisa did so with Sherpas and guides
said
and
I'm
oxygen
not ready.
masks.
I might
this
die.
was a dangerous
I ain't gonna lie.
climb,
I
and
might
so serious
leave
measures
out.
had to be taken to
What?
ensure it was safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
But,
be
you know, Kurt
honest.
and Herman
Hold
felt
up,
like,
I was
that
trying to
takes
get
all the fun
certified.
out of mountain climbing. You know, there has to be, you know, like real
Like,
risk
I'ma
here
play
for
it,
this to be
but
worth doing. And also,
after the
critically,
gulag and
Kurt
stuff,
and Herman were well aware
I'ma
of the
get
fact that
what you
if they
call it? I
successfully
lose
climbed
train of thought.
Chogalisa with
My
no
ODD
safety
kick
equipment,
in,
so
then
what
I
they were
got my
planning to do,
ADHD.
that
I
would
gotta
be
go.
a new world record because nobody had ever done that before on this mountain. And so that felt like a really cool reason to go for this. And when they
Why do you
began
gotta
their
say it
journey
like
a few days earlier, when they began the climb, it had still felt like a great idea because the weather forecast was perfect for the rest of the time they expected to be on the mountain. However, earlier that morning, Kurt had turned around to talk to
He
Herman.
lied about his.
He noticed off to the south was a kind of ominous dark cloud making its way towards
I hit him up and
now,
told him to join us.
obviously, when you're on the ground and you look up and you see a dark cloud, you think, okay, it might storm, or it's actively storming. You know, maybe it's rain, maybe it's snow, but you know, it's probably not a big deal unless it's like a tsunami or a hurricane or something. But dark clouds are just not really a big deal. But
Mustard
when
on
you
the
are
beat.
4 miles up one of the most treacherous mountains in the world, you got no other people with you, you got no safety equipment, and you see a dark cloud coming your way, Yeah, that's terrifying. Because storms have been killing mountain climbers basically for as long as mountain climbing has been a thing. And so when Kurt and Herman saw this cloud, even though the weather forecast had been good, they knew that there was a real chance.
Beat your and hide the Bible if God watch it.
So they had to
Baby
pledge, go back to
baby
camp, and potentially give up on this climb altogether, thereby not getting the world record. Or they could risk it and just try to speed their way up to the summit before the storm arrived. And because Kurt and Herman were actually within about 1,000 feet to the summit when Kurt noticed this dark cloud, they decided, you know what, let's just risk it. We can get up there to the summit, get this thing done before this cloud ever gets to us. And so that was the decision they made. And it was also why Kurt and Herman knew there was no way they could slow down even for a second. Because
let's go, Cosmic.
This was a sprint to the top. If they slowed down, they might die. And so
they're not like us.
Exhausted,
apparently
with the
that
wind,
miner came forward.
Kurt and Herman just kept moving up that mountain as fast as they possibly
Apparently the
could.
girl came forward.
But when they got about maybe 500 feet away from the summits, they're really close at this point.
Apparently she was 17
Kurt was
and
about
not
to bring
15.
his axe back down into the snow to, pull himself up one more step, he
I don't
suddenly
understand
realized
how that
he
makes it
couldn't
better,
see the
but-
mountain in front of him. Like there was nothing. It was just pure white all around him. He couldn't even see the sky.
on the
It was
roof.
like he was
I'ma
just in
see
the
you, okay?
void all of a sudden. And the reason for this is because that dark cloud had caught up to them. They were literally inside of the cloud. That's why they couldn't see anything. And so from behind Kurt, even though he can't see anything, he could hear Herman desperately screaming up to him, "Hey, we got to turn around right now!" And
almost
Kurt
5,000
obviously
points
knew, yeah,
in the
it's
chat.
too late. We are not going to make the summit. We got to go. Kurt knew Herman was right. I mean, this is an absolute crisis. It's a storm that's basically brewing all around them. Certainly, the result of the storm would. I mean, all the snow that's going to land is going to fill in their tracks, and it would be nearly impossible to find your way back down again.
Did it go
And so this
12
was
rounds?
we totally miscalculated.
I knew
Turn
Usyk
around
was
and
going
get
to
out of
win. It's
here
a
as
different
fast
type
as
of
possible.
fighter.
And
I
so
like
that's what
Fury
Kurt
too,
and
but
Herman began to do. As fast as they could, they
apparently in
began
the
going
first
down the
round,
mountain,
Fury was
following along
dancing
their
on him.
tracks they had left on the way up. And pretty quickly,
Fuck 'em, we're
Kurt
gonna
and
buy
Herman
a
began
truck.
making serious
I don't know why my
progress.
man
And so
left, but
Kurt
we
was
gonna get it. What
starting
up,
to feel
Tangy?
optimistic that, maybe they had
Let's get
managed
this
to
man.
They're not like us. They're not like us.
They're not like
Right
that.
at
Hey,
that
double
moment,
us, son. Come on
the
now.
ground underneath
That's all
Kurt
right.
He said if they all stick together, they can get us. I
then
hear him.
Kurt looked down, and even though
What?
his visibility was basically
what?
nothing,
I think it just really
he could
he
tell
really
from
got
his
me.
legs
He
that
punched
the
me
ground was basically
right down the stairs.
shifting
A few
underneath
shots.
him.
Got him, got him.
And suddenly
I
Kurt felt this
literally-
feeling that you
yeah,
get when you're on
sorry, I
a
don't got
carnival
it.
ride and you're dropped, that feeling in your stomach that you're falling.
I didn't
He
see
got
it.
that
Nah, the
because
chat.
the ground underneath him
Oh, okay.
just gave way. It was an avalanche. And
There's
so
another
in
nigga here, bro.
absolute desperation, Kurt, who knows he's about to be sucked into an avalanche,
Oh my.
he just jumped
What are these
as
people doing again?
far
Hey,
away
hey,
from the
Bob.
mountain as he
Hey, Bob.
possibly
Oh,
could,
see,
kind of at an angle
Wasn't
to
it
the right,
you that said that
leaping
Evo
up and
was
out
a
of the
sleeper?
avalanche and over to the right.
I got the key card.
But
We're
you gotta
going.
remember,
My man,
he's
right
on
there.
this really
Yo,
steep
that
slope. This is
Claymore is
not like
not going
jumping
far.
on
like
flat
that.
ground where you
Damn,
jump
Bob.
up and just return to where you
Uh-oh,
jumped
come on,
from.
come on.
He's on a slope.
We out?
I'm
So
getting
when he
some
jumped
yeah,
out
we out,
into
we
the
out.
right, it was like
I'm
he
outta
was
here.
I'm in the
jumping
air.
off
I'm
the
flying
building.
over there. I'm in
He
the
fell
air.
something like
Go, go,
30
go,
or
go.
so feet
Oh
before
my
he
God,
hit
he's
the
waiting
ground
down here for
again.
me.
But when Kurt hit the
Let me come get
ground,
the plane.
he kind of
Yeah, bring the
expected
plane.
to be gobbled up by the
Fuck him,
snow
yo.
and keep
I'm
being
out.
sucked down
Okay.
the mountain, but he
Face
wasn't.
that dude.
He
Okay,
hit
I'm
the
out.
ground
Stop
and
wasting
didn't
time
move.
with that dude.
And then he kind of sat
Don't
up
play
and
with
looked
your food, bro.
around,
Oh,
and he realized
boy,
he
they
had
got murked.
successfully jumped out
Yep,
of the
keep going,
avalanche.
just
He
go.
had done it.
Go,
He
go,
saved
go, go.
himself.
Hey,
And so
y'all
he
made me
began
snitch,
looking
no?
around. The visibility is
Then
still
stab
terrible,
that way.
but it's a
Stab
little
that
bit
way,
better
say.
because now the avalanche has basically gone down the mountain. The
I'm
storm
coming,
is kind of
Oh, you
passing, and so the
motherfucker.
visibility is
Oh.
decent.
Come on,
And
come on,
Kurt
come
is
on,
looking
come on.
around,
Hold on.
screaming out for Herman. He
Hurry.
doesn't see him,
They're
and
there
then
right
it's like
next to you.
suddenly
Go,
the
go, go,
visibility
go,
just
go,
opened
go,
up.
go, 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 go.
And Kurt was able to look to his left where the avalanche had gone, and as he was looking, he saw what looked impossible. Basically, the land where they had been walking down this mountain was gone. It was like the avalanche had removed that part of the mountain. And so Kurt is basically laying in the snow on the edge of a new cliff where the avalanche had basically broken away the mountain.
No way.
And so he's looking into this crevasse where the avalanche went and thinking, I can't believe how lucky I am, but I gotta go find Herman. And so Kurt stands up, and he's pretty battered from this 30-foot fall, but he's got adrenaline pumping through him, so he feels pretty good. and he scrambles his way 30 feet back up the mountain to this ridge line where he originally jumped out of the avalanche, hoping when he got up there that he might find some sign of where Herman went to, because they were pretty close together when the avalanche started. But when he got up there was no sign of Herman, and he turned around and looked back down the mountain, and he couldn't see Herman anywhere. But when he turned back around, looking now back up the mountain, so in the direction of where they had originally intended to hike, and then where they had to come back down from when they were in the cloud, he noticed that he could see very easily their tracks, he and Herman's tracks. And so with his eyes, he just kind of tracked these tracks all the way down the mountain to where he was, and as he did this, he noticed something. At first, it was like his brain couldn't compute what he was seeing, but after a moment, he knew. Here is a photo of what Kurt would have seen. However, keep in mind, this was not a photo Kurt took, and it's also from a slightly farther away perspective.
So full
but
plates,
conceptually, this really is what Kurt saw that told him what happened to Herman. So in this photo, you can see the mountain and the summits at the top, and there's a trail that goes straight down and then appears to diverge, where there's tracks that go to the left. From our perspective, the viewer's perspective, they go to the left around that cliff line, and the other set of footprints that disappear off the cliff. Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, the footprints that go to the left are Kurt's footprints. He just magically jumped and landed on the absolute edge of where this avalanche was going to happen, and Herman is the other set of prints. So when that avalanche started, there was nowhere for Herman to go, and he was sucked into that avalanche and dragged over 1,000 feet down the mountain, and his body was never recovered. Hey everybody, if you haven't heard yet, we announced some really big news recently. We are putting out a book, and it's amazing. It's called Mr. Ballin Presents Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, The Graphic Stories, and it's an amazing graphic novel we have been working on for over a year. And it's our very first book, so we're all very proud of this. We think it's going to be so amazing. So in this book, there are 9 stories, 5 of which are of the old variety, so you've heard them on YouTube, and they've been remastered and put into this book. And then you have 4 full-length, brand new stories, which are amazing, that have also been put inside of this book. And the way we made those 4 new stories is to have them replicate the feel of YouTube. In fact, I would say this whole book is like the written version of our YouTube channel. It's totally a throwback to our OG fans who found us on YouTube. This is the book for you. It's going to be so good. The book's not coming out until my birthday, October 1st, but you can pre-order it right now by going to book.ballinstudios.com. And also, after you pre-order, be sure to follow me on social media and all the other places that we put out content, because we're going to be teasing stuff about this book before release. Things like,
I'm gonna go show him some love.
Book and some pieces of artwork and some behind the scenes stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but it all starts with pre-ordering that book. So again, go to book.ballinstudios.com and pre-order our first ever official book. It's going to be great.
We over here in group chat. We in Discord rather.
If you enjoyed today's stories and you want to hear more like it, be sure to check out Mr.
We all
Ballin
streaming
Podcast,
on
which is
Kick,
available on
one of
all
the best
podcast
apps out.
platforms. It has hundreds of stories, and many of them are only available on podcast. So if you're consuming this content only on YouTube, there is a whole world over in the podcast side of the house that you should go check out. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available.
Nah, I really gotta try hard.
Chris, T-H-R-I-S.
Damn, I had 11
T-E-C.
Yo, appreciate that follow, man. Let's go.
That's me right there, Mr. Butter Brown. Bing bong.
Yo, your boy's almost at 900.
Look at on that follow.
Oh, baby.
I want to see that.
All right, hold on.
Man, it's about to be hot for me.
Alright, now I'm gonna try hard now. Now I'm about to put in work.
Hey, chill. Let's fight. Let's fight. Alright, I gotta go back off.
I got him. Hold on. You think he's gonna get away with that?
I gotta mute the homie. He got the key though. Yeah, the homie got a loud.
My name is Brandon White.
Did you get him?
My name is Brandon White, and I used to get food from the McDonald's restaurant close to my house every day. A couple of months ago, I walked in to get something and was attended by a new female employee named Mary. She was middle-aged, had short brown hair, and was slightly overweight.
No, I'm not gonna do anything to scare you.
Damn, y'all way over there? Fuck. I'm on my way.
I'm not no color the word. We're going
Franklin University makes it possible. Time has come, make a break from historical. Set a course on a path.
Well, I do it.
Come on, it's no
that is bullshit, man. I literally do it.
My brother Jason and I moved out to Colorado several years back. We both wanted to live by the mountains, but neither of us could afford to on our own. So we split the rent on a townhome in the suburbs right outside of Denver. This worked out perfectly because we were only 10 to 15 minutes away from a huge line of mountains. One thing I will mention about these nearby hiking and camping trails, though, is that they're pretty packed. It's so accessible to everyone around, and to tourists, that almost any time of the year, it's hard to find solitude. Because of this, me and my brother decided to plan a 3-day backpacking trip that would take us away from the crowd of people and hopefully give us some peace and quiet. I trusted him to route our trip, and a couple weeks later, we drove down to the trailhead. Only one other car was parked there when we arrived. It was some old-looking SUV covered in dust, looking like it'd been through a rough drive. Seeing as it was likely only one other person was hiking this route, we went in with a positive attitude. The first day of backpacking was an 8-mile hike. Most of the terrain was actually flat until we got to the last couple miles where we started up a mountainside. It was pretty tiring, but Jason promised that the campsite would be worth it, and it turned out he wasn't lying at all. About 3/4 up the mountain, there was a small flat area right on the side of the cliff with a view of the whole valley. It was stunning, especially with the sun starting to set. After taking in the view, we started pitching our tents, then gathered up some sticks and stones to make a fire pit with. Once the fire was going, we sat down and just talked. I don't even have any idea how long we were talking for, at least 2 hours or something, when we both heard something from the trail. We instantly went silent, listening as footsteps started making their way up the trail and toward our campsite. A minute later, a man came out of the dark and into the far light coming from our fire. He wasn't wearing a headlamp, which every hiker and camper knows is an absolute must when there's even the possibility of being out in the dark. As he walked up, I think both Jason and I knew something was wrong. He had a grin on his face just as he approached the campfire. "Hey, did you need something?" Jason asked, standing up. The man looked at Jason, then at me, keeping his grin as he started to explain himself. He said he was a park ranger and had been following our trail for a while. He said this section had been closed off for the season and we couldn't be here. Something was really off though, because we knew this park was open and we had even gotten permits from the state the day prior to camping out there. We also knew that park rangers would not be out here in the middle of a mountain trail at night. But if he wasn't who he said he was, then what was he doing out here? I could tell Jason's mind was racing too, as we both looked at the man and started asking questions, but he cut us off quickly. "You both need to leave with me right now. Pack up and follow me. I'll lead you guys back to the trailhead." We stood there in silence for a moment, taking in what he just said, and realizing that there was something seriously wrong here. The man still stayed by the fire, with that same grin on his face.
Oh, nice.
"No, we're staying here," Jason said. The man looked at him again, then at me, keeping that same eerie grin as he just turned around and walked away. Terrified, we didn't even speak for a few minutes, just listening to make sure he didn't come back. Then we grabbed some more dry sticks and rekindled the fire. Neither of us were sleeping. We stayed up the entire night, sometimes hearing what we thought were footsteps again, but never seeing the man. Once the sun was up, we packed and left, cutting our trip short and retracing the trail back to our car. When we got back, that same dusty SUV was there, which got us both wondering if that hiker had run into the same man as us, and what happened to them. We notified the police, but ultimately found nothing out of it. There was no doubt the man was lying about being a park ranger, but the fact that he tried to lead us out into the woods in the middle of the night means he was likely trying something horrible. What that was, we don't know, but it seems like the other hiker may have been unfortunate enough to find out.
What level are you? Okay, so that means you're a 1. I'm a 3, maybe 4. I don't want to challenge me twice.
I used to go camping all the time with some of my buddies from college, but once we graduated, we could never find time anymore. Everyone's schedules were different, so I ended up going out on my own. There was a camping ground that we used to go to a lot, so I played it safe and went to that same place. It was somewhat far out and not the easiest to get to, but that's why I liked it. Nobody would ever be there because there were a lot of easier options nearby to camp at. Knowing the route, I got there no problem and set all of my stuff up. Not long after, though, a man showed up. He looked like any other hiker, but he only had a small backpack, so definitely no tent or camping gear. The only thing that had me questioning why he was here was that this wasn't a very scenic spot or anything. It was a nice place to camp because it was an open area with trees around. But if you're not camping, then there would be no reason to hike all the way out here. I didn't think all that much about it at the time, because the man seemed normal enough. Maybe he just wanted a quiet space to relax for a bit. I stayed by my tent, and the man stayed on the other side of the campgrounds. Around 6, I walked away from my tent to cook my food, and it was around this time that I saw the man finally leave. I thought it was a little late to be walking back, because it was going to be completely dark in less than an hour, and the hike was probably 3 hours. Other than that, I was just happy to be alone now. I boiled some water with my mini stove and made one of my freeze-dried meals, then went back near my tent and sat down. The sun was just about gone, so I brought out a small lantern and hung it on the side of the tent as I stayed outside and took in the atmosphere. It suddenly hit me that I was alone out there, and that usually this is when we'd all gather around and talk by a campfire. But by myself, I didn't really have anything to do. After a while, I turned off the lantern and went inside my tent, laying down and turning in for the night. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps nearby. When I opened my eyes, it was pitch black, and I had no idea how long I'd been asleep for, but the footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped on the other end of the campground. After a few seconds, I felt around for my lantern and turned it on, then unzipped the tent and looked out. 20 or so feet from my tent, there was the shape of a man standing right by where I'd seen the guy from earlier standing. And from what I can make out, it was likely the same person. But they were just standing there, not doing anything. It was far enough into the night that this was immediately disturbing, no matter the context, and having turned my lantern on, he definitely saw me. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out to him. I waited a couple seconds, but he didn't show any signs of acknowledging me. I couldn't even tell which direction he was facing, but he was either facing away from me or directly at me, and I don't even know which way was more disturbing. I reached for my pocket knife from my backpack, then did the only thing I could do, which was stay sitting there and wait. The most increasingly uneasy 15 minutes of my life passed as I looked at this man standing there and barely move, before he suddenly turned and walked off in the same direction he had gone before. And I could see from the way his figure moved when he turned that he had been facing me. So that whole time he was there, he was just staring at me. I felt chills run through me as the man's footsteps got quieter and quieter, fading out in the distance. I didn't know what else to do other than stay up in case he came back, and as far as I know, he never did. I left in the morning and got back safely, but since then, I haven't been out camping. I don't know what that man was doing, but there's no world in which that wasn't extremely disturbing. Maybe I scared him off by waking up and watching him to make sure he didn't do anything, but that just terrifies me to think about if I hadn't woken up that night.
Did you get it? Did you get two or one, Ghost?
I got one.
You got one.
And I just put up the UAV.
There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here.
What? What?
I was out camping in the backcountry near where I lived. I'm not much of a hiker, so I never take trails more than a mile or two. This one was just over a mile from the campsite to the trailhead where my car was parked. I'd been spending the weekend there, camping out by the lake, and was planning on staying for another 2 nights. On the 3rd day, I spent the morning hiking back to my truck and grabbing my fishing rod and some spare food, then hiking back to the camp. I thought I'd try my luck at fishing while I had the time. When I got back to the camp, though, there was another tent set up. It was farther down on the edge of the lake, and I didn't see anyone by it. Initially, I didn't care, but then it came through my mind that I hadn't seen anyone on the only trail leading to this part of the lake. Then again, there could be some other path that I just didn't know about. Whatever the case, I set up my rod and got to fishing. Every 20-ish minutes, I'd glance over at the tent on the side of the lake, but at no point during the 3 hours I was out there did I see anyone. Once the sun was starting to get lower, I packed up my rod and went back to my tent. I ate and got some sticks for the campfire, then waited for it to get a little darker before lighting it up. As soon as I did, I saw someone's shadow move in the forest ahead of me. They were just far enough for the light to not reach them, so after that quick glimpse, all I could see was total darkness. I made the assumption that it was the person with the tent down by the lake, probably gathering sticks for a fire. It was weird that just when I lit up my campfire, they were right outside my camp, but I chose to not overthink it. I leaned back in my chair and relaxed, looking at the fire, the sky, and the lake. It was so calming, I almost wanted to fall asleep in the chair. But just a half hour later, I looked past the fire and saw several figures coming from the forest. Once they were closer, I counted 4 men, all coming right up to my campsite. There was a lot going through my head, but I tried to suppress any nervous feelings and hoped it was just a nearby camping group in need of help or something. When they came into the light, I could see that they were all in their 30s or 40s and had straight faces. Once they were just a few feet from me and were still walking, I got up from my chair and nervously began asking what they needed. None of them responded, only continuing to walk up. 2 of them went behind me, going straight for my tent, as the other 2 pushed me aside. There was no doubt what was going on now, but I knew fighting back would only make things worse. I watched the 2 men start searching through my things, as the other 2 continued to push me further away. I tried saying anything I could, but the men had an emptiness to their eyes that showed they did not care at all. I was telling myself in my head to just stay calm and let them take what they want. But the 2 men kept pushing and dragging me further and further out, away from the campsite and away from the light. After a minute, I could barely see where we were going and couldn't hear anything but our footsteps in the silent forest. Then we stopped. I turned and faced them, and as we stood in the darkness between the trees, all my fears just hit me at once. One of them reached for something, and I instantly took off running. All I could hear were my footsteps pounding against the leaves and grass as I got further out. I still had a general sense of direction, so I tried to get back to the trail. When I did, I went straight for my truck, and from what I could tell, nobody followed me. I reported the case to the police, but in the end, almost all of my stuff was stolen, and no trace was left to help figure out who they were. What they were dragging me out into the forest to do is probably obvious, so I think I was beyond lucky to have made it out with my life.
9/12. Rocking out about maybe 10/11. In this building, and right here back. So that's the pink building behind it. Down these stems.
You're streaming? We have the designs to make your stream look awesome. Owned.tv is the largest.
Get right here to load out.
Last winter, I went on a trip to see a few of my friends from college. The drive was 18 hours, so I did it in 2 9-ish hour sections, staying at an Airbnb on the way there. It was the same thing on the way back, but I'd booked a different Airbnb, just for fun I guess. I thought it would be nice to see some different areas and whatnot. Anyway, a bit of heavy snow caused some delays, and I didn't get to the town until 9 p.m. It was a very small area, which I was already aware of because there were pretty much no big towns or cities at the halfway point of the 18-hour drive. The last Airbnb was in a small town as well, but this one was noticeably much smaller. A few stores bordered the road, but all the houses were either on farms or just really far apart. When I got to my Airbnb, it was no different, being pretty far from other houses. However, the outside was somewhat modernized. It clearly had some cabin-style features, but it almost looked out of place compared to all the other houses I could see. I parked on the gravel driveway and went up to the door, putting in the code and going inside the house. I'd seen the pictures of the inside online, and it looked about the same. I went around and checked out all the rooms, then put my things in the bedroom and went out to the couch. As soon as I sat down and picked up the remote, I heard a tapping noise from right behind me. I quickly turned my head, seeing a woman outside the window tapping on the glass. Her hair was unkempt and long, and she had a crazy sort of look in her eyes. Once she got my attention though, she pointed toward the front door and walked away from the window. I got up, still with my heart racing from the unexpectedness of it, and made my way to the door. Knowing it was just some old lady, I didn't exactly feel scared, but I was definitely not feeling safe either. I cracked the door just enough to talk to her. She smiled and said she needed help. I waited for a second for her to explain, but after a moment, I asked what she needed help with. She looked behind her, saying she lost something in the road just outside the house. I looked out, not being able to see anything past the lowly lights of the Airbnb. "I'm not really sure I can help with that," I said. Her smile left her face, and then she repeated herself, like the whole thing about her losing something on the road, repeating it almost word for word. "Yeah, I know. I don't think I can help. Sorry," I said again, closing the door. I waited for a minute until I could hear her leave, then I went back to the couch. I wasn't sure if she was just some crazy lady, or if there was something else going on, but it was just a very strange way to be introduced to the town. I relaxed and turned on the TV, watching some shows until 11 when I got in bed. I think I still felt a bit uncomfortable because I found it difficult to fall asleep. All I remember is laying in bed restless for a whole hour, then abruptly waking up sometime in the middle of the night. There was a sound coming from the front of the house. It was quiet, but with the rest of the house being silent, it stood out. My mind immediately went to the lady from earlier as I got up from the bed and nervously walked down the hallway and looked at where I was hearing it from. The front door. I rushed over to stop them, but the door opened just as I got my body against it. I pressed all my weight into the door as whoever was on the other side seemed to do the same. I'm a pretty big guy, so whoever it was out there had to be big too, because for a moment it felt like they might actually overpower me and get the door open, but they gave up after a few seconds of pushing and sprinted down the driveway. I locked the door and ran to the window, trying to get a view of who they were, but they were already past the light. I thought through my options for a second, then ran to grab my things from the bedroom and went out to my car, driving away. I didn't want to be at that house any longer, and I knew police in a small town like that wouldn't be all that helpful. I don't know who was behind that door, but I'm sure they had to have been with the woman from earlier that night. If I had went out to help her, or if I had woken up even a second later, I don't think I would have been seen again after that night. Before I get into this next story, I want to talk about an important sponsor for today's video. Aura is an advanced online digital security service, allowing you to scan and remove your personal data from various online sources, including scam centers, the dark web, and data brokers. These entities profit from your private information, making it crucial to eliminate your data from their reach. And Aura makes it as simple as possible for us to do this. With their free trial, I was registered in minutes and had Aura scan and remove my data with just a few clicks. They notified me about dozens of places all across the internet where they found my personal data, like my full name, phone number, and address. And without Aura, I never would have known. Afterwards, Aura continuously monitors my data, instantly notifying me of any issues that arise, and enabling swift resolution. They also include a feature to encrypt your home's Wi-Fi, ensuring the security of all your connected devices. In today's world, personal identity and data theft are unfortunately widespread, affecting a significant number of US citizens, with millions falling victim each year, resulting in huge financial losses. With Aura, you can have the utmost confidence in your security and prevention measures. For a completely free 14-day trial, visit aura.com/whisper or scan the provided QR code. During this trial, you can discover if your personal data has been compromised, remove your data from multiple prominent platforms, and securely monitor your personal identity. I highly recommend using this free trial to see if your data has been stolen and to keep your identity secure. Thanks again to Aura for sponsoring this video and keeping our personal data secure.
These people are looking at me.
She gonna do that damn thing. I got a key card.
Yeah, never mind. They got both atomic cards.
Way back in 2013, I was 22 years old and wanted to sell an old computer I had. It wasn't good enough to take into a shop or anything. It was kind of a piece of junk that I thought someone else could find use of. At the time, Craigslist was the only place I really knew of that you could post and sell things on. And honestly, I'd never heard any bad things happen from it. It seemed like an easy access site that people nearby could get discounts from. I trusted the area I lived in as well, so I really had no second thoughts when I listed the PC on the site. It only took a day before I received an email from someone willing to pay me that listed price, assuming it worked as I said it did. I assured him he could test it out when he picked it up, and we set to do the exchange the following morning. He said his name was Cameron, and that he'd send me an email when he was on his way over. On the next day, I got up early and waited until 11 a.m. when he was supposed to show up. I was expecting his email to say he was coming, but he never sent anything. At 11:15, with still no email or signs of him coming, I decided to just open up the blinds and watch TV while keeping an eye outside in case he did show up. There was nothing until about 11:45. From the corner of my eye, I saw a car slowly coming down the road and up to the front of my house. They stopped right on the curb, keeping the car running. Thinking it was them, I paused the TV and waited, but several minutes passed and the car didn't move or turn off. Then they suddenly just turned back onto the road and drove away. I got up and went to the window, looking at the road and just really not understanding what that was. I didn't know if it was Cameron or just some random person that coincidentally stopped there for some reason. I closed the blinds and sent an email to Cameron asking if he was coming, but there was never any response. After an hour, I was done waiting and just went on with my day, forgetting about the whole thing. I had lunch and eventually dinner, then got in bed early around 9 p.m. because I had to work the next day. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up sometime after. I looked at the clock. It was only 11. It had barely been 2 hours. I closed my eyes again and tried to get back to sleep, but a very faint thump forced my eyes open again. I stayed laying there quietly, waiting to hear another so I could figure out what it was. Only a moment later, it came again. It was from somewhere downstairs, but it wasn't something I'd heard before. I had no idea what it could be. Worried there may be a problem with the house, I got up and went into the hallway, then over to the stairs, hearing it several more times as I made my way downstairs. It also started to get louder, being much more than just a quiet thump. I slowed down, stepping quietly through the kitchen, and turned the corner into the back hall. As I stared down the dim hallway, another thud rang through the house from directly at the end. When my eyes adjusted, I could see the faint outline of a figure moving outside the window. My heart stopped for a second. Then another heavy thud shook the window, causing me to jump and step back. The figure stood still and faced the window. Then the shadow slowly became more clear as they leaned their face close, pressing against the glass as I saw their eyes lock on me. That moment of horror felt to have lasted for minutes, but I know it was only a second or two before they quickly backed up and sprinted away. I ran and called the police, but they had obviously gotten away by then. Despite it seeming like an easy case of it being the man from Craigslist, Cameron, it wasn't so simple. There really was no evidence of it being him, other than it happening on the same day I was supposed to meet him. I don't know what they wanted either, but the bolt holding the window down had divots on the outside, as if they were trying to break it out of the window seal. I never found out anything else, but I also never took to using Craigslist again.
I don't know about that. Oh, go get him, boo. Get him, nephew. Let's go.
I'm 26 years old, and this year I settled on a house. I'd been living with my roommates for the past almost 8 years, and seclusion is something I value, so finally buying a home for myself was a huge achievement. It was in a neighboring town about 2 hours out from where I used to live. This town was much smaller in scale and had way less buildings. That's not to say every house was on a farm or anything, but the neighborhoods were definitely not full of close together rows of houses. They were spread out, separated by fields of trees and grass. The home I bought was no exception, being modest and among the less expensive side of the housing market. It was out in a forest a few miles away from the market center in the town. On the day I moved in, I still hadn't met anyone in the area, not the neighbors or the townspeople, and with the house being so far out, with trees blocking the surrounding views, it really felt like I was moving out into the middle of nowhere, completely alone. Saying it like that makes it sound more eerie than it really felt, but it wasn't all that comforting of a thought either. I had a rental van for the day, so I got to work right away unloading my things into the house. To be as quick as possible, I tried to put pretty much everything right in the living room, rather than sorting it as I go. This took a few hours, and the sun was coming down just as I was finishing up. I set down a few boxes in the house, and started walking out to the driveway for the last couple of boxes, but was caught off guard by a man standing on my porch, almost blocking the whole front door. He startled me, making me jump a bit before showing slight embarrassment and asking what he was here for. The man, looking about 50 or so, smiled and introduced himself as my new neighbor. I said it was nice to meet him and made a short smile, but couldn't really help but think about how I never saw him walking up the driveway to my house. In fact, I had no idea where he came from, given it was just forest around my house. The man stayed there, just kind of looking at me for a second, then turned and walked off my porch. I stood and just soaked in the strangeness of the encounter. After a moment though, I stepped back outside and quickly got the rest of the boxes into the house. I checked out the windows to make sure the man was gone, and I didn't see him anywhere, so after a minute I went out and got in the van, driving it down the long dirt driveway. It had only been a few minutes since the man had left, yet I didn't see him walking as I drove down to the main road. There were no other paths that I was aware of, so this made me a bit more uneasy. Anyway, I returned the van and got a local taxi back home, then started on unpacking. I wasn't working fast because I was already tired and it was late, but I wanted to get some of the furniture put together before calling it a night. I grabbed the pieces to my bed frame and lugged them into my bedroom, beginning to piece it together before a sudden knock interrupted me. I stopped and listened, kind of shaken by it. I got up and quietly walked up to the front door. I kept the door shut and locked, but looked out the peephole and saw the same man from during the day. But this time, something was off about him. more so than before. His body was shaky, with his head moving around in an uncanny way, but his eyes were fixed on the doorknob. He was staring at it intensely, standing close to the door as if waiting eagerly for me to open it.
Hey, it's your neighbor. Can you open the door?
He yelled, and then knocked again. I still remained on the other side, looking through the peephole. His face began to show frustration and anger, and he banged on the door one more time. He then turned and faced the pitch-black forest, looking out into the darkness. He held his hand up and did some sort of waving motion, followed by him running out into the forest in the direction he waved at. Terrified, I immediately called the police, but it was too late for them to be found and questioned. After that night, though, I never saw the man again. Even to this day, I now have met my neighbors, and of course, none of them were that man. And nobody in town seems to recognize him from my descriptions. I don't know who the man was signaling to in the forest, or even how many people could have been out there, waiting for the man to gain my trust and get me to open the door. What would have happened afterwards, I believe, is best left unthought of.
Yo, Deadpool, you here?
Can you not hear me?
The new Hyundai Elantra with America's best warranty. There's joy in every journey. Get up to $1,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Elantra or lease for only $199 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Born in Roma Fragrances.
Just try believing all this power in your frequency. All these doubts may have it shaking, but what's learned was never needless.
Born in Roma Fragrances and the new Born in Roma Green Stravaganza, Valentino.
After 150 years, there's only one thing left to say. Deer Park, that's still good water.
I built a house from roots and trees, just you and me.
Beyond pet food. Your pet, your world.
She said, take that, take that.
For over 130 years, Australia University has been offering affordable options to help students get ahead and stay ahead.
Not more than a week or two ago, I hiked out on a long trail in the dense woods behind my town. I lived in a really close-knit town with just under 1,000 people, so we were pretty far out from any big populated cities. The woods on the outskirts were very flat, no mountains or hills, but had a few ponds and some small rivers running through the middle. I was heading to one of these rivers. I'd been there before a few times, though I'd never had the chance to camp there until this day. As I could recall from the previous times, I knew it was about a 3-hour walk, almost perfectly north. As I walked between the trees, it was very quiet, aside from birds and other animals rustling the leaves around me. There were no people or hikers, and I didn't plan to see anyone, because this was not even a trail, it was just open woods. But as I was just 45 minutes out from the river, I ran into someone. We were both walking toward each other, and it seemed like neither of us had noticed the other until we were just a few feet away, separated by only a couple trees. I know I had a confused and almost nervous look, finding it really unusual to run into someone off trail in the middle of these woods, but the man had the same look. I was about to break the silence and say hello, but after a second, his face shifted into a slight nervous smile, and he turned to walk off to the side. I followed his lead and kept on walking as well, but I looked back once I got a little further away and saw the man was no longer walking, but almost running away. Not saying a word when running into each other gave me a somewhat unsettled feeling, but seeing him run off like that only made it even stranger. It was like the man did not want to be seen, or he didn't care about the almost impossible chance that we had run into each other. Whatever the case, I kept minding my own business and made my way to the river. This was no campsite or anything, so I just plopped my bag and tent down on the flattest area I could find. Then I got a fire going, since the sun was just about to set. I tossed in a bunch of random sticks and twigs that were around and made sure it would burn for a couple hours at least. I was hoping to stay up and wait until the stars came out so I could do some stargazing. Away from town, I can often get a good view of the Milky Way, which is a sight I never want to miss out on. Hours passed while I was sitting and waiting until a distinct sound came through the quiet woods behind me. Footsteps, slow and careful ones. I turned and looked, not seeing much in the dark. As I gazed around though, the footsteps stopped, telling me that while I may not see them, they can see me. I reached down for my bag and picked up a heavy-duty flashlight, shining it at the trees. I could see decently far now, but as I moved it back and forth, I didn't see anyone. I felt my heart rate increasing a bit as the unsettling feeling came over me again.
Anyone out there?
I tried again.
Hello?
Not even the sound of another footstep. After a moment of contemplation, I started to walk toward where I'd heard the sound from. I thought maybe there was a chance I was mistaken, but I needed to be sure. I carefully stepped through the woods, keeping the flashlight steadily pointing ahead until I got to where I thought the sound was from. I moved the light to my left, looking behind each tree, until the light suddenly revealed a large man. It was the one I'd run into only a few hours ago. He was no more than 20 feet away, but even with the light on him, he stood still. In an act of quick thinking, I tried to not react and continued to move my flashlight across the woods, hoping he would think that I somehow didn't see him. Then I began walking back to the tent, trying to act as unbothered as possible. I picked up my bag and looked around once more, before quickly leaving my tent and campfire behind and walking into the woods along the riverside. Once I felt I'd made enough distance, I sprinted as far as I could until I was without a doubt away from that man. I found a spot to rest at and sat there awake until sunrise. I don't think I was followed, as I was able to make it out without ever hearing or seeing that man again. I'm not sure why he was out there, or why he had shown up and hid by my campsite, but I never went back to retrieve my tent, in fear that I might find out.
How you doing, man? What are you doing?
A couple years ago, I moved out of my dorm room and into an apartment. Of the few pieces of furniture that we had in the dorm, none of it was mine, so I was basically in need of everything. I had more money than I did before, and was planning to save for a few more months before making a bunch of purchases on things for the apartment, but there were still a few things that I did need right away. One of these was a bed frame, but they were all really expensive. And after buying a new mattress, I was really not trying to drop a whole stack of cash on a frame. I pulled up a few used furniture sites, but landed on Craigslist as it had the most postings. A lot of them were really cheap, or even free, but they all looked horrible. Then I came across one that wasn't too bad. It was just a plain old wooden bed frame that didn't look too beat up. I sent a quick email asking if it was still available, then went on with my search. A minute later, I got a reply. The man said it was still available for $35. That was a perfect deal for me, so I quickly accepted his offer and we set up a time to meet later that day at 6. While I waited, I unboxed some things and moved a bunch of stuff around in the bedroom to make some space for the frame. And then at 5:30, the man emailed me his address. It was 20 minutes away in an area that I hadn't been to yet, though I wasn't exactly familiar with anywhere too well, since I just moved. I grabbed some cash and headed out. As I drove, I looked around frequently to try to get myself familiar with what was around, but about halfway there, everything sort of dropped off. The town I was in very quickly ended, and the area became a lot less populated with buildings and houses. It was not what I expected. As I got to the neighborhood his house was in, I felt a little bit better seeing that the houses weren't too far apart, and it did look mostly normal. However, they were definitely not nice-looking houses. I pulled up to the address and parked in the driveway. The lights were on, and the front door was left open. I got out and walked up, ringing the doorbell. The man came a moment later. He was tall and heavy, wearing a hat and jacket as he invited me inside. He didn't really look strange in any way, but something about him made me feel strange. It was just the way he talked, I guess, kind of like we'd been buddies for years. I followed him upstairs and down the hallway that led to a small spare bedroom. We stepped into the room, and I was immediately confused. The room looked occupied, with a dresser, nightstands, and even clothes laying around. And even the bed frame had a mattress on it with sheets and blankets. I clarified with him that I was only wanting to buy the bed frame and not the mattress or anything else, and he said of course. I looked back over at the bed frame, seeing it looked like it was fine enough, so I said I'd buy it. He smiled and offered to help me drag it out to my truck, but said he'd want a drink before we get to it. The man walked back into the hallway and came back surprisingly fast with 2 glasses of beers that he must have been keeping in the next room over. He held one out to me, but I politely declined. He looked confused and said it'd be fun, acting like we might as well hang out since we're here. I told him I was really busy tonight and really just wanted to buy the bed frame and head out, but he was getting really pushy. His smile became noticeably less genuine as he urged me to have a drink with him. I quickly stepped past him and into the hallway, just to not be cornered in the small room, and I told him I was just gonna leave. I turned to walk out, and he immediately changed his attitude to being overly nice, apologizing and asking if I wanted to take the bed frame for free. I ignored him, walking faster down the stairs as I heard the man coming after me down the hallway. I was able to leave before he ever caught up, and only saw him standing at the front door as I pulled away. Maybe he was just some lonely guy living out there that wanted a buddy to hang out with, but it was all just a little too strange. I mean, the bed and room were clearly in use by someone. When I got home that night, I checked the posting again, but it was gone. From my memory though, I knew the frame was shown by itself with no mattress or anything, and come to think of it, it's even stranger that it wasn't like that when I got there, considering his intent was to sell it. But whatever that man was up to, I didn't like it.
I hit him. I don't know where they are, but I hit him.
Hand up. I got one.
I work at a gas station in the center of my town. My shifts aren't always the same, but I find myself on overnights and early mornings most of the time. I'd been there for a whole year at this point, and honestly, I didn't have many negative things to say about it. It was just a normal mid-paying job that only required me to stand in one spot for 8 hours and talk to the occasional customers. On this day, I was working an overnight shift, the typical 10 to 6. Although it's usually not too busy overnight on the weekdays, it's worth mentioning that it was raining a decent amount this night, so I was expecting it to be a pretty quiet night. The first couple hours, I sat at a chair behind the register and just waited for anyone to come in. I got a few people that paid for gas with cash, but by 12:30 or 1-ish, it was pretty much dead. No customers coming inside, and barely anyone even getting gas outside.
Hey, Ghost, you can come back.
Now, with absolutely no customers, I went around the counter and started fixing up the shelves a bit. They weren't too bad, but it was just a way to keep myself busy. As I was doing this, I had my back facing the windows, but I saw headlights glare through the store as someone pulled into the pumping stations. I didn't look because there was nothing interesting about it, just some guy pulling in to get gas. I kept on with tidying up the shelves for maybe 10 or so minutes before I unconsciously glanced out the window. The car was still there by one of the pumps, with a man standing right next to it, and as soon as I looked, the man shifted away, making it obvious that he was looking at me. After seeing that, I felt really weirded out, especially since they'd been there, supposedly pumping gas for a whole 10 minutes. I went back to the counter, then checked out the window again 30 seconds later, seeing the man getting in his car. The headlights flashed a few times, like he was trying and failing to turn it on, but he eventually got it running and drove away in a hurry. I stood there and just looked out the window for a minute, and something just really didn't seem right. I got an idea and pulled up the recent transactions for the pump he was at. The last time it was used was hours ago. He was there for 10 minutes with no reason at all other than watching me through the windows. I stayed behind the counter for a while, trying to just wait out the rest of my shift. A few more cars came and went, and then it got really quiet again for a while. And around 3 a.m., I heard something outside. The rain was heavy, but a rhythmic shuffling noise on the ground was barely audible through it. Footsteps right along the side of the building, moving toward the back. I tried to look out the window, but there was no good view. I did notice that no cars were in the parking lot or by the pumps though. I quickly left the counter and went to the back door, which was a heavy metal door that had no windows or anything on it. I pressed my ear against it and listened as the footsteps got louder and louder until they were right on the other side of the door. My eyes moved to the handle, waiting in the silence before the handle turned slowly and slightly, but getting caught by the lock. It went quiet again. Almost a whole minute passed. Then a man's voice grunted in frustration as a sudden sharp sound slid across the other side of the door. Footsteps followed soon after, leaving and going back to the side of the gas station. I ran back to the front, waiting to see them walking away, but didn't get any sight of them. Acting quickly, I picked up the store phone and dialed 911, hoping they could catch him before he got too far. I didn't know what was really happening, but someone trying to get in through the back door had to have intended something bad. When cops arrived, they didn't find the man, but what they did find was a car on the side of the road less than a quarter mile away. The same car I'd seen earlier with the man who was watching me. It had run out of gas and had mismatching license plates. Turned out to be some guy's missing car from 2 states over. The other thing they found was a long scrape across the back door, made by a sharp metal object, likely a knife. Knowing all these details, I think I actually got extremely lucky, as the man was probably on the run already and could have been planning anything.
Coming down, going up that mountain. I don't know if you can buy me back. Oh yeah, you can buy me back, boom.
I was working late at the office one night. We have a big 2-story building in a business complex, and sometimes if we have to catch up on work, we kind of have to stay late. I had taken 2 sick days the week before, so I really had to get my project done and didn't have much time left to do it. I planned to stay a few hours this night and a few hours the next night to get caught up, leaving anywhere between 1 and 2 a.m. Often, others would be there late as well, but this night, it was just me. I was working at my desk, which was in the middle of a whole room full of desks. As I typed away on my laptop, though, I started to get a little drowsy, and after fighting it for a bit, I got up to make some coffee in the break room. I started the machine and leaned against the table, barely keeping my eyes open as it slowly poured into the mug. But a sudden thud shook me awake. It sounded like it was downstairs, but it was really loud, resonating through the whole building. Nothing followed the sound though. It was just the one thump. I walked over to the doorway and looked out at the stairs, debating whether or not to see what it was. Honestly, I was so tired, I thought it had to just be something falling in one of the rooms downstairs, and chose to not investigate. I grabbed my mug and went back to my desk, continuing to work. I sat there for an hour, non-stop working, but the coffee really wasn't fixing my sleepiness problem. I kept working though, trying to power through it, but I was only prolonging the inevitable. At some point, I dozed off at my desk. When my eyes opened, I remember being immediately irritated and somewhat dizzy, like I'd been annoyingly woken up from a deep sleep. As I regained my senses though, I noticed a sound coming from somewhere in the building. It was a beep, sounding every 4 or 5 seconds, but was very faint. I looked at my laptop, seeing it was nearly 2 a.m. I decided it wasn't worth trying to work anymore, so I packed up my things and brought them with me as I left the room, to both check on the beeping and to leave afterwards. As I got to the stairwell though, the beeping started to make me nervous. I'd never heard it before, and there was something eerie about it. Maybe I was too tired before to fully comprehend it. I walked down the staircase, and now with the beeping much louder, I peered into the long main hallway. At the far end, there was a metal rod laying on the ground, right in front of the open entrance door. I felt blood rush from my face, knowing it should be locked up, and realizing the beeping was from the building security system. With nothing but instinct to go off of, I ran down to the opposite end of the hallway and out the back door, getting in my car to call for help. Although I was out of the building, what I learned next was far more terrifying. Police pulled in and searched around, not finding anyone or anything, and that's when we checked the security cameras. At 11 p.m., a man could be seen walking up and breaking the door open with a single hit from some kind of tool, creating the bang sound that I heard while getting coffee. He then quietly moved around the first floor and up to the second, where he came into the office I was in and stood quietly only a few feet behind me while I was working at my desk. He then went back downstairs, coming up again while I was sleeping, and walking around the whole office, even going right up to me and searching around my desk. It's not clear if he stole anything, as there weren't cameras in every room, but there didn't seem to be any obvious answer as to what he was doing there. After seeing the security tapes, though, I've never stayed alone at that office again.
They better recognize Dubs already.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Spring into savings with up to 25% off moving and storage now at pods.com.
The moments that matter to your employees can take many shapes and sizes. We adapt to them all.
Protect the skin, you serve it.
The skin you defend in. Protect your skin with La Roche-Posay's ultra-lightweight sunscreen with antioxidants.
To defend against...
It was a Friday night, back in 2018. I was working at home on a paper I needed to finish for work, and was trying to get it done so I could enjoy my weekend without having to worry about it. It was probably somewhere around 10 at this point, but I'd been working in my office for a good 3 hours. This was after a full day already too, so I was getting pretty exhausted. I kept finding myself getting distracted or losing focus, so I paused what I was doing and stood up to stretch my legs and try to wake myself up. I paced around the room a bit, but as I passed by the wall opposite of my desk, I noticed something move in the window. I stopped and did a double take, looking out the window again. I was on the second story of my house, but the window has a view of the front portion of the property by the garage and porch. At first, I didn't see anything and thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but then I saw a bit of movement again. It was a shadow hovering over the sidewalk leading up to the porch. Someone was standing outside the front door, or at least that's what it looked like from the shadow. After looking out the window for a couple minutes and seeing the shadow barely move, I left my office and went downstairs. I leaned on the front door and looked out the peephole. There was a man, looking about 40 years old and bald with a scruffy gray beard. I watched for a moment. He never knocked or rang the doorbell or made any noise at all. He just stood there. What started freaking me out more was that I didn't know how long he'd been there for, since I was working and never noticed him until just a couple minutes ago. Wanting some answers to why the man was here, I opened the door. Immediately, I was taken aback because the man didn't even flinch. His face stayed the same, being cold and lacking emotion.
"What are you doing here?"
I said in a stern tone. The man continued to look at me, but didn't answer. Then his eyes moved past me and looked down the hallway in my home. I moved the door further in toward my body to hide the view.
"I don't know why you're here, but you need to leave,"
I said, closing the door firmly. His strange behavior was both creepy and aggravating. Him ignoring me and just standing there made me really frustrated. But then I heard his footsteps begin walking off the porch and away from the house. I sighed in relief and checked to be sure he'd gone away, then went back up to my office. Trying to forget about the man and focus back on my work, I continued where I left off. About 5 minutes later, and just as I was beginning to really start working, a sudden knock echoed through the house. It was from the front door, but the knocks were loud, like someone banging on the door with their whole fist. Irritated, I got up and quickly ran down to the front door, swinging it open aggressively with the intent to yell at the man. But when I saw him, I quickly changed my mind. Something about the look in his eyes and the way he was standing instantly shifted my anger into fear. I looked down at his hands, seeing him holding something to his side, like he was trying to conceal it from me. All I could make out was the top of a small handle, resembling that of a knife. I looked back up at him, only to see his whole body jolt toward me. I jumped back and slammed the door shut, then fought to lock it, as the man was trying to turn the handle from the other side. Once I got the handle and the bolt lock latched, the man started banging on the door again for several seconds before running away. I stood there with barely any breath in me, feeling my adrenaline still surging through my body. Shakily, I went to the office and called 911. The man was never seen after that, and no real answers to what happened that night were ever found. I was out camping in Colorado a few years ago during fall. This camping trip was an impulse decision, as I just felt like going out for the night and spending it in the calming nature. I had walked down a 2-hour trail that led to the spot I set up at. It wasn't a big campground like all the other places were. This was a small opening at the end of a dirt path that I'd found a couple years back, and nobody else ever seemed to come here. The forest around the opening was really nice too, and over the years, I've gotten used to navigating it without getting lost. On this day, just an hour or so before sunset, I set out on a short walk around the area. Going for walks around this time is always the best, being that the woods are calm and the breeze starts to set in. I walked out and around for maybe 20 minutes before I saw something ahead. A man, walking in the woods just like me. He was crossing in front of me about 60 yards out, so pretty far, and he didn't look like he noticed I was there. But what was odd was the way he was walking. He was motioning his hands around and nodding his head, and although I couldn't hear him, I could see his mouth moving like he was talking. I waited to see if maybe someone was following behind him, but no, it was just him talking to himself. Maybe it wasn't something to get overly creeped out on, but I'd never seen anyone out here before, and the man didn't exactly look normal. After a minute though, he was gone. I turned around and went back to my tent, not really feeling comfortable being out in the woods with that guy wandering around. I waited a half hour, then got a campfire going as the sun was now set. I had a folded chair I was sitting on, and I mostly just thought to myself for the next hour. Not about anything particular, but more in a way to clear my mind. Then, about 2 hours past sunset, I heard something in the distance. I moved away from the crackling fire and toward the trees so I could hear better. It was someone talking, or mumbling, far out in the woods. Even stranger though, I didn't see a flashlight or any source of light. He was walking out there in the pitch black. My stomach dropped, knowing it was extremely unlikely that the man from earlier could have just stumbled upon my campsite by accident. I stayed and listened, hoping that by some chance he didn't know I was here and was just passing by. 30 seconds later, the voice faded out. I wasn't fully convinced this was all just chance though. I covered most of the fire, leaving only a small flame burning so it wouldn't create too much light. Then I waited and listened. The next hour was unnerving to say the least. I didn't hear or see anything, but it was the anticipation that kept me feeling uneasy. And then, at what had to be 11 p.m. by now, footsteps came rushing from directly in front of my campfire. I shot up from my chair and unholstered my pistol as a man I recognized as the one from earlier ran up to the other side of the fire and stopped just 10 feet from me. He wasn't talking anymore, but instead had a grin, not an over-the-top smile, but just a slight, friendly grin. As I aimed at him, he said nothing and did nothing. He just looked at me.
Walk away, right now.
I said under my breath, trying to be as intimidating as possible. He looked me in the eyes, then down at my gun, and then back at me. His grin went away, and there was a moment where it felt like he was just about to do something. But then he smiled again and walked off into the woods. I didn't waste any time, packing things up with one hand as I kept my pistol out, then left in the opposite direction from where he went. The whole way back, I was so paranoid that I kept thinking I was hearing the man's voice, talking to himself again. What he was doing out there, and what he was trying to do to me, is anyone's best guess. Had I not been prepared though, I don't think I would have been able to leave those woods.
A wolf is trying to shoot me.
Zaxby's now has fried shrimp, and it comes with all new Zax tail sauce. Can I get a...
Have you ever considered just how different dogs are to us? Puppies grow up 6 times faster than a baby. Each dog is incredibly unique. Feed your dog's unique needs with Royal Canin Precise Nutrition.
Ma'am. Ma'am, you can't use our bathtubs.
CarMax has test drives. You can't have test baths.
How did you even get water in there?
Experience CarMax, and you'll never settle for anything less.
Anybody hear me? One in the shower.
Yes, I can. Yes, I'm about to go.
Why are you in the shower with another guy, bro?
2 years ago, I lived with my younger brother on the East Coast. For the most part, though, we didn't really go out much. I mean, we'd hang out with friends a lot and get food or whatever, but we never really went out and did anything interesting. I started to look up things to do, and one of the most common suggestions was camping, because we were right along the Appalachians. I told my brother, but he didn't seem very interested. A couple days later, I went out and bought a few things, like a small tent and some safety tools, then packed up one of my old backpacks and drove out to a nearby trail. Yes, I was really inexperienced, and going camping alone was not a good idea, but I'd only planned to be out for one night, so I figured even if there was a problem, it wouldn't be so bad. After an hour of driving, I got to the trail. No other cars were parked, and I didn't see any other people. I got out and put on my backpack, then walked to the trailhead. It was thin and not a really well-made path, but was good enough. I don't think it was a popular trail. I just found it by scrolling through a huge list and choosing one that wasn't too long. As I hiked down, though, it became more and more clear how little used this trail was. Bushes were overgrown and blocking the way, and even in some portions, the grass had grown in and made it really hard to tell what was the trail and what wasn't. But after an hour, I made it to the end. After seeing the trail, it was about what I'd expected the camping ground to be. It was small and mostly overgrown, but there was something I noticed right away that caught my attention. A pile of logs on the other side of the camping ground. I walked up to it and saw that flakes of charred wood were blowing off in the wind, so it had to have been used recently, maybe even the night before. I looked around again, not seeing any tents or signs of someone being here though. Unsure about it, I went to the other end and put my things down, then got to work on the tent. It wasn't that late yet, so I took my time to make sure the tent was well made. Once I was done, I took a breather, sitting down and chilling for a bit. There was about an hour left of sunlight, and I spent it eating and sitting inside the tent on my sleeping bag. After a while, I could tell the sun was setting, but soon after, a sound came from somewhere nearby. A crackling sound, like from a campfire. I unzipped the opening and stepped out, being immediately faced by a man sitting across the campsite, right next to where the half-burnt logs were. He was older than me, probably in his 40s, but there wasn't much else I could see from the little amount of sunlight coming in through the trees. He was already looking at me, so I nervously waved my hand at him. The man waited a few seconds, then lifted his hand as well. I went around to the back of my tent and got a pile of sticks, then made a small campfire. It only took a few minutes before it was mostly dark out. There was only the light from my campfire and the man's campfire on the other side. I kept looking over, trying to see if he had a tent or a backpack or something, but all I could see was him. Every time I looked, I only got more weirded out and uneasy. Where did he even come from? My tent was set up right next to the trail, so I would have heard him walk up unless he came from the other side, which was just empty woods. I sat out there for at least an hour, probably 2, and never saw the man move from his spot. He just sat by the fire, looking forward. Eventually, I went inside my tent, figuring I had to be overthinking all of this, and the man was probably just another camper. He was at a public camping ground after all. I laid down and tried to rest, but I don't think my mind would let me sleep for some reason, so I just stared at the ceiling and listened to the faint crackling of the man's campfire. I was in there for probably another hour before I heard leaves slowly crunching, making their way toward my tent. I sat up and listened more carefully until I could see the shadow of the man standing on the other side of the fabric. My whole body froze, watching him just stand there for a moment, not moving, not speaking. Then his shadow started moving away as I heard the leaves crunch into the distance. I quickly unzipped the tent and looked out. The campground was empty. The man was gone, having left only the burning logs. I started to pack up, shoving the tent into its holder and even breaking some of the rods just to move faster. I left without ever seeing the man come back. As for what happened out there, or what was going to happen, I really don't know.
I'm gonna get an air kill. And when I do that, it's gonna be one of the dopest clips I get.
I will get 5 kills this game.
5 kills, let's go. I'm a match.
This happened to me 3 years ago when I'd moved into a small home. It was only a mile from where I was living before, so it wasn't a very unfamiliar place at all. However, it was on the side of town that I didn't really go to often, due to it having a record of crimes and just overall a bad reputation. At the time, I wasn't in a good financial place, so I had to go with the cheaper places, which happened to be in that area. The day I moved in, I didn't talk or really even see anyone. I just moved my stuff from the U-Haul into my new place. On the second day, I started the unpacking process by moving the boxes and furniture into the rooms that they belonged in. Once I got to moving my office furniture though, I saw something out the window that caught my attention. There was a man, young, like 25 years old, standing in my driveway. I watched as he just looked at the house and walked into the yard, looking into my windows from afar. Getting uncomfortable, I left the window and went downstairs to confront him, but when I opened the door and looked outside, he was already gone. Not in my yard or driveway, or even on any of the sidewalks. He just completely left. I waited to see if he'd come back, but then shrugged it off and got back to what I was doing. Yeah, it was weird, but I didn't know what exactly I was supposed to do about it. I got my office set up, then went out to get some lunch before getting back to work on the bedroom. By 8 p.m., I was pretty tired. I kept on with it for as long as I could, but once 10 o'clock rolled around, I was just done for the night. The house was still a mess, but I left it as is, turning off all the lights and getting in bed. It only took a few minutes for me to fall asleep. When I woke up, I rolled my head over and looked at the clock I had laying on the floor. 3 a.m. I rolled back over and closed my eyes, but a muffled sound woke me right back up. I lifted my head and listened again, hearing a faint sound from downstairs. It was like something being dragged across the floor. Still in disbelief, I sat up and listened even more intently. A few seconds later, a similar sound came again. I stood from my bed and walked over to the bedroom door. opening it and looking down the hallway as I listened. But as soon as I opened the door, all the sounds stopped. I walked into the hall and over to the staircase. I went down a few steps and looked over the railing, but I didn't see anything, and the house was still completely quiet. When I got to the last step, I flicked on the light. At first, everything looked okay, nothing missing and nobody in the house. But then I noticed something really strange. All of the furniture and boxes that were against the walls had been pushed away, and behind them, there were several carved out portions in the wall. I felt blood rush from my face as I realized that someone had to have broken into my house and may even still be inside. I ran up to my room and called for help, but the house remained quiet the whole time I waited. What's more unsettling is that the cops couldn't figure out how the intruder gotten inside or back outside, nor did they figure out why the person broke in. The only idea is that it looks like they were looking for something in the walls. I don't know what, but there was nothing else to go off of. I think back to that man I saw standing outside my house, wondering if he was the one to have broken in. But even 3 years later, nothing else is known about what happened that night.
Down the million. Down the million.
Damn, bro, can I fucking hit out?
His boy just got him up.
I had just turned 19 and was staying at home from college for the next few months for summer break. My mom lives in the city in the same house I grew up in, but my dad moved into a small home outside the city. It was backed up to the woods, and I always felt so relaxed while I was there. Just being away from everything felt very freeing. Anyway, over the course of the summer, I got the idea to go camping for just a night somewhere in the woods behind my dad's house. I had all the gear already, and I'd gone camping before, so it just seemed like a harmless fun night. I didn't plan on going far out, maybe just walking for a half hour, then finding a good spot to set up, so I left about 2 hours till sunset. I walked with no music or anything, just soaking in the environment and sounds of nature, until I made it far enough out to start setting up my gear. I pitched my tent and got a fire going, then relaxed as the sun set and the woods fell quiet. A couple hours into the night, I went to bed. I had planned to leave in the morning, but when I woke up, I felt like hanging out for a little bit longer. I went for a casual walk and sat by the tent. Surprisingly, the day felt to have gone by really fast. Before I knew it, the sun was making its way down. I packed up my things and cleaned up, then started walking back home. I walked between the trees, having a conversation with myself in my head to pass the time. But as the sun started getting lower and lower, I realized it had been a while since I'd left. I stopped and lifted my head, looking around. I didn't really recognize the area. Obviously, there was no path, so I could have just been walking in a slightly different direction, but something seemed wrong. After an entire minute of looking around, though, I honestly had no clue which way to go. If I had been going in the right direction, I should have been home already, or at least to the road that my dad's house was on. Racing the sun, though, I decided to just continue in the direction I was going, hoping that at some point I'd reach a road. As I walked, the woods got darker and darker, sending me into somewhat of a nervous breakdown. I was looking everywhere for anything to tell me where to go, but now the woods were too dark to even see anything further than 30 or 40 feet. But then I saw a light flickering in the distance. I got excited, walking quickly toward it, until I could make out a dark house sitting in the middle of the trees. I thought it was maybe one of my dad's neighbors, or that it would at least lead me to a road that I could walk along. But as I approached the opening in the woods, I didn't see anything. No roads, no light from other houses, and not even a gravel driveway. The house was old looking too, resembling more of a cabin, but there was a light in the downstairs window that was on, so it definitely wasn't vacant. I walked around to the other side of it, staying in the tree line still, but there were no signs of any roads or houses on either side. Regrettably, I decided my only option was to ask whoever lived there for help. I walked up to the front door, listening for a second before ringing the doorbell. Immediately, I heard footsteps running down some stairs and right up to the other side. Knowing they were probably looking at me through the peephole, I called out to them.
Hi, sorry, I'm just lost. I was hoping you could tell me which direction the nearest street is.
There was a pause, then they opened the door. Two men stood there, both looking to be in their 40s and appearing kind of disheveled. One of them took a step forward and looked outside behind me at the tree line, as if looking for anyone else. There was a moment where both of them were quiet.
Come inside, we'll help you out.
One of the men said, opening the door wider and stepping aside.
I'm okay. I just need you to point me in the right direction, please.
I said, not wanting to go in some random house in the woods, and also not really seeing the point to it. Both men frowned. Then one spoke, saying he just wanted to talk about why I was out here. I told them I was just camping and got lost, but they looked at each other like I was lying. Then one of them stepped out and stood pretty close to me as he looked around at the trees more intently. When he stepped out though, he revealed the room behind him, which only had a small lamp in the middle of the floor, surrounded by nothing but dust. I took a step away from the man, and both of them suddenly turned cold. Their facial expressions and body language just became empty as they stood there in silence, before the one lunged at me, trying to tackle me to the ground. Luckily, I reacted quick enough to slip away before the other man got to me. I sprinted for the trees, hearing one of the men's footsteps coming up behind me. But once I made it into the woods, the man gave up the chase, and soon after, the lights from the house shut off. Hours passed before I made it to a road, finding out I had hiked miles in the wrong direction. I told my dad about the encounter though, and he took it to the police to investigate, but we were terrified to hear that the house I wandered into was an old vacation cabin that was abandoned decades ago. Whoever those men were likely used a generator to power the lights and whatever else they were doing, but why they were there, nobody knows. The way they were acting, though, seemed like they were trying to not get caught. So if they had succeeded in getting me into their house, I'm not sure if I ever would have gotten out.
No, we're not good. We are not good.
I was driving back to my hometown from a work trip I had earlier in the week. I declined the free flight to and from because I decided to take some time off to myself while I was there to enjoy a small vacation. Driving long distance wasn't something I'd ever really done before though. The most I'd gone was about 10 hours, and that was with a stop at a hotel halfway. But this road trip was way longer. It was nearly 20 hours, and I had only scheduled a single hotel. But just because I'd never driven that long before, didn't make me think I couldn't do it. The drive started out okay, going through cities and towns, and having plenty of other cars around me, seemingly taking the same route. As I got further out though, cars became a lot less common, and the towns had pretty much disappeared. The roads were nothing but fields of grass on either side, or dense forests. By 5 p.m., the light drizzling that had started earlier became more intense, pouring rain down hard enough to make it difficult to see. It seemed like the more I drove into this forested area, the harder the rain fell. I'd hoped it would stop by sunset, but it didn't. I was now really focused on the road, driving really slow and trying to make sure I navigated the road carefully without sliding into a ditch. I drove through this awful rain for probably an entire hour past sunset when I started to realize the road was getting a lot more winding rather than straight. It began taking me much deeper into the forest, where the trees were close together and blocking all views. After a while, I started getting nervous, thinking this was really odd for a highway to be like this. I slowed down and pulled off to the side of the road, stopping on the shoulder. I took my phone out and tried searching up the directions, but there was no service. All I'd remembered of the route was that I had to take the same highway pretty much the entire way there. Maybe I was on the right road and was just paranoid, or maybe I'd been focusing so hard on trying to see through the rain that I'd accidentally merged onto a different road. The problem is that I had no way to figure out which of those two possibilities was right. I looked out the windows in hopes I'd see a sign or anything that could give me an idea of where I was. All I could see through the harsh rain were the woods all around me, fading into total black beyond my headlights. But then, only a minute or so after I had stopped there, a light came up behind me. I looked in the mirror as it got brighter, rounding one of the corners and coming toward my car. Their headlights were so bright, I couldn't even see their car though. All I could see was the beaming glare in my mirrors. I watched as the light started moving slower and slower until it stopped right behind my car. Part of me felt relieved that someone stopped to help me, but another part of me was thinking of the other possibilities. A whole minute passed as the car stayed there, leaving their headlights on and showing no signs of anything, until a door suddenly opened. It was still too bright to see much of anything, but the dark outline of a man emerged from the light and came right up to my window. The man was wearing a dark hoodie and seemed unbothered by the rain as he leaned on the door while I rolled the window down a couple inches. He asked if I needed help, and I responded by explaining that I just needed to know where I was and if I was still on the right highway. He looked at me, then at my back seat, as he nodded.
Yeah, I can help you. Let me just get my phone.
He began walking off as I rolled my window back up to block out the rain. There was something off about my interaction with him, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It just felt off. Why didn't he know what road we were on, or if we were on the highway? I watched in the mirrors until the man went behind the glaring lights again, but I could see him shuffling around with something in his car for a few moments before he came back out. He made his way over, but in the moments before he reached my car, I caught a glimpse of something in his hand. Just as I reacted and put the car in drive, the man suddenly knelt down by my back tire and jammed something in it. I slammed on the gas, seeing the man get visibly startled and jump back as I drove away as fast as I could. I knew he'd probably try to catch up, so I drove in a panic for several minutes, fearing the thought of seeing the lights come up behind me. Luckily though, they never did. I made it about 3 miles before I finally happened upon an intersection with a sign for a gas station up ahead. When I pulled in, I of course called the police, but I also found that the man had stabbed my tire with a screwdriver that was still wedged into the side of the tire, hanging partially out. That still being in there and covering the hole is probably the only reason I was able to make it away without breaking down on the road. If I had been even a second too late at driving away, I don't think I would have ever been seen after that night.
I don't think I'm coming back there.
Bro, how is he? No, he's not hitting the shots like that. Nah, man, get the fuck out of here. Nah, it's like a cheat.
Oh my god, my ammo. Oh my god, bro. I literally reloaded my gun.
I became a therapist to create safe spaces.
To help people change.
Running a private practice is hard.
But thankfully, insert Alma.
They take care of a lot.
Yeah, I know. I had to reset. Yeah, I was hot over there. Boom.
For the past couple years, I've worked on Uber Eats during winter break. College lets out for a whole month, and Uber Eats is the easiest work to do without having to go through job interviews and all that stuff. Besides, I didn't work during school, so this was something simple to pick up on the holidays. It was a few weeks out from Christmas when this happened. This night, it was snowing pretty heavily, but I really couldn't be picky with what days to work, since I only had this set amount of time off to make enough money to last until the next break. I borrowed my dad's pickup truck and started driving. The snow must have kept a lot of other drivers home, because I was getting orders all night. Big ones too, the kind that pay a lot. I did this for probably a good 3 hours, and then an order came in to pick up from a drive-through place. The house was 20 minutes from me, but the tip and everything was really good. There honestly wasn't anything unusual or off about this order. It was just as any other was. I picked it up and went on my way to the house. From a quick look at the map, it looked like it was in a pretty nice neighborhood on the other side of the county. I'd been around there before, but not really inside the neighborhoods. By this time, it was 11 p.m., and a lot of snow had started to stack up on the roads. I was also getting tired, so I agreed with myself that this would be the last delivery, and then I'd go home and work again tomorrow. Once I got to the neighborhood, I drove through the street and looked at the houses as I passed by. They were all huge and had a ton of land between each of them, but none of the houses seemed to be very new. They had that typical older mansion style of basically just being really large and nothing else. Anyway, it took a while to get to the address I was supposed to deliver to. The driveway was covered in at least a foot of snow, so I parked on the road. While I got out and walked up to the house, getting snow all over my pants and shoes, I noticed no lights were on in the windows, and there was a piece of paper taped to the front door. Once I got up to the porch, I took a closer look. On the top of the page, it said notice in big red font, and the first few lines stated it was issued by the county. But before I got too far in, I heard footsteps crunching in the snow behind me. I turned around, seeing a man approaching me, coming from around the garage. He had a short buzz cut and was wearing a dirty jacket.
Just dropping off your order,
I said, to break the silence. But the man continued walking up without saying anything. Once he was a few feet away, I could tell there was something off about him. I guess it was just a gut feeling. He looked at me with cold and tired eyes, then held his hand out for the bag. I reached over and gave it to him, but he didn't move. He was standing right on the path leading to the driveway, and as the seconds passed, I realized how completely strange it was for him to even be out here, and even more so that he wasn't heading inside now that he had the bag.
Have a good night, sir,
I said, stepping to the side and starting to walk past him. The man stayed where he was, before abruptly turning, and in the corner of my eye, it looked like he swung his arm out as if trying to grab me. I stumbled back and faced him as he began stepping toward me, saying, come with me while reaching his hand out. I kept moving back as fast as I could in the thick snow, and the man continued to chase me, yelling at me to stop running. Once I got a good footing, I was able to outrun him and get in my car, backing out before he even had the chance to get to me. As I drove off, I looked in my mirror and saw the man standing in the driveway and just watching. I called the cops once I was out of the neighborhood, but the man was already gone. Later that night though, they told me that the house wasn't currently owned by anyone at the moment, which I assumed the note on the door had something to do with. What the man was trying to do is unknown, but that whole situation has put me on edge whenever I pull up to a house with all their lights off, wondering if it might be the same man.
I just had to know, so I know how many the body. If I get one down, I know not to thirst. Double back, next one the helmet. I take that.
Last New Year's, me and my two best friends decided it would be fun to get together and rent out a house for the night. We weren't big on going to huge parties, but just enjoyed hanging out among our small group. Also, all of us lived in dorm rooms, so having a house to ourselves for once sounded like a great time even without partying. My friend Jason rented out an Airbnb on the outskirts of the town we were in. I carpooled with my other friend Christian, and we met Jason there on New Year's Eve around noon. This place was more of a cabin than a normal house, being all wood and having the typical cabin features. There were other similar looking cabin houses around, but they all had a decent spacing between them, so it kind of felt like we were out there alone. The inside wasn't as great, but this was one of the cheaper places available, so none of us were expecting luxury. We spent the day just hanging out in the living room and talking, and around 6, Christian went out to the store to grab some snacks and drinks. During this time, Jason and I were still sitting in the living room when there was a knock at the door. We looked at each other in surprise, knowing it was really weird for anyone to be out here and knocking on the door to an Airbnb. I got up and looked out the peephole, seeing some guy standing on the doorstep. I noticed the door had one of those metal latches on it, so I flipped it over and opened the door just enough to see them. I wouldn't usually answer the door to a random guy, but being in someone else's house, I wasn't sure if maybe it was the host or something. The guy looked at me, and I was instantly aware of his displeased look. He seemed angry about something, and it became more blunt when he opened his mouth. He told me in a disrespectful and stubborn tone that we needed to be quiet tonight and not disturb the entire neighborhood. The way he said it was almost threatening, and as if we'd already been making noise, but we hadn't even done anything loud, nor were we planning to. And all the houses were so far apart, even if he was a neighbor, there's no possible way he'd hear anything unless we were lighting up fireworks or something. I really wasn't in the mood to argue, so I just said sure and closed the door in his face. But not even a second later, he banged on the door again. I ignored him that time, making a face at Jason like this guy was crazy. We heard him leave after a moment, and when Christian got back, we told him about the encounter, and he almost didn't even believe us. The next 3 hours went by quick, as we watched a movie and played some games on Jason's Switch. Then, come almost midnight, we heard something outside. It sounded like someone dropping something on the ground, and a few seconds later, the piercing sound of glass shattering came from right outside the door. All of us stood up and ran to look out the window, seeing that same guy from earlier standing by Christian's car, which now had glass covering it from his shattered windshield. The guy was holding a metal baseball bat and looked like he was in some psychotic state, pacing around and just going crazy. Christian was pissed, going to the door and storming outside to confront him. Both Jason and I went to stop him, but before we even got to the doorway, a gunshot echoed through the cabin. I stopped in place, knowing what had likely happened. But it almost felt like a miracle when I saw Christian sprint back inside and lock the door behind him. A few more shots went off, hitting the side of the cabin, and followed by the man swinging the bat against the front door. Then, just as suddenly as it all started, the man just ran away.
I was here with you.
After an investigation, it was found that he wasn't even one of the neighbors of the Airbnb. Nobody seems to know who he was, or where he lived, or even why he went absolutely insane. It was just an incredibly dangerous, unpredictable encounter that almost took our lives.
You know I got you.
At Popeyes, we say go crispy, go bold, go memorable. We say let's bring lunch back.
Bad Boy Cobalt Elixir, the new masculine fragrance, Carolina Herrera.
Regions Visa credit cards make shopping more rewarding thanks to unlimited cash back. Get a Regions card today.
How do you keep something secret? You hide it in plain sight.
July 8, 1947. The flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
If you look at the document sent to J. Edgar Hoover, 3 so-called flying saucers had been recovered in New Mexico. It has become the #1 document viewed on the FBI website.
There had been ET visitation, and people have been attempting to conceal this knowledge.
We actually did recoveries of bodies that were involved with some of these crashes.
I said, well, you're going to tell the public about it? And he says, no, we don't tell the public about this.
There became to be this bifurcation, this separation between legitimate national security and military operations and the deep black programs that are unacknowledged.
He was like, kill him behind you, kill him behind you.
Oh, alright, buddy, that was my last one as well.
Yeah, I'm going multiplayer.
This was just last winter, in early February. I was driving to my next DoorDash order. I was a bit tired, as I'd been driving for the last 4 hours, and it was almost 12 a.m. After this one, I was definitely calling it a night and heading home, as I was worried about getting sleepy on the road, especially with all the ice and snow. I was driving down a fairly empty road though. It was a side road that connected 2 of the main towns in our city, but there was a 5-mile stretch that had nothing. No buildings or houses or anywhere to stop. As I was driving down this section, I don't really know what happened, but I just got hit with a wave of tiredness that made me lose focus on the road for just a few seconds, but that was all it took, I guess. I hit a patch of ice and slid toward the side, and although I fully woke back up at this point, it was too far gone. I tried to steer back onto the road, but my car just slid straight off and into the small ditch between the road and the woods. It wasn't a bad crash at all, since the snow lightened the impact, but it still made me a little shaky, and I knew right away that it was going to be impossible to get out of this. My car was stuck on the incline of the ditch and in thick snow. I didn't even bother getting out to try and see how bad it was, though I did test my luck at trying to maneuver the car to get some traction, but if anything, I just made it worse. In the middle of trying to figure everything out, I noticed a car's headlights down the road. At first, I thought it was just a car passing by, but after a few seconds, it was clear that they weren't moving. Someone must have just been parked down the road with their headlights on, which I found to be a little unnerving at the coincidence of it being on this long, empty road. They weren't close enough to have stopped to try and help me, but they weren't far enough either to not see my headlights. I pulled out my phone and called my dad, knowing he'd still be awake and hoping he'd be able to help me. I'd never been in a situation like this, so I really didn't know what to do. He said he would call roadside assistance and then drive down to wait with me. I thanked him and felt relief knowing he would be down here in just a few minutes. I looked back out on the road, looking for the headlights from the car I'd just seen, but now they were gone. It was too dark to see anything that far without lights, so I didn't know if they'd driven away or were still there and had just turned off their lights. It started to creep me out the more I thought about it. I kept my eyes down the road, not looking away for more than a few seconds as I began getting paranoid. It was something about the silence as well that made it more uneasy, only hearing the wind outside my car and nothing else. Then, after 3 minutes of waiting, I saw a figure walking toward my car. He was down the road, coming from the direction where the headlights had been. I watched him as he slowly made his way through the snow, getting to just about 15 feet from the front of my car. Then he stopped. He stood there in the snow, facing me, but not moving. I couldn't see much of him as he had a hoodie covering his face, but the way he just stood there in my headlights started to terrify me. After a moment, I honked my horn softly a few times, just to let them know that I was in the car and that I could see them. They still didn't move or acknowledge me, but just as I was pulling out my phone to call my dad again, the man turned around and walked away, disappearing down the road. I still called my dad to let him know about this really strange person that was out here, and he said he was just a minute away. I stayed on the phone with him this time, and only 30 seconds later, I saw headlights turn on down the road and begin moving toward my car. Once they were right across the road, they parked and turned off their lights. I couldn't see over the ditch, but I heard a door open as I yelled through the phone what was going on. But then my dad's car pulled right in front of my view and screeched to a stop. I heard him yell at someone as they got back in their car and sped away. They didn't come back, but my dad said the guy was holding something in his hands that looked like he was going to break into my car with. Everything went okay after that though, and the car ended up not even having much damage to it. I'm not sure what was about to happen that night, but I know I'm really lucky to have not found out. I work part-time at a gas station in my city. It's more on the edge of the city, near the suburbs, and overall is just a very typical gas station. It's not super creepy or isolated or anything like that. I only really chose to work here though because rent prices were going up, and my other job wasn't cutting it. The only shift I could do to work around my other schedule was overnight, and gas stations are one of the few places offering those shifts. Anyway, this was just 10 months ago. It was pretty cold out this night, and there was some snow on the ground still from a heavy downfall a few days ago. But other than that, the night was going pretty typical. Being in the suburbs, there's not a whole lot of traffic going around the gas station. It's mostly just a couple cars passing by every once in a while. By 12, only a handful of cars were coming into the gas station every hour. After a bit, I got bored enough to leave the front desk and walk around the shop, rearranging the items on the shelves to look nice. And it was just a couple minutes later that I heard the door open. I turned around and saw a man walking in, right up to the front desk. He leaned over the counter and looked both ways as if he were looking for someone to help him.
Can I help you with something?
I said as I made my way back to the counter. The man turned and looked at me, almost as if I'd scared him, but then he hesitated before saying, "No, I'm good," and walking out of the store. It was fairly obvious he did need help with something, but seeing that made me quickly think of the possible robbery he was plotting. I did work at a gas station after all, so it was kind of always in the back of my mind. I watched the guy go outside and into a car that was parked in a very strange spot, kind of near the pumps, but not actually in the parking section. He got in and drove away.
Hop out and show him.
I had no way to tell if he was actually planning something, but all of the signs pointed to it. I figured maybe being behind him when he walked in, and not at the counter, threw him off, and somehow that was enough to deter him. Whatever happened, I was confident after a few minutes of thinking that this was definitely an attempted robbery, and I called the police to report it, just in case they were going to try a different gas station. They said an officer would come by in just a couple minutes to get a report, so I hung up and waited. But not even a minute later, that same car pulled back into the parking lot. They went right to the spot that they had parked before, then just waited there with the car on. But I was almost positive that I could see movement in both of the front seats, like there were at least 2 people in there. I quickly locked the front doors and prepared myself for what could soon happen. As I continued looking out the window though, the car just stayed there, nobody getting out, like they were watching or waiting for the perfect moment. Luckily though, cops pulled in and immediately recognized the car as I described it. They pulled in behind it, blocking them in. Surprisingly, there wasn't much of a scene. The officer pretty much just walked up and then pulled 2 men out, one of which was the guy that had come in earlier. I guess they were trying to play it off like they weren't doing anything, but that didn't really work out for them. While it seemed to be straightforward what they had planned, their car showed a different, more disturbing possibility. In the trunk, there was a stash of weapons, along with rope, tape, and an assortment of similar items. Both men are behind bars, but I still feel almost traumatized after knowing what they had in the car. If I hadn't reported them after the first strange interaction, I would have been through far worse than just being robbed, and possibly would have never been seen after that night. This happened in 2015. I had just moved to a small house far from my hometown the year before, so I was still getting used to the area and hadn't met many people yet. I worked from home as well, which made it even harder. Anyway, for Christmas, I had no plans at all. My family was too far, and I didn't have enough vacation time to go out and see them, so this was actually going to be my first Christmas alone. On Christmas Eve, I stayed up working, figuring I'd just get ahead on some things, so I didn't have to worry about doing anything on Christmas Day. I was working in the living room, listening to music as well, when through it, I heard something coming from outside. I pulled out one of the earbuds and listened, but didn't hear anything else, so I got up and looked around. With my earbuds in, it was hard to know what direction it came from, but I was pretty sure it was outside the house, not inside. I looked out the back window, not seeing anything, then moved to the front window and again saw nothing. But then I looked out the front door. On the porch were a set of shoe prints in the snow. They led right up to my doorstep and then back out to the driveway. There was no mail dropped off or anything at all on the porch, just the shoe prints. It was really strange and made me feel a little anxious, not knowing why anyone would be walking up to my doorstep at 11 p.m. on Christmas Eve. I made sure the door was locked and went back to work, then got in bed soon after. It was a bit strange waking up on Christmas morning, feeling like it was any other day. I brewed a cup of coffee and sat on my chair to watch TV. I think I spent the whole morning just sitting there and watching shows and movies. I gave my parents a call and talked to them for a bit, but that was really about all I did. I thought about going out, but it was really cold and the wind was really strong, so I just stayed in for the day. By 6 p.m., I had basically done nothing all day and made some dinner, planning on going to bed early, but then I heard something outside.
Yeah, instantly muted him.
It was the shuffling sound of footsteps in the snow coming toward the front door. I stayed quiet, knowing nobody should be here. After a few seconds, the footsteps sounded again, walking away from the house. I went up and checked, seeing almost an identical scene to what I saw the previous night. After that, I forced myself to stay up later. I kept my eyes open until probably around 10, before I guess I fell asleep on the couch. I remember getting really tired and trying to stay up, but I didn't plan on falling asleep out there. When I woke up, the TV was still on and flashing light throughout the dark room. I sat up and paused it, then got up to go to my bedroom. As I walked down the hallway though, my eyes instantly locked on my bedroom door. It was open, but I knew I always kept it closed. I walked over and pushed it open wider, then flicked on the light. Wet shoe prints were scattered around the floor, going to and from the window. In a complete state of shock, I spun around and turned on the hallway light, now seeing more shoe prints going down toward the living room. I followed them, but they stopped right outside the living room, looking like they turned and went back right after seeing me on the couch. The shoe prints were nowhere else in the house. Police did what they could, but if I'm being honest, they weren't of much help. The current theory is that the man had come by the previous 2 nights to see if I was home. After not answering the door though, he likely thought I was away for the holidays. I know it's likely that he only broke into my house to rob me, but still, it's extremely disturbing, especially since I was at home sleeping when it all happened. Whoever it was though, they never came back.
Oh no, you should take a nap at least.
That's Rocky.
You know what I'm saying? You know. Because you want to be at
This happened last January. I had taken a week off of work following New Year's, mostly in hopes that everyone else would be back at work by then, and I could enjoy the week without it being busy everywhere. My plans consisted of shopping around, and really just chilling at my apartment by myself. On this day, I was out driving around in the snow and going to a few stores, then made my way back to the apartment by 7 p.m. I went inside and cooled off, then took a seat on the couch with some snacks I had just got. I was watching TV and even dozing off a little bit from the long day out of the house. But then at some time around 8:30, the PA system in my apartment buzzed, meaning that someone was outside and wanting me to let them in the building. I had no plans of anyone coming over, so I had no idea who it was. They buzzed my room again, so I got up and went to the window that faced the front of the building. I tried to not lift the blinds too much, only enough for me to see who it was. At the door to the apartment building was a large man. It was still snowy out and kind of dark, but I could tell he was older, like mid-40s, but I had never seen him before. There were only 3 other people living in the complex at the time, so I was at least familiar with who lived here, and he was not one of them. I also figured that if he did live here, or was visiting one of the other people, then they would let him in. I walked over to the PA system and muted it, then got back to the couch and continued watching TV. I really didn't put any more thought into it, and even dozed off several times in the next hour. Eventually, I shut off the TV and went to bed. By then, it had to be around 10. I fell asleep just about as soon as I laid down. A few hours into the night, my eyes shot open to a thud from just outside my room. It was extremely loud, but having just woken up to it, I didn't know what it was or exactly where it came from. My heart was racing as I stared across the room at my door, listening for anything else. It was very quiet now, almost like nothing even happened. I got out of bed and slowly moved toward the door, then leaned my ear against it to listen to the other side. It was still quiet, nothing more than the walls creaking from the building. I turned the handle and looked out into the living room, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. The whole place was really dark though, and for some reason, I still felt like I needed to be quiet and not make myself known. So I left the lights off as I moved through the living room and looked down the front hallway. The door to my apartment was fully open. I froze up, staring at the open doorway and feeling fear run through my whole body. It almost didn't seem real. I took a few steps back, staying quiet, and made my way back toward my room. And now on the other side of the door, I could see a huge dent in the wood right by the knob. Once I saw that, I ran in and locked it behind me, then called 911 while hiding in the closet. I was sure that whoever it was had to be somewhere inside my apartment still, and it would only be a matter of time before they get into my room. But as I waited for the police, the apartment stayed silent. Whoever had broken into my apartment was gone. Even the police couldn't find anything to help in finding them. What they think happened is the intruder tried buzzing all the other rooms as well, until one of them was nice enough to let them in. Once he was in the main stairwell, it's not really clear why he chose to go for my room. Maybe they thought it was empty. What's really strange is the dent on my bedroom door, which was likely the source of the thud that I'd woken up to. But it was just one single hit, not looking like a real attempt at breaking the door down, but more like something out of frustration before he left. I still live in the same apartment, and nothing else has happened. Who it was and what they wanted is unknown.
Just threw a UAV up too. Yeah. Let's go, let's win this game, y'all. Let's win this game.
Last year, my roommate moved out of the house we had been renting together for the past 4 years. By then, both of us had gotten better jobs and were getting paid more, and the house we had wasn't the best, so it was only a matter of time before one of us moved out to get their own place. After he moved though, I was able to use more of the space in the house and actually just decided to stay there for another year or two. This happened during this time in early December. Our area was going through a week of some pretty bad snowstorms, and the office I worked at allowed us to work from home for a few days if we wanted to. Obviously, I chose to take the offer. I used my old roommate's bedroom as an office and worked throughout the day, but at one point while I was working, there was a knock at the front door. I left the room and checked who it was. There was a man on the porch in a heavy winter jacket. He didn't seem to be a worker or delivery person of any kind, just some regular guy. I opened the door, getting hit by a rush of snow and wind.
How can I help you?
The man smiled and apologized for interrupting my day, then explained his situation. He said his car got stuck in the snow right on the side of the road next to my house, and he didn't have a phone on him, so he asked if he could borrow mine. Obviously skeptical, I told him to give me a minute. Then I closed the door and went to the other side of the house. I looked out the window at the road he was supposedly stuck on. There was a small SUV that looked like it had actually slid into the curb and gotten stuck in the snowbank. Now that I was pretty sure he wasn't lying, I grabbed a jacket and put on some shoes, then went back to the front door. I was still a bit skeptical, but I stood on the porch with him as he used my phone to call his brother, just so that if he did try to run with my phone or anything, I could chase after him or prevent him from leaving. After a quick call though, the man handed my phone back and thanked me, then walked away. I went inside and checked the window, seeing the man getting in his car. Thinking everything was settled now, I went back to the office and started working again. Around 7, I felt like I'd done enough for the day and took the rest of the night off. It was then that I remembered about the man and his car and went to check on it, but I was surprised to see that the car was still there, and I could see the man moving around inside. It had been almost 3 hours by then, which made me wonder how he was still there. Maybe he was waiting for his brother to get off of work and pick him up. I didn't know, but I went to the kitchen and made some dinner, then sat on the couch to watch TV. I stayed up until about 9:30, then went upstairs to shower and get ready for bed. I turned the water on and got in the shower, but a few minutes in, there was an abrupt and sudden banging on the front door. It was loud and harsh, completely jump-scaring me and putting me in a fear-induced frozen state for a moment. The banging was so loud, it was shaking the walls, and even across the entire house, I could hear that it was coming from the front door. They were hitting it non-stop, and I could even hear them aggressively shaking the door handle. It was such a sudden burst of chaos that it was hard for me to know what to do. I turned off the shower and quickly got dressed, but as I left my room and walked down the upstairs hallway, everything stopped. It was just silent, no more sounds at all. I stopped in place, hearing only the wind from outside and feeling the eeriness set in, before I slowly walked downstairs and up to the front door. Nobody was there anymore. I quickly ran to the window, seeing that the car was still there, but the man was not inside of it. Not knowing what to make of any of it, I called the police. When they came, they noticed multiple sets of shoe prints in the snow, but they were covered up by the storm soon after. They took the license plate of the car though, and found a picture of the owner, and from what I could tell, it was the same guy that I'd helped on my porch. In the following days, they waited for him to turn up, but as far as I know, he never did. It's really disturbing to think about what could have happened that night right outside my door. Was it that same man desperately trying to get in for some reason, or someone else with a more malicious intent? It seems most think that it was the man running from someone and trying to get help, but what happened afterwards is still up for debate. Nothing is really known about that night. Where the man is now and what he was running from are just a few questions on a long list that will probably never be answered. It was a snowy night when I pulled into the parking lot of my gas station. I worked the overnight 11 to 7 shift and had been at the job for several months before this. I really didn't like this job, but finding somewhere else to work was really difficult, and due to how some things were in other aspects of my life, night shifts were the best for my personal schedule. Still though, I went in tired every night and struggled to get through every shift. I parked in front of the building beside the only other car in the parking lot, which was my coworker's. Then I went inside and relieved him of his shift. He left a couple minutes later, and then it was just me for the rest of the night. My manager had a paper on the desk with some things to get done, but from reading it over, it wasn't all that much. My guess was that it would take no more than an hour total to complete all the tasks, so I tried to put it off as long as possible to save me from falling asleep once I started getting really tired. But as I sat there behind the desk, and somewhere around 12 a.m., a car pulled into the station. I glanced out the window, seeing an old SUV parked by one of the pumps. Of course, with it snowing outside, most people were not driving around, but getting a customer every once in a while was normal. I went back to my phone and scrolled through some videos, not paying much attention for probably 10 minutes, until I looked back outside and saw the SUV was still there by the pump. The headlights were off and the doors were closed, looking like they should be pumping gas, but it'd been so long. I stood up and got closer to the window, looking down both sides of the building, but nobody was anywhere outside. If they had been in their car for the past 10 minutes with it off, they'd have to be freezing. It was snowy, windy, and cold, so I honestly got a little nervous for them. I paid more attention for the next few minutes, waiting to see any movement through the dark windows, or for someone to get back inside their car, but there was nothing. It was like the car was just abandoned right next to the pump. After some thought, I put on my jacket and went outside. Immediately, I knew I was right. It was way too cold for anyone to be in there with the car off, or for anyone to even be outside for more than a few minutes. I rushed over to the car and looked around, then put my face close to the window and tried to look inside.
Hello? Anyone in there? Just checking to see if you're okay.
I called out, but from what I could see, there wasn't anyone inside. It wasn't exactly easy to see, so someone could have been, but I was pretty sure there wasn't. Now even more confused, I backed up and looked around at the empty gas station parking lot before starting to walk back. Now with my eyes not focused on the car, I was just looking at the ground and noticed shoe prints in the snow going toward the building. Not really the front of the building, but kind of off to the side. I looked back and saw that they seemed to come from the car, but at this point I was freezing and didn't want to investigate further without warming up a bit first. I went inside and turned on the small heater next to the counter, putting my hands in front of it to warm them up. I was only inside for 30 seconds to a minute though, before a thump resonated through the building from behind me. I spun around, not seeing anything, then walked around the counter and toward the back. On the floor, there were puddles of dirty water, like snow that had melted off someone's boots. Feeling a chill run through me, I stepped closer to the back room and turned the corner toward where the supply room was. Standing in the dark behind one of the shelves, I could see the outline of a figure. They were tall with broad shoulders and had a large scruffy beard, and they were looking right at me. My heart stopped for a moment, but after the initial shock, my reaction was to just walk back to the counter. I don't know why, maybe I was just too shocked to react appropriately. After staring at the doorway to the supply room for I don't even know how long, I quietly picked up the store phone and called the police, whispering for help. Then I endured the most unnerving 10 minutes of my life as I waited. During this time, I didn't hear or see anything from the supply room, which honestly added to my fear. For some reason, the man never came out to confront me. When 2 cops finally pulled in and came inside, I quietly told them where the man was. They searched the room while I stayed by the front, but I was shocked when they came out with nobody else. The man was gone. Watery shoe prints surrounded the back door, but outside were fresh tracks in the snow going straight away from the gas station, straight into the completely dark, empty field that led on for miles. Obviously, nobody could search that at night, but even when they did in the following days, they didn't find anything. I mean, the field was huge. He could have gone anywhere, but it was so cold and windy that night that I was almost sure that they'd find a body. The SUV was taken in for hopefully more information. I don't know how or why, but for some reason they couldn't find any history of ownership, so that left us with just what we know from that night. And we are still left with just that. Who the man was and what he was doing remains unsolved, and where he is now is just as much of a question.
Organic chicken, everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Yeah, good game. Damn, I was grinding. Do it up.
Well, she is pregnant too, I think. While he's quiet, you need to go down there and get your food. Come on, look at you. Come on and look at you. That's all it is. Mommy, pick me up.
video good game.
Yeah. What? What you say?
See that map again. That broken time. That broken time. Damn. Time for the other guy.
Every once in a while, something changes, and she's changing me.
Oh wow.
It's too late for me now.
I'm this guy.
I'm altered. There is something she's not acid nor alkaline. Caught between black and white, not quite either day or night. She's perfectly misaligned. I'm caught up in her design. How it's connected.
Enemy securing Bravo.
So the map come up? Oh, no, I ain't buzzing. I hear it.
Did you see what I sent you on instant text message? Butter?
Hardcore team deathmatch. Engage and destroy them. We have taken the lead.
So what's that? You gone?
Yeah, I was at 2K.
Alright, bro. I'm only gonna run one more myself.
I'm killing this one. What? Did you say you're doing what? You say you have one?
Yeah.
Oh, listen to you, brother. That's gonna get better.
Oh yeah. Like everything from like everything from like just my chest down. It's just so.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Your mission is simple. Eliminate them all. Secure the lead.
I got mad at you. I only play COD.
I only play COD.
to shoot a fadeaway. Yes, sir. Jeez. Good shit.
Hard point. Secure the target area. Target area located. Secure the hard point.
It must not know about me, bro. This way. Yeah. Hey. Yes. Oh. Alright, bro, I'm off to it.
GG's, brother.
Good game, good game.
Break your shit with that, watch it. Alright, man. I will hit you up tomorrow.
Alright, family.
Alright. Alright, stream. That's gonna be it for me. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you, Marilyn, or Marilyn. I botched that. For the follow. I appreciate everybody for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Let's go like this, let's go.